Chapter 1. Take good care of his sister-in-law. Erlang, it is time for your medicine. Sister-in-law, be obedient, take it, and your wounds will heal. In the DL dynasty, in the town of Slu, within the humble courtyard of the Y escort agency, the window was slightly ajar, and the moonlight poured in, illuminating Shun Anmo's refined face as he gazed at the bowl of medicinal soup he had just consumed and the graceful figure that had just departed. Shun Anmo pondered. So this is the reason I met my demise. Recalling the memories of his predecessor, he could not help but sigh. The previous owner of this body was also named Shun Anmo. In his youth, he had unwittingly saved a martial arts master named Chun Hu, the leader of the Y escort agency. In gratitude, Chun Hu took him as a sworn brother and secured him a position as an officer a few days prior. While escorting goods, Chun Hu fell into an ambush, resulting in the shattering of his internal organs, leaving him on the brink of death. With the loss of their leader, the agency's wealth became the target of unscrupulous individuals. Earlier that afternoon, following the agency's misplacement of a shipment belonging to the Wu family, two of their sons, accompanied by a large group, threatened to abduct sister-in-law Shun Xian if the goods were not returned. Sister-in-law Shun Xian was renowned for her beauty, a celebrated figure in the area. The brothers of the escort agency were naturally unwilling to comply, especially the former owner of this body, who engaged in a fierce battle with the Wu family members. Though they temporarily drove the Wu family away, he succumbed to excessive blood loss and fainted on the spot. Just moments ago, sister-in-law had prepared some soup for him to consume. This is quite the challenging beginning, isn't it? Chun Anmo sighed, feeling an unusual affection for sister-in-law, perhaps due to inheriting the memories of his predecessor. Deep within, he longed to protect her and cherish her well-being. Alas, regrettably, my strength is insufficient. If only I possessed the mid-level prowess of Chun Hu at the 7th rank, I would not need to fear those unscrupulous individuals. He pressed his lips together, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction. In this world, martial prowess is divided into 9 ranks. The upper 3 ranks cultivate intention, dubbed terrestrial immortals, seldom treading the mundane. The middle 3 ranks cultivate chi, recognized as innate masters, capable of facing 1,000 foes upon reaching the 6th rank. The lower 3 ranks pertain to the acquired, honing vitality and fortifying the body. Achieving the 7th rank would render one a king among the lower ranks, a formidable force. In the martial world, Chun, who is such a figure, known as Lord Tiger in this town of Slu, practicing the Y dominance technique. With his singular strength, he upheld the Y escort agency, operating in both the underworld and the righteous. Even in his gravely injured state, the unscrupulous dared not provoke him, fearing retribution upon his recovery. Only today, with the confirmation of Chun Hu's death, did they dare to challenge him. This illustrates the formidable reputation Chun Hu commanded. Although the current owner of this body is an officer, his innate talent for cultivation is quite poor, having remained stagnant at the mid-level of the 9th rank despite years of practice. Moreover, his standing within the official ranks is far from favorable. Due to his low strength and honest disposition, he is frequently bullied by his superiors. Were it not for Chun Hu's protection, he likely would have been cast out long ago. Early this morning, his superior, Huang Run, instructed him to summon his sister-in-law, Shun Xian. To the Zue Xiang Lu, the intention was all too evident. Once at Zue Xiang Lu, his sister-in-law would likely lose her virtue and dignity. Naturally, he was reluctant to heed Huang Ren's orders, yet failing to comply would surely result in dire consequences for him. Perhaps I should take the valuables and my sister-in-law and depart from this place of turmoil. Chun Anmo mused quietly to himself. Since his arrival, he had felt a slight improvement in his condition. After dressing, he opened the door to find that the blood from the previous day's battle had yet to dry, leaving chaos in its wake. The people from the escort agency had fled, leaving only his sister-in-law alone in the hall. As he made his way to the main hall, where the coffin lay, he discovered it had been shattered. Chun Hu's lifeless body was laid upon a dilapidated door plank. "Erlang, are you all right?" Shun Xian exclaimed upon seeing Chun Anmo, bursting into tears as she dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, evoking deep sympathy. "Sister-in-law, the coffin of elder brother. It has been destroyed, and the silver from the escort agency has been stolen," she sobbed. "Those wretches!" Chun Anmo cursed under his breath, contemplating that if he were to leave this place, he should take his sister-in-law with him to spare her further suffering. Possessing the mindset of a modern individual, he realized that as long as he could escape, even engaging in small-scale business would allow him to thrive in this world. He approached Chun Hu's corpse and stated, "Let us first take care of elder brother's remains. We shall bury him properly and then leave this place." Glimpsing nearby, he picked up a roll of straw mat and spread it on the ground before attempting to lift the body for burial. However, at the moment of contact, his body stiffened as a surge of information suddenly flooded his mind. Ding. Touching the corpse. Reward. 100 days of cultivation. Chun Anmo stood up abruptly, gazing incredulously at the virtual panel that had appeared before him. He pinched his face, wincing in pain to confirm he was not dreaming. In that instant, his heart raced with excitement. He realized he possessed a system that granted rewards for touching corpses. System. What other wonders do you hold? No response. System? System? It appeared that this system lacked intelligence and could not communicate. Yet, that was inconsequential as long as it empowered him. He now understood that the cultivation time awarded could be utilized to enhance his martial arts skills. Just as he was about to test this further, the system presented additional content. Ding. Triggering the deceased's last wishes. Last wish 1. Hope that someone will care for my wife, Shen Xin. Reward. Hui Ba Ti, Gong minor accomplishment. Last wish 2. Hope that my good brother, Chen Anmo, remains safe. Completed. Reward. 1 blood recovery pill, instant blood replenishment. Last wish 3. The Wu family is responsible for my death, may vengeance be served. Reward. 5 years of cultivation. Rewards for merely touching a corpse. It seems I can also fulfill the last wishes of the deceased. Completing these wishes will yield further rewards. Chun Anmo's expression shifted to one of profound excitement. The initial 2 wishes were rather straightforward. With the completion of the second wish, the healing elixir materialized within the system space. A mere thought summoned it to the palm of his hand. The elixir, of vibrant crimson, was no larger than a fingernail. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, and in an instant his previously pallid complexion blossomed with color. It felt as though a surge of vitality coursed through him, mending even his flesh wounds. What a remarkable potion, Chun Anmo mused, realizing that Chun, who genuinely regarded him as a brother, even in his dying moments, he considered his well-being. Elder brother, rest assured, I shall take good care of sister-in-law. Chun Anmo inhaled deeply, filled with hope for the future. With the completion of Wish 2, all that remains is to look after sister-in-law to obtain the tiger's might body technique. The reason Chun, who could navigate both the underworld and the legitimate realm with such ease, was due to this very cultivation method. Contemplating this, he turned to his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I've thought it over. As a woman without family, you might be vulnerable to exploitation. Why not stay at my place for the time being? I have a room available. Would that be inconvenient? Upon hearing this, Shun Xin felt a flicker of temptation. Although the escort agency's premises were spacious, they were merely rented. She had little money left, only some jewelry. However, as Chen Amo pointed out, as a woman carrying such valuables, she could easily become a target. In these tumultuous times, she had to consider her safety. Unbeknownst to her, threats against Chun Anmo loomed. Instead, she thought to herself that Chun Anmo was at least a constable, known for his good character, and would likely not harm her. Following him would undoubtedly ensure her safety. Sister-in-law, what inconvenience could there be? Moreover, you and elder brother have shown me immense kindness. This is the least I can do. Chun Anmo responded with sincerity. Then I shall trouble you. Shun Xian nodded in agreement. Wish 1. To have someone care for my wife, Shun Xian. Completed. Reward. Tiger's Might Body Technique minor achievement. In an instant, Chun Anmo felt an overwhelming aura swell within him. His cultivation levels surging remarkably. He was startled to find himself advancing from the 9th rank to the early 8th rank. With this newfound prowess, he stood as a pillar among the constables in this town. Previously, he had contemplated hiding away with his sister-in-law, abandoning his role as a constable. However, with his newfound strength, his perspective shifted. After all, being a constable was a commendable position, a role within the framework of the state. While it may not lead to immense wealth, it guaranteed stability. Furthermore, in these chaotic times, his position as a constable would spare him from numerous troubles. Most importantly, constables often encountered investigations that involved the deceased, providing him with valuable opportunities to hone his skills in handling corpses. Wait for me, Huangren. Chun Anmo clenched his fist, the inner power of the Tiger's Might Body Technique, truly formidable. Chapter 2. It is sister-in-law who holds you back. Host, Chun Anmo. Realm, early 8th rank. Technique, 3 styles of Swift Blade minor achievement. Technique, Tiger's Might Body Technique minor achievement. Available cultivation time, 100 days. After a night of toil, Chun Anmo buried Chun Hus body in the mountains behind his residence. On his way back, he glanced at his status panel. Only one last wish remains to avenge Chun Hu. Wu family. A frown creased Chun Anmo's brow. He never anticipated that the puppet master behind it all would be the Wu family. No wonder the Wu family came knocking so promptly. However, the Wu family was not to be trifled with. Even the county magistrate had to show them respect. It seemed he would have to proceed with caution in the future. Anmo, dinner is ready. Come eat. Not long after returning home, Shin Xin emerged with 2 bowls of porridge, accompanied by a plate of pickles and a bowl of peanuts. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ammo, do you find yourself in need of money? Practicing martial arts requires funds. I may not have any money, but I have some jewelry. Shun Xin, considering their living situation, offered some jewelry. Perhaps you could sell it at a pawn shop later. Sister-in-law, I still have some money for now. You should keep these for yourself. That he understood that Shun Xin had just endured a significant upheaval and was feeling insecure. Allowing her to retain these items would provide her with some comfort. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Shun Xin felt a sense of relief, and she began to scrutinize Shun Anmo with newfound seriousness. She had never expected him to refuse such wealth. Her judgment had proven correct. Shin Anmo was indeed trustworthy. Suddenly, a memory struck her. She recalled the incidents in the village involving brothers turning against each other, and her face flushed with heat. Anmo, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Shin Xin noticed Shun Anmo staring blankly at his bowl. Sister-in-law, I was contemplating that during your time at home, it would be best if you kept a low profile. Your elder brother had many enemies now that he is gone. Some may turn their sights on you. At his words, Shun Zin's face paled. Anmo, I have brought you trouble. Sister-in-law, do not worry. I'm also a martial artist, and I can handle ordinary scoundrels. Shin Anmo nodded and picked up his bowl and chopsticks to eat. Anmo, there's another matter I need to discuss with you. The last shipment your brother escorted contained a piece of human skin parchment, given to him by a mysterious master. Your brother returned home injured, and I placed the parchment in the cupboard, but unfortunately, it was seized by the Wu family yesterday. I fear that the mysterious master may come looking for us. After all, we have lost his possession, and he may hold us accountable. Chun Anmo was taken aback, reflecting deeply. Yesterday, when he fought with the Wu family members, they indeed seemed to inquire about the shipment. At that moment, he had assumed the Wu family was merely robbing for wealth. What level of cultivation does this person possess? Chun Anmo inquired. Your brother mentioned that his cultivation was on par with his own, but with greater strength he should be at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Chun Anmo inhaled sharply. The 7th tier pinnacle. I understand now. The individual was formidable, but he was not without means to counteract. Firstly, Shin Xin resided here, and no one was aware the mysterious master might not be able to locate this place. Secondly, he possesses a body-touching system, which, given time, will enhance his strength. After offering some words of comfort to Shin Xin, he enjoyed a meal. Once finished, Shin Xin took the initiative to draw well water, her hips subtly swaying as she washed the dishes by the well. The flowing fabric of her skirt accentuated her alluring curves. Shin Anmo, with his knife slung over his shoulder, was about to venture outside when he caught sight of Shin Zin's back, momentarily taken aback by the sight. That silhouette, beyond the capacity of words to describe, evoked a singular thought, truly voluptuous. Ugh, what am I thinking? He quickly shook his head. Chow Hun must not awaken. Ahem, elder sister, am heading out. Remember, do not open the door for anyone but me. He instructed earnestly. I understand, Shin Xin replied, wiping the water from her face and nodding repeatedly. Due to the fierce battle the previous day, it was common knowledge that he had sustained severe injuries, so he had no intention of reporting to the yamen. Whistling a little tune, he set off to purchase a jug of wine and a roasted chicken, making his way to the outskirts where the charity cemetery lay. The yamen typically dispatched unclaimed corpses to that location. For others, the cemetery might seem an ominous place, but for him, it was akin to paradise. The cemetery was currently overseen by an elderly man in his 60s, who had neither children nor spouse. Having transported some corpses there previously, he was well acquainted with the old man, who enjoyed a drink. Oldly, enjoying the sun with your paper wife? I see, he called out upon arrival, observing Oldly basking in the sunlight alongside a paper effigy of a woman. Old Lee, a thin man who had struggled to find a wife, had crafted the paper figure to serve as his companion. Little Mo, I heard from Huang Run and the others that you had been killed. You wouldn't be a ghost here to seek me, would you? Old Lee chuckled, rising and placing his hands behind his back, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Chun Anmo with a jug of wine. Indeed, you have truly died. You've brought me wine, hoping I might craft a paper figure to keep you company. I presume? Such youthful souls, even in death, understood the importance of filial piety. Chun Anmo retorted, Oldly, what are you saying? Am not dead. All right. Death is not something to be ashamed of. What sort of paper figure shall I make for you? I could offer you my paper wife. She's served me well and is quite spirited, guaranteed to bring you comfort. Having spent so much time among the deceased, Oldly greeted Shin Anmo as though he were an old friend, completely unperturbed. In contrast, he found living people, particularly the fierce yamen officers, quite daunting. Oldly, look here, This wine is still warm, and there's this roasted chicken. If you dare to curse me again, I might just leave. Chun Anmo teased, presenting the chicken, its aroma wafting enticingly. Warm, indeed. You're not dead. You're the one who's dead. I'm here to investigate a case. Chun Anmo replied mysteriously, then shoved the wine and chicken into old Lee's arms. Feast upon this, I shall delve into a few corpses. What corpses? If I told you, you wouldn't understand. Then head to the left entrance. Several corpses have just been brought in. Old Lee, having finished his words, squatted at the doorway and took a hearty swig from his flask. Chun Anmo entered the mortuary. Due to the recent chill in the air, the bodies had not been hastily dealt with inside. There lay more than 80 corpses. Upon witnessing such a multitude of remains, Chun Anmo's spirits soared. What a treasure! Without a moment's hesitation, he began to touch the bodies. No reaction? Still no response. After consecutively reaching out to several of the corpses in the innermost section, the system offered no feedback. Could it be that the corpses have been deceased for too long, devoid of any energy, hence the lack of response? He covered his mouth and nose, proceeding to touch the bodies near the entrance. These particular corpses had perished within the last few days. Ding. Touching the corpse grants 10 days of cultivation, triggering the deceased's last wishes. Last wish 1. I hope my illness is cured swiftly. Reward: 100 days of cultivation. Last wish 2. I wish for my family to live happily. Reward: 1 chi and blood pill. Ding. Touching the corpse grants a reward of 20 days of cultivation. The last wishes of the deceased have been invoked. Wish 1. I was murdered by my wife. I hope for vengeance. Reward: 50 taels of silver. Wish 2. I desire world peace. Reward: a bottle of vitality elixir. My goodness, such a noble aspiration. Chun Anmo shook his head and began to touch the corpses one by one. With each touch, the rewards in terms of cultivation days surged exponentially. After he had made contact with each cadaver, Chun Anmo let out a long sigh of relief. He had now come to understand the system's rules. As he had surmised, the original cultivation level of the deceased dictated the quality of the foundational rewards. If a corpse had been dead for too long, touching it bore no fruit. It seemed that only those who had passed within the last 10 days yielded any effect. He promptly checked his attributes. Host: Chun Anmo realm. Early stage of 8th grade technique. 3 styles of swift blade. Minor accomplishment. Technique: Tiger Might Body Technique. Minor accomplishment. Available cultivation time: 420 days. His priority was to strengthen himself, so he set about practicing the Tiger Might Body Technique. After deducting 100 days of cultivation time, there was no breakthrough in the Tiger Might Body Technique due to his average talent. Another 100 days were deducted, yielding slight progress. Yet he remained some distance from a true breakthrough. Chun Anmo was acutely aware of his limited talent, yet he never anticipated that after 200 days, he would make not a single advancement in the Tiger Might Body Technique. He couldn't help but reminisce about the words spoken by Chun Hu. In the beginning, he too had studied this martial art under the guidance of Chun Hu. Chun Hu informed him that martial arts are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The heavenly level is the most formidable, while the yellow level is the weakest. Each level is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The Tiger Might Body Technique is classified as an upper-tier mysterious level martial art. Within the realm of ordinary individuals in the Great Luo Dynasty, it is regarded as a pinnacle technique. However, this martial art demands an exceptionally high level of vital energy, necessitating the use of potent restorative medicines. Moreover, one must maintain a youthful physique until mastery is achieved, otherwise it risks failure. Consequently, over the years, Wang Hu and Shin Xian have slept apart, resulting in their childlessness. Nevertheless, such matters seem trivial now. He senses that without the restorative medicine, it would be challenging to advance solely through diligent practice. Thus, he resolves to first practice the 3 styles of swift blade and later devise a means to procure the necessary revitalizing elixirs. After deducting 100 days of training, he finds a slight loosening of the bottleneck in his practice of the 3 styles of swift blade. Following an additional deduction of 120 days, he successfully breaks through to mastery, achieving a state of fluid blade light and shadow. The progression of martial arts training is categorized as entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and mastery. As his blade technique advances, Chun Anmo experiences a surge of memories from hundreds of days of training. Each instance of wielding the blade releases a potent energy from his pores, evoking an indescribable exhilaration. However, he ponders where to find corpses next. While many of the deceased's last wishes vary widely, fulfilling them often proves challenging. For instance, some wish to know the identity of their killer, a mystery even the deceased cannot unravel. Others express a desire to slay the county magistrate, which seems ludicrous. Some wish to eliminate the leader of a rival gang, prompting Chen Anmo to shake his head in disbelief. Others make even more outlandish requests, such as wanting the head courtesan of a brothel burned in their honor. What nonsense is this? There is not a single reasonable request among them. Before he realizes it, midday has arrived. He departs from the mortuary and hurries home, contemplating where else he might find corpses. The mass grave? Indeed, the one outside the city. In recent years, there has been a surge of refugees, many of whom perished outside. These individuals are not transported to the mortuary, as they are classified as natural deaths. Natural deaths imply no need for investigation. Thus they remain at the mass grave site. On his way home, recalling the lack of vegetables, he purchases a pound of pork. Ah, the meals will be quite delightful with this pork. A mocking voice echoed from behind. Chen Anmo was well acquainted with this voice. It belonged to the head constable, Huang Rin, who was responsible for overseeing him. Previously, upon learning of Chen Hue's grievous injuries, Huang Rin had insinuated that he should invite his sister-in-law to the Zui Xiong Lu for a drink, the intent of which was all too clear. He sought to win her affection. Huang Rin was a burly figure with a face marked by acne scars, though he was half a head shorter than Chen Anmo. Trailing behind him were two constables, equally familiar to Chen Anmo. Brother Huang, Chen Anmo smiled broadly. You're still alive? I heard people say you were in a brawl with the Wu family yesterday, and everyone thought you had perished. Huang Ren replied, well, I sustained some injuries, but I'm just here to buy some pork to recuperate. And your sister-in-law? Huang Ren squinted. I've heard she has gone missing. Do you have any idea where she might be? I did ask you to invite her. You wouldn't have disregarded my words, would you? Of course not. After I was injured yesterday, I returned home, only to hear this morning that Shen Xian has vanished. It's possible she has been captured by the Wu family. Chen Anmo lamented. Nonsense. The Wu family seems to be searching for her as well, Huang Ren retorted angrily. What do they want her for? Chen Anmo felt a stir of curiosity within him. How would I know? Could it be that you've hidden your sister-in-law away? Huang Ren tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist, regarding Chen Anmo with a scrutinizing gaze. This look was aggressive, clearly indicating his certainty in the matter. With newfound strength, Chen Anmo felt no fear. However, he lamented, I was gravely injured and fainted yesterday. Many are aware of this. After my injury, I was carried back home. It was only upon waking this morning that I discovered my sister-in-law was missing. Behind Huang Ren, the constable Li Ba, who was quite familiar with Chen Anmo, promptly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Chief, Xiaoma did lose consciousness yesterday and was covered in blood. Very well, Chen Anmo. Take some time to recuperate. Yet, you must find your sister-in-law for me. If you fail, you shall bear the consequences. Huang Ren snorted disdainfully before turning to depart. The position of a constable is categorized into ordinary constables, intermediate constables, advanced captains, and chief captains. Huang Ren held the rank of an intermediate captain, boasting a peak 9th grade cultivation. In terms of strength, he could easily subdue Chen Anmo at present. Nonetheless, now was not the opportune moment for confrontation. Chen Anmo took a deep breath. Currently, the enigmatic master responsible for delivering the goods, the Wu family, and even Huang Ren were all searching for his sister-in-law, Shen Xian, which could pose a threat to them. This placed a considerable burden on him. Fortunately, his home possessed a cellar, traditionally used for storing grain. It had now proven to be of great utility. His sister-in-law could hide there temporarily without the risk of being discovered. However, strength was still a necessity. Chen Anmo returned home with a heavy heart. Glancing around, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The yard was eerily empty. Any stranger would surely believe it was uninhabited. Yet, Chen Anmo was aware that his sister-in-law was hiding in the cellar. Anmo, you're back. Came a voice from the backyard as the cellar door creaked open. Shen Xian emerged, wielding a hatchet. It's good that you've returned. Please, take a moment to rest while I prepare dinner. She made her way to the kitchen. Sister-in-law, what do you need the hatchet for? He inquired. After you left, I tidied up the place by myself. I intended to wash your clothes, but upon hearing footsteps at the door, I became frightened and took the hatchet with me to the cellar, Shen Xian replied, her head lowered, speaking timidly. A brief silence ensued. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and said, Sister-in-law, I apologize for the trouble caused. It is not a bother. The cellar is quite warm, spacious, and clean. I am just a bit fearful of the dark. Please take a rest. I will prepare the meal. I have purchased pork to make braised pork. Let me handle it. Let us cook together. While preparing the meal, Chen Amo contemplated that having his sister-in-law hide away was not a long-term solution. The desire to leave this place grew increasingly intense. Unfortunately, he had little silver on hand. Although Shen Xian possessed some jewelry, it would be unwise to sell it. If it were discovered, it would confirm that Shen Xian was with him. Without silver, one would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the outside world. Thus, for the time being, escape was not an option. Unlike the modern era, where one might encounter a village after walking a few kilometers, in this place, one might traverse dozens of kilometers without finding a settlement. Traveling far would necessitate a carriage and provisions, all of which required money. Suddenly, Shen Xian cried out. It turned out that while serving the braised pork, she had accidentally burned her hand. Sister-in-law, what happened? Chen Amo hurriedly approached and, upon discovering the burn, swiftly retrieved a cold towel. Apply this for now, he urged. The proximity between them allowed Shen Xian to catch a whiff of Chen Amo's scent. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she replied, Thank you. Sister-in-law, why are you being so formal? Chen Amo gazed at the delicate figure of Shen Xian, his breath momentarily catching in his throat. Shen Xian possessed a slender silhouette, exuding a unique charm. In this moment, the two were in close proximity, and he found himself holding his sister-in-law's hand, which stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Amo, please serve the dishes. It's time to eat, she urged. Feeling the intensity of Chen Anmo's gaze upon her, Shen Xian's heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to let her thoughts wander. In a flurry, she hurriedly stepped outside. Chen Amo silently chided himself for his earlier judgment, wondering how he could have thought so poorly of someone, especially considering she was his sister-in-law. Fortunately, Shen Xian did not dwell on it for long. During their meal, she inquired about Chen Amo's martial arts training. Amo, she said, studying martial arts requires a substantial amount of silver. You should consider selling these ornaments of mine whenever you find an opportunity. They should fetch at least 100 taels. Chen Anmo said, Sister-in-law, did I not mention that you should keep these ornaments? However, I must admit that my own cultivation has been quite satisfactory. In an effort to spare Shen Xian additional worry, Chen Amo set down his chopsticks and declared, Allow me to demonstrate. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed from outside. Xiao Mo, the village chief shouted anxiously, It is terrible news. Zhou Ji has been killed. Chen Amo exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially fearing that someone had discovered his sister-in-law at home and would come to apprehend them, he exchanged a glance with Shen Xian, signaling her to hide in the cellar, and then proceeded to open the door. Shen Xian acted swiftly, also taking her bowl and chopsticks with her as she made her way to the backyard and concealed herself in the cellar. Upon opening the door, the village chief, who was in his 60s, gasped for breath and urgently said, Are you eating? Hurry to Zhou Ji's house. This morning, a neighbor went to his home, and upon opening the door, discovered that this young man had died inside. Zhou Ji was a bachelor of similar age in the village, having lost his parents at an early age, and he earned a living by fishing and selling his catch. Chen Amo promptly followed the village chief outside, ensuring the door was securely shut. Amo, how's your injury? Are you feeling any better? The village chief inquired as they walked. I still feel a bit unwell, but I can manage to go and take a look, Amo replied. Zhou Ji had always maintained a decent relationship with him in the past. When his fishing trips yielded a good catch, he would often gift Anmo with small fish and shrimp. Chen Anmo pondered deeply. He possessed the ability to perceive the deceased's final wishes, which might illuminate the identity of the perpetrator responsible for the murder. Upon arriving at Zhou Ji's residence, he found the doorway thronged with villagers, all engaged in animated discussions. Yesterday evening, Zhou Ji had returned, boasting of having caught a magnificent carp. What a pity it was. Indeed, with all the household possessions vanished, it appears that someone has conspired for both wealth and blood. Alas, such a kind soul. Who could be so heartless? Make way. Make way. Chen Amo is here. The village chief bellowed, urging the crowd to clear the path. As a constable, Chen Anmo was generally well regarded by the villagers due to his amiable disposition. They graciously cleared the path for him, allowing him to proceed without delay. Zhou Ji lay on the ground, his head tilted back, with several stab wounds to his chest, though the weapon remained unseen. Chen Amo furrowed his brow and knelt down to touch the corpse. Ding. Touching the corpse rewarded him with 10 days of cultivation. Ding. The last wishes of the deceased were triggered. Last wish 1. The scoundrel Zhang Jin has harmed my life. I hope someone can seek justice for me. Reward. Fishing skill, minor achievement. Last wish 2. I wish to inquire of widow Zhang whether she truly loved me. Reward. 50 days of cultivation. Last wish 3. Within a hollow space beneath the bed lies a stash of 10 taels of silver, which I hope to leave for Widow Zhang so that she may live well with her daughter. Reward, 10 taels of silver. There is a wealth of information contained herein. Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Zhou Ji's prolonged bachelorhood stemmed from a clandestine affection for the Widow Zhang in the village. It was evident why Zhou Ji frequently carried fish to her home. Even in death, his heart remained tethered to her. Such was the essence of true love. As for the real culprit, Zhang Jin, Chen Anmo was not taken aback. This individual was notorious in the village for his rogue behavior. In their youth, they had shared playful moments. Back then, Zhang Jin's family was relatively well off, as his father excelled in hunting. His parents indulged him, granting his every whim. However, fate took a turn when his father sustained injuries while hunting, causing the family's fortunes to plummet. By then, Zhang Jin had already developed a penchant for laziness, showing disdain for both hunting and farming, which he deemed too dirty and laborious. In a fit of desperation, he pilfered money intended for his father's treatment to gamble, ultimately losing everything and driving his father to an untimely death from distress. Subsequently, his mother sold half their land to secure him a bride, yet after their marriage, he remained unchanged, subjecting his wife to abuse. Eventually, she fled with their child, and his mother succumbed to the strain. Unrestrained, Zhang Jin squandered the remaining land, resorting to petty theft and associating with other ne'er-do-wells. The village had long since grown weary of him. Brother Amo, I opined that it must have been an outsider responsible for the recent incident. I noticed a stranger lurking in our village yesterday, amidst the crowd. Zhang Jin pretended to be merely an onlooker, attempting to shift suspicion onto someone from outside the village. Chen Anmo cast a glance at him, then surveyed the footprints on the ground. Suddenly, he yanked him away from the crowd. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Jin exclaimed in surprise. However, his strength paled in comparison to Chen Anmo's. Like a fledgling chick, he was effortlessly pulled over by Chen Anmo. The footprints on the ground belong to you. Chen Anmo pointed to the footprints on the ground. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized they were indeed identical. Zhang Jin's expression shifted slightly. Don't speak nonsense. I visited this place yesterday, and perhaps those footprints were left then. Chapter 4. The True Murderer. Ah, this individual possesses quite the skill in evasion. Chen Anmo inquired. If that is the case, why are there only the footprints of you and Zhou Ji in this house? Furthermore, where were you last night? I was at home sleeping. He replied, it was late at night. Of course, I was asleep. In other words, no one can vouch for your whereabouts. Chen Anmo glanced at the two young men beside the village chief and said, go search Zhang Jin's house. Understood. The two young men nodded and exited. Chen Anmo continued his inspection and discovered traces of flesh and blood lodged beneath Zhou Ji's fingernails. This evidence suggested that during a deadly struggle, Zhou Ji had clawed at the assailant's body. At that moment, he noticed something peculiar about Zhang Jin's attire. The collar was unusually high, concealing his neck. With a swift motion, Chen Anmo tore open Zhang Jin's collar, revealing several long scratch marks on his neck. Zhang Jin's countenance shifted, and he took a hasty step back, exclaiming, what are you doing? Now, the situation had become glaringly clear. The remnants of blood and flesh under Zhou Ji's nails indicated that he had fought with someone before his demise. And Zhang Jin bore the very wounds that matched this confrontation. At this juncture, the truth was unmistakable. The villagers were not naive, considering Zhang Jin's past behavior. They were convinced he was the murderer. Indeed, Zhang Jin, you are the one who committed the crime, the village chief charged angrily. That's nonsense. The scratches on my neck are from a fight, Zhang Jin stammered, retreating in panic. With whom did you fight? Speak up. Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. This and that. Zhang Jin found himself at a loss for words. Simultaneously, two young men who had just visited his home returned, carrying a platter that held a large braised carp, the very fish Zhou Ji had caught the previous day. Zhang Jin had not anticipated that Chen Anmo would suspect him and search his home. Had he foreseen this, he would have surely discarded the fish. This fish was given to me by Zhou Ji. Zhang Jin attempted to defend himself. Given the circumstances, his denial fell on deaf ears. Enough of this. Take him to the magistrate. The village chief promptly ordered 5 strong men to bind Zhang Jin securely. Final wish, seek justice. Completed, reward, fishing skill, minor achievement. Next, the village chief instructed the gathering to prepare for a simple memorial service for the deceased. Amidst the crowd, a woman clutching a 5 or 6-year-old girl gazed sorrowfully at the lifeless Zhou Ji. This woman was the widow of Zhang. Her husband had always been frail, and their marriage had been arranged merely to bring joy to his family. Shortly after she became pregnant, her husband passed away. Subsequently, her in-laws also succumbed to illness, leaving her utterly alone. She managed to make ends meet by washing clothes for others, and fortunately, Shoji had occasionally assisted her. With Shoji's death, she could not help but feel a profound sense of loss. While everyone was occupied, Chun Anmo discovered a loose brick beneath the bed. Upon removing it, he uncovered a hidden pouch of money. Chun Anmo weighed the silver, roughly 10 taels. This amount would suffice for an ordinary family for an entire year. As the crowd dispersed, Widow Zhang returned home, cradling her daughter who had long since fallen into slumber. Sister Zhang. She was preparing to wash her clothes when Chun Anmo unexpectedly entered the room. Brother Anmo, Sister Zhang was taken aback. Gazing at this traditional woman, Chun Anmo remarked, Zhou Jixing spoke of your circumstances during his lifetime. Ah, he mentioned it, Sister Zhang replied, momentarily stunned. Chun Anmo took out 10 taels of silver and said, This belongs to Shoji. I present it to you now. Sister Zhang gazed at the pouch of money, a pouch she had secretly given to Shoji. Overcome with emotion, Sister Zhang wept, her sobs echoing in the silence. Sister Zhang, do you love Shoji? Chun Anmo spoke earnestly. In truth, he understood that such a question was rather impolite. However, there was no alternative. It was Shoji's last wish, and it was imperative to fulfill it. Sister Zhang paused for a moment, then cried out, I surely have feelings for him. He has treated me so well. It's just that there are customs in the village. After the death of a father-in-law or mother-in-law, one must observe a 3-year mourning period. I had told Shoji that I would officially be with him next year. But unexpectedly, Chun Anmo sighed deeply, followed by a quiet curse. That Zhang Jin, I shall deal with him properly later. Last wish 2. Inquire whether Sister Zhang truly loves him. Completed. Reward. 50 days of cultivation. Last wish 3. Deliver 10 taels of silver to Sister Zhang. Completed. Reward. 10 taels of silver. Chun Anmo did not return home. Instead, he first visited the government office. He informed the county magistrate about the case. And the magistrate was overjoyed to learn that the matter had been resolved without the need for his personal investigation. Subsequently, with a grand gesture, he generously granted Shin an additional 20 days of leave to recuperate properly. Before departing, Chun Anmo instructed Li Ba to entertain Zhang Jin properly. Given their amicable relationship, Li Ba understood immediately. It was evident that Zhang Jin had endured considerable suffering prior to his impending demise. It seemed there would be no time to venture to the unmarked grave today, perhaps tomorrow. Presently, he enjoyed nearly a month of respite. Upon returning home, the sky had darkened significantly. Arriving so late, Shin Xian had been anxiously waiting. As Chun Anmo entered the house, she emerged from the cellar, her face etched with concern. Xiaomo, I was worried when you didn't come back so late. I thought something had happened to you. Apologies for making you anxious. You must be hungry. I purchased a roasted chicken and some buns on my way back. Let us have this for dinner. Ah, we didn't finish the braised pork at noon. Shin Xian took the roasted chicken from Chun Anmo's hands. I will go and shred the chicken. Thank you for your hard work, dear sister-in-law. Before long, Shin Xian brought out the meal. As they dined, Chun Anmo recounted the unfortunate demise of Shoji. Xiaomo, after some contemplation, I think it might be safer for me to move into the cellar. If someone were to intrude, they might notice the women's clothing in the adjacent room and suspect that you are harboring me. After finishing their meal, Shin Xian bent down to wash the dishes by the well, continuing their conversation. Chun Anmo walked over to assist with the dishes and remarked, The cellar feels a bit stuffy, doesn't it? It must be uncomfortable. It's nothing, she replied, and besides, the weather has cooled down recently. The cellar feels quite warm. Very well, then. I shall set up a bed in the cellar later, he said. The two engaged in a light-hearted discussion about their future life together. Subsequently, Shin Xian went to boil some water in preparation for her bath. Xiaomo, I'll take my bath in the room first, Shin Xian said shyly, primarily concerned about the possibility of Chun Anmo unexpectedly walking in. That would indeed be awkward. Oh, he responded. Chun Anmo touched his nose and glanced at the doorway. He then practiced the 3 styles of quick blade at the entrance. When Shin Xian finished washing up, she opened the door. Chun Anmo was momentarily taken aback. A vision of purity. Shin Xian, freshly bathed, had her damp hair cascading carelessly over her shoulders. Her garments hung loosely, subtly revealing droplets of water at her neck. Xiaomo, let me fetch you some warm water. You've worked up quite a sweat. A wash would surely be refreshing. I'll manage with cold water, he replied. That simply won't do. A cold wash could lead to a chill. As she spoke, she retrieved a towel. Here, wipe your forehead. It's glistening with perspiration. Chun Anmo could perceive the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Xian. Xian also sensed something amiss. Her charming face flushed slightly as she quickly turned her head to fetch some water. As night fell, Xian temporarily took residence in the western chamber. Qian resided in the east wing. Both of them found it difficult to slumber. The following morning, Qian and Xian began to tidy up in the cellar. The cellar, sparse in its contents, felt considerably more refreshing once organized. He then disassembled the bed from the west wing and transported the components to the cellar. Thus, after a busy morning, Xian would reside here from now on. However, it was rather dim at night. Well, it was a relief to have a place to stay. All right, I shall step out for a moment. You rest, sister-in-law. His immediate destination was the mass grave site, for enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. As he walked along the path, someone suddenly greeted him from behind. Xiaomo. Oh, Lu Cheng, Sun Dabing, Zhou Jiqiang. Qian eyes brightened as he hurried towards his acquaintances. The three individuals were all from the Huwei escort agency. Previously, when the Wu family had caused trouble, these three had lent their assistance at the agency. Their rapport was strong, having provided Qian with guidance during his martial arts training. Xiaomo, we were just discussing visiting your home this evening, but now that we see you are unharmed, we can breathe easy, Lu Qing remarked with relief. Is everyone all right? Qian inquired. That day when the Wu family attacked, we all sustained injuries. After they departed, we made our way to the medical clinic. However, upon our return, we discovered that you and your sister-in-law had vanished. Do you have any knowledge of her whereabouts? Sun Dabing asked. My sister-in-law mentioned she was heading to the countryside. Qian replied, though he felt a sense of caution. The fewer people who knew her location, the better. That is indeed preferable. It keeps her safe from those scoundrels. Zhou Jiqiang sighed in relief. Uncle Lu, where are you all headed? Qian observed three individuals pulling a cart. Currently we find ourselves idle. Having taken on a task for the Qianlong Merchant Association, which requires the pelts of 3 carrion wolves, offering us 30 taels of silver, Lu Qing remarked with a smile. With the decline of the escort agency, they too must find a way to make a living, supporting an entire family. Thus, they sought out such a job, running errands for the Qianlong Merchant Association. Of course, this endeavor carries a certain degree of peril. Carrion wolves dwell near the charnel grounds, subsisting on decaying corpses. Adult carrion wolves possess coarse hides and substantial strength. The crux of the matter lies in their venomous teeth. A single bite can lead to a wound that gradually rots over time, unless treated with medication, which is quite costly. These ferocious creatures are classified similarly to martial artists, ranging from the 9th rank. Carrion wolves fall within the 8th to 9th rank. Although their individual strength may not be formidable, they are known to operate in packs. Little Mo, where are you headed? Lu Qing inquired with curiosity. If you have no pressing matters, why not join us? We can share the silver later. Zhou Jiqiang generously added, Indeed, as a constable, you earn merely a few taels of silver each month. If you have spare time, you might as well work with us and earn a little extra. A warmth enveloped Qian's heart. Although Qin had passed away, his brothers continued to care for him. Coincidentally, he was heading to the mass grave to confront the carrion wolves, and it was fortuitous that they would go together. Very well, let us proceed. The four of them chatted and laughed along the way, but soon a foul stench wafted through the gentle breeze. Qian realized that they had arrived at the mass grave. In the vicinity of the grave, he spotted 3 skinned carrion wolves, stirring a thought within him. Touching a human corpse could yield rewards. What might happen if you were to touch the remains of these fierce beasts? Chapter 5. Rewards from the corpses of ferocious beasts. The stench of the mass grave was unbearable, prompting everyone to cover their mouths and noses, for prolonged exposure to the odor could lead to poisoning. Lu Cheng, the eldest among them at 45, was an experienced escort, possessing initial 8th tier cultivation. This level of skill was sufficient for guarding the homes of affluent families. However, he preferred the freedom of his current lifestyle, and at his age, few sought his services. The four of them retrieved handkerchiefs to secure around their mouths and noses. To their surprise, someone had already taken the initiative to hunt down the 3 carrion wolves. Zhou Jiqiang remarked upon the carcasses strewn upon the ground. Due to their diet of decaying flesh, the meat of these wolves was toxic and inedible. However, their tough and resilient hides could be fashioned into garments. Such finished clothing could fetch more than 50 taels of silver each. Chun Anmo approached the carrion wolf, reaching out to touch the corpse. Ding. Touching the corpse rewarded him with 2 vitality points. Ding. Touching the corpse rewarded him with another 2 vitality points. Ding. Touching the corpse granted him 3 vitality points. Qian was momentarily taken aback. only to be filled with exhilaration. The prospect of touching the corpse of a ferocious beast and being rewarded with vitality points was astonishing. He was uncertain how these vitality points were evaluated, yet he speculated that, much like humans, the stronger the creature, the more substantial the reward. Regrettably, the corpse of the ferocious beast did not trigger any lingering desires. Subsequently, everyone dispersed, encircling the area in search of the tracks of the carrion wolf. Chen Anmo was in search of corpses that had not long succumbed to death. Soon, he stumbled upon several non-decaying bodies and approached them. One particular female corpse, her face riddled with pustules, caught his attention. Upon touching the body, a notification chimed. Reward, 10 days of cultivation. He had triggered the deceased's last wishes. Last wish 1. Madam, I am not yet dead. Do not discard me, for I can still entertain clients. Reward, 100 taels of silver. Last wish 2. I hope that a kind master will redeem me. Reward, 50 days of cultivation. Last wish 3. I wish for a benevolent soul to burn some spirit money for me. Reward, Huan powder. Even a stone woman could succumb to madness. It was evident that this woman had once been a courtesan in life. Due to a contagious affliction, she had been discarded in this forsaken place. The third wish, indeed, could be fulfilled. Chen Anmo's expression was peculiar, as the reward he received seemed rather unorthodox. Nevertheless, he resolved to assist her in fulfilling it. The rationale was quite simple. Who knows when it might prove useful in the future? If even a stone woman could drive her to madness, surely dealing with a few men would yield even greater results. Prior to their arrival, Lu Cheng and the others had brought along some yellow paper money, intended to appease the restless souls that lingered in this forsaken graveyard, ensuring they would not interfere with their endeavors, although its efficacy remained uncertain. This was the customary practice when venturing into such a desolate place. Before Chen Anmo arrived, he had tucked away some items. As the paper money ignited, he said, Sister, this is for you. I cannot assist you much, so I hope you do not take offense. Once the paper money was consumed, system information appeared. Last wish, burn paper money. Completed, reward, 1 bottle of Hehuan San. Within the confines of the system space, a red jade vial materialized. Inside was a fine red powder. When used, it is to be sprinkled upon a person's face. In approximately 3 to 5 minutes, it would induce thoughts of madness. He then glanced at a nearby corpse, brutally slain and unrecognizable. This body seemed to belong to a martial artist. Chen Anmo felt a stir in his heart, for the corpse before him possessed robust muscles and a vigorous flow of vital energy. Gaze, touch the corpse, and receive a reward of 100 days of cultivation. Indeed, this individual's strength was extraordinary. Chen Anmo felt a surge of joy as he received a reward of 100 days' worth of cultivation. It was utterly exhilarating. He had triggered the final wishes of a deceased individual. Wish 1. As the leader of the Axe Gang, I was betrayed and murdered by my second brother. I desire vengeance for my untimely demise. Reward, Gale Blade Technique, minor achievement. Wish 2. I wish to depart this world with dignity. Please bury me beneath a grand tree. Reward, a 9-ring broadsword. Wish 3. I long to know the fate of my wife and children. Reward, 50 taels of silver. It turned out he was none other than Zhao Qing, the leader of the Axe Gang. Chen Anmo felt a stir within his heart. The Axe Gang had recently risen to prominence within the city. It was rumored that just a couple of days ago, the gang leader Zhao Qing had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, the second in command of the Axe Gang ascended to power. It now appeared that Zhao Qing had, indeed, been slain by his own younger brother. Chen Anmo let out a sigh. This Zhao Qing wielded a 9-ring broadsword. He had mastered the wind-chasing blade technique and had carved out a formidable reputation, having once fought from one end of the street to the other. Little did he expect to meet his demise at the hands of his own. It seems I must exercise greater caution in the future and be discerning about whom I place my trust in. Nevertheless, the second and third wishes can still be fulfilled. Chen Anmo lifted the corpse and made his way to the nearby woods. After searching for a sturdy tree, he nodded silently, acknowledging, this spot is suitable. I shall lay you to rest here. With that, he retrieved a shovel from Lu Qing and the other's cart. The soil here was remarkably soft, and in a mere incense stick's time, he had excavated a pit over a meter deep. Once the body was interred, a notification confirmed the completion of the last wish. Suddenly, within the system space, a brand new 9-ring broadsword materialized before him. Chen Anmo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Weapons, too, are categorized by their celestial and earthly qualities. As for this 9-section broadsword, he was uncertain of its caliber. However, it was undoubtedly superior to the blades wielded by the constables. Given that Lu Cheng and his companions were still in proximity, he felt it inappropriate to draw forth the broadsword. Brother Zhaoqing, as far as I know, your wife and children have journeyed to the countryside. Qinan reminisced about his previous experiences and spoke briefly. As soon as he finished, a notification appeared indicating the completion of a wish. In the system space, he received an additional 50 taels of silver. Quite satisfactory. He had enough funds for the time being. He then continued to examine the corpses. However, despite the abundance of bodies, there were few wishes that could be fulfilled. An hour later, the host, Chen Anmo. Realm, early stage of the 8th rank. Technique, 3 styles of swift blade, achieved mastery. Technique, Tiger's Might Body Technique, minor mastery. Available cultivation time, 280 days. Available vitality points, 7. These vitality points could be utilized for cultivation. Without hesitation, he invested them into the Tiger's Might Body Technique. As he expended the 7 vitality points, he was taken aback. His vitality surged within him, and he felt a noticeable increase in strength. This sensation was akin to consuming a blood-strengthening pill, which typically required several days of rigorous training to enhance one's vitality. Yet, in this instance, it was unnecessary. This not only saved him money but also eliminated the time cost. It was not merely impressive, it was astonishingly so. He could not help but want to laugh joyously. All right, let's accelerate the cultivation of the Tiger's Might Body Technique. He aimed to swiftly transform these gains into genuine strength. With the enhancement of his vitality, he spent 100 days cultivating the Tiger's Might Body Technique, which began to show signs of loosening. After deducting 100 days, his vitality increased, and he grasped the threshold of full mastery of the Tiger's Might Body Technique. After deducting another 80 days, his internal energy surged, his meridians expanded, and his vitality doubled. At last, his Tiger's Might Body Technique reached the peak of mastery. Technique, Tiger's Might Body Technique, achieved mastery. 10 Tiger Strength. Current available cultivation time, 0. Excellent. My cultivation has also reached the mid-stage of the 8th rank. Chen Anmo clenched his fists, feeling a surge of energy roiling within his dantian. Suddenly, a terrified shout from afar pierced the air. Sun Dabing was in distress. Something was amiss. Chen Anmo dashed towards the source of the commotion. There, he beheld Sun Dabing, clutching his thigh, sprawled upon the ground. Before him stood a chicken, the size of a basketball, adorned with glossy black feathers. This creature moved with remarkable speed, incessantly pecking at Sun Dabing's thigh. Ah! Sun Dabing shrieked in agony, attempting to shield himself. Yet, before long, even his hands bore wounds, blood streaming profusely. The iron-feathered chicken. Chen Anmo recognized it immediately. This ferocious beast, though inferior in strength to the carrion wolf, favored silent ambushes. After Sun Dabing was attacked on the thigh, he collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. In the distance, Lu Cheng and Zhou Jiqiang also changed their expressions. Sun Dabing, hold on. The two shouted almost in unison. Chen Anmo dashed out at the swiftest speed. The iron-feathered chicken, brimming with ferocity, sensed the threat posed by Chen Anmo and spread its wings, launching itself toward him. Chen Anmo decisively drew his large blade, executing the swift blade technique. In an instant, the iron-feathered chicken soaring in the air was cleaved in two. Although he had vanquished the creature, he glanced at his weapon, only to find that the edge had been damaged. The feathers of the iron-feathered chicken were remarkably resilient, which explained the condition of his blade. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the beast had been dispatched. As he touched the carcass, a notification chimed. Touching the corpse grants 1 vitality point. Goodness, Xiaomo. Did you truly fell the iron-feathered chicken with a single strike? Impressive, Lu Qing exclaimed as he rushed over, still gripping his sword in astonishment. I have indeed made some progress in my cultivation lately. Let us first attend to brother's son, Chen Anmo replied. Yes, let us prioritize saving him. Lu Cheng and Zhou Jiqiang moved to Sun Dabing's side. Do not worry, I am not yet at death's door. Sun Dabing reassured them as he retrieved a small pouch of medicinal powder from his pocket and sprinkled it over his wounds. Soon, the bleeding ceased. Xiaomo, given your recent display of strength, could it be that you have already reached the 8th tier? Sun Dabing inquired. Indeed, after my recent injuries, it felt as though my body was revitalized and I unlocked my potential, Chen Anmo responded. Chen Anmo did not conceal anything, casually offering an excuse. The three of them displayed expressions of astonishment. Had he gained enlightenment after suffering a beating? Such a phenomenon was unheard of. Nevertheless, they genuinely felt delighted for Chen Anmo. Indeed, at such a young age, he had already achieved the status of an 8th grade master. Who knows, he might one day rival the formidable Chief Chin Hu. Indeed, if those masters from the martial arts academies were to learn of this, they would likely scramble to take him on as a disciple. Lu Qing chuckled and asked, "Do you all think that Xiao Mo could pass the martial arts examination?" The martial arts examination. Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow, a thought he had never dared to entertain before. However, circumstances had changed. Sun Dabing, though covered in blood, bore no serious injuries. After a brief respite, he made his way to the cart to rest. As for Chen Anmo, he carefully stored the iron-feathered chicken, intending to take it home for a nourishing chicken soup. This was a substantial source of nutrition, rivaling the meat of 2 of his own hens. As twilight descended, it became evident that finding the carrion wolves would be futile for the day. The 4 of them resolved to return, as the wilderness beyond the city would teem with fierce beasts at night. Remaining outside would be tantamount to courting death. Upon arriving home, the sky had not yet darkened. However, at the entrance, Chen Anmo furrowed his brows in concern. The front door bore the marks of having been kicked open. A clear footprint was visible on the door, measuring approximately size 43, suggesting it belonged to a robust and formidable man. This was troubling. Had someone intruded? He feared for his sister-in-law's safety. Chen Anmo furrowed his brow and swiftly entered the house. Chapter 6. If blame is to be assigned, it is to my enchanting sister-in-law. Upon entering, he did not immediately call for his sister-in-law. Instead, he cautiously inspected the interior and exterior of the house. Once he confirmed that no one was present, he approached the cellar door. Creak. The cellar door swung open. "Is that you, Xiaoma?" came Shen Xian's voice. "Sister-in-law, I am relieved to see that you are safe." Chen Anmo let out a sigh of relief. In the cellar, the light was dim. Shen Xian was clearly terrified, her delicate form trembling. She suddenly lost her footing, nearly toppling over. Chen Anmo quickly supported her. "Sister-in-law, what is the matter?" "Xiaomo, I am frightened," she replied. Under normal circumstances, he should have embraced Chen Xian to assuage her fears. However, given her status as his sister-in-law, such an action seemed inappropriate. To his surprise, Chen Xian reached out and grasped his arm. "Earlier in the afternoon, I had intended to step outside for some fresh air. However, unexpectedly, the main door was forcefully kicked open by someone, a guard from the Wu family, who was shouting for you. I dared not utter a sound, and after rummaging through the house, he eventually departed." Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes. "The Wu family. They must be here to find me. Sister-in-law, do not be afraid. I am here for you." Observing Shen Xian's fearful demeanor, Chen Anmo gritted his teeth and enveloped her in his embrace. There was no helping it. Anyone witnessing sister-in-law in such a state would naturally feel an instinctual urge to protect her. One could only blame sister-in-law for her captivating charm. "Ah, Xiaomo, you're sent." Shen Xian felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Though she understood that this closeness may not be appropriate, she was indeed frightened. "Recently, I informed others that you had gone missing, perhaps to the countryside. Since the Wu family has not found you here, we are safe for the time being." Chen Anmo comforted. "All right, today we shall feast on chicken together. Did you buy the chicken?" "No, today I hunted a rare iron feather chicken. I shall prepare a nourishing chicken soup for you, dear sister-in-law. Do not dwell on it too much. Then I shall assist in boiling the water." Shen Xian followed closely behind Chen Anmo as they exited the cellar. "Sister-in-law, I have reached the 8th rank in my cultivation." In the kitchen, the two sat on small stools. While tending to the iron feather chicken, Chen Anmo shared the details of his current cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Shen Xian was momentarily taken aback. "What, little Amo, you have reached the 8th rank?" "Indeed," Chen Anmo replied with a slight smile. "Otherwise, how could I have dispatched this iron feather chicken with a single strike? Moreover, today I encountered Uncle Lu Cheng and his companions. They are doing well and are working for the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce." He briefly recounted his experiences from the day. "By the way, this is the silver I earned from selling wolf skins today." Chen Anmo retrieved a parcel and tossed out several dozen taels of silver. In truth, he possessed a total of 60 taels. However, revealing such a sum outright would be difficult to justify. "Xiaomo, you have truly excelled. Not only have you advanced in your cultivation, but you have also become quite adept at earning money," Shen Xian remarked. Her gaze at Chen Anmo tinged with astonishment upon witnessing the abundance of silver. "Nevertheless, venturing into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts is exceedingly perilous. I urge you to refrain from such endeavors in the future. Our household is not lacking in provisions. Alas, it is regrettable that my sister-in-law is of little assistance, otherwise." I would gladly undertake tasks such as washing clothes or serving as a maid to contribute to our household expenses. Since marrying Chen Hu, Chen Xian has maintained a humble demeanor, consistently laboring diligently, an effort Chen Anmo has duly noted. Sister-in-law, do not overthink matters. For now, focus on finding peace at home. As for the Wu family, Chen Anmo scoffed inwardly. He awaited the day when he would confront the Wu family to settle the score. Moments later, the courtyard was filled with the enticing aroma of chicken soup. After enhancing his strength, Chen Anmo realized that his appetite had significantly increased. Chen Xian merely consumed a chicken leg and sipped some soup, leaving the remainder for Chen Anmo to devour alone. Previously, such indulgence would have been deemed extravagant. However, circumstances had changed. The augmentation of his power imposed greater demands on his body, necessitating a substantial intake of sustenance to provide essential nutrition and energy. Furthermore, he was no longer short of funds. As night fell, Chen Xian retreated to the cellar to rest. Chen Anmo retrieved the 9-ring broadsword from the system space. This formidable blade, twice the width of the knives used by the constables, weighed a staggering 50 pounds. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful stroke. In the darkness, a wave of sword energy surged forth, severing the branches in the courtyard with ease. What a magnificent weapon! The following morning, Chen Anmo ventured out once more. At the city gate, he encountered Lu Qing and Zhou Jiqiang. As for Sun Dabing, he was unable to join them due to injuries sustained the previous day. The three continued their journey towards the mass graveyard. Along the way, Chen Anmo recounted the incident involving the Wu family's thugs attacking his home. The Wu family was exceedingly tyrannical, intent on exterminating him entirely. Lu Qing exclaimed in indignation and offered Chen Anmo a suggestion. Xiaomo, I have a plan that will at least deter the Wu family from taking action against you. Oh, Uncle Lu, what ingenious method do you propose? Lu Qing replied. You are still quite young yet have already attained the 8th rank in cultivation, indicating considerable talent. You might consider joining a martial arts academy. The masters who run these academies are not inferior in strength to Chief Chen Hu. With the protection of an academy, the Wu family would surely think twice before acting against you. Moreover, joining an academy would allow you to learn martial skills far surpassing what you could acquire at the escort agency. Who knows? You might even have the opportunity to participate in martial arts examinations in the future. Lu Qing's words stirred something within Chen Anmo. Understood. I shall inquire about it later. He nodded in agreement. Zhou Jiqiang furrowed his brow and remarked, while academies are indeed beneficial, their tuition fees can be exorbitant. Xiaomo, should you find yourself lacking, we will assist you. Indeed, many of our former brothers from the escort agency could contribute to your tuition, Lu Qing added. Chen Anmo's prowess the previous day had convinced them that with martial training, he would undoubtedly carve out a successful path. Approximately how much silver would be required? Chen Anmo inquired about the situation. It largely depends on the martial arts school. The most affordable would still cost around 20 taels of silver for a year, while a more prestigious option could demand 50 to 60 taels for merely half a year. Hearing this, Chen Anmo felt a sense of relief. Currently, he had enough silver. Joining a reputable martial arts school would also imply gaining protection. He returned once more to the mass graveyard, where he encountered 2 elderly men pulling a cart. On the cart lay 5 corpses, 2 adults and 3 children. Lu Qing was acquainted with these 2 men. After exchanging a few words, he learned that this unfortunate group comprised a family of 5. The previous night, their home had been invaded by thieves, resulting in the tragic demise of 3 family members. Alas, in this world, we impoverished souls already endure enough hardship. Those wretched bandits dare to prey upon us, lamented the frail old man. Do we possess any silver? They steal our belongings and even take lives. Chen Anmo approached and discovered that all 5 individuals had succumbed to excessive blood loss from throat slashes. He first moved to the side of a woman who appeared to be under 30, possessing delicate features and considerable beauty. Ding! Upon touching the corpse, a reward of 10 days of cultivation was granted. He triggered the deceased's last wishes. Wish 1. Martial Master Linda has insulted me and harmed my entire family. I hope someone can seek justice on my behalf. Reward. A vial of blood-strengthening pill. Wish 2. I wish for my family to be reunited and properly buried. Reward. 50 days of cultivation. Martial Master Linda? Chen Anmo was momentarily taken aback. As an officer of the law, he possessed a considerable understanding of certain martial artists within the city, primarily due to the necessity of exercising caution when dealing with such individuals during investigations. He was particularly familiar with Linda, who had a notorious reputation for harassing women and engaging in brawls. The fact that this man had murdered an entire family did not surprise Chen Anmo in the least. Subsequently, he examined the last wishes of the deceased patriarch, Ding. Upon touching the corpse, a reward of 20 days of cultivation was granted. The first wish of the deceased was triggered. Martial artist Linda has killed my entire family. I hope someone can deliver justice on our behalf. Reward: a vial of blood-strengthening pill. The second wish expressed: I wish for our family to be united in death, to be buried together. Reward: a vial of golden wound medicine. Remarkably, the last wishes of this couple were identical. Chen Anmo's expression was one of complexity as he murmured, I shall deliver justice for you. Subsequently, he reached out to touch the lifeless forms of the 3 children. Each child had only been granted 5 days of cultivation time. Ding. A final wish was triggered. Final wish 1. To be buried together with their parents. Reward: 10 taels of silver. The 3 children shared not only the same final wish but also the same reward of 10 taels of silver. This family is so pitiable. I shall dig a grave and help them rest together. Chen Anmo suggested, and Lu Cheng, dismissing it lightly, responded, Since Xiaomo has spoken, let us assist this family. Zhou Jiqiang nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, with our numbers, we shall accomplish this task within the span of an hour. Thus, the group commenced their digging in the woods. An hour later, after interring the 5 individuals together, Chen Anmo received his reward, 30 taels of silver, 50 days of cultivation, and a vial of hemostatic medicine. His silver reserves now approached 90 taels. Today, he did not linger by the corpses, as the Qianlong Trading Company had allotted Lu Cheng and his companions a mere 5 days to hunt the carrion wolves. Hence, he began aiding in the search for these beasts. Wandering through the grass for quite some time, he found no trace of the carrion wolves until the afternoon, when he detected a foul stench indicative of the carrion wolves' presence. He swiftly turned around, and indeed, 2 carrion wolves, each nearly 2 meters in length, their black fur glistening ominously and their eyes gleaming with malice, had set their sights on him. As Chen Anmo turned, the wolf's fur bristled, adopting an aggressive stance. Chen Anmo brandished his 9-ringed broadsword. Whoosh! The foreleg of the carrion wolf on the right bent, and in the next moment, it leaped forward, lunging at him. Simultaneously, its claws viciously aimed for Chen Anmo's chest. Meanwhile, another carrion wolf targeted his leg, pouncing to bite his thigh. In the face of the simultaneous assault from both wolves, Chen Anmo remained composed and collected. The tiger might body technique erupted with force. The strength of 10 tigers. Chapter 7. A moonless night of bloodshed. Chen Anmo wielded his blade, striking the approaching carrion wolf with precision. The beast, taken aback by the swiftness of his attack, had anticipated evasion. Yet it was too late to react. With half of its skull cleaved away, another carrion wolf latched onto the fabric of Chen Anmo's trousers. However, the formidable defense bestowed by the tiger might body technique rendered this 9th-tier beast's bite as ineffective as if it were gnawing on stone. In that instant, the wolf's gaze seemed to clear, revealing a moment of bewilderment. Chen Anmo raised the knife and plunged it down with great force. Thud. The carrion wolf was instantly pinned to the ground. Ding. Touching the corpse grants 4 vitality points. Ding. Touching the corpse grants 3 vitality points. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. The first carrion wolf he had slain possessed an impressive strength of the 8th tier, thus granting him a considerable reward in vitality. Without hesitation, he began to drag the carcass towards the mass grave, calling out to Uncle Lu and Brother Zhao. As Chen Anmo walked, he shouted in disbelief. He never anticipated that he could effortlessly vanquish 2 carrion wolves, one of which was an 8th-tier beast. Such a feat was beyond his wildest imagination in the past. His cries attracted Lu Cheng and Zhou Jiqiang, who, from a distance, beheld the lifeless bodies of the 2 carrion wolves at Chen Anmo's feet. You single-handedly dispatched both of these carrion wolves? Lu Cheng inquired, rubbing his hands together in astonishment. Indeed, the situation was dire, leaving me no choice but to give it my all. Chen Anmo speaks with great humility. However, neither of the 2 is foolish. They discern that Chen Anmo is unscathed. Clearly, he navigates the situation with ease when confronting these 2 carrion wolves. Xiaomo, you should rest well. We will handle the skimming of these 2 carrion wolves for you. Later, you can collect your reward from the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce. Since we did not engage in the battle, we shall forego the payment, Lu Cheng proactively stated. How can that be? We agreed to earn money together. Regardless of who delivers the final blow, the spoils should be divided equally. Chen Anmo shook his head, declining Lu Cheng's proposal. Zhao Jiqiang and Lu Cheng did not press the issue further, instead cherishing Chen Anmo's sentiment in their hearts. The 2 then commenced the task of skinning. Meanwhile, Chen Anmo took a moment to reflect on his recent battle. Although it had appeared to be a decisive victory, there were numerous flaws. For instance, he had been bitten on the leg by a carrion wolf, despite the fact that he had sustained little damage thanks to the tiger might dominance technique. He couldn't help but wonder what might happen if he encountered a beast with a stronger bite force. This thought filled him with a sense of trepidation. After the two had dissected the carcass, they resumed their search for more carrion wolves. As they were about to leave, Lu Cheng spotted another one. By the time Zhao Jiqiang and Chen Anmo arrived, Lu Cheng had already slain the beast. However, the kill was not without its consequences. He had sustained several gashes on his legs and hands, blood flowing freely from the wounds. He quickly applied some medicine to his injuries. Little Emo, you were truly remarkable. You faced 2 carrion wolves without a scratch, while I, on the other hand, have suffered. I suppose age has taken its toll, and my vitality has dwindled. Chen Anmo remarked. Uncle Lu, you are still in your prime. Do not speak such disheartening words. As he spoke, he touched the corpse. Ding. Touching the corpse rewarded him with 3 vitality points. Upon returning to the city, under Lu Cheng's guidance, Chen Anmo arrived at the Qianlong shop. The shopkeeper, who appeared quite amiable, was named Su Fu, an old acquaintance of Lu Cheng. Ah, old Lu, you've managed to procure 3 wolf pelts so swiftly, Su Fu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the goods on the cart. Now, the materials for the garments ordered by the customers from a few days ago are secured. Shopkeeper Su, my brother's son Dabin was injured for these 3 wolf pelts and is currently resting at home, Lu Cheng lamented. Oh dear, is his injury severe? He may need to lie down for 1 or 2 months. Please convey my regards to him. Su Fu then turned and retrieved 30 taels of silver from the cabinet, along with a small pouch of medicine. This is a tonic for replenishing energy, a gift for brother's son Dabin. Thank you, shopkeeper Su. After exiting, Lu Cheng handed 10 taels of silver to Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo received the silver and glanced at the sun, which was still high in the sky. I shall purchase some items and pay a visit to Uncle Sunday very well. We are headed there as well, Lu Cheng replied, having also acquired some supplements. Chen Anmo purchased 2 hens that were still capable of laying eggs. As he passed by a slaughterhouse in the market, a thought crossed his mind. He observed numerous animal carcasses, pigs, sheep, dogs, and even the remains of some ferocious beasts, iron-feathered chickens, unicorn deer, venomous lizards, and tiger dogs. Although the flesh of these fierce creatures may not necessarily be palatable, it is rich in nutrients and invigorating. Consequently, they are primarily sought after by martial artists. Chen Anmo feigned the intention to purchase meat while discreetly making contact with the corpses. Ding. By touching a corpse, he received a reward of 1 vitality point. A boon from an ordinary hen. Ding. Touching another corpse granted him 5 vitality points, this time from the remains of a fierce hound known as the tiger dog beast. The tiger dog beast, characterized by its golden gradient fur, is exceptionally ferocious. Through this act of touching, he amassed a total of 30 vitality points in one go. His current total now stands at 41 vitality points. Before departing, he procured 3 pounds of tiger dog beast meat. Subsequently, the trio visited Sun Dabing to pay their respects. Today marked another occasion for an early return home. After presenting the meat to Chen Xian, Chen Anmo began to cultivate the tiger might body technique in the courtyard. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. Xiao Anmo, your pants are torn? Chen Xian remarked, noticing the rip in his trousers as she brought out the meal. This tear was a result of being bitten by a carrion wolf. Quickly take off your pants. I will mend them for you. I appreciate your help, elder sister-in-law. Chen Anmo entered the room to change into a different pair of trousers. Once Chen Xian finished mending her pants, the two began their meal. This was Chen Anmo's first experience tasting the meat of the tiger dog beast. There was a distinct gamey flavor reminiscent of lamb. Fortunately, Chen Xian's culinary skills were commendable. Through gentle simmering, she managed to diminish much of the strong aroma. Chen Anmo continued to eat until he could no longer contain himself. Sister-in-law, I shall step out for a moment. Do rest early. Where are you headed? I have some matters to attend to. Outside, the sky had grown dark, marking the time of moonless nights and howling winds. In a courtyard on the outskirts, it was late, and along the entire street, every few shops had gardenia lamps hanging at their entrances. This indicated that within those establishments, women were conducting business. A lit gardenia lamp signified a woman's availability, while a dimmed one implied her toil. At this moment, Chen Anmo had donned a simple attire, concealing his mouth and nose with a piece of black cloth. As he passed by one shop after another, before long, he arrived at a residence, the abode of Master Linda previously, when Linda had encountered trouble. The constables had come here in search of him. Just as he reached the entrance, a man's voice erupted from within, laced with curses. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to demand my silver? The fact that I found you is a stroke of luck. Bang. Following this, a woman's pleas for mercy echoed. Get out immediately. Moments later, the door swung open. A disheveled woman, her eyes red and swollen from crying, stumbled out. Upon seeing Chen Anmo, she cast her gaze downward and made her way towards a nearby shop. Chen Anmo entered without closing the door. Did I not tell you to leave? Do you still wish to be reprimanded? Linda sat at the table. A small dish of stir-fried meat and a bowl of peanuts before him. Beside them were 3 empty bottles of wine. Chen Anmo closed the door firmly and strode towards Linda. Who are you? Linda, slightly intoxicated, squinted as he hurriedly pulled on his trousers, attempting to discern the identity of the visitor. However, upon realizing that Chen Anmo bore ill intent, Linda's expression shifted subtly. He instinctively reached for a knife that lay on the ground. Chen Anmo stepped forward decisively, wielding his 9-ring broadsword with a powerful swing. Linda, taken aback, raised his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself, exclaiming for mercy. With a swift and merciless strike, Linda's hand was severed, followed by his head, which soared through the air. The decapitated head rolled on the ground for a brief moment before his lifeless body slowly collapsed. Final wish: avenge Linda and deliver justice for my family. Completed. Reward: 1 vial of blood-strengthening pill. Reward: 1 vial of blood-strengthening pill. 2 vials of blood-strengthening pills have been credited. Each vial contains 5 of these precious pills. Chen Anmo surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any other souls within the room. Upon searching the corpse, he discovered a mere 2 taels of silver. As for the interior, aside from unearthing a robust blood-strengthening pill and a vial of golden wound medicine, there was nothing of considerable value to be found. How impoverished! Chen Anmo shook his head and departed through the back door. This marked his first experience with taking a life. While he certainly felt a surge of tension, he harbored no apprehensions about being pursued by the authorities. In this world, the death of an individual has become all too commonplace. Often, even when one is aware of the perpetrator, as long as they possess adequate connections, the government will merely turn a blind eye. Take, for instance, the family of 5 slain by Linda. They were hastily declared victims of banditry and, without even a proper funeral, were consigned to a mass grave. Before long, Chen Anmo was already on his way home. Considering the oppressive heat in the cellar, he purchased a fan from a stall along the way. Surely, his sister-in-law would appreciate it. As he toyed with the fan, he continued his stroll. Upon returning home, he was surprised to find that Chen Xian was still awake. Perhaps the sound of the door closing had alerted her, for she emerged from the cellar. Xiaomo, you have returned. I couldn't sleep a wink all night, worrying about your absence. I apologize for causing you concern. I bought you a fan on my way back. If it becomes too stuffy down there, you can use it. Chen Anmo approached, momentarily taken aback. Beneath the moonlight, Chen Xian was attired in only the thinnest of garments. At the neckline, a hint of a pink bodice was subtly discernible. Chen Xian, however, gave it little thought as she accepted the fan and remarked, I was just practicing my horse stance. It happens to be quite warm. Have you taken up martial arts as well, elder sister-in-law? Chen Anmo unexpectedly remarked, Indeed, after this incident, I have reflected upon it and realized that I must learn to safeguard myself. That's wonderful, replied the elder sister-in-law. If there is anything you do not understand, I shall teach you. After exchanging a few words, Chen Xian decided to take a rest. The sun shone brightly, heralding yet another splendid day. Chen Anmo arrived at the entrance of a martial arts academy known as Zhengfei Wuguan. He had inquired about it beforehand. The proprietor, Lu Zhengfei, not only possesses a profound background, as his elder sister is a concubine of the city lord, but also has acquaintances in the court. His prowess has reached the 5th rank. While his financial resources may not rival those of the Wu family, his influence and connections undoubtedly surpass theirs. Consequently, joining Zhengfei Wuguan would certainly instill a sense of caution in the Wu family, deterring them from overtly bullying others. However, the most crucial factor remains whether Lu Zhengfei would recognize his talent. Such martial arts academies see candidates annually vying for positions in martial studies or aspiring to join prominent sections. Should anyone succeed, Lu Zhengfei, as their master, would naturally bask in reflected glory. In terms of future connections and resources, the prospects would also be significantly enhanced. A good master, of course, commands a considerable fee. Enrollment here for 6 months requires 60 taels of silver. Chen Anmo approached, only to find the door swinging open at that very moment. A young woman clad in a form-fitting pink outfit, Her hair styled in a ponytail emerged just as he arrived. Certain aspects of her physique were strikingly pronounced, giving the impression that her attire might soon be strained to its limits. Regrettably, despite her youth, her face bore signs of premature aging. Upon spotting Chen Anmo, she expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "It's you." Chen Anmo felt a stir within his heart. Does this woman know me? He pondered carefully, yet could not recall. Chapter 8. What an extraordinary beginning. Aren't you a constable? What brings you here? Do you wish to learn martial arts? The young woman inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, while I am still young, I aspire to learn martial arts from Master Lu. Chen Anmo smiled as he explained, here. In 6 months, it will cost 60 taels of silver. You, the constables, labor diligently for a month yet earn but little. I advise you to think it through. The young woman kindly reminded him. I have considered it, he replied. Very well, I happen to have some free time. I shall test your vitality. Follow me. The girl turned back, smiling as she spoke. Upon entering the grand courtyard, they were greeted by an expanse filled with various training apparatuses, stone locks, iron poles, great swords, and mountain axes. Dozens of men and women were engaged in their practice. They meandered along a narrow path to the rear courtyard. What is your name? Chen Anmo inquired. I am Chen Anmo. By the way, how do you know me? She smiled in response and explained, previously, our martial school's disciples were involved in a skirmish outside, which prompted the involvement of the constables. I witnessed you addressing the matter. With a smile, she continued, here. Both beginners and 9th grade martial artists are required to pay 60 taels of silver. If, after 6 months, one has not attained the 8th grade, the fee remains 60 taels. However, if one achieves the 8th grade within that time frame, the fee is reduced to 40 taels. Do not consider it exorbitant. There is a rationale behind the cost. Our martial school boasts that over 30% of disciples reach the 8th grade within 6 months. She was essentially providing Chen Anmo with a cautionary note, as she perceived that he was not particularly young. At this age, if one's foundation was lacking, progress would be slow. Chen Anmo pondered for a moment before explaining, well, I have actually reached the 8th rank. The girl, whose appearance bore a hint of maturity, was taken aback. You are indeed at the 8th rank. Is that true? I find it hard to believe. Her astonished lips parted as she scrutinized Chen Anmo from head to toe. She recalled that these ordinary officials typically possessed only the 9th rank of cultivation. How could this individual possibly be at the 8th rank? I assure you, I truly am at the 8th rank. Chen Anmo subtly circulated his energy, revealing his 8th grade cultivation. Truly, it is 8th grade. My heavens, it is astonishing. The girl's mouth widened in disbelief. Is there any possibility for a discount? Certainly, he replied. The 8th grade has its own price. You only need to provide 40 taels, and that will suffice. Chen Anmo retrieved his purse. Initially, he had prepared 60 taels, but now only 40 were required, so he counted out 20. Congratulations, from now on. You shall be a disciple of the Zhengfei Martial Arts School. This is your identity token, crucial for your journey. When you encounter ordinary ruffians, displaying this token will earn you a modicum of respect from those in the underworld. The young lady skillfully elaborated on the advantages of joining the Zhengfei Martial Arts School. By the way, my name is Lu Fang, and the master of the school is my father. Senior Sister Lu Fang, Chen Anmo nodded in acknowledgement. I will guide you in selecting your martial arts techniques. Given your solid foundation, I recommend you directly engage with the higher tier techniques. We have 2 profound level techniques available. One is called the Dragon Claw Hand, and the other is the Qian Kun Step. Upon her introduction, it became clear that the Dragon Claw Hand was a claw technique, while the Qian Kun Step pertained to footwork. Both techniques were of commendable quality within the profound tier. I want them both, Chen Anmo declared. Junior brother, such avarice is not advisable, Lu Fang replied with a playful wink. She was not surprised by Chen Anmo's eagerness, as many newcomers to the martial arts school often echoed similar sentiments. I want them both. However, one's energy is finite. How could one truly desire everything? It is akin to a man wishing to marry multiple wives. To outsiders, he appears to bask in the joys of abundance, but the hardships of such a life are known only to him. Chen Anmo stated, let me take a look at all the options and see which one suits me best. Lu Fang nodded in agreement. All right, you can peruse them here. I will return shortly. After Lu Fang departed, Chen Anmo began his examination. The 2 martial arts techniques, both of profound level, indeed held great depth. Nearby, several techniques of a lower tier were also displayed. At that moment, Lu Fang hurried to the main courtyard, calling out enthusiastically, Father, come quickly, come here. Lu Zhengfei's voice echoed from within. What is it, my dear girl? Give your father a moment. I will be done shortly. Father, I have important news that will surely make you happy. Ah, I truly cannot fathom your urgency, Lu Zhengfei replied, setting aside the teapot he had been tending to. He was in the midst of brewing tea, and if it cooled, it would be difficult to prepare properly. However, sensing his daughter's fervent haste indicated a matter of significance. He stepped outside and affectionately inquired, Fong Fong, what is it? Weren't you just about to go buy some snacks? Father, I have just accepted a disciple for you. He is around 20 years old and has already reached the 8th level of cultivation. At these words, Lu Zhengfei's eyes widened in astonishment. What? At such a young age? Already at the 8th level? Indeed, he just gifted me 40 taels and has officially become your disciple. He is currently in the library selecting techniques. Excellent. To achieve the 8th level at such a young age is truly remarkable. Has he previously studied under anyone else? No. He was a constable before and has never had a master. I believe he can be cultivated well, particularly for the upcoming martial arts competition. Lu Zhengfei nodded. His talent is indeed commendable, but the most crucial factor remains his character. You should spend more time with him to discern his nature. Father, I assure you. His character is impeccable, Lu Fong insisted confidently. My dear girl, how can you be so certain? This individual was a constable. I have interacted with him before and found him to be quite fair in his dealings. Very well, I shall personally guide this young man. With that, Lu Fong departed. And Lu Zhengfei's expression turned serious. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement within. It had been a long time since he had encountered such promising talent. To reach the 8th level of martial arts before the age of 20 is no small feat. Such individuals are not unheard of, especially among the scions of noble families, who typically achieve this level with relative ease. However, those individuals rely on drugs and an abundance of resources to reach their current state. It is nearly impossible for someone from a humble background to emerge as such a prodigy. Yet, when they do arise, it signifies a talent that surpasses the majority. After all, disciples from modest origins do not derive their strength from the mere accumulation of substances. They possess limitless potential. They may even grow to attain the cultivation of the upper 3 grades, a level akin to terrestrial immortals. Throughout the Grandula dynasty, even royal families must treat such terrestrial immortals with the utmost respect, within the confines of the library. Chen Anmo was pleasantly surprised to discover that upon completing his study of these 2 martial arts, they were naturally recorded in his attributes. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, mid-8th rank. Martial arts, 3 styles of the swift blade, great accomplishment, blade light and sword shadow. Martial arts, tiger might body technique, great accomplishment, 10 tiger strength. Martial arts, dragon claw hand, beginner. Martial arts, Qian Kuan step, beginner. Available training time, 50 days. Available vitality, 41. Well, from now on, as long as I have training time, I can cultivate both techniques simultaneously, without haste to explore other martial arts. He began to peruse the books beside him. Some of them pertain to the history of the Great Dynasty. The Great Dynasty has a legacy spanning over 4 millennia, truly embodying the essence of an ancient empire. Its territorial expanse exceeds 10 million square kilometers. Beyond its land, there are vast marine areas and dense forests inhabited by ferocious beasts. In certain locales, even demon beasts can be found. Due to the inhospitable nature of these regions for human habitation, the expansive empire ceased its territorial expansion. Surrounding the Great Dynasty, there exist several other nations, most of which maintain a rather poor relationship with one another. After delving into history, he turned to literature about the ferocious beasts. For martial artists seeking substantial wealth to procure quality cultivation resources, one viable avenue is the hunting of these beasts. Throughout the dense forests and mountain ranges of the dynasty, ferocious beasts roam with impunity. They are unending in number, an insatiable challenge to eradicate. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Fong entered the room. Chen Shidi, have you made your selection? Lu Fong smiled, already contemplating how to instill a sense of belonging in Chen Anmo. I think I will choose the dragon claw hand. Chen Anmo casually remarked, all right, let us proceed to the training ground. I shall introduce you to everyone, now that you have joined the martial arts school. We are all family. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fong escorted Chen Anmo to the training arena. Senior sister, we have a new junior brother, a jovial, rotund individual exclaimed. Nyoli. This junior brother is named Chen Anmo. His occupation is that of a constable, and his talents are quite extraordinary. At the age of 20, he has already attained the 8th rank of cultivation, Lu Fong stated directly to the group. Upon hearing this, The expressions of the onlookers transformed dramatically. If his occupation were merely that of an ordinary constable, it would imply a lack of advantageous background. It is understood that those who come here to study martial arts generally hail from well-off families. Thus, what might be seen as a lucrative position in the eyes of the common folk is insignificant to them. Dear senior brothers and sisters, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chun Anmo clasped his hands together and spoke. Junior brother Chun, no wonder senior sister introduced you with such grandeur. Your talent is indeed remarkable. A senior brother, dressed in white and holding a folding fan, remarked with a smile, nodding towards Chun Anmo, his intentions clearly friendly. Very well. I shall procure some ingredients, responded Neo Li without hesitation. Lu Fang cheerfully added, I shall prepare the wine. Oh, at last. We can savor the wine preserved by our master. The atmosphere in the martial arts hall was filled with exuberance. As Chun Anmo interacted with everyone, he gleaned some insights regarding their circumstances. His master possessed a cultivation level of the 6th rank, while 4 individuals held a 7th rank. Among them, Lu Fang stood at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Junior brother Chen, I am Song Shuqing. The senior brother who had previously held the fan approached with a warm smile. Coming from humble beginnings is no disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt defines a true gentleman. I wonder if you might be interested in accepting some familial investments, such as from the Song family. Chen Anmo felt a stirring in his heart. Is my senior brother willing to invest in me? Song Shuqing smiled and nodded. Indeed, my family, the Song clan, operates several apothecaries within the city, which often require the protection of martial artists. Naturally, I understand that you, my junior brother, are quite occupied with your own affairs. So I do not expect you to remain stationed for extended periods. I merely hope that when my family encounters difficulties, you could lend a hand. Although Chen Anmo was eager to invest, he declined politely, considering his lack of familiarity with the other party. Senior brother, let me consult my family first. There is no rush. Song Shuqing smiled gently in response. Soon after, 2 more senior brothers and 2 senior sisters approached him with investment proposals. Among them, 1 senior sister, although not particularly powerful in her cultivation, possessed striking beauty. Notably, her figure was even more voluptuous than Lu Fang's. She hinted, both overtly and subtly, that as an unmarried woman and with Chen Anmo also unattached, she was willing to invest all her resources in him. This revelation left Chen Anmo utterly astonished. As a prodigy, he had never imagined he would attract such attention right from the start. Chapter 9. The Frantic Sister-in-Law. Chen Anmo underestimated the true caliber of this prodigy. Yet, he comprehended that this was primarily due to the regard held by his master. The disciples here are acutely aware of their master's discerning eye. In fact, Lu Zhongfei had previously nurtured a gifted disciple named Zhang Fantian, who now possesses a cultivation level of the 7th rank. The master once remarked that Zhang was the most talented disciple he had ever encountered. It would not be surprising if he were to ascend to the 6th rank, or even become a terrestrial immortal. Subsequently, Zhang Fantian's progress indeed astounded many. He shone brilliantly during the martial arts examination. Regrettably, his exuberance became his downfall. Merely 2 months ago, during a duel, Zhang not only suffered the crippling of his legs, but also endured the severing of his meridians, resulting in a significant regression in his cultivation. Upon Lu Zhongfei's inspection, it was determined that he would remain at the initial stage of the 7th rank for the rest of his life. That day was not only a nightmare for Zhang Fantian, but also appeared to age his master by several years. This was due to the immense effort the master had invested in him, seeing him as his rightful heir. As evening approached, the martial arts hall buzzed with vibrant activity. Chun Anmo had become the center of attention, akin to a star surrounded by a galaxy of admirers. This made him quite uncomfortable, especially after learning about Zhang Fantian's plight from his senior sister, Lu Fang. Zhang Fantian had once enjoyed a similar status. Lu Fang shared this with him in hopes that he would remain true to himself and not be dazzled by the superficial glamour surrounding him. Just as everyone was reveling in joy, the door of the martial arts hall swung open, revealing a gaunt young man, Zhang Fantian. Gasps of surprise echoed among the crowd. Junior brother, how's your injury? Lu Fang rushed over, her concern evident. My legs have healed remarkably well, Zhang Fantian replied, limping slightly as he entered. I have come to inquire whether master possesses any effective remedies for my injuries. Upon noticing the gathering and the merriment, a shadow of heaviness crossed his eyes. Once, he had been the protagonist in this very scene. However, following his grievous injury, he had been sidelined. The senior brothers and sisters who once lavished him with praise now distanced themselves. Promises of monthly investments had been severed. And even the senior sister who had vowed to stand by him had not even bothered to visit. Ah, the harshness of reality. At that moment, Luo Ying stepped forward. Come in, he beckoned. Zhang Fantian limped inside. Shortly after, voices erupted from the courtyard. Master, you previously mentioned that there were medicines available for treatment. I understand. You believe I am of no further use, that you have other capable disciples, and thus, you feel you can abandon me, is that not so? Hearing the commotion, Lu Feng hurried into the fray. Junior brother Zhang, do not speak in such a manner. My father has been tirelessly seeking solutions for your predicament. Chen Anmo listened to the surrounding voices, his brow slightly furrowing. Drawing upon the lessons of history, he resolved that he must not emulate Zhang Fantian, who was excessively ostentatious. Although a genius may be remarkable, a genius who has yet to mature is ultimately nothing. One should embody humility and restraint if one is to act. It must be with decisive and thorough resolve. After a brief moment, Zhang Fantian limped out, offering no greetings to the crowd before departing. What a show-off! Came the derisive remarks. The master has already stated that his injuries are far too severe. Recovery is not so simple. Many nodded in agreement with this sentiment. At this juncture, Luo Ying emerged, though the smile that once graced his face had significantly diminished. The surrounding disciples, sensing the shift in atmosphere, hastily took their leave. Master, I too shall take my leave, one of them remarked. Chen Ammo approached. Well, Ammo, this must be quite disappointing for you, Luo Ying remarked. Not disappointing at all. Ammo replied succinctly before stepping outside. Junior brother Chen, shall we take a stroll together? Song Shuqing awaited him at the entrance. Sure. In truth. Regarding the matter of Zhang Fantian, the blame lies solely with him. A towering tree attracts the wind. His exceptional talents have made him a target. Ultimately, he is still too young, lacking the discretion that comes with maturity, and unfortunately, he tends to provoke others. He remains oblivious to the fact that every year, numerous gifted individuals mysteriously meet their demise here. Alas, Chen Ammo expressed his astonishment. Is it true that geniuses are killed every year? Indeed, replied his senior brother. So, junior brother Chen, you must remain vigilant. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Haha, enough of that. Are you free? Shall we visit the brothel together? Song Shuqing waved his folding fan and smiled. I know a place with many delightful offerings that I am certain you will enjoy. It's too late. I shall not go in the following days. Chen Ammo frequented the martial arts hall each morning to familiarize himself. After an hour, he would head to the graveyard to collect corpses. One day, while en route to the martial arts hall, he sensed someone trailing him. It was a member of the Wu family. He recognized the individual as one of the thugs from the previous altercation at the escort agency. Pretending to be oblivious, he entered the martial arts hall. The thug cast a glance at the sign of Fei Wu Guan, a grim expression crossing his face. Indeed, this fellow had become a disciple of Luo Ying and was held in high regard. Immediately, he turned and left. At the Wu family residence, the eldest son, Wu Bao, sipped tea while listening to his subordinate's report. As the report concluded, he slowly set down his teacup. Isn't this lad supposed to be worthless? Otherwise, Chen Hu would not have made him a mere errand boy. How has he suddenly transformed into a genius? Wu Bao frowned. I heard that after we gave him a thrashing, he suddenly became enlightened. Haha, is that so? Should he then thank me? Despite his jest, Wu Bao understood that openly confronting Chen Ammo was no longer an option. These martial arts halls were akin to sects or gangs. Targeting their members would be inviting provocation. Moreover, it was said that since Chen Ammo had become Luo Ying's disciple, he was greatly valued. My lord, it seems Chen Ammo is unaware of the human skin paper. And his sister-in-law, Shen Xian, is indeed not with him, the thug confidently reported. He was the one who kicked down the door to Chen Ammo's home and searched it thoroughly. Not even a trace of a woman could be found. Thus, he deduced that Shen Xian had gone to the countryside, perhaps even met her demise there. I fear that Chen Ammo may harbor resentment towards us. If he had been a waste before, it would have been manageable. However, he is now a genius. Find a way to discreetly monitor his movements and, when the opportunity arises, eliminate him. A glint of malice flickered in the thug's eyes. Understood, my lord. Available training time, 310 days. Available vitality points, 60. This was his income over the past few days. He resolved to focus on cultivating the Qian Kuan step, as his current weakness lay in his sluggish speed. Deducting 100 days of training time, he consumed 10 vitality points. Through this effort, he finally made his initial foray into the Qian Kuan step. Suddenly, a plethora of martial techniques surged into my mind. My legs felt as though they had undergone a rigorous tempering. the muscles tightening with newfound strength. After deducting 100 days of training, I expended 20 vitality points to cultivate the Qian Kuan step. With the enhancement of my vitality, my training speed accelerated, and I sensed the extraordinary essence of the Qian Kuan step. After subtracting 110 days of trainings, I again consumed 20 vitality points to refine the Qian Kuan step, ultimately mastering its intricacies. I achieved a minor completion of the technique. By expending 10 vitality points, I successfully overcame my previous limitations, attaining the pinnacle of the 8th rank in my cultivation. In just 310 days, a mere year or less, I had elevated my mastery of the profound level technique to a minor completion, and my cultivation reached the peak of the 8th rank. Chen Amo was filled with immense joy, for such speed was something he had never even dared to imagine in the past. All of this was made possible due to the enhancement of his vitality. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Amo propelled himself forward with a powerful kick of his legs, surging ahead at a velocity that was a remarkable twofold increase from before. Xiao Mo, you are truly impressive now. I sense that your speed could rival that of a 7th-grade martial artist, exclaimed Shen Xian as she emerged from the kitchen, her gaze filled with admiration. Elder sister-in-law, once I achieve mastery in this Qian Kuan step technique, I shall teach it to you as well. Chen Anmo smiled broadly. Well, even if I cannot defeat others, I can still make my escape. Chen Anmo approached the edge of the table. Today's meal was sumptuous. The 4-leg meat of the tiger hound beast, a bowl of fish soup, and a stir-fried vegetable dish. As night fell, Shen Xian retired to rest. After practicing for a while, Chen Anmo retired to his bedroom. In the latter part of the night, 2 masked intruders stealthily approached the wall of Chen Anmo's residence. They quietly entered the courtyard and made their way to the door. With a creak, the door slowly opened, but only slightly, as a wooden block that Chen Anmo had deliberately placed there fell to the ground. This block was a precaution. Should an intruder push the door open, it would inevitably collide with the wood. Hearing the commotion, Chen Anmo abruptly opened his eyes, his expression turning cold as he sprang from his bed. Grasping the 9-ringed broadsword from his storage space, he charged towards the entrance. Realizing he had been discovered, the assailant shouted. It was Wu Bao's henchman. This individual was formidable, boasting a peak 8th grade cultivation, while the other was slightly weaker, at the early stage of 8th grade. This duo believed their combined strength was sufficient to overpower Chen Anmo, especially given the rumors circulating about him having just recently broken through to the 8th grade, implying he was merely at the early stage. Thus, they felt confident that deploying a peak 8th grade warrior would be more than adequate. The weaker one charged in first, only to be met with the glint of a broadsword. With a swift strike, the intruder's scalp was cleaved away, and he fell to the ground with a gasp. Xiao Chong. The expression of the peak 8th grade expert shifted. Xiao Chong had been with him for many years, even he could not have been dispatched in a single blow. Was this truly a feat achievable by a novice 8th grade martial artist? He remained unconvinced, bolstered by his own superiority. I refuse to believe it, he declared, sweeping his blade with determination. Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes, realizing that the opponent's blade was somewhat lacking. Clang. The opponent's sword was swiftly severed. This was dire. The figure clad in black retreated hastily, but soon despair enveloped him. His once proud footwork failed to provide much advantage, as Chen Anmo quickly closed the distance. The swift blade techniques unfolded. Chen An's blade danced with an increasing velocity beneath the moonlight, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The dagger of the cloaked man found itself at a significant disadvantage, soon unable to withstand the onslaught. Hero, a misunderstanding. But in an instant, blood erupted from the black-clad figure. Ultimately, he had no time to utter a word before collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Chen Anmo sheathed his knife, suddenly hearing footsteps behind him. Someone else was present. He instinctively swung his blade, only to realize it was his sister-in-law. At that moment, she was clad in a sheer garment, wielding a kitchen knife as she rushed forth. The sight was utterly frantic. Chapter 10. Comforting my sister-in-law upon witnessing his sister-in-law's appearance. Chen Anmo's lips quivered slightly, for her demeanor was undeniably absurd. A beautiful woman, brandishing a knife, wore an expression as if she were marching towards her demise. No matter how one looked at it, there was an undeniable touch of emotion. Indeed, at first glance, it seemed comical. However, upon deeper reflection, Chen Anmo felt a stirring within. Her reckless rush was a testament to the peril she faced, yet she remained unfazed. This singular act would stir the heart of any man. Shen Xian, observing the 2 motionless figures, finally dropped the kitchen knife in fright. Sister-in-law. The weather has turned chilly lately. Chen Anmo removed his clothing and draped it over her. At that moment, neither of them contemplated the ethical implications. Shen Xian inquired, "What is happening? Where did these two come from?" "Sho, let me check if there is anyone else outside." Chen Anmo opened the door promptly, inspecting the surroundings meticulously. In the corner and along the path, he discerned only 2 sets of footprints. Upon returning to the room, he was astonished to find that Shen Xian had boldly cleaned up the bloodstains. The faces of the 2 corpses had been grotesquely mutilated by her. Thus, even if the bodies were discovered, their identities would remain concealed. Shen Xian suppressed her nausea and spoke. Chen Anmo was taken aback. His sister-in-law, who was usually gentle and delicate, had unexpectedly shown no fear of blood, even going so far as to disfigure a person's face. He approached and touched the lifeless body of the weaker individual. Ding. Upon touching the corpse, a reward of 30 days of cultivation was granted. The last wish of the deceased was triggered. Last wish 1. To slay this Chen Anmo fellow and avenge him. Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. "Do not entertain thoughts of this final wish," he remarked. Subsequently, he approached another lifeless body. Ding. Upon touching the corpse, he received a reward of 40 days of cultivation. The deceased's final wishes were triggered. Wish 1. As a subordinate of Wu Bao, I was treated as less than human. I hope for his demise. Reward, 200 days of cultivation. Wish 2. I wish for the safety of my family. Reward, a vial of blood-strengthening elixir. A subordinate of Wu Bao? This means he was sent by Wu Bao to take my life. Chen Anmo's expression darkened. "Xiao, how shall we handle the body?" Shen Xian, her delicate figure trembling, approached him. Out of anxiety, she instinctively grasped Chen Anmo's arm. "Sister-in-law, do not fear. I am here." Noticing the tears glistening in Shen Xian's eyes, Chen Anmo gently wiped them away with his hand. Shen Xian felt a jolt, lowering her gaze. Her enchanting eyes sparkled alluringly, her charming demeanor stirring deep emotions within him. Nevertheless, the body must still be dealt with. There is a plot of land behind us. Let us bury them there. Chen Anmo ventured to the shed and retrieved a spade, while Shen Xian grasped a shovel. Under the moonlight, the 2 commenced digging in a plot within the backyard. By the time they concealed the corpse, it was well past midnight. Subsequently, they washed their faces briefly and tidied their feet. "Sister-in-law, you should rest early," Chen Anmo suggested at the entrance of the cellar, intending to offer Shen Xian some comfort. However, recalling something, he refrained from extending his hand. "All right. You 2 should get some rest." The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Anmo made his way toward the outskirts of the city. Lately, he had thoroughly explored the local graveyard where the bodies lay. Now, he intended to journey to a place known as Chicken Crying Mountain, an area reminiscent of a primeval forest teeming with ferocious beasts. He planned to roam the periphery, hunting these creatures, thereby earning vitality points while also selling the beast meat. The weather had grown increasingly frigid, and each winter proved challenging for everyone, necessitating the preparation of supplies well in advance. Such provisions required a substantial sum of silver for procurement. As he stepped into the thicket, the biting cold wind swept in, akin to a soft blade, stinging his face. Fortunately, with his vitality abundant, he remained undeterred by the chill. After wandering for a while without encountering any feral beasts, it seemed he had no choice but to venture deeper. Suddenly, a small snake darted from the grass, sinking its fangs into Chen Anmo's thigh. Alas, even scavenging wolves could not pierce his flesh, and this diminutive serpent was no match for him. Chen Anmo swiftly wielded the knife. Staring intently, he touched the corpse. Gaining 0.5 vitality. Chen Anmo was rendered speechless. The vitality of this little snake was astonishingly low. However, snake meat is known for its nourishing properties, and the gallbladder is reputed to enhance vitality. He nonchalantly tossed the lifeless serpent into his satchel and resumed his journey. Suddenly, he noticed an enormous footprint on the ground, a print belonging to a tiger dog beast. Chen Anmo crouched down and, aside from the footprints, discovered the feces of a tiger dog beast nearby. The condition of the excrement indicated that the creature had been experiencing gastrointestinal issues recently, exhibiting signs of diarrhea. This was the consequence of its refusal to consume vegetables. Following the trail of footprints, Chen Anmo proceeded cautiously. Before long, he beheld a tiger dog beast, roughly the size of a black bear, lying on the ground, feasting upon the carcass of an injured unicorn deer. The deer had long since perished, with blood pooling around it. Suddenly, the tiger dog beast, with its acute senses, detected the presence of a human intruder. Disturbed during its meal, it became exceedingly irritable. At that moment, a singular thought consumed its mind: to rend to pieces the human who had interrupted its feast. In the next instant, the tiger dog beast lunged towards Chen Anmo's hiding spot, charging ferociously at him. Chen Anmo had already drawn forth the 9-looped great blade. The tiger dog beast possesses the strength of a ferocious tiger, yet bears the form of a dog. However, its physique is reminiscent of a colossal bear. With a single leap, it instills a profound sense of psychological pressure upon those who behold it. Chen Anmo's combat experience is rather limited. Instinctively, he raised the great sword in his hand and executed the 3 styles of quick blade. However, to his surprise, the claws of the tiger dog beast struck, abruptly interrupting his swordplay. Very well. Chen Anmo was also stirred by a ferocious impulse. The tiger might dominance technique was in operation, channeling the strength of 10 tigers. Let us see who possesses greater might. With a resounding crash, a man and a beast collided. The tiger dog beast opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Chen Anmo's head. Chen Anmo suddenly seized its forelimb and forcefully flung it aside. The massive body of the tiger hound beast crashed heavily onto the ground. In that moment, the beast's eyes became remarkably clearer. The ferocious creature was astute and possessed the instinct of fear. It promptly realized that Chen Anmo was not merely human, he was, in essence, a humanoid beast. Chen Anmo drew the blade embedded in the ground with a resounding shout. With a swift motion, the knife descended. In an instant, it severed a significant portion of the tiger dog beast's neck. The creature convulsed twice before succumbing to its fate with a reluctant demise. Chen Anmo sat on the ground, breathing heavily. After resting for a while, he hastily consumed a blood-strengthening pill. As he revitalized his vitality, he first reached out to touch the unicorn deer. Ding. Touching the corpse awarded him 2 vitality points. Ding. Touching the corpse awarded him 6 vitality points. A sense of inexplicable pride surged within Chen Anmo. An adult tiger dog beast possesses a strength that can reach the 8th tier, or even the 7th. Typically, it requires a coordinated team effort, along with the use of potions, to bring down a tiger dog beast. Yet, he managed to vanquish it all on his own. Should this news spread, everyone would come to realize that his prowess must have ascended to the 7th rank. It is time to return. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and effortlessly hoisted the over 500 pounds of the tiger dog beast onto his shoulders, making his way back along the path. The mountain trail was arduous, yet with his current strength, this weight was mere trifling. Along the journey, he encountered other wild beasts, however. Upon catching sight of the tiger dog beast on his back, these creatures fled in terror as if they had encountered a ghost. This phenomenon exemplifies the bloodline suppression among ferocious beasts. Even an ordinary house cat or dog would be so frightened at the sight of a tiger for the first time that it might lose control of its bladder. Here, the rules of bloodline suppression remained effective. Upon entering the city, it was already afternoon. Many pedestrians noticed the tiger dog beast on Chen Anmo's shoulder, and immediately gasped in astonishment. Who was this brave soul that had managed to hunt down a tiger dog beast? He appeared quite youthful. Brave one. Are you selling that hide? Numerous merchants approached, inquiring eagerly. Chen Anmo's face was shrouded in a piece of white cloth, concealing his features. I arrived with my brothers after a hunting expedition. This beast already has an owner. Everyone may disperse now. Chen Anmo lowered his voice and soon arrived at the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce. Su Fu was engaged in a whispered conversation with his concubine. My dear, I simply adore your thighs, he murmured, to which she replied, Oh, my lord, how improper. What if someone walks in on us during the day? The concubine, with her enchanting eyes, sat on Su Fu's lap, her body twisting enticingly, igniting a surge of excitement within him. What is there to fear? Is it not permissible for us to indulge in a little intimacy? Suddenly, Chen Anmo entered the room. The two quickly rose to their feet. Su Fu's pupils dilated in surprise as he exclaimed, Tiger dog beast, my young brother, you are, although Chen Anmo's face was obscured. Su Fu's keen gaze instantly recognized him as a friend of Lu Qing. The concubine beside them, mouth agape in disbelief, thought to herself how astonishing it was that a young man could so effortlessly confront the tiger dog beast. How remarkably strong he must be. Chen Anmo cast a glance at the two individuals before turning back to slightly ajar the door. Master Su, shall we take in this fierce beast? Yes, of course. Are you injured? Shao Qian, fetch the hemostatic powder. The concubine beside him nodded eagerly. Chen Anmo smiled gently. There's no need to trouble yourself. I am unhurt. That's good. Su Fu replied, Shao Qian, you may go inside. Su Fu, being astute, discerned that Chen Anmo preferred to remain out of the limelight. Once Shao Qian had entered the house, Chen Anmo removed his mask. Young man, impressive indeed. This fierce beast appears to possess a formidable 7th-tier combat strength. Although Su Fu's own prowess was rather ordinary, his keen eye had been honed through years of trading in ferocious beast pelts and materials, granting him a discerning vision. By observing the physical characteristics of the beast, he could roughly ascertain its strength. Oh, 7th-tier combat strength, you say? Chen Anmo was somewhat taken aback. Su Fu smiled and said, "My judgment is never mistaken, young brother. At such a tender age, you have already slain a 7th-tier beast, the tiger dog. Your future is boundless. I am curious to know who your master is." Chen Anmo merely nodded and replied, "My master is Lu Jingfei." So it was Lu Lao. Chen Anmo said little else. Indeed, most of his strength was attributed to his own efforts. Subsequently, Su Fu began to calculate. The fur of the tiger dog beast was relatively intact, totaling an impressive sum of 580 taels of silver. He rounded it up for Chen Anmo, presenting him with 600 taels. "Little brother, should you have business in the future, feel free to seek me out. We can negotiate a favorable price." "Certainly, Master Su. I shall take my leave now." With that, Chen Anmo intended to exit through the front door. However, Su Fu called out to him, "Little brother, the front entrance is crowded. It would be easy for you to attract attention. How about using the back door instead?" "I am most grateful, Master Su." Chen Anmo departed with 5 banknotes and a pouch containing 100 taels of silver. Inside the room, Shen Xian, having just completed her horse stance, was drenched in fragrant sweat, her body ablaze with heat. With no one else in the cellar, she opted to wear only a belly band, her lower half clad in a pair of short trousers. Her fair, lovely legs were exposed to the cool air. Gasping for breath, she sipped water while fanning herself with the fan gifted by Chen Anmo. It was sweltering practicing martial arts in the cellar, and she yearned to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. The dangers of the previous night remained vivid in her mind. What if someone were to intrude during the day? Chen Anmo had already invested so much, and she was reluctant to create further trouble. She simply sprawled out on the bed in a relaxed manner, preparing for a nap. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. Suddenly, the cellar door creaked open. Chapter 11. Deliberately Seeking Trouble. Chen Anmo cast a glance into the cellar, where he easily discerned the steady rhythm of Shen Xian's breathing. A knowing smile graced his lips, for he had returned home rather early today. To his surprise, his sister-in-law was indulging in an afternoon nap. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Should he give her a little scare? Yet, this notion was but a fleeting whim. He harbored no malicious intent. What if, by chance, he truly startled her into distress? Shaking his head, he clutched the silver in his pocket, intent on sharing the good news of his earnings with his sister-in-law. However, just a few steps down the stairs, he found himself utterly taken aback. Shen Xian was dressed in a rather scanty manner. No, to be precise, it hardly bore any relation to the absence of clothing. Moreover, her sleeping posture was exceedingly exaggerated. Gulp. Chen Anmo involuntarily swallowed hard. His rational mind admonished him that such surreptitious glances were inappropriate. Yet, he was merely a man of ordinary desires. Just then, a cool breeze wafted in from the cellar entrance, its gentle chill prompting Shen Xian to open her eyes. Upon doing so, she found Chen Anmo standing on the steps. "Oh, Xiaoma, you're back," she exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her disheveled appearance due to her recent awakening. "Sister-in-law, I did not intend to intrude." Chen Anmo hurriedly approached and securely closed the cellar door. Shen Xian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering her gaze. "Oh dear." She quickly seized the blanket beside her and draped it over herself. In an instant, a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. How embarrassing. Shen Xian cradled her face, feeling an intense warmth enveloping her. Yet, inexplicably, deep within her, an unusual sensation began to stir. Instead of feeling anger at Chen Anmo's sudden intrusion, she found herself harboring a faint sense of anticipation. Nevertheless, she promptly dressed herself. Upon stepping outside, she discovered Chen Anmo standing against the wall like a child caught in wrongdoing, reminiscent of someone reflecting upon their misdeeds. In that moment, Shen Xian covered her mouth, nearly unable to suppress her laughter. "Ahem, Xiaoma, when did you return?" Shen Xian inquired. "I just got back as well, having earned a bit of silver, and I intended to share the news with my sister-in-law. I didn't realize you had fallen asleep. It was truly unintentional." Chen Anmo, feeling a bit embarrassed, offered an explanation. Shen Xian, of course, understood that Chen Anmo did not intend any offense. "Well, I was not entirely without clothing just moments ago, so why such a strong reaction?" Shen Xian smiled gently. Chen Anmo was somewhat taken aback. Although she was not entirely unclothed, her attire was far more provocative than complete nudity. However, he was surprised to see that his sister-in-law displayed no sign of anger. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly changed the subject. Sister-in-law, I went hunting this morning and acquired something remarkable to show you. He unstrapped the bundle from his shoulder and laid it on the ground. 100 taels of gleaming silver. In addition, there were 5 banknotes, each worth 100 taels. In total, that amounted to 600 taels of silver. Shin Xian was stunned. So much silver? Yes, I managed to hunt down a tiger dog beast. Shin Amo smiled broadly. However, Shin Xian approached with a worried expression, asking, Are you unhurt? Let me check. Do not worry, sister-in-law. I am perfectly fine, he reassured her. Shin Amo smiled faintly, flexing his right arm to demonstrate that he was unharmed. The power of the tiger dog beast is formidable, while one may appear unscathed after a collision. Internal injuries are often a lurking threat. Shin Xian, however, remained unconvinced. Sister-in-law, please do not worry. I assure you, I am truly fine. Shin Amo jumped with joy and said with a smile. Seeing Shin Amo's flushed complexion, Shin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Such hunting is exceedingly perilous. In the future, it would be wise to accompany Lu Qing and the others, as this would provide mutual support. Indeed, that sounds good. Upon hearing this, Shin Amo nodded in agreement. Indeed, while he could single-handedly hunt fierce beasts, the matter of transporting them posed a challenge. Having assistance would undoubtedly alleviate this burden. Moreover, it would allow him to lend a hand to Uncle Lu and his family. Sister-in-law, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Please take a moment to sleep again. I shall prepare dinner. Today we shall have snake soup. I cannot sleep either. I will lend a hand. The two made their way to the kitchen, becoming engrossed in their tasks. Observing Shin Xian's industriousness, Shin Amo was momentarily lost in thought, contemplating the image of an exemplary wife and mother. If he were to marry in the future, he would surely desire a partner akin to his sister-in-law, both captivating and capable. As evening approached, a sudden series of knocks echoed through the air. At that moment, Shin Xian had no time to retreat to the cellar and could only conceal herself behind the stove in the kitchen. Shin Amo casually closed the kitchen door and walked over to open it. Outside stood a constable, his colleague Li Ba. The two shared a good rapport, often supporting one another. Li Ba, have you finished your shift? If so, shall we dine together? Today, I caught a snake in the vegetable field. Shin Amo smiled and said, believing that Li Ba had come to see him. Li Ba sighed, exclaiming, Alas, I have no heart for dining. What is the matter? Shin Amo furrowed his brow. Huang Ren has instructed you to report tomorrow. Recently, the cousin of one of our county magistrate's concubines has met with an untimely demise. The magistrate is furious and demands that we uncover the murderer within 5 days. You are unaware, but that concubine has utterly captivated our county magistrate, leaving him entranced. Shin Amo coldly remarked, investigating the murderer is the responsibility of the captains. My presence would be of little consequence. It seems to me that Huang Ren is merely waiting for an opportunity to set me up. Li Ba's expression grew awkward. Be cautious with your words. You are well aware of his temperament. He has been waiting for several days for you to summon your sister-in-law. His patience is wearing thin, and he has threatened to show you a different side of himself. Shin Amo scoffed. I understand. He said little more. With his strength, he felt no fear of him. If necessary, his fate would be the same as Linda's. Xiao Mo, I came to inform you. I shall take my leave now, as I must patrol the county magistrate's residence soon. After Li Ba departed, Shin Amo securely closed the door. Xiao Mo, has Huang Ren been troubling you? Naturally. Shin Xian had overheard the entire conversation. Shin Amo recounted the events that had transpired. Shin Xian was instantly incensed that Huang Ren is utterly outrageous. Sister-in-law, do not worry. He will not dare to lay a finger on you, she assured. Shin Xian sighed, yet, Huang Ren is, after all, your immediate superior. He holds authority over you. Then let him perish, came the resolute reply. Shin Amo hardly regarded Huang Ren at all. He then smiled and said, Let's set aside these matters for now and enjoy our meal. Sister-in-law, after we dine well, I shall guide you in your training. At this moment, Shin Xian's yearning for strength surpassed any time before. She no longer wished to be bullied or hunted. After finishing their meal and clearing the tableware, the two stood in the courtyard under the moonlight. Sister-in-law, your stance is rather unsteady. Observing Shin Xian's horse stance, Shin Amo pinched her thigh, causing her to blush deeply. Of course, she understood that he was merely assessing her muscles. From now on, every few days, take a blood-fortifying pill to enhance your vitality. Shin Amo remarked that, in truth, Shin Xian possessed a certain foundation in martial arts. During her time at the escort agency, she had indeed practiced. However, Due to the demanding nature of her duties in managing finances, her martial skills had languished. After consuming a blood-fortifying pill, Chen Xian emulated Chen Anmo and began to assume a horse stance. After the burning of an incense stick, she commenced practicing the Qian Kuan step. Meanwhile, Chen Anmo focused on honing his swordsmanship. At this moment within the Wu household, Wu Bao had waited the entire day without receiving any report from his two subordinates. Just recently, the families of these two subordinates expressed that they had not seen them all day. Could it be that Chen Anmo had dealt with them? A devotee sporting a thin mustache expressed his suspicion, declaring it impossible. Wu Bao vehemently rejected the notion that Chen Anmo possessed such capability. Perhaps they had simply encountered misfortune, as it was possible that individuals from the Zhengfei martial arts school were at his residence. Wu Bao slammed his hand on the table, asserting that it must be the case. Otherwise, how could a newly minted 8th grade martial artist possibly contend against them? The devotee, named Xiaoyang, stroked his mustache and found Wu Bao's reasoning quite valid. Rest assured, my lord, I shall speak with Huang Ren and discreetly arrange for his demise. In the early morning, Huang Ren gazed at the 20 taels of silver on the table, his heart swelling with joy. He embraced his beautiful wife tightly. How had Chen Anmo managed to offend the Wu family so gravely that they would expend 20 taels for his life, just as he sought to trouble Chen Anmo? Ah, dear husband, you must buy me a new garment when you have the opportunity. The weather has turned quite chilly. Of course, I shall first attend to my duties, he replied. Chen Anmo arrived at the yamen early in the day, finding the premises nearly deserted of officials. After reporting in at the office, he made his way directly to the temporary mortuary. Inside, a body, no older than 22 or 23, lay rigidly upon a straw mat. This was Xin Ming, the cousin of the county magistrate's concubine. It was said that he shared a close bond with her, to the extent that the magistrate had secured him a position at the yamen. Consequently, his demise plunged the magistrate's concubine into profound sorrow, prompting her to threaten self-harm in her grief. The body had already undergone examination by the coroner, revealing that the cause of death was multiple stab wounds inflicted by a skilled swordsman. Despite the gruesome state of the corpse, one could still discern that the deceased had once been a strikingly handsome young man. Ding. Touching the body grants a reward of 40 days of cultivation. A latent wish of the deceased is triggered. Wish 1. To be with Lin Xiaoyue forever, rather than as a clandestine lover. Reward, 100 days of cultivation time. At this revelation, Chen Anmo was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misread the name. Lin Xiaoyue? Was he that the name of the magistrate's concubine? In that instant, Chen Anmo comprehended the truth. This man was not merely a cousin to Lin Xiaoyue, but rather her secret paramour. Wish 2. Zhou Baoshan has plotted against my life and seeks to harm both the magistrate and Lin Xiaoyue. I hope she remains safe. Reward, 1 body refining elixir. Wish 3. I wish to know from Lin Xiaoyue whether she loves me or He Guang. Reward, the complete resting technique. He Guang, indeed, was the true name of the county magistrate. What a devoted soul he was, yearning for clarity even in death. Chen Anmo sighed. However, this individual named Zhou Baoshan actually intends to bring harm to the county magistrate. Chapter 12. Joys of Life, Promotion and Salary Increase. Stepping out of the room, Chen Anmo donned his sword and prepared to head towards the residence of the county magistrate. Xiaomo. At that moment, Li Ba approached him. I just saw Huang Ren on my way here. He mentioned he was looking to trouble you, so be cautious. Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes, involuntarily recalling the words spoken by Huang Ren earlier. At that moment, Li Ba noticed Huang Ren approaching from outside the door. He quickly recoiled and stepped aside, pretending to sharpen a knife. Huang Ren, hands on his hips, strode confidently towards Chen Anmo. I still have matters to attend to. Chen Anmo, eager to save others, momentarily disregarded him. How dare you take that tone with me? Huang Ren, suddenly incensed, reached out and grasped Chen Anmo's shoulder. Get lost. With a sudden jerk of his shoulder, Chen Anmo caused a sharp pain in Huang Ren's wrist, prompting an involuntary reaction. The onlookers exchanged glances, taken aback by Chen Anmo's audacity. Damn it, Chen Anmo, if you dare to step outside now, don't ever think of returning. Huang Ren berated furiously. Yet, alas, Chen Anmo had already made his exit. If he were to rescue He Guang, a promotion would undoubtedly follow, rendering Huang Ren's disapproval inconsequential. Xiaomo. Li Ba pursued him outside, his face etched with frustration. You are too young. You should have admitted your mistake just now. Li Ba, spare me the trivialities. Tell me, have you heard of Zhou Baoshan? Chen Anmo inquired. Zhou Baoshan? I remember him. Not long ago, a couple known as the Death Couple came into town. Notorious for their late-night robberies and murders, the authorities have been on the lookout for them. Subsequently, Ming discovered their whereabouts. The county magistrate personally led a team to surround the couple. However, in the end, only the woman was killed, while the man managed to escape. And the magistrate was injured in the process. Li Ba reminisced about the recent events. You were injured, so you might not be aware of the severity of the death couple's actions. Ming could very well be the one responsible for the man's death. Amo speculated. What? Li Ba halted in his tracks. He might still pose a threat to the magistrate. We should go and investigate, Amo elucidated. Li Ba reassured him. Don't worry, Xiaoma. Our county magistrate is no ordinary man. He is someone who would devour his enemies whole. He has already anticipated that others might seek revenge against him and has taken precautions by assigning guards to protect his household. As he spoke, Li Ba stifled a yawn. I was on watch for the first half of the night yesterday. It has utterly exhausted me. Amo frowned and said, It's always wise to take a look at the past. The residence of the county magistrate was situated in the large courtyard behind the county office. As the two arrived, Li Ba furrowed his brow. Where are the sentinels? Amo faintly heard the sounds of pleading emanating from within. Good man, let us speak civilly. It was He Guang's voice. Haha, He Guang, you have caused the death of my wife. Today, in your presence, I shall take your wife as well. Zhou Baoshan roared with a ferocious expression. Amo unleashed the Qian Kuan step, moving silently through the courtyard. The guards who were originally stationed there lay sprawled on the ground, rendered unconscious, evidently victims of a narcotic akin to a sleeping potion. He hastily covered his mouth and nose and swiftly approached the courtyard. He found He Guang and a delicate-looking woman kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. Zhou Baoshan, wielding a long sword, wore a cold smirk. Suddenly, he flicked his sword, tearing open the woman's garment. The fabric ripped apart, revealing her fragrant shoulder and a charming little bodice. Quite an alluring figure, indeed. Zhou Baoshan's eyes gleamed with interest. Who is this? Abruptly, Zhou Baoshan turned his head, alerted by the sound of a stone clattering to the ground. In a flash, a figure leaped over the wall, brandishing a large blade aimed directly at his face. Such speed. However, Zhou Baoshan was no novice. How dare you attempt a sneak attack? He seethed with rage. The younger generation has become increasingly disregardful of martial decorum. They all deserve to perish. He swung his sword to parry Amo's assault. Clang, clang, clang. Amo unleashed a series of powerful strikes, each one imbued with immense force. Zhou Baoshan, initially able to withstand a few blows, soon felt his arms grow numb. It was as if he were facing not a mere human, but a ferocious tiger. How could this be? After all, he too had undergone rigorous physical training. Yet, in the presence of this young man, he found himself at a complete disadvantage. To make matters worse, the low-grade mystic sword in his hand had already sustained several deep gashes. He Guang, witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, felt a surge of joy. It was Amo, that remarkable lad. Overwhelmed with excitement, He Guang pulled Lin Kuya back. Eliminate him. Yes, just like that. Take him down. He Guang clenched his fists. In truth, he had some martial arts training, albeit at a modest level. His rise to this minor official position was largely due to his uncle, the city lord. Seeking death, Zhou Baoshan roared in fury. Abandoning his fight with Amo, he resolved to eliminate He Guang and Lin Kuya before making his escape. However, he did not anticipate that Amo would be even swifter. With a flurry of strikes, Zhou Baoshan was compelled to relinquish his pursuit of He Guang. After a few exchanges, he found himself growing increasingly fatigued. Suddenly, with a decisive blow, Zhou Baoshan's wrist was severed. Amo lunged forward, plunging a knife into his heart. Yu Zhaoshan stared blankly at Amo, unwillingly collapsing. Last wish. I hope Lin Kuya is safe. Completed. Reward. 1 body refining pill. My lord, are you unharmed? Amo walked over and helped He Guang to his feet. I'm fine, Xiaomo. I owe you my life this time, He Guang said, a tremor of fear in his voice. That scoundrel was cunning and resourceful, having just used a sleeping gas to incapacitate everyone. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. I thought I was doomed, but unexpectedly, you, my lucky star, appeared. Amo remarked, I too sense that something is amiss. For upon passing by this place, I noticed that the guards were absent. Hence, I ventured in to investigate, and fortunately, I discovered the situation in time. He Guang nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Li Ba arrived hastily. Li Ba, quickly summon assistance, He Guang instructed. Yes, my lord. I shall first remove the body. Chen Amo replied. Such a trivial task should not burden you. With your capabilities, it would be beneath you to serve as a mere constable. He Guang chuckled. Chen Anmo was filled with astonishment. Did this imply a promotion? After all, who would be willing to serve if not rewarded for saving a life? From this day forth, I shall elevate your position to that of an intermediate constable, with a monthly salary of 25 taels. Upon hearing this, Chen Anmo felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a promotion to senior constable. Chen Anmo, your experience is still limited. Exert yourself diligently, and I assure you, within the next 2 to 3 years, you shall ascend to the rank of senior constable, He Guang encouraged. Although his words were eloquent, Chen Amo understood that He Guang would be watching his performance closely. Thank you, my lord. Moments later, a multitude of officers rushed in, and He Guang stepped outside. As soon as he left, Lin Qiya expressed her gratitude to Chen Anmo. I owe you a debt of thanks. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Listening to Lin Qiya's words, Chen Anmo's thoughts raced. There was a lingering wish of Xinming to inquire whether Lin Qiya loved him or He Guang. The reward for fulfilling this wish was the breath-pursuing technique. Clearly, this was a rather unique cultivation method. Should he pose the question? Gazing at the beautiful Lin Qiya before him, Chen Anmo resolved to ask, Madam, the reason I came to rescue you is indeed related to Xinming. Chen Anmo gazed into her eyes and spoke. What? Is he my nephew? But he has already passed away. Lin Qiya exclaimed with fervor. Chen Anmo said, He visited me in a dream, urging me to save you. How could that be? Lin Qiya instinctively felt a twinge of disbelief. It is true. He expressed his concerns from beyond, and his only worry was you. He also shared with me the matters concerning you both. Lin Qiya furrowed her brows. Rest assured, madam, I shall not speak out of turn. However, Xinming's message to me, apart from the plea for your rescue, included another request for your assistance. Chen Anmo remarked. Lin Qiya let out a cold snort, inquiring, What do you wish me to do? She speculated whether Chen Anmo was attempting to deceive her. Subsequently, would he threaten her? Demanding money or a position of power? Xinming merely wished to ask the lady, Do you love him? Or do you hold deeper affection for the county magistrate? Chen Anmo stated, Is that all? Lin Qiya responded, Indeed, I swear by my martial heart that I shall never disclose this matter to a third party, Chen Anmo affirmed. Observing the earnestness in Chen Anmo's demeanor, Lin Qiya found herself believing him to some extent. After all, there was no need to question such matters. Yet, Chen Anmo still inquired, could it truly be that Xinming has communicated through a dream? The thought filled Lin Qiya with a pang of sorrow. In truth, my heart had already divided into 2 halves, one half belonging to He Guang and the other to Xinming. I am uncertain of whom I cherish more, thus, I feel an affection for both. Chen Anmo was taken aback. How refreshingly unconventional this response was. His dying wish, to inquire Lin Qiya whether she loved him or He Guang. Completed, reward, the resting technique, mastery. My lady, should I encounter Xinming in my dreams next time, I shall convey this to him. I shall also communicate it to the esteemed one, striving to ensure your swift ascension to the rank of senior constable. Lin Qiya winked at Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo trembled. The electric charge was simply overwhelming. No wonder. It left both men awestruck. Subsequently, he hoisted the lifeless body of Zhou Bashan and exited the courtyard. Ding. Touching the corpse granted him a reward of 100 days of cultivation. He inadvertently triggered the deceased's last wishes. Last wish 1. 5 days hence, proceed to Yujiao town. To the Fuling Inn. Inform elder brother Zhou Baolong that Chen Anmo has taken my life, and seek vengeance on my behalf. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. Last wish 2. Eliminate He Guang and the venomous Lin Qiya. Reward, 1 body refining pill. The completion of last wish 2 was undoubtedly unattainable. However, last wish 1. To find his elder brother Zhou Baolong remained a feasible endeavor. Chen Anmo's expression was peculiar. He couldn't simply approach and say, Greetings, I am Chen Anmo. And I am the one who killed your brother, Zhou Baoshan. That would be akin to inviting trouble. Zhou Baolong would likely retaliate fiercely. Of course, if the opponent's strength were lacking, it might be worth considering, especially since the reward this time amounted to 3 years of cultivation. The thought of it made his mouth water. Chapter 13. The marvelous use of the seeking rest technique after emerging while carrying the corpse. Everyone became aware that Chen Anmo had attained the rank of intermediate constable. Huang Ren wore a grim expression. He had initially intended to teach Chen Anmo a lesson and make things difficult for him. However, to his surprise, this young man had accomplished a significant feat, elevating his position to match his own. Nevertheless, do not think you can rest easy. I have 100 ways to deal with you. At that moment, He Guang announced the forthcoming personnel arrangements for Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo's immediate superior is the senior constable, Zhao Chuanrong. However, senior constables and chief constables typically do not remain within the city. These individuals possess advanced skills and are primarily tasked with apprehending high-profile fugitives. Ordinary homicide cases are generally assigned to intermediate constables. Thus, although Zhao Chuanrong is his direct superior, he is seldom present and does not oversee Chen Anmo directly. He Guang has also assigned about 10 individuals to Chen Anmo, who is now responsible for the safety of 3 streets. Once the personnel arrangements were completed, Chen Anmo went to collect a set of attire worn by intermediate constables, with the transition from a mere bird's gun to a formidable cannon. This new uniform fit him impeccably. Li Ba and a few others with whom he shared a close rapport were summoned by Chen Anmo, becoming his subordinates. Brother Mo, I'm sticking with you from now on. Li Ba expressed genuine joy for Chen Anmo. In the past, under Huang Ren's leadership, he not only faced bullying but also had to endure the dirty and arduous tasks meant for honest folk like himself. But that would not be the case any longer. The others nodded in agreement, eager to align themselves with him. Chen Anmo chuckled. Rest assured, everyone, following me will not lead to your misfortune. However, I implore you all to refrain from concealing anything from me in the future. Should anyone dare to stab me in the back, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In the narrow alley, Chen Anmo, along with Li Ba and a man named LV Ziqiang, patrolled the street. As they walked, he reveled in the exquisite application of the Xuanxi Ju technique. Before long, he comprehended the essence of this practice. It is a remarkable technique. No wonder that Shenming could effortlessly uncover the whereabouts of the deadly couple. It was all due to this very method. The Xuanxi Ju is not an offensive technique, but rather a perceptive one, belonging to a more obscure path. Through this practice, one can easily sense all the energies surrounding them. With a mere thought, he focused his mind. A surge of energy emanated from Chen Anmo, dispersing in fine threads around him. Wherever it reached, the breath of each individual was nearly laid bare before him. Furthermore, as long as their cultivation level was not vastly inferior to his own, he could discern their prowess. This was indeed extraordinary. In the future, venturing out to hunt fierce beasts would become significantly simpler. Moreover, this technique was merely at the stage of great achievement, should he attain perfection. His perceptive abilities would be even more formidable. Chen Anmo was filled with eager anticipation, longing to perfect his martial arts to an unparalleled level, perhaps even to that of a master. He resolved to immerse himself in the surroundings, striving to ascertain the extent of his perception. Soon enough, everything around him fell under his awareness. Within the tavern, 2 tables of patrons engaged in drinking and games of chance. In the inn, a couple, drenched in sweat, diligently practiced their techniques, undeterred by their exhaustion. In a distant courtyard, a woman cradled her child, soothing him to sleep. Even further away, within a martial arts hall, dozens of martial artists honed their skills, their levels of mastery laid bare before him. The intensity of his perception was astonishing. Realizing the profound power of this technique, Chen Anmo was struck by its potential. In the blink of an eye, it was time for lunch. 3 individuals returned to their quarters, ready to partake in their meal. Chen Anmo had just received news of a reported homicide in Huxin village, potentially involving at least 2 martial artists. You shall accompany me to investigate, he declared. Just after they finished their meal, Huang Ren strode in, his tone reminiscent of issuing a command. This irked both Li Ba and L Ziqiang, who were also intermediate constables. They questioned the basis of his apparent superiority. What was unexpected, however, was Chen Anmo nonchalantly agreed. Lakeside village, is it? Very well. I shall tidy up and head over shortly. Everyone was taken aback, including Huang Ren, who gazed at Chen Anmo in astonishment. Little did he know that Chen Anmo was currently so agreeable. He had initially contemplated issuing a few threats, but was taken by surprise when Chen Anmo readily acquiesced. Li Ba continuously cast sidelong glances at Chen Anmo. It was evident to any keen observer that Huang Ren's suggestion to go to Lakeside Village was far from benevolent. What if an unforeseen incident occurred while they were out? Brother Mo, aren't we supposed to be investigating a case? Li Ba mustered his courage, feigning a reminder. Huang Ren furrowed his brow and addressed Li Ba. What are you all doing? Can't you conduct your own investigation? Stung by Huang Ren's reprimand, Li Ba's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. Huang Ren, my men are not subject to your admonitions. Chen Anmo gazed intently at Huang Ren and rose to his feet, speaking with conviction. A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Ren's eyes, and suddenly he broke into laughter. Ah, I nearly forgot. Li Ba is your subordinate. I have no right to reprimand you. You may as well tidy up, for we shall depart shortly. He perceived Chen Anmo's actions as the fervent display of a new official eager to assert authority, dismissing any need to take offense. After all, once he stepped outside, his very existence would depend on the outside world. What was there to be angry about with a mere corpse? Having spoken, Huang Ren exited the room. Mr. Mo, you cannot go. Huang Ren has clearly ill intentions. Li Ba urged, his anxiety palpable. He could not fathom why Chen Anmo had consented to venture out. Indeed, Mr. Mo, you have only just assumed your position. Huang Ren may pose a threat to you, Lu Ziqiang added, attempting to dissuade him. Li Ba, Ziqiang, you need not worry. Remain here and await my return. Chen Anmo smiled softly and murmured, even if he does not seek me out, I shall pursue him. The two were momentarily taken aback. Before they had the chance to utter a word, Chen Anmo had already stepped outside. What Chen Anmo had just said was no mere whim. Even if Huang Ren did not come looking for him, he had intended to find an opportunity over the next 2 nights to confront him. To his surprise, Huang Ren had come knocking on his door. In addition to Chen Anmo and Huang Ren, 2 of Huang Ren's loyal subordinates trailed behind. These 2 were Huang Ren's trusted confidants. Generally, he had little interaction with them, merely sharing a familiar face. As they walked, the trio did not exchange a single word with Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo chose to disregard them. As he walked, he produced the body-refining elixir he had previously received as a reward. This elixir was indeed a remarkable treasure. Upon consumption, it could significantly enhance one's vital energy and fortify the physique. A martial artist of ordinary constitution could elevate their condition to a commendable level through its use. He placed the elixir in his mouth and silently commenced the process of refining it, utilizing all the cultivation time he had just been awarded. Chen Anmo pondered, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Engaging in additional preparation is undoubtedly wise. Deducting the 140 days dedicated to cultivation, you have practiced the 3 forms of the swift blade. Thanks to the consumption of the body-refining pill, your foundational talent has been enhanced, resulting in an accelerated pace of cultivation. The 3 forms of the swift blade, perfected, a dazzling display of blade light and shadow, with a continuous flow of blade energy. New capabilities have emerged. Previously, there was only the interplay of light and shadow, where my swordsmanship moved with the swiftness of a shadow, capable of producing afterimages. Now, the continuous flow of blade energy has been added. Chen Anmo smiled. The aura of the blade. Those swordsmen who have trained for decades, even 20 years, might not have cultivated such an aura. Yet, he had already mastered it. Who would dare believe it if he spoke of it? Huxin village is renowned for its location in the midst of a vast lake. There is but a single path leading into the village. After briskly walking for more than an hour, he finally beheld the road to Huxin village. The village itself is not particularly large, primarily inhabited by fishermen, comprising around 100 households. However, Huang Ren did not make his way towards the heart of the village. Instead, he directed his steps towards a dilapidated house by the lakeside. Upon arriving, Huang Ren surveyed his surroundings. This place was truly an ideal location for committing murder, free from any interruptions. He glanced at his 2 henchmen beside him. The 2 instantly understood, smirking as they approached Chen Anmo from either side. Prior to their arrival, they were well aware of their intentions. They were not concerned about being exposed. If neither of them spoke, who would ever know? They would simply claim to have been ambushed by 2 bandits. Chen Anmo was ultimately defeated, meeting a tragic end on the spot. As for the bandits, they naturally fled the scene. Just as they approached Chen Anmo, he suddenly turned his head. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike with the 9-ring broadsword at his waist. The force of the blade surged forth, leaving the 2 assailants unable to react as they clutched their throats and collapsed in agony. Huang Ren was momentarily taken aback. However, once he regained his composure, he hastily drew his sword, but it was too late. The blade's energy pierced through his arm in an instant. After losing an arm, Huang Ren's face turned ashen. Chen Anmo, have you lost your mind? He retreated in terror. Chen Anmo walked over slowly. Did you not wish to kill me? If that is the case, do not blame me for striking first. It's a misunderstanding. I had no intention of killing you. At this moment, Huang Ren was certainly unwilling to admit it. Chen Anmo chuckled. It matters not if you refuse to acknowledge it. I have long desired to eliminate you. With a swift motion, he brought down his formidable blade. No. The head rolled away. Ding. Touching the lifeless body, he received a reward of 60 days of cultivation. He activated the deceased's final wishes. Wish 1. Eliminate this scoundrel Chen Anmo. Wish 2. Report back to young Master Wu Bao, informing him of Chen Anmo's demise. Upon reading these two wishes, Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes. Once again, it is that Wu Bao. He then approached the two other constables nearby, touching the bodies. He received a reward of 30 days of cultivation each. Although he had dealt with these three individuals, he had no intention of departing from this place. His gaze was deeply fixed upon a dilapidated house not far away. There was someone there. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Early stage of the 7th rank. Clap. Clap, clap. Inside the house, a figure emerged, applauding as he stepped forward. It was Qiu Yang. Chen Anmo recognized the visitor, who was none other than a priest of the Wu family. Everything became clear. The Wu family had bribed Huang Run, leading him to this very place. The primary instigator of the assassination was, in fact, Qiu Yang. Yet, these individuals had never imagined that he would take the initiative. How amusing it is that you understand the importance of preemptive action. You are indeed remarkable. Qiu Yang offered a faint smile, adding, however, at this juncture, you ought to consider fleeing, or perhaps even contemplate begging for mercy on your knees. Would that be of any use? Chen Anmo squinted slightly. Of course it's useless. But I can assure you, I will grant you a swift resolution, Qiu Yang replied with great confidence. Chapter 14. What a disturbance. Chen Anmo raised his 9-ring broadsword. This action spoke volumes. It is indeed amusing that you, a mere 8th rank warrior, would dare to raise your blade against me, a 7th rank martial artist. Who has bestowed upon you such audacity? Qiu Yang approached slowly and continued, I have not finished speaking. Chen Anmo struck fiercely. With swift motions, he executed 2 consecutive slashes. At that moment, the two individuals were separated by a distance of several dozen meters. Qiu Yang furrowed his brow. What was this young man thinking? Attacking from such a distance? Typically, only martial artists who have cultivated their blade aura would dare to do so. Yet, those who have mastered blade aura have trained for 30 to 40 years, at the very least. This is considered rapid. But how old could Chen Anmo be? Thus, he could hardly believe that Chen Anmo could wield blade aura. However, soon enough, invisible ripples accompanied by the sound of cutting through the air surged towards him. What? Blade aura? How is that possible? Qiu Yang's eyes widened in horror. Instinctively, he leaped to evade the attack. Unfortunately, he had been overly complacent. Although he managed to move, a blade aura still grazed his arm, slicing through it. The bone shattered instantly, leaving only a remnant of flesh connected. This is bad. Qiu Yang's complexion paled as his body instinctively staggered backward, gazing at Chen Anmo in terror. A 20-year-old 8th-tier martial artist, and he has cultivated blade aura. No wonder that old man Lu Zhengfei holds you in such high regard. Qiu Yang gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the protection of the Zhengfei martial arts school, the Wu family would have already brought many people to Chen Anmo's home to confront him. Why else would they need to trick him out? Chen Anmo spoke no more, raising his blade once again. However, this time, he employed the Qian Kuan step, closing the distance swiftly. Qiu Yang, now mentally prepared, realized that at such a distance, Chen would undoubtedly evade any attempt to strike with blade energy. Although this blade energy was effective, it also exacted a significant toll on his vitality. Gritting his teeth, Qiu Yang understood that he had to take this encounter seriously. This individual was far from an ordinary 8th-tier martial artist. His true combat prowess was comparable to that of a 7th-tier warrior. At present, he was already injured and had lost considerable blood. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. Consequently, he contemplated fleeing from the scene. However, Chen Anmo's speed and his footwork exceeded Qiu Yang's expectations. In an instant, Chen Anmo charged forward with his blade. Qiu Yang had no choice but to retaliate. Boom! Chen Anmo wielded his great sword with formidable strength. As his energy erupted, Qiu Yang's severed arm, already precarious, was sent flying. The searing pain caused Qiu Yang to gasp sharply, his complexion paling further. The clash of their blades echoed in a series of sharp strikes, and in an instant, Qiu Yang's right arm could no longer bear the strain. Numbness coursed through his arm, and his weapon nearly slipped from his grasp. Truly, he was a 7th-rank martial artist, distinct from those inept fighters. Chen Anmo pondered deeply. However, he remained unhurried. Qiu Yang's strength and speed were evidently declining significantly, while he himself had scarcely exerted any energy. Boom! The power of the 10 tigers. Chen Anmo uttered a low exclamation, and Qiu Yang's countenance changed. How is that possible? Chen Anmo's performance once again took him by surprise. A tremendous force surged towards him. With one arm already struggling to bear the weight, when Chen Anmo unleashed his ultimate move, he could no longer withstand it. Little brother, we are both Wu Bao. That fellow wants to kill you. Let us speak calmly, I can assist you. Even the formidable 7th-tier master, faced with the imminent threat of death, could not help but plead for mercy. Chen Anmo's expression was one of indifference as he severed Qiu Yang's right arm with a single stroke. Qiu Yang staggered backward, then collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with despair. It was unimaginable that a distinguished 7th-tier master, a figure of some renown in the 4th floor town, would meet his demise at the hands of a mere youth. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Kill me. Just grant me a swift end. Qiu Yang trembled as he spoke. With a sickening thud, the head fell. A chime echoed. Touching the corpse yielded a reward of 100 days of cultivation. The wishes of the deceased were activated. Wish 1. Wu Bao's wife, Zhang Xiaowei, dared to look down upon me. Used the harmony powder on Zhang Xiaowei, causing her to descend into madness before the public. Reward: 1 year of cultivation. Wish 2. Zhang Xiaowei was responsible for the death of my junior sister. Avenge her by killing Zhang Xiaowei. Reward: 2 bottles of strengthening blood pills. Wish 3. Ensure that everyone learns of Zhang Xiaowei's disgraceful conduct, revealing her affair with her father-in-law. Reward: a low-grade Xian-tier sword, falling flower sword. What a tumultuous turn of events. Chen Anmo's eyes widened in astonishment. The information contained herein is indeed substantial. The leather pants over the cotton trousers must hold a significant reason. Qiu Yang's resentment towards Wu Bao's wife runs surprisingly deep. The crux of the matter is that Zhang Xiaowei and her father-in-law are, astonishingly. Chen Anmo's expression was peculiar. Regarding Wu Bao's wife, Zhang Xiaowei, he was well aware of her background. She hailed from a lineage of martial artists, showcasing remarkable talent from a young age, having already reached the 8th rank. When the Wu family secured such a prodigious woman, countless young elites were envious. However, it was well known that her temperament left much to be desired. Over trivial matters, she had been known to fatally assault servants, and even once committed an act of violence that resulted in the deaths of an entire family in public, inciting widespread outrage. Subsequently, the Wu family had to expend a significant sum to quell the ensuing uproar. Unexpectedly, Qiu Yang had long harbored discontent towards her. The wishes left behind were rather straightforward. He stroked his chin thoughtfully as he tidied up the scene. From the bodies, he managed to extract over 20 taels of silver. He bound Qiu Yang's corpse with stones and cast it into the nearby river. The remaining bodies were arranged in a simple manner. Afterward, he entered the village and sent someone to the county office. My colleagues and I encountered bandits. They were treacherously slain while I managed to escape by a stroke of luck. Chen Anmo took out 1 or 2 silver coins and handed them to the village chief. Please arrange for 2 young men and a cart to transport the body back to the county office. Sir, I will send someone immediately. Please accept my condolences. Chen Anmo sighed, lamenting the tragic fate of his colleague. Thus, he sat in the carriage, driven by 2 young men. By the time they entered the city, it was already evening. As Chen Anmo carried the 3 corpses into the room, an eerie silence enveloped the entire precinct. The constables, seasoned in their ways, were well aware that something significant would transpire when Huang Ren concocted an excuse to take Chen Anmo out. Chen Anmo is undoubtedly destined for demise. Yet the scene before them was utterly unexpected. Huang Ren and the others had all perished. Chen Anmo recounted the statement he had previously made to the village chief of Huxin village. The crowd's pupils dilated in shock. Were they truly confronted by bandits? Or was there a deeper, concealed truth? Chen Anmo, can you describe the appearance of the bandits? At that moment, County Magistrate He Guan emerged, his brow furrowed. Sir, there were 2 bandits. However, due to their masks, I was unable to discern their features. Upon finishing, Chen Anmo sighed deeply and shook his head. Regrettably, my abilities are limited, and I could not prevent those 2 bandits, resulting in the tragic demise of Brother Huang Ren and his companions. Chen Anmo spoke with great emotion. Yet a group of individuals wore peculiar expressions. He Guang remained oblivious to the grudges that simmered among those present. However, he was not foolish. He instinctively sensed that something was amiss. My husband, in the face of such circumstances, Chen Anmo is also powerless. Let him rest for a few days. Ling Qiuya said as she slowly stepped forward. To his surprise, this woman was speaking on his behalf. Chen Anmo cast a glance at her. What the lady said is indeed true. Anmo, there is little for you to attend to these days, and I shall grant you a 10-day leave to recuperate. As for the 3 individuals who were murdered, I will assign someone to investigate this matter. Although He Guang has claimed he will look into it, everyone is aware that uncovering the truth may prove to be quite a challenge. Once the couple departed, Li Ba and the others approached. Mo Ge, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Let us dine out. We shall treat you to a celebration, Li Ba said with a smile. I am injured. What is there to celebrate? Chen Anmo shook his head and said, next time, I shall treat everyone. Having uttered these words, he departed. Upon his return home, Chen Amo surveyed his surroundings. It was as if Shen Xian were a cat detecting a scent. As soon as he entered, the door to the cellar swung open, and she emerged. Xiao Mo, why are you so late today? Shen Xian was glistening with fragrant perspiration on her forehead, neck, and collar. Clearly, she had been practicing her stances in the cellar. Perhaps due to the prolonged duration of her training, she appeared notably more poised and curvaceous. Sister-in-law, I have some delightful news to share with you. Shen Amo kept them in suspense. Take a guess. You haven't leveled up again, have you? Shen Xian gazed at Chen Anmo's increasingly robust physique, unable to suppress a gulp. It felt as though his rate of improvement was rather astonishing. Nevertheless, she was pleased to witness this. You guessed wrong. Chen Anmo remarked. They are unaware of it. Shen Xian chuckled and replied, Huang Ren has passed away. Chen Anmo declared. From now on, no one shall bully my sister-in-law. What? He has already passed away? Indeed. Shall we celebrate? Shen Xian inquired. In the next moment, Chen Amo suddenly lifted Shen Xian by the waist, and the two began to twirl in place. Oh dear, I might fall, Shen Xian exclaimed, startled. Chen Amo's sudden gesture left her utterly unprepared. There was no way she could withstand it. At that moment, Chen Amo was overwhelmed with joy. Not solely because Shen Xian was no longer under Huang Ren's threat, but primarily because he had long been bullied by Huang. Now, he had finally resolved this matter. How could he possibly contain his happiness? Stop spinning around. I'm feeling dizzy, Shen Xian remarked. It was only upon hearing her words that Chen Anmo ceased his exuberance. Observing Shen Xian's flushed cheeks, he realized that he had indeed acted rather boldly by embracing his sister-in-law so directly. Although it was in celebration, he still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sister-in-law, I apologize. I got carried away in my excitement. Chen Anmo quickly expressed his regret. Shen Xian shot him a bemused glance. All right, I understand you're very happy, she replied. Sister-in-law, you're not upset, are you? Even if you were, it wouldn't be directed at Erlang. Please take a moment to rest. I'll prepare some food. Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. Chen Anmo let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his sister-in-law was not angry. That was a relief indeed. What he failed to notice was that when Shen Xian returned to the kitchen, she hurriedly covered her cheeks with both hands. The memory of being lifted and spun around lingered in her mind, stirring an inexplicable excitement within her. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of her lips. How she longed to experience that exhilarating sensation once more. Chapter 15. Marrying a wife? The night had already fallen outside, with the cold wind howling. After dinner, Chen Anmo and Shen Xian remained indoors. Shen Xian was busy mending Chen Anmo's clothes. Chen Anmo was sharpening the kitchen knife at home. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow over the room. Soon, Chen Anmo had finished honing the blade. Sister-in-law, the knife is ready. However, it is merely a kitchen knife. Later, I shall craft you a magnificent sword. Shen Xian smiled at him with a glance. A yellow-grade sword would cost dozens of taels of silver. Perhaps it's best to forego that, as I seldom venture outside anyway. Chen Anmo remarked. Now that we have money, there is no cause for concern. However, we must exercise prudence in our expenditures, for one day you will need to marry a wife. With your newfound abilities, I am certain suitors will abound in the future. At this point, Shen Xian bit her lip, a flicker of despondency passing through her eyes. She felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, a bittersweet sensation. Marry a wife? Chen Anmo paused, taken aback. Indeed, you are no longer a child, and with your capabilities, is it not natural to consider marriage? Chen Anmo shook his head with a smile. I haven't given it much thought for now. Are you not considering marrying a wife yet? Shen Xian inquired with a playful glint in her eyes. Not at the moment, he replied. Is it that you feel burdened by your sister-in-law? Shen Xian teased deliberately. Chen Anmo said, Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? You used to take such good care of me. I just feel that I am still young and in no rush. Very well, if you ever wish to marry, I shall oversee it for you, Shen Xian remarked, though for some reason, she felt a sense of uncertainty. Chen Anmo always sensed that his sister-in-law spoke with ulterior motives. Instinctively, he glanced at Shen Xian. As he inhaled the subtle fragrance that enveloped her, a flicker of irritation ignited within him, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight. Shen Xian's figure was exquisite, her skin fair and supple, though her hair appeared somewhat disheveled. This was understandable. After all, spending each day in the cellar practicing martial arts, followed by washing and cooking, left little time for self-grooming. The fact that she maintained such a state of natural beauty was commendable. However, it must be said, Shen Xian's physique was indeed remarkable, with proportions that were truly perfect. Particularly her slender waist, the sensation from their previous embrace was simply unforgettable. Lingering in memory like a sweet aftertaste. Just a single hug was so exhilarating that he could hardly fathom what other encounters might evoke. Perhaps he should seek another opportunity for a similar embrace? As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Amo quickly shook his head. Once was sufficient. Indulging in such fanciful notions could lead to trouble. His sister-in-law placed such trust in him. How could he act recklessly? Unless she were to express willingness herself. Then he might contemplate the matter. Alas, it was utterly unrealistic to expect the pure and virtuous sister-in-law to do so. Chen Anmo shook his head. His gaze was perceptibly noticed by Shen Xian. What are you looking at, Xiaomo? Is there something dirty on my face? Shen Xian asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. In truth, she was aware that Chen Anmo had just been admiring her waist. His intense stare made her feel a little flustered. With such scrutiny, which girl could withstand it? Concerned that Chen Anmo might overstep boundaries, she hurriedly offered a gentle reminder. Chen Anmo regained his composure and hurriedly remarked, I wasn't observing anything in particular. I was merely contemplating that when the time comes to seek a partner, I would wish to find someone as beautiful and understanding as my sister-in-law. This statement was a sincere expression of his inner thoughts. However, upon uttering it, he felt a pang of regret. How foolish of me to voice my innermost feelings. Alas, this is the consequence of never having experienced a passionate romance. One becomes easily flustered. Shen Xian's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Xiaomo, you jest. What qualities does my sister-in-law possess? At this point, no one is even vying for her attention. How can that be? Chen Anmo sighed. Sister-in-law, you should rest early. I have to step out for a while. Originally, Shen Xian had been waiting for Chen Anmo to continue speaking, but to her surprise, the conversation was abruptly cut short, leaving her feeling somewhat anxious. Oh, you still have to go out? Yes, I have an important matter to attend to. Is it dangerous? Of course not. You should rest early and await my good news. As Chen Anmo departed through the back door, Shen Xian felt a fleeting sense of loss wash over her. What is happening to me? She murmured to herself. Once again, it was a moonless night, with the wind howling ominously. When Chen Anmo arrived at the Wu family estate, an hour and a half had passed. Indeed, the Wu family was affluent. Their estate in the suburbs sprawled over more than 1,000 acres. Qiuyang, even though you seek my demise, I shall fulfill your dying wish and assist you in dealing with that Zhang Xiaowei. Shen Anmo smiled faintly. The primary objective, after all, was to secure the reward. Qiuyang had 3 wishes: to use the Hehuan powder on Zhang Xiaowei, to eliminate her, and to ensure that everyone was aware of her scandalous liaison with her father-in-law. Zhang Xiaowei was certainly no virtuous individual. Thus, Chen Anmo felt no moral qualms in dealing with her. The crucial aspect was that he was now filled with anticipation. What would Wu Bao's reaction be upon discovering that his beloved wife was entangled with his father? Within the courtyard, Chen Anmo practiced his Qian Kuan steps, moving stealthily and soundlessly. Thanks to the Xuanqi technique, he was acutely aware of everything around him. The young master has once again been confined by the master. I hear it is related to the Qiuyang offering. I have also heard that the Qiuyang offering has been aiding him against someone named Chen Anmo. Who would have thought that Chen Anmo would return while Qiuyang mysteriously disappeared? The Qiuyang offering is of great significance to our Wu family. So it is no wonder the master is furious and has placed him under house arrest. Alas, the young master truly lacks understanding. Why must he torment an ordinary official? Chen Anmo listened to the chatter of the passing servants. Soon, he arrived at the courtyard where Wu Bao resided. Today, Wu Bao was confined, leaving only his wife, Zhang Xiaowei, to occupy the space. With a crack of the whip, Chen Anmo approached the door. This useless thing. How can I drink this bird's nest soup when it's so scalding hot? Madam, I apologize. I will change it immediately. Get out. The door swung open, and a maid, covering her face, ran away in tears. Now, the courtyard was left with only Zhang Xiaowei. Chen Anmo retrieved the Hehuan powder previously rewarded to him from the system space. He uncorked the bottle, allowing the fine powder to waft into the courtyard. At that moment, Zhang Xiaowei wore a stern expression. These useless trinkets could very well drive her to murder him if he erred again. HM? What is that scent? Zhang Xiaowei's nose twitched as she suddenly felt an unusual sensation coursing through her body. This feeling was almost. Unfortunately, today, Wu Bao was confined. How could this possibly not drive her to desperation? Perhaps she should seek the company of her father-in-law? Zhang Xiaowei licked her lips, her heart wavering. Ever since that time her father-in-law had instructed her in martial arts, leading to her injury, he had subsequently given her a massage. To her surprise, during the massage, Wu Laohu's hands had wandered beyond propriety. Initially, she had been quite anxious. After all, her cultivation was nowhere near that of Wu Laohu, so she could only passively endure. Yet, one must admit, experience does count for something. Especially considering Wu Laohu's profound skills, his strength far surpassed that of Wu Bao. Subsequently, every few days, Wu Laohu would summon her under the pretext of teaching her techniques, and at times, he even presented her with peculiar garments to wear. Though she verbally protested, inwardly, she relished the attention. It was hot, unbearably hot. The more she pondered, the more intense her desire became. No, Wu Bao was absent thus. She resolved to seek out Wu Laohu. Wu Laohu, her father-in-law. To her astonishment, before she could even step outside, Wu Laohu approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Since his son was in confinement, he thought to check on his daughter-in-law, considering she might be afraid of the dark. He intended to offer her some encouragement and, incidentally, assess her cultivation progress. As the night had deepened, he worried that the servants might see him, thus he came alone. However, upon arriving, he was taken aback to see Zhang Xiaowei rushing towards him. How unexpectedly forward today! Wu Laohu chuckled. Were it not for the potential ramifications, he would have truly considered taking Zhang Xiaowei as his wife. Xiaowei, what is the matter today? You seem quite feverish, Wu Laohu remarked with a mild smile. With Wu Bao absent, I feel a bit restless. Today, I have time to keep you company for the entire night. How does that sound? Upon uttering those words, Wu Laohu felt a stirring within him. He too sensed a rising heat. Had he been affected recently? He pondered silently, gazing at the disheveled Zhang Xiaowei before him. His eyes glowed a deep crimson. At that moment, his vigilance towards his surroundings had waned significantly. His only thought was to draw Zhang Xiaowei close and demonstrate to her the true meaning of experience. Before long, the two found themselves rolling on the grass. Meanwhile, Chen Amo had subdued a guard, donned the guard's attire, and summoned a group of guards. The master has instructed us to head to the young mistress's courtyard? He didn't mention any particular matter? A guard strode swiftly, casting a suspicious glance towards Chen Anmo. This individual appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Chen Anmo walked ahead, nodding and stating, indeed. It appears to be quite urgent. Understood. A group of over 10 guards quickened their pace. However, upon reaching the entrance, the unusual sounds emanating from the courtyard drew everyone's attention. It was the sound of heavy breathing. The door stood slightly ajar. One of the guards instinctively pushed it open, and the scene within left everyone in shock. The young mistress was unexpectedly face to face with the head of the household, their proximity startlingly intimate. Silently, the moment unfolded. Chen Anmo had long departed. Ding. Administer the Hehuan powder to Zhang Xiaowei, causing her to succumb to madness in public. Completed. Reward: 1 year of cultivation. Let it be known to all the scandal between Zhang Xiaowei and her father-in-law. Completed. Reward: a low-grade Xiantir sword, the Falling Blossom sword. At this moment, the group of guards, while astonished, were also gripped by a profound chill. What had they done? They had witnessed the affair between the master of the house and the young mistress. This was not a matter to be gossiped about lightly. It was highly likely that the master would eliminate them to keep this incident under wraps. Let us leave, quickly. The guards hurriedly departed in a flurry. Fortunately, Wu Laohu and Zhang Xiaowei were utterly entranced by the Hehuan powder, completely oblivious to the fact that they were partaking in a live spectacle. Chen Amo stood atop the tree, observing the scene before him. He glanced once more at the remaining Hehuan powder in his hand. Goodness, this substance is remarkably potent. Not only does it induce confusion and desire, but it has also attracted so many individuals that these two have remained oblivious. It is worth noting that this Wu Laohu is a peak 7th rank master. However, under these circumstances, it seems feasible to eliminate these two directly. Chen Amo gradually unsheathed his 9-ring broadsword. With a graceful leap, he charged towards the back of old Tiger Wu. The sound of piercing echoed in the air. Chapter 16. Perhaps this is true love. Chen Anmo never anticipated that the night would unfold so seamlessly. Not only had he dealt with Wu Bao's wife, but he had also slain his father. Undoubtedly, the Wu family would soon descend into chaos. Furthermore, with the loss of Wu Laohu, their pillar of strength, the family's influence was destined to wane. Ding. You have killed Zhang Xiaowei. Completed. Reward: 2 bottles of vitality pills. Next, he touched the corpses of the 2 individuals. Ding. Touching the corpse, reward of 100 days of cultivation. He triggered the deceased's last wishes. Last wish 1. To be buried alongside my father-in-law for eternity. Reward: 100 days of cultivation. Upon witnessing this wish, Chen Anmo could not help but reflect. Perhaps this is what true love entails. Ding. Touching the corpse. Reward of 100 days of cultivation. He activated another last wish. Last wish 1. The human skin scroll is to be kept close, now that I have passed. I hope it can be entrusted to my eldest son to unravel the mysteries of the qi refinement. Reward. 100 days of cultivation. Last wish 2. I hope Wu Bao will not harbor anger. As a father, I had no choice but to blame my charming daughter-in-law. Reward. 1 mixed origin pill. Chen Anmo clicked his tongue, realizing that these rewards were destined to remain out of reach. However, the human skin parchment was surprisingly nestled in the embrace of old Wuhu. It was the sole possession he could not relinquish even in death, indicating the extraordinary nature of this item. Was it somehow connected to the practitioners of qi refinement? Chen Anmo gently explored within his embrace. Moments ago, Wu Laohu had merely shed his trousers, leaving his shirt untouched. Soon, he uncovered a piece of yellowed human skin parchment. This parchment was the very item pilfered from the Huwei escort agency by the Wu family, a crucial element tied to the mysterious figure who had tasked Chen Hu with the transport of goods. It could be said that the entire downfall of the escort agency stemmed from this artifact. Bathed in the moonlight, Chen Anmo glanced at the parchment, which bore only a series of winding, serpentine patterns reminiscent of a route map. It appeared to be a fragment of some treasure map, though incomplete, and related to the realm of qi refiners. Regardless, it was prudent to secure it. In Chen Anmo's heart, there lingered a speculation. Others could scarcely imagine that this object would find its place upon him. Upon returning home, it was already late into the night, and the sky had begun to weep gently with a persistent drizzle. By the time he arrived, he was thoroughly soaked, and a chill enveloped him. Yet, for Chen Anmo, sleeping at such a late hour held no discomfort, for his constitution had transformed entirely. As he pushed open the door, his ears perked up at the sound of the cellar door creaking open. There stood Shen Xian, clad in nothing but a thin garment, softly murmuring, "Xiao Mo. You have returned. Big sister-in-law, you are still awake?" he inquired. "I noticed the rain and feared you might return drenched and catch a chill, so I stealthily came out. I have just boiled some warm water and left it in the cellar. You should wash up to avoid getting sick," she replied. Upon hearing her words, Chen Anmo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. His sister-in-law had waited for him until now. "Big sister-in-law, I am a martial artist. What is there to fear from a little rain? It is you who should be cautious, as your constitution is frail and prone to colds." As he finished speaking, a sudden sneeze escaped Shen Xian. "See, quickly return indoors. I will wash up in the cellar shortly," he assured her. He then gathered his clothing and descended to the cellar, where, indeed, by the bedside, he found a basin of warm water. A comforting warmth enveloped him as he sat on the edge of the bed, which still radiated a gentle heat, infused with a faint, delicate fragrance. Suddenly, he noticed an article of clothing peeking out from beneath the covers. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he lifted the quilt to take a look. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. It was a pink belly band adorned with embroidered mandarin ducks playing in water. The realization that his sister-in-law had just worn this left him breathless, and his heart raced with an intensity he could scarcely contain. How delightful it was! Chen Anmo couldn't help but murmur to himself. The material appeared exquisite, made of genuine silk. Its surface was smooth and pleasant to the touch. Reluctantly, he returned it to its original place. Afterward, he took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Upon emerging, he returned to his room, where Shen Xian awaited him. Seeing Chen Anmo's handsome and robust figure made her heart race considerably. "Sister-in-law, I've prepared hot water for you. Please take a good rest." Chen Anmo sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, unsure of what to say. "Well, you should rest early. You need to report to the Yamen tomorrow. The county magistrate has granted me a 10-day leave, so I won't be going tomorrow." "That's wonderful." A sudden sneeze escaped Shen Xian. "Sister-in-law, have you caught a cold?" "I can't quite explain it. I just feel a bit chilly." Shen Xian tightened her thin clothing. Chen Anmo hurriedly removed his outer garment and draped it over her. "You should head to the cellar first. I will prepare a bowl of sweet soup for you." Shen Anmo expressed his concern, saying it was no trouble at all. Shen Xian did not wish to burden him, especially since it was quite late, and staying up late was detrimental to one's health. "Elder sister-in-law, one must not be negligent when it comes to illness. You must heed my words." After much persuasion, Shen Xian finally returned to the cellar and settled back onto her bed. Suddenly, she noticed that her quilt seemed to have been disturbed. The belly band, which was initially tucked beneath the quilt, bore damp stains. It was evident that Chen Anmo had inadvertently come into contact with it while taking a shower. Shin Xian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she hastily picked up her belly band. Previously, she had found it uncomfortable to sleep while wrapped in it. Thus, she preferred to sleep without it. Upon realizing that Chun Anmo had returned, she had no time to put it on and had merely tucked it away beneath the quilt. Little did she expect that it would be uncovered by him. This mischievous boy, though she felt somewhat speechless, she was oddly devoid of any anger. Instead, an unspoken anticipation began to blossom within her. After a stick of incense had burned down, Chun Anmo entered the cellar, holding a bowl of sweet soup. Within the soup, he had added 3 slices of ginger. Sister-in-law, I have arrived. Chun Anmo opened the cellar, wary of a recurrence of the previous awkward incident. Thus, he called out in advance, please, come in. Shin Xian softly replied, I'm coming in. Upon entering the room, Shin Xian took a seat on the bed, casting an apologetic glance at Chun Anmo. Sister-in-law, have a drink. It will feel much more comfortable after sweating it out. Chun Anmo extended the porcelain bowl towards him. By the way, I have another gift for you. Chun Anmo suddenly smiled mysteriously. Shin Xian, intrigued, asked, what is it? Did I not mention before that I would procure a sword for your protection? Here it is. Chun Anmo retrieved a long and exquisite sword from the package behind him. It was none other than the coveted Falling Blossom sword, measuring over 1 meter in length. The scabbard was intricately carved, revealing its exceptional quality. It was of the Xian tier. What? It is actually of the Xian tier? Shin Xian exclaimed, fully aware of the significance of such weapons. Where on earth did this come from? I have heard that Xian tier weapons cost at least several hundred taels. Shin Xian remarked in disbelief. I acquired it after defeating that scoundrel, Wu Laohu. Chun Anmo replied. Chun Anmo did not conceal anything. What about Wu Laohu? Shin Xian immediately felt anxious, for he was a 7th tier master. I'm fine, sister-in-law. There's no need to worry. Shin Xian nodded repeatedly. In that moment, she understood that Chun Anmo's strength had likely grown formidable. A sense of deep satisfaction filled her heart. After savoring the sweet soup, Chun Anmo departed from the scene. Chun Anmo lay on his bed, casting a glance at his attributes. Host, Chun Anmo. Realm, Pinnacle of the 8th grade. Quick blade techniques, perfected, blade light and sword shadow. Continuous blade aura. Cultivation technique, tiger might overbearing body technique. Great success, 10 tiger strength. Cultivation technique, dragon claw hand. Beginner, cultivation technique, Qian Kuan step. Minor success, cultivation technique, seeking breath technique. Great success, available training time, 2 years and 100 days. Available vitality value, 10. Next, he needed to fulfill the last wish of that fellow, Zhou Bashan. His dying wish was to travel to Yujiao town to inform his elder brother that Chun Anmo had caused his demise. The reward for this task was a substantial 3 years of cultivation. Naturally, he would not take risks if his strength were insufficient. However, the situation had changed. The allure of the reward for this wish, which promised 3 years of cultivation, was indeed tempting. He resolved to enhance his strength. He decided to focus on improving the Qian Kuan step. Deducting a year of time, he trained in the Qian Kuan step, achieving great success. Treading snow without a trace. After subtracting another year, his proficiency in the technique increased further. Following a deduction of 100 days, he was nearing perfection in the Qian Kuan step. Indeed, the later stages of cultivation demanded increasingly more time. Chun Anmo sighed softly. This was also the reason he had chosen not to cultivate the Tiger Might Dominance technique. Chin Hu devoted a decade to perfecting the Tiger Might body technique. Yet he found himself still far from mastery. He surmised that he would require even more time. Perhaps it was due to his late-night training. But he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body as he drifted into slumber. Uncontrollably, he experienced a spring dream, wherein he found himself engaged in conversation with Shun Xian at a table. Upon awakening, he discovered his undergarments soiled. Alas, what a predicament! Shaking his head, he hastily changed his attire. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Wu family. The patriarch, Wu Laohu, had been murdered, and alongside him perished his daughter-in-law, Zhang Xiaowei. The scandal surrounding their illicit affair had become common knowledge. Upon learning of this tragic news, Wu Bao, who had been confined, turned a sickly shade of green. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He rushed to Wu Laohu's chamber, searching for the human skin parchment. Where could it be? Wu Bao had no choice but to inquire with his mother. Your father said this item was safest when kept on his person. It should be with him. Without delay, Wu Bao examined Wu Laohu's corpse, scouring every inch for the parchment. Yet, after a thorough search, he found nothing. Despair washed over him. The human skin parchment had been taken. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he wondered who could be responsible for this. He could hardly believe that Shen Anmo was behind it. Instead, he suspected that the true culprits were those shadowy figures who also sought the coveted parchment. Thus, for the time being, he set aside thoughts of confronting Shen Anmo. His urgent priority was to locate the human skin parchment once more. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Shen Anmo began to examine the mysterious human skin parchment. The material was indeterminate. It was impervious to both water and fire. After scrutinizing it for quite some time, he could not discern its purpose. Subsequently, he placed it in a wooden box and buried it near the toilet. Achoo! Achoo! Upon exiting the restroom, he noticed Shen Xian sneezing incessantly. Soon after, her body swayed precariously, and it appeared she was about to topple over backwards. Chapter 17. Sleeping in the same bed but in different covers. Chapter 17. Sleeping in the same bed but in different covers. Sister-in-law. Shen Anmo rushed forward in a swift motion, catching her just in time to prevent Shen Xian from collapsing backward. Upon touching Shen Xian's hand, Shen Anmo frowned. You are burning up. You seem to have a high fever. At that moment, Shen Xian was exceedingly weak and unable to utter a word. Shen Anmo swiftly lifted her into his arms and descended into the cellar. From this moment onward, you shall rest well. Shen Anmo prepared warm water and gently wiped the sweat from Shen Xian's forehead. Once he finished, Shen Xian, weakened in health, had already fallen into a deep slumber. Throughout the entire day, Shen Anmo remained by her side without straying. After cooking some congee, he brought it to the bedside and fed it to her. Before long, evening had arrived. Shen Anmo simply spread a blanket by the bedside. Shen Xian was roused from her slumber by an urgent need to relieve herself. Upon awakening and opening her eyes, she nearly gasped in astonishment. Shen Anmo unexpectedly lay beside her. Amidst her astonishment, a wave of warmth surged within her heart. To take care of her, Shen Anmo had even made a makeshift bed here. How wonderful could this be? Upon closer inspection of Shen Anmo's profile, she found him increasingly handsome. However, she could not gaze for too long, as an urgent need to relieve herself was becoming quite unbearable. Xiao Mo, elder sister-in-law. You are awake? Shen Anmo glanced at the entrance of the cellar, which remained shrouded in darkness. The dawn had yet to break. She felt a pressing need to relieve herself. After Shen Xian spoke, her face had turned a deep crimson. Shen Anmo did not ponder much and said, I will fetch a bucket for you. Perhaps it would be better if I go to the restroom. It would be rather embarrassing to relieve myself in a bucket. Shen Anmo remarked, the rain outside falls heavily, and the recent drop in temperature has made you ill. If you catch a chill again, this ailment may linger for quite some time. However, Shen Xian lowered her head, tightening her collar. That fleeting glimpse of spring easily invoked certain associations. Observing his sister-in-law's bashful demeanor, Shen Anmo was well aware of her thoughts. She was undoubtedly feeling shy. He smiled knowingly and said, Sister-in-law, falling ill is a common human experience. There is no need for embarrassment. Allow me to step outside and give you some space. With that, he fetched a wooden bucket and placed it beside the bed before stepping out. Soon, the sound of flowing water echoed from the cellar. All set. Shen Xian thought as she prepared to empty the bucket. Unexpectedly, Shen Anmo intercepted it, saying, Sister-in-law, please rest well. I shall handle this matter. I appreciate your help. Shen Xian replied, her face flushed to the very roots of her neck. Shen Anmo smiled knowingly, seemingly unfazed. Sister-in-law, I didn't realize you were so shy. It's just a trivial matter. He then proceeded to empty the chamber pot. Upon his return, Shen Xian had already nestled herself beneath the covers. Xiaomo, it's too chilly for you to sleep on the floor. Why don't you come up to the bed? Her words left Shen Anmo momentarily bewildered. What was happening? She wanted him to join her on the bed? Shen Xian paused, realizing her slip of the tongue. What I meant to say is that the bed is quite spacious. I can cover myself with one blanket while you have another. It's really no trouble at all, she explained, her embarrassment evident. Shen Anmo felt a flicker of excitement within. However, on the surface, she merely nodded and said, very well. With that, Shen Xian drifted off to sleep for a while. Shen Anmo spread out the quilt outside and lay down upon it. The sound of Shen Xian's even breathing reached his ears. Damn it, this only made it harder for him to fall asleep. Shen Anmo silently lamented, Xiaomo, you've worked hard. In the darkness, Shen Xian remarked, Sister-in-law, why are you being so polite with me? You need not worry about anything else. The priority is to restore your health. Indeed, so much has transpired lately. It feels as though I'm in a dream. This vast escort agency, gone at a moment's notice, Shen Xian sighed. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Wouldn't you agree? You're right. You should rest early, Chen Anmo replied. For some reason, I suddenly find it difficult to fall asleep, Chen Anmo confessed. Shin Xian responded. It must be because I disturbed your rest just now. Not at all. I was merely contemplating when sister-in-law might be able to step outside again. That would be splendid. Oh, I'm fine. In due time, if necessary, we can leave this place. The two continued their conversation in the dark, sharing words for quite some time. The following day, it was only by midday that they finally awoke, their gazes locking in mutual understanding. Chen Anmo suddenly felt a warm sensation in his hand. Goodness. In the dead of night, he had inadvertently placed his hand in Shin Xian's bedding. He quickly withdrew his hand. Sister-in-law, I didn't pay attention and just came in. Chen Anmo spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Surely, his sister-in-law would not harbor a poor impression of him? Well, I noticed you were sleeping so soundly. So I refrained from disturbing you. Besides, your hand merely extended into the covers. It was nothing untoward. Observing Chen Anmo's attempts at explanation, Shin Xian found the situation somewhat amusing. Chen Anmo let out a sigh of relief. I will go prepare the meal now, sister-in-law. Do you feel any better? Chen Anmo, while donning his outer garment, inquired. Much better indeed, though I still have a slight cough. Chen Anmo gently touched Shin Xian's forehead, discovering a slight fever. Chen Anmo furrowed his brows and remarked, a mild fever, that indicates a significant improvement. It was much more intense yesterday. Shin Xinjiao pouted playfully in response. Chen Anmo's expression was peculiar. It seemed that the words of his sister-in-law now carried a hint of coquetry. Alas, it appeared that their prolonged conversation last night had drawn them somewhat closer together. In the days that followed, Chen Anmo would sleep by her side every day. It was around the fourth day that Shin Xian's condition finally improved completely. Chen Anmo prepared a delightful array of dishes. When Shin Xian emerged, she was utterly astonished. There were braised fish, pork rib soup, braised chicken drumsticks, and red braised pork. Such an abundance of culinary delights. Due to her improved health, Shin Xian now possessed a hearty appetite. She couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Sister-in-law, during these days of illness, you have subsisted on congee daily, and your palate must have grown weary. It is time to indulge in some hearty fare. Chen Anmo brought over the dishes and remarked, look at you. You've lost quite a bit of weight. Is that so? Have I really lost that much? Absolutely. Shin Xian took a seat and picked up her bowl. Well, Xiaomo, do you prefer women who are a bit plumper or those who are slimmer? Shin Anmo replied without hesitation. I prefer a plump figure. Much like how you used to be, sister-in-law. That would be just about right. Shin Xian chuckled softly. I wasn't particularly attractive then. What do you mean? I found you most charming, he countered. As their conversation flowed, both seemed to drift into a shared contemplation. Subsequently, Shin Xian consumed 2 generous bowls of rice and devoured over 10 pieces of meat, evidently intent on replenishing the weight she had previously lost. After finishing their meal, Chen Anmo prepared to head out. He had already discussed the trip to Yujiao Town with Shin Xian. Just be cautious. I shall await your return. I certainly won't be back tonight, but tomorrow. Chen Anmo stated, rest assured and go on. I shall be fine alone. Very well. As Chen Anmo was about to leave, unexpectedly, Shin Xian reached out and grasped the sleeve of his garment. Elder sister still has matters to attend to. In the next moment, to his astonishment, Shin Xian suddenly enveloped him in an embrace around his waist. Elder sister, you. Chen Anmo's pupils constricted. At such a close proximity, he could detect the faint, delicate fragrance lingering in Shin Xian's hair. I will be waiting for your return. Please do not encounter any misfortune, Shin Xian said with a hint of shyness. Heaven knows how she suddenly found herself so audacious. Her mind felt rather dizzy at the moment. Nonetheless, she harbored no regrets. It was unclear when it had begun. But now, whenever she did not see Chen Anmo by her side, she felt a sense of restlessness. Thus, upon witnessing Chen Anmo preparing to leave, her nerves got the better of her, and she impulsively embraced him. Chen Anmo naturally wrapped his arms around Shin Xian's waist. Rest assured, sister-in-law, he said. With a determined grit of his teeth, Chen Anmo forcefully embraced her. Ah! Shin Xinjiao exclaimed. The intensity of Chen Anmo was truly overwhelming, causing her to be pressed closely against him in an instant. How did this happen? When did Xiaomo become so audacious? Yet, she felt an inexplicable sense of delight rising within her. The sensation of being embraced was unexpectedly pleasant. In the past, Chen Hu was a rough man, devoted solely to his practice or affairs outside. Even during sleep, to avoid disturbing his cultivation, they would sleep in separate beds. Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now. All right. I shall await your return with something delicious for you. Chen Xian nodded, feeling her body soften considerably. Chen Amo felt a peculiar sensation. Even if he were to straightforwardly approach Chen Xian now, it seemed she would not decline. However, there were pressing matters to attend to. As the evening descended, the sun dipped beyond the western hills. After a day's journey, Chen Anmo finally arrived at Yujiao Town, the Fuling Inn. This was the designated meeting place for the two brothers, Zhou Bashan and Zhou Baolong. They had agreed to meet, presumably tomorrow. All of this information was gleaned from Zhou Baoshan's last wishes. Chen Anmo, clad in casual attire, arrived early to survey the vicinity. After familiarizing himself with the layout of the Fuling Tavern, he turned and took lodgings at a nearby inn. Upon entering the room with the assistance of the innkeeper, he instinctively employed his perception technique to assess his surroundings. It was quite secure. There was nothing amiss. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Esteemed guest, what would you like to eat? The innkeeper inquired while pouring tea for Chen Anmo. A roasted chicken, a bowl of beef soup, and 2 bowls of rice, please. Certainly. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, having finished his meal, Chen Anmo retired early for the night. The next morning, he arrived at the entrance of the Fuling Tavern, discreetly observing the patrons within. Although he had never encountered Zhou Baolong, the government records indicated that this Zhou Baolong was a formidable figure, a bona fide 7th-rank martial artist. While the specifics of his cultivation remained unclear, it was presumed he was at the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Confronting such an individual, Chen Anmo dared not act recklessly. Thus, in accordance with his usual practice, he planned to employ the harmony powder. This substance was remarkably effective, inciting desire and rendering one oblivious to their surroundings, fully immersing them in their own world. Soon, he noticed a figure clad in a wide-brimmed hat entering the tavern. Zhou Baolong had arrived. Chapter 18. Do you wish to oppose the Wu family? It is you who shall be slain. Chapter 18. Do you wish to oppose the Wu family? It is you who shall be slain. In an instant, Chen Anmo instantly recognized Zhou Baolong. Although he had never seen him before, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Bashan. After all, they were siblings, born of the same mother. Their likeness was striking. Moreover, this individual emanated a potent aura, indicative of a 7th-tier cultivation level. Thus, Chen Anmo concluded that this person was indeed Zhou Baolong. However, he wore a waxen yellow mask, as if hoping to conceal his identity from others. Taking a deep breath, Chen Anmo prepared to approach him with intent. Yet, just as he was about to advance, he suddenly halted. While activating his perception technique, he became aware that there were indeed others on the upper floor of the Fuling Inn. Astonishingly, one of them was none other than Wu Bao. Chen An's pupils constricted. He never anticipated that Wu Bao would arrive here. Accompanying Wu Bao were 2 other individuals, each a master of the 7th rank. The 3 of them descended the stairs and promptly seated themselves in a corner, their peripheral vision fixated intently on Zhou Baolong. It was evident that their target was also Zhou Baolong. Chen Anmo originally believed they were to meet Zhou Baolong to discuss certain matters. However, after waiting for a while, he realized that was not the case. Chen Anmo pondered for a moment, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He suddenly recalled a brilliant plan. With that, he adjusted the white cloth on his face and straightened the bamboo hat atop his head, making his way toward the inn. He approached Zhou Baolong's table directly. Zhou Baolong furrowed his brow and, without glancing at Chen Anmo, remarked, "This seat is already taken. Unfortunately, he will not be coming." Chen Anmo remarked. Zhou Baolong furrowed his brows and finally lifted his head. "You wish to court death, young brother? I am a subordinate of your brother, and he is already deceased." Zhou Baolong's pupils constricted. For the past few days, he had secluded himself in the countryside, engrossed in his cultivation, and was not well informed about external affairs. "You speak nonsense. My brother possesses profound abilities. How could he possibly be dead?" Zhou Baolong was unwilling to accept this reality. Instinctively, he grasped the hilt of his sword and coldly declared, "If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave through this grand door." Chen Anmo took a deep breath and said, "It is true. He was killed by someone named Chen Anmo. Ding. Informing elder brother Zhou Baolong. Chen Anmo has endangered my life. Avenge me." Completed. Reward: 3 years of cultivation. The reward has finally been received. Chen Anmo could not contain his joy. Meanwhile, Zhou Baolong remained furrowed in thought. "Young man, how can I possibly believe what you are saying? And who are you? Why are you telling me this? Do not claim to be my brother's subordinate. I cannot accept such a statement." Zhou Baolong scoffed. If Zhou Bashan were truly dead, how could his subordinates exhibit such unwavering loyalty? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Thus, he had ample reason to doubt Chen Amo's identity. Zhou Bashan had previously mentioned that his elder brother, Zhou Baolong, was quite generous. Anyone who brought news of his demise would be rewarded with no less than 1,000 taels. Chen Amo casually remarked, "Kid, you certainly have a way with words. Aren't you afraid that the wind might cause your tongue to slip? Offering you 1,000 taels, do you think I am a fool?" Zhou Baolong scoffed. Chen Amo hesitated. "Do you intend to evade your debts? If so, I shall refrain from revealing who Chen Amo is. I can offer you 500 taels, which is the utmost I can do." Chen Amo smiled and said, "All right." Zhou Baolong took out 5 silver notes. Chen Amo excitedly accepted the offer. His avaricious demeanor instilled a modicum of trust in Zhou Baolong. "Now, enlighten me about the true nature of this Chen Amo," Zhou Baolong said coldly. "He is the biological brother of Zhou Bashan. With his brother's demise, it is only natural for him to seek vengeance. This man is a constable, and to be frank, he has indeed arrived here." Chen Amo spoke in a mysterious manner. Upon hearing this, Zhou Baolong narrowed his eyes. "Did he come here with the intention of capturing me?" Indeed, after the elder Zhou Bashan was apprehended, the officials were well aware that he would come to meet you. "If you offer me some silver, I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of that young rascal, Chen Amo." Chen Amo spoke mysteriously, 200 taels, "This is the last of my silver." Zhou Baolong replied with a stern expression. Chen Amo smiled as he took the item and leaned in closer. "This person was situated to my left, just behind me. Did you see those 3 individuals?" Zhou Baolong was about to glance over. "Don't look. The one with the pale, delicate face is Chen Amo. This fellow is cunning and possesses a formidable background." Chen Amo replied in a low voice, "What background?" Zhou Baolong frowned. "The Wu family from the 4th floor town is his backing. The 2 beside him are both disciples of the Wu family, possessing great strength." Zhou Baolong's brow furrowed deeper. "The Wu family? So it's the Wu family. Could they have already uncovered something?" Observing Zhou Baolong's expression, Chen Amo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there seemed to be some animosity between Zhou Baolong and the Wu family. Otherwise, one would normally be curious about why they were being pursued. Yet, Zhou Baolong did not seem to think so, maintaining a demeanor of calm acceptance. "Brother Zhou, I have said all I needed to. I shall take my leave now. Should you require assistance upon your next visit to the 4th floor town, I will do my utmost to help." With that, Chen Amo stood up decisively. Zhou Baolong did not hinder him, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. The Wu family and Chen Amo had actually pursued him here. It was a reckless endeavor. However, it might prove beneficial, as perhaps he could glean the whereabouts of the human skin paper from the Wu family's disciples. In the corner, Wu Bao observed Zhou Baolong conversing with a young man. "Young master, that young man has departed," one of the disciples remarked. Wu Bao responded, "Good. Let Zhou Baolong succumb to the poison, then we will act." Zhou Baolong had no inkling that as soon as he entered, the innkeeper had already poisoned his food and drink. Wu Bao and his 2 subordinates were merely waiting for the poison to take effect, which would signal their opportunity to strike. However, as they waited, Zhou Baolong suddenly stood up. "Die!" he bellowed, swinging his knife towards Wu Bao. Wu Bao was startled. His senses jolted. He had no time to react. Fortunately, his 2 disciples were extraordinary. With swift movements, they drew their swords to block Zhou Baolong's assault. Boldly, "We are of the Wu family. Do you wish to become our enemy?" one disciple shouted in anger. In this region, the Wu family's reputation still held considerable weight. The mere mention of it only served to infuriate Zhou Baolong further. "I will slay you and your Wu family," Zhou Baolong roared, his energy surging forth. Waves of force surged toward the 3 individuals. As the poison had yet to spread, Zhou Baolong's strength remained formidable. The 2 disciples could barely withstand his onslaught, while Wu Bao was sent flying backward. "Damn it, stop him. If we can just delay him, the poison will surely take effect." Wu Bao shouted urgently. "What? Poison?" Zhou Baolong was momentarily taken aback. He endeavored to circulate his internal energy through the Dantian. However, during this attempt, he immediately sensed an obscure obstruction. Subsequently, his limbs began to tingle, and a slight pain surged in his abdomen. A wave of despair washed over him as he realized he had been poisoned. "Damn it! How despicable!" Zhou Baolong cursed vehemently. No wonder that young man had claimed that Chen Amo was full of tricks. He was absolutely correct. With matters having escalated to this point, he had no choice but to fight with fervor. Fortunately, the poison's onset was not particularly prolonged. He swung his weapon with reckless abandon, targeting a weaker acolyte for a desperate assault. Clang! Thud! In no time, half of the acolyte's body was severed and sent flying. "Help me! Save me!" he cried out. though he was not dead yet, desperately wailing. Upon witnessing this, another acolyte turned and fled. Li Lao, Li Lao. Wu Bao was stupefied. Though these acolytes were useful, they possessed a fatal flaw. They would only fight when the odds were in their favor and would flee at the first sign of danger. At this moment, Zhou Baolong was also at his last gasp. However, it was too late for Wu Bao's men to escape. Zhou Baolong grinned wickedly and charged toward Wu Bao. With only an 8th grade cultivation, Wu Bao turned to flee. You shall not escape. Zhou Baolong seized Wu Bao by the throat, grinning menacingly. Chen Ammo, you harmed my brother and now seek to lead the Wu family's acolytes to kill me. You are truly courting death. Spare me, it's a misunderstanding. Wu Bao cried out in agony. Wait, Chen Ammo? Wu Bao's face was a canvas of confusion. Chen Ammo. Has he mistaken me for Chen Ammo? How could this happen? Indeed, it was Chen Ammo who killed Zhou Baoshan. Wait, I'm not Chen Ammo, I'm not. Wu Bao cried out urgently. Chapter 19. The Origin of Human Skin Paper. Brother Zhou, it's a misunderstanding. You have the wrong person. I am not Chen Ammo. Wu Bao seemed to grasp at a lifeline, his voice rising in desperation. Zhou Baolong, however, was not easily swayed. At this juncture, you still wish to argue? Zhou Baolong replied coldly. I am a member of the Wu family, and it is your clan that has committed the crime. Zhou Baolong's face twisted in fury. With a sudden surge of force, he delivered a kick. Wu Bao's leg was immediately rendered useless. Zhou Baolong seized Wu Bao and swiftly departed from the scene. He chose not to kill Wu Bao, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. The inquiry into the whereabouts of the human skin paper. This object is crucial to the enigma of the Qi refiners, which is intrinsically linked to the pursuit of immortality. Immortality, a dream cherished by all. Thus, he must acquire that piece of human skin paper. In a secluded mountain forest, Zhou Baolong's energy had diminished to a mere initial stage of the 9th rank. His internal energy was in a pitiful state. However, Wu Bao fared even worse. His limbs had been broken, and he was bound to a large tree, clinging to life. Senior, I truly am not Chen Ammo. That fellow is merely a constable. I am the eldest son of the Wu family. Wu Bao lamented. Throughout their journey, he had repeated this explanation countless times, yet to no avail. Chen Ammo, do you think I, Zhou Baolong, am a fool? Zhou Baolong wore an expression of someone who had seen through Wu Bao's facade. With a scoff, he stated, before you attempted to deal with me. A little brother of mine informed me that you, Chen Ammo, and the Wu family's offerings were conspiring against me. Do you take me for a fool? Well, let us dispense with the trivialities. The Wu family sent you to seek the human skin paper in my possession, did they not? Coincidentally, I too am in pursuit of the human skin paper that you possess. Do you know where the human skin paper is located in the Wu family? My brother sent me a message via carrier pigeon. The paper was originally held at a place called Tiger Escort Agency. However, the agency was completely ransacked by your Wu family. The dead lay among the living, and the survivors fled. Subsequently, your family ceased the hunt for the agency's members. Clearly because you have already obtained the human skin paper. Am I correct? It must be said that Zhou Baolong's analysis was quite astute. Wu Bao admitted, yes. It is indeed in my Wu family. My father died because of it. Still deceiving me? Zhou Baolong's expression turned icy. He detested being lied to. Grandfather Zhou, I am truly not deceiving you. How can I make you believe me? As the sound of footsteps echoed, Chen Ammo emerged from the depths of the distant thicket. Having silently observed the conversation between the two. You've been hiding there all along, Zhou Baolong remarked, raising an eyebrow upon noticing Chen Ammo. It's you. Chen Ammo, Wu Bao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. At that instant, he realized who had been deceiving him, never having imagined it would be Chen Ammo. The revelation struck Zhou Baolong like a thunderbolt. A heaviness settled in his heart as he sensed that Wu Bao was indeed truthful. The reason was simple. One cannot fabricate lies with such conviction when facing imminent death. Regrettably, no one was there to respond to his unvoiced thoughts. Zhou Baolong felt a sharp pang in his chest. Chen Ammo's blade has already pierced his heart. You, who on earth are you? I am the one who killed your brother. Chen Ammo let out a cold laugh, clearly revealing his cunning nature. Zhou Baolong was filled with deep regret and inquired, how did my brother meet his demise? The answer was simply this. He died in such a manner. Chen Ammo plunged the knife once more into his heart. You, Zhou Baolong, stared wide-eyed, filled with remorse, utterly devoid of life. Chen Ammo, have we truly no grievances between us? Wu Bao swallowed hard, presenting a sycophantic demeanor. Young Master Wu is indeed forgetful. You have slain my leader, Chen Hu, and injured so many of my brothers. I, too, have suffered at the hands of your men. Can you truly claim there are no hostilities between us? Chun Anmo gazed at the other party with a cold smile. Very well, I admit my wrongdoing. Yet there were reasons behind it. It was my father. Indeed, it was his orders. How about this? I shall offer you 3,000 taels of silver in return. You let me go. Agreed. Chun Anmo nodded, responding decisively. Wu Bao was taken aback. This was an immediate agreement. A smile spread across his face. I have healing elixirs in my clothing. Hasten to administer them to me. Once we return, I shall not forget your profound kindness. From henceforth, you shall be my good brother. Do not presume too much familiarity. I might spare you. But I demand to know everything regarding the matter of human skin parchment. As he spoke, he fumbled within Zhou Baolong's embrace and, indeed, retrieved a pouch. Inside lay a piece of human skin parchment, marking his second acquisition. The parchment bore a similarly winding map. Wu Bao declared, very well, I can divulge the information. And I can provide you with the piece of human skin parchment I have at home. He fabricated the existence of another piece to secure his own survival. After all, to the outside world, it was merely known that his father had passed. No one was aware that the parchment had already vanished. As long as he returned home, he would be safe. Chun Anmo nodded solemnly. All right, you must also give me the piece of human skin parchment from your home. That is certainly assured. From now on, you shall be my elder brother, Wu Bao, and the Wu family shall follow your lead. After all, boasting costs nothing. Subsequently, Wu Bao began to recount the tale of the human skin parchment. It turned out that there once existed an organization called the Typing Sect, whose protector had acquired a treasure map pertaining to chi refiners, a piece of human skin parchment. However, the Typing Sect was universally reviled. Under the intervention of several formidable masters, this protector was gravely injured and fled to safeguard the treasure map. In a bid to protect it, he divided the parchment into 3 parts, entrusting them to his 2 disciples. Thereafter, the 3 dispersed to escape. Zhou Baolong managed to catch up with one of the disciples, eliminating him and acquiring 1 portion of the parchment. As for the protector, due to his injuries, he escaped to Siluo town where he sought out Qinhu, a bodyguard from the Huwei escort agency. He handed the human skin parchment to Qinhu, instructing him to deliver it to a designated location. Unfortunately, this matter was inadvertently leaked, betrayed by a man named He Dong within the escort agency, who informed the Wu family. Thus, calamity befell the Huwei escort agency. In order to silence him and prevent further disclosures, the Wu family had already dealt with He Dong. Brother Chun, that is the situation, Wu Bao exclaimed. With the piece of human skin parchment from my home, you will possess 2 portions. We merely need to gather the final piece to uncover the lair of the chi refiner. Chi refiners are cultivators of immortality, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Truly omnipotent. Wu Bao fervently painted an enticing picture. Do you have any idea where the last piece of human skin parchment might be? Chun Anmo inquired. I cannot say for certain, but it likely remains in the hands of the Typing Sect, he replied. Chun Anmo remarked, if that is the case, then the human skin parchment in your home must no longer exist, correct? Wu Bao was taken aback. In my home, my father kept it in excellent condition. Although my father has passed away, I am aware of its whereabouts. Chun Anmo smiled. Are you certain? Of course, why would I deceive you? I distinctly recall discovering human skin parchment on your father. Could it be that there is more in your household? Wu Bao's pupils constricted. In that instant, his eyes were filled with terror. What did you just say? At the time, while your father and your wife were engaged in that act, I was an eyewitness to it all. TSK. I never would have expected that your wife, Zhang Xiaowei, was so adventurous. Subsequently, I dealt with both of them, and I had long since acquired that piece of human skin parchment. Chun Anmo chuckled lightly. Wu Bao, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, so it was you who killed those 2. Do not be so angry. Had you not sought to confront me in the first place, I would not have troubled you. Would you not agree? Chun Anmo shook his head. He was already aware of everything. There was no longer any need to engage in meaningless conversation with Wu Bao. Wait, I still have. Chun Anmo plunged his knife down. Even if his family offered mountains of gold and silver, Chun Anmo would not take the risk of letting him return. Ding. Upon touching the corpse, a reward of 100 days of cultivation was granted. The deceased's last wishes were triggered. Last wish 1. Mother, I wish to go home. Reward. A bottle of blood-strengthening pill. Last wish 2. Inform everyone in the Wu family that I was killed by Chun Anmo, and I hope they will avenge me. Reward. Chun Anmo shook his head. The final wish of this individual was destined to remain unfulfilled. He then turned his gaze towards Zhou Baolong. Ding. Upon touching the corpse, A reward of 120 days of cultivation was granted. Due to his superior strength, the number of days rewarded was relatively high. To his surprise, however, Zhou Baolong's body did not activate any final wish. Nevertheless, the human skin mask adorning Zhou Baolong's face was quite remarkable. He promptly ripped it off, disfiguring the corpse's visage to prevent identification. Subsequently, he departed from the scene. Ding. As Wu Bao's subordinate, I was regarded as less than human by him. I hope for his demise. Mission complete. Reward: 200 days of cultivation. After taking just a few steps, Chen Anmo received another reward. This final wish belonged to one of Wu Bao's subordinates who had previously attempted to assassinate him. With Wu Bao's demise, the reward for the final wish was now credited. Presently, he possessed a total of 4 years and 60 days of cultivation time. He felt no urgency to advance at this moment. As he had expended considerable vitality throughout the day, he planned to diligently replenish his energy over the next few days. As he walked, he consumed a blood-fortifying pill. Now that the two principal members of the Wu family had been dealt with, it was unlikely they would pose any further trouble for him. Huang Ren was also dead. His adversaries had been eliminated. As for the Taiping sect, they would undoubtedly seek the whereabouts of the human skin parchment. However, all who were privy to its location had already met their end. He could monopolize it. Should he acquire the third piece of human skin parchment, he would uncover the secrets of the Qi refining master. Chen Anmo licked his lips. Ah, immortality, who wouldn't desire it? He did not return immediately, but instead took a trip to the town. With winter approaching, he needed to acquire a few warm garments. In the past, his family was impoverished, and he had been reluctant to spend money. A single cotton coat, patched and worn repeatedly, was not only unsightly but also failed to provide adequate warmth. Therefore, he planned to purchase 3 pieces to alternate. Additionally, his sister-in-law had very few clothes, especially undergarments and belly bands. Previously, when she was gravely ill and bedridden, he had washed her clothes and noticed the scarcity of her wardrobe. He approached the He family cloth shop. "Dear customer, what may I assist you with?" As Chen Anmo stepped into the fabric shop, a flamboyantly dressed young woman approached him. "Shopkeeper, I would like to purchase a few coats, and also, if you would be so kind, please select a few pieces of undergarments for my wife." Chen Anmo originally intended to say he would buy for his sister-in-law. However, upon reconsideration, he thought such a statement might lead to misunderstandings. Thus, he promptly altered his words, referring to her instead as his wife. Chapter 20. This is rather intriguing. The young woman cast a glance at Chen Anmo's robust physique and chuckled softly. "The store has just received a new batch of fine goods. Allow me to fetch you a coat." At that moment, the shop was not crowded, and she swiftly returned from the back room with 6 cotton jackets, 4 for men and 2 for women. Chen Anmo glanced at the fabric. It was of excellent quality and quite sturdy. When worn, it appeared rather conventional. In these times, one hardly encounters garments adorned with vibrant colors, most are in deep hues. Having acquired 700 taels of silver from Zhou Baolong, he now found himself affluent and had no desire to haggle, opting to take everything. The woman was momentarily taken aback. What? Surely she hadn't misheard. He wished to purchase all 6 pieces? Was there an issue? Did she not want to sell? Chen Anmo inquired. No. How could one not wish to sell? Then do it swiftly. Chen Anmo retrieved his purse. The woman, upon receiving the money and confirming its authenticity, broke into a radiant smile. She realized she had encountered a significant patron. "Sir, shall I fetch you some women's undergarments? Or would you prefer to come inside? After all, these are women's garments, and we typically keep them indoors." "Very well." Chen Anmo followed the young woman into the inner room. The space was adorned with numerous pieces of intimate apparel, including delicate undergarments that could provoke a blush. Among them was a particularly striking item, a semi-transparent bodice that left little to the imagination. Such playful creativity was truly remarkable. The woman, well-versed in the desires of men, promptly selected several exquisitely crafted and high-quality garments. "Sir, in a marriage, the essence lies in the allure of intimacy. If you are fond of these items, I would be pleased to offer you a discount. By the way, I am unaware of your wife's measurements. I would like to assist you in choosing the perfect pieces," she said with utmost politeness. Chen Anmo reminisced for a moment. He had never seen it, but it was quite sizable. A larger size would suffice. Very well. With that, he purchased 5 belly wraps and 2 pairs of undergarments in one breath. As the lady packaged Chen Anmo's items, she generously included 2 pieces with a playful twist. After all, Chen Anmo was in such high spirits that he did not haggle over the price. Thus, she offered some complimentary gifts, hoping he would return in the future. In total, she packed 3 bundles. He then went next door to buy 2 pairs of embroidered shoes and a pair of cloth shoes for himself before hastening home. Upon arriving, he found that a light rain had begun to fall outside. The sky was overcast, hinting at an impending storm. As he entered, he spotted Shun Xian joyfully emerging from the cellar. Xiaomo. Shun Anmo removed his drenched clothing and placed his entire bundle onto the ground. Oh dear, look at you. All soaked. When it rains, one should find a place to rest rather than hastily continue on the journey. Shin Xian, feeling quite sympathetic, brought over a towel. Shin Anmo, while wiping his face, chuckled, I was just thinking of you, dear sister-in-law. I was concerned you might feel lonely at home. Shin Xian felt a warmth in her heart and replied, I'm not a child anymore. There's nothing to fear. But you should be careful not to catch a cold. Sister-in-law, I have brought you a gift. Shin Anmo set down the towel and, as if presenting a treasure, lifted the satchel onto the table. Shin Xian's heart stirred with curiosity. What is it? She inquired. As the weather has turned cold, I bought you a cotton coat and some undergarments. Underwear? Shin Xian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Previously, when you were ill, I washed your clothes, but several items faded and became less presentable. I took the liberty of purchasing some new ones for you. Isn't this a bit extravagant? As a woman, Shin Xian naturally had a fondness for beautiful attire. In the past, she would have eagerly sought to enhance her wardrobe. However, given her current circumstances, she had to suppress that desire. She never anticipated that Shin Anmo would buy her so many items. While she voiced her concerns about extravagance, her heart was secretly elated. Sister-in-law, during my recent travels, I earned 700 taels. Thus, this modest amount of clothing is hardly excessive. Shin Anmo chuckled softly. 700 taels. A tremor coursed through Shin Xian's heart. However, her brow furrowed as she solemnly remarked, Xiao Mo, surely you are not engaged in robbery, are you? Big sister-in-law, do you truly believe I am that sort of person? Of course not. It's just that such a substantial sum of silver all at once. I only target the wicked. At this, Shin Xian exhaled in relief. Then I shall go prepare the meal. Thank you, sister-in-law. In the dead of night, Shin Xian found herself in the cellar, joyfully pulling out garments, trying them on one after another. Her delight in these clothes was boundless. At that moment, she picked up a piece of lingerie, inadvertently lifting the petticoat as well. Gazing at the design of the petticoat, she was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this rather revealing? The following morning, Shun Anmo felt that Shin Xian's gaze upon him was rather peculiar. However, he did not dwell on it, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Zhengfei Martial Arts Academy. It had been several days since his last visit, and today he was there to collect the tonic soup that he had been prescribed. The effects of this elixir were quite remarkable, and he contemplated purchasing some additional to take home for his sister-in-law as well. Within the academy, the number of disciples present today was sparse, and both his master and senior sister Lu Fang were absent. Shin Anmo could only first cultivate the Dragon Claw technique. At this moment, his entire being was suffused with vitality, and he unleashed the Dragon Claw technique with utmost speed. Although the skill was merely at the beginner level, the profound depth of his internal energy allowed him to exert a formidable power that was truly awe-inspiring. The wooden dummy before him was soon marked with numerous claw marks. Ah, junior brother, have you made further progress in your strength? Lu Fang emerged from the inner courtyard, her eyes sparkling with delight. Senior sister, I have indeed gained some insights into martial arts from my recent endeavors outside. With your diligence, I was just thinking of seeking you out, lest you become lax in your training and jeopardize the upcoming martial arts examination. Lu Fang nodded with a beaming smile. Wonderful. Now I need not worry. Come with me quickly. You are making me anxious. Shin Anmo's expression was peculiar as he inquired, Senior sister, what is your intention? You need only come with me to my courtyard. Observing Shin Anmo's wary demeanor, Lu Fang chuckled softly. Come now. Do you fear that I might devour you? Of course not. Shin Anmo shook his head and followed Lu Fang to the inner courtyard where she resided. I ask you, have you reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank? Lu Fang quietly inquired when they were alone. Shin Anmo did not conceal anything and nodded slightly. Haha, well done. My guess was correct, Lu Fang exclaimed, giving Shin Anmo's shoulder a hearty pat. The reason I called you here is that I wanted to share a secret with you. You understand? Shin Anmo nodded. Lu Fang continued, the martial arts examination is approaching. One must be cautious, as it is easy to attract attention and face unforeseen troubles. She recalled her junior brother, Zhang Fantian, and sighed softly. In the past, she had favored individuals like Zhang Fantian, whose exuberant personalities exuded youthful vitality. However, after witnessing the unfortunate events that befell him, her perspective shifted. Through her interactions with Chun Anmo, she recognized his composed demeanor and unassuming nature. Now, she believed that it was such character traits that would lead one to greater achievements. "Senior sister, where is master?" Chun Anmo inquired. "My father has gone to the city lord's mansion, and the others from the martial arts school have accompanied him. Can you guess the purpose of their visit?" Lu Fang teased with a playful smile. "I can't imagine. Just take a wild guess," she urged. "All right, I guess master has gone for some leisure," Chun Anmo replied. Lu Fang responded, "Are you trying to amuse me?" "You're the one who started the jest," Chun Anmo retorted. Chun Anmo chuckled, expressing his surprise at the jest. Well, you've kept me in suspense, so I shall speak plainly. Today, the city lord's mansion has convened the heads of various martial arts academies to deliberate on the matter of the martial arts preliminary trials. Prior to the grand martial arts examination, there must be a preliminary assessment. This preliminary trial is conducted on a city-by-city basis, wherein a unified examination of the martial artists within the city is held. The age limit is set between 16 and 28 years. Ultimately, the top 40 will qualify to participate in the grand examination. Should one succeed in the preliminary trial, they shall earn the title of martial scholar, significantly elevating their status. Upon hearing Lu Fang's explanation, Chun Anmo inquired, "Are you suggesting that I partake in the preliminary trials?" "Of course you must participate. My father has already submitted your name on the roster. The grand trial may be quite challenging and victory seems unlikely. However, my father assured me that you would have no trouble with the preliminary trials. In that case, you shall become a martial scholar. And ordinary individuals will think twice before crossing you, lest the city lord's mansion pursue the matter." Chun Anmo understood. "Very well. Then junior brother shall participate in the martial arts examination. By the way, senior sister, is there any more of that medicinal soup from our master? I have a friend who suffers from insufficient vital energy and blood, and I would like to purchase some for him." "Indeed. I will speak to my father later and request him to prepare more of that medicinal soup. I shall set aside a few portions for you, and once you return, you can brew it yourself." "Thank you very much, senior sister." Chun Anmo let out a sigh of relief. Both his master and senior sister had been exceptionally kind to him. "All right, now I shall present you with a technique." With that, Lu Fang struck forth with a palm. It was around noon when Lu Zhengfei returned to the martial arts school. "Anmo, come to my room for a moment." Lu Fang hurried over as well. "It seems Fang has already informed you about the upcoming martial arts assessment. I shall refrain from being verbose. In 29 days, the martial arts examination will take place. Prepare yourself." "Understood, master." Lu Zhengfei nodded slightly. "Regarding these matters, do not speak of them publicly. By the way, are you familiar with the concepts of Mingjin and Anjin?" Chun Anmo shook his head. Previously, his cultivation was rather rudimentary, and he possessed only a general understanding of the various levels of martial arts. He was not well versed in the concepts of bright energy and dark energy. Lu Zhengfei chuckled lightly, stating, "In our practice of martial arts and the enhancement of our cultivation, the primary focus is the mastery of energy. But do you realize that energy is categorized into bright and dark forms? However, achieving proficiency in wielding this energy is quite a formidable challenge." He approached the wooden dummy and proclaimed, "Observe my bright energy." With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike. Remarkably, although he did not physically touch the wooden dummy, a hole was blasted into its center. Then he continued, "Now witness my dark energy." With a resounding impact, he struck the top of the wooden dummy, causing it to tremble. Chun Anmo furrowed his brow, for nothing had transpired with the wooden dummy. Just as he was about to inquire, Lu Fang stepped forward. With a delicate fingertip, she gently prodded the surface of the wooden dummy, which shattered effortlessly, resembling brittle skin breaking apart. Chun Anmo then realized that everything here had been shattered. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This is the dark energy. Chun Anmo's eyes widened as he sensed the formidable power of the hidden energy. "Do you wish to learn?" Lu Fang inquired with a radiant smile. Yes, I wish to," replied Chun Anmo. Lu Zhengfei stroked his beard and chuckled. "You rascal, you've even begun to mimic Fang's speech." Lu Fang, hands on her hips, retorted with indignation, "Dare to imitate me, and I shall teach you a lesson." Chapter 21, A Curvaceous Figure. Little Mo. While both the bright and hidden energies are indeed powerful, mastering these two forms of qi requires a skillful approach to guidance. Otherwise, the energies may clash and rupture your meridians, leading to significant troubles. Now, follow me into the room. Moments later, Lu Zhengfei retrieved a half-book from an inconspicuous box on the shelf. The qi cultivation technique. Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow. This is a method of internal energy cultivation, utilized to nurture one's internal energy. After nurturing, it can refine your energy, allowing not only for control over its power at will but also for its refinement. Once you have mastered this control, you will be able to wield your energy with the same ease as your master. Chen Anmo was instantly filled with excitement. However, he soon realized that this cultivation technique was only half a volume. A fragment? Chen Anmo was taken aback. There were no remaining resources from his master. He was advised to practice on his own. Subsequently, Lu Zhengfei reiterated a few points of caution before taking his leave. Before departing from the martial arts academy, Lu Zhengfei generously provided him with 20 doses of medicinal soup. Chen Anmo purchased the herbal remedies at their original price, intending for Shun Xin to consume them in order to bolster her constitution. Just as he exited the martial arts hall, he was approached from behind. Junior brother, junior brother. Upon turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was his senior brother, Song Shuqing. Senior brother Song. Chen Anmo held a favorable impression of Song Shuqing. Previously, he had imparted much wisdom to him and even offered to provide financial assistance, which Anmo politely declined. Anmo, I haven't seen you these past few days. It's a rare pleasure to finally catch a glimpse of you. Yet you seem to be preoccupied in the inner courtyard, remarked Song Shuqing with a tone of envy. It appears that your master has been giving you special guidance, has he not? Surely, he has shared the techniques for cultivating one's vital energy with you? Does your senior brother also possess knowledge of the vital energy cultivation method? Song Shuqing reflected. As a senior brother of the Martial Arts Academy, naturally I am aware of it. I have endeavored to practice this vital energy technique as well, but regrettably, my talent is rather mediocre, and I have achieved little. Such humility from you, senior brother. Let us not dwell on this matter. Are you free tomorrow? Song Shuqing inquired, gently tapping his palm with his folding fan. What is it about? Chen Anmo asked, puzzled. The eldest son of the city lord, Wang Zhan, is hosting a tea gathering, inviting the young talents and graceful ladies of the city to attend. It will be a splendid opportunity to forge new friendships, Song Shuqing replied candidly. Chen Anmo straightforwardly replied, I am but an ordinary citizen, and I shall refrain from mingling in such gatherings. He has never been fond of such occasions. Moreover, friendships forged in such environments are merely superficial. Rather than wasting time there, he would prefer to dedicate more time to his own cultivation. Ah, you might not comprehend. But this is also an opportunity to gain insight into the young talents of the city. Most attendees will participate in the martial arts trials. Do you not wish to ascertain the prowess of those individuals? Thus he spoke. Chen Anmo felt a flicker of interest. Very well then, brother Song. Where will the tea gathering be held tomorrow? Song Shuqing disclosed the time and location, after which Chen Anmo took his leave. Upon returning home, he presented the medicinal herbs to Shen Xin, instructing her on the preparation, which was to be a bowl each day. That very evening, Shen Xin consumed a generous bowl. It was hot, exceedingly hot. In the courtyard, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, cascading down her neck and soaking her undergarment. Before long, her clothes clung tightly to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. However, at this moment, Chen Anmo was not preoccupied with his sister-in-law. He was contemplating whether to cultivate the qi-nourishing technique first or to conserve his training time for the eventual practice of the tiger might body technique. Ultimately, he resolved to refrain from hastily engaging in the qi-nourishing technique. The rationale was straightforward. Although Song Shuqing possessed a decent innate talent after years of practice, he had yet to achieve notable progress with the qi-nourishing technique. With over 4 years invested in training, it was uncertain whether he would attain any significant accomplishments. It would be more prudent to enhance his mastery of the tiger might body technique first. He lamented the meager amount of training time he had received. A little more would have been preferable. He mused that perhaps he could visit the burial grounds again in the coming days, as there might be new corpses to examine. With this thought, he felt no urgency to engage in his own training, preferring instead to observe how his sister-in-law was faring in her practice. Stepping outside, he was momentarily taken aback. His sister-in-law's figure was almost entirely revealed, her clothing clinging to her form in a rather provocative manner. Subsequently, Chen Anmo offered a few pointers. During their rest, he broached the subject of attending the tea gathering the following day. Brother Song mentioned that it would be an excellent opportunity to meet more people. Naturally, I am eager to witness the prowess of those participating in the martial arts examination. I have heard they will engage in sparring. Chen Anmo inquired, the tea gathering? Shen Xion's expression was peculiar. Have you not heard of it? Shen Xion retorted. No, elder sister-in-law. are you familiar with this tea gathering? Indeed. It is a venue where young talents convene for enjoyment. However, it also serves as a matchmaking occasion. The offspring of prominent families often attend these gatherings in pursuit of their romantic interests. Some individuals may extend invitations to others, possibly with the intention of acting as matchmakers. Shin Xian's tone suddenly turned somewhat envious. Chun Anmo exclaimed in astonishment. Is the tea gathering of such a nature? Indeed, replied Shin Xinxiang with a smile. But considering your age, it wouldn't be a bad idea to find a suitable partner. From what you've said, this senior brother Song seems to be a fine individual. If he holds you in high regard, why not accept his goodwill? I think I'll pass. I'm not in the mood for matchmaking, came the response. Shin Anmo shook his head. However, you have already made a promise to them. It would be inappropriate not to go, wouldn't it? Indeed, he replied with a smile. I shall attend, merely to wander about, and then I'll leave. Little Amo, may I inquire why you are reluctant to go on a blind date? Shin Xian asked. Under the moonlight, the two sat on the steps. Gazing at Shin Xian's profile, Shin Anmo suddenly summoned his courage and clasped her small hand. Little Amo. You. Shin Xian was momentarily taken aback. A surprise attack. What has emboldened you so suddenly? Yet, rather than feeling anger, a sense of secret delight welled up within her. Big sister, may I hold your hand? At this moment, no further words were necessary. Shin Xian inherently understood Chun Anmo's intentions. No wonder he shunned blind dates, he had feelings for me. Throughout their time together, Shin Xian had also developed an admiration for Chun Anmo. However, as a young woman pursued by others, she dared not delay his affections, thus concealing her own feelings. But now, Chun Anmo had taken the initiative. In the next instant, their fingers intertwined, and words were rendered superfluous. The following day, as the two shared breakfast, Shin Xian found it difficult to meet Chun Anmo's gaze. Only after he stepped outside did she say, "Come back early. Big sister, rest assured, I shall not go on a blind date." With that, he suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Shun Xian's cheek. Ah! Shun Xian gasped in surprise, a rosy blush spreading across her cheeks. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, news of the martial arts competition had already stirred a great commotion outside. As Chun Anmo approached, he overheard a multitude of disciples engaged in fervent discussion regarding a certain matter. It was said that a senior from the Dabao Martial Arts Academy, named Chi Wei, possessed talents surpassing even those of the former Zhang Fantian. Not only had he attained the 8th rank in cultivation, but he had also successfully cultivated the Ming gene. Furthermore, there was Zhou Tianhu from the Zhou family, who was rumored to have reached the 7th rank at such a young age. What? He has already achieved the 7th rank? Indeed, this year had seen the emergence of numerous exceptional talents, making the competition in the martial arts trials particularly fierce. It seemed that our academy would be left trailing behind. Zhang Fantian was injured, and the other senior brothers and sisters were not participating in the trials, while Chen, being a latecomer, had insufficient time to prepare. Amidst the chatter, a familiar figure entered through the doorway, Zhang Fantian. Upon sighting him, the crowd raised their eyebrows in surprise. How has he returned? And he appears to be walking normally. A senior sister named Yang Ling stepped forward and inquired, Zhang Shidi, what brings you back? She had previously supported Zhang Fantian with ample resources, and after his severe injury rendered him incapacitated, she felt an overwhelming sense of loss. After all, such a significant investment had seemingly gone to waste, which would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhang Fantian had returned, brimming with vitality. Suddenly, Yang Ling sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Zhang Fantian. 7th rank? She mused, raising her eyebrows in disbelief. Zhang Fantian, with his head slightly lowered, beamed, indeed. I have fully recovered. A wave of astonishment washed over everyone present. The news of his recovery spread swiftly, prompting Lu Jingfei to emerge. Fantian, let us converse in the backyard, he said. Yes, master, Zhang Fantian replied, exuding a formidable presence as he made his way toward the backyard, deliberately avoiding eye contact with those around him. However, as he passed by Chun Anmo, he paused for a moment. Chun Shidi, I hear you are the recently accepted prodigy disciple of our esteemed master. Chun Anmo was rendered speechless. Was he being flattered right from the start? The tone was rather unpleasant. It seems that although his injuries had healed, he had yet to shed his penchant for ostentation. I cannot be regarded as a genius. Chun Anmo spoke in a low voice. There is no need for modesty. Our master's judgment is never erroneous. Zhang Fantian patted Chun Anmo on the shoulder, embodying the role of an elder brother, which left Chun Anmo somewhat speechless. When Zhang Fantian entered, Song Shuqing approached. Xiao Mo, let us go. It is time for the tea gathering. As they walked, Chen Amo inquired, Senior brother Song, I have heard that the tea gathering is primarily for matchmaking? Song Shuqing burst into laughter. If that is how you choose to interpret it, so be it. However, it is not truly about matchmaking. It is merely an opportunity for social interaction. There will be many young ladies of noble birth present. If you take a liking to anyone, you may engage in conversation. Do not underestimate yourself. You are now the prodigy favored by our master and have already garnered considerable attention. I believe that upon your arrival, several young ladies will approach you. Before long, they arrived at the lakeside. There was a long corridor and a pavilion. On the grassy expanse, 3 or 4 dozen young men and women had gathered in small groups. Young Master Song, over here. Someone called out to Song Shuqing. He led Chen Anmo over and introduced him. So this is the prodigy from the Zhengfei Martial Arts School. It is an honor to meet you. By the way, I have heard that your senior brother Zhang Fantian has recovered his cultivation. Is this true? Someone inquired. This matter is indeed true, came the reply. Chen Anmo remarked. Oh dear, that could prove to be quite a challenge. From now on, Zhang Fantian will be your rival. A young girl said with a smile. A rival? Chen Anmo gazed at her. Typically, a martial arts school would nurture only one direct disciple, passing down its legacy to that individual. Now that Zhang Fantian has regained his strength, he stands as your greatest rival. The young girl smiled as she offered this explanation. She then approached Song Shuqing, saying, Brother. Am I not right? Brother? Chen Anmo turned his attention to Song Shuqing. Emo, allow me to introduce you to my cousin, Zhang Yuqi. As he spoke, Song Shuqing leaned in closer, whispering in a voice audible only to the two of them. Do you desire her? Do you wish for her? Chen Anmo's expression was peculiar. Does she think that wanting her is enough? Chapter 22, a significant chapter. The blind date turned out like this. Song Shuqing smiled mysteriously and continued, Xiao Mo. My cousin is straightforward and candid, yet she possesses a good heart and remarkable talent. She has a promising chance of passing the martial scholar examination this time. I believe you are of a similar age and could engage in a conversation. After Song Shuqing finished speaking, Chen Anmo suddenly understood. The reason Song Shuqing had summoned him was, in fact, to arrange a matchmaking meeting. This was quite unexpected. Thus, he cast a glance at the girl named Zhang Yuqi. With her petite nose and small eyes, her features were rather charming. However, in comparison to his sister-in-law, there was simply no contest. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to contrasting a youthful, spirited girl with a goddess of the mountain, entirely different realms, especially in terms of temperament. The unique elegance possessed by his sister-in-law was not something just any woman could exhibit. As he pondered over how to decline, he was taken aback when Zhang Yuqi took the initiative to speak. I was just chatting about tea artistry with Miss Yang and the others. I'll head over first. With that, Zhang Yuqi turned and walked away, not even bothering to bid him farewell. Song Shuqing was left speechless. Junior brother Chen, my sister has a straightforward personality. Brother Song, I'm perfectly fine. Chen Anmo is not foolish. He understands that others do not regard him highly. Over there, young Master Zhou is engaged in a sparring match with someone. Let us go and observe. At this moment, the crowd nearby is bustling with activity. Chen Anmo also approached, eager to observe the sparring between the two individuals. Zhou Tianhu, the eldest scion of the Zhou family, was said to possess talents surpassing even those of Zhang Fantian. These individuals were his rivals in the martial arts arena, thus he was keen to gauge their abilities. Meanwhile, Song Shuqing made her way to her cousin, Zhang Yuqi. Cousin, what was that attitude just now? Did you not promise me you would have a chat with Chen Anmo? I believe you two are quite compatible, and most importantly, the future is promising. Song Shuqing held a favorable view of Chen Anmo. Beyond a portion of admiration for his mentor, there was another reason. It was rumored that Chen Anmo was the one who eliminated the notorious fugitive Zhou Baoshan, a figure long renowned in the martial world. His ability to resolve such a formidable opponent spoke volumes. Additionally, it was said that the county magistrate was also quite optimistic about him. Unfortunately, her goodwill went unappreciated by Zhang Yuqi. Brother, I know you have my best interests at heart, but you must also acknowledge that Zhang Fantian has recovered. Among the younger generation here, his talents rank at least in the top 3. Chen Anmo cannot even compare, so why should he be considered for a match with me? Moreover, with Zhang Fantian's cultivation restored, he is now at the 7th rank. The resources from your martial arts school will surely be directed towards him. Leaving Chen Anmo with little, Song Shuqing opened her mouth, realizing her cousin's analysis bore merit. Cousin, you cannot view it this way. I can see that Chen Amo has the potential to go much further than Zhang Fantian. Trust in your brother's judgment, Song Shuqing urged. Having heard whispers that the county magistrate was very much in favor of Chen Amo, possibly offering him support. The title of martial scholar was merely a baseline for Chen Amo. In the coming years, he would undoubtedly participate in the martial examination, and at that time, he would emerge as a martial champion. Regrettably, Zhang Yuqi was focused solely on the present. Brother, enough about him. What do you think of Qi Wei from the Dabao Martial Arts School? It is said that his talents are on par with Zhang Fantian. Qi Wei himself has a strong background, not inferior to ours, and with his talents, why would he be interested in you? Song Shuqing showed no restraint in expressing her thoughts. Brother, I am quite attractive, and you have always said I possess natural beauty. Zhang Yuqi could not help but interject. You are too naive. Remember, relationships begin with looks, are fueled by talent, and are sustained by character. Your beauty may capture a man's attention temporarily, but do not place too much importance on it. Song Shuqing shook her head. Reflect on this, if you come to understand. I will arrange another meeting for you with junior brother Chen next time. Having grown up together, they shared a close bond among the younger generation, and he intended to assist Zhang Yuqi in finding a suitable partner. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuqi did not appreciate his efforts. Chen Amo observed the fierce contest between Zhou Tianhu and his opponents. It must be acknowledged that Zhou Tianhu, a prodigy of considerable repute, indeed possesses remarkable skills. At the pinnacle of the 8th rank, he has evidently mastered the art of Mingjing. It is apparent that his adversaries are concealing their true capabilities, suggesting that their strength may be even greater. In merely 4 exchanges, he effortlessly subdued a robust man engaged in the sparring match. Instantly, accolades erupted from the onlookers. With such prowess, Zhou Tianhu is undoubtedly poised to claim the title in this martial arts trial. Congratulations are in order for him. However, Zhou Tianhu remained unfazed by the praise. My fellow martial artist Qi Wei from Dabo Wugwan and my senior sister Mo Lingo from Lingtian Wuguan far surpass my abilities. Furthermore, it is said that Zhang Fantian from Zhengfei Wuguan has fully recovered from his injuries. He is a 7th-rank martial artist and stronger than any of us. Some scoffed. Zhang Fantian has just recovered. His strength likely won't return so swiftly. Do not underestimate him. He was once hailed as the foremost genius of our 4th floor city. Another remarked, in my opinion, a new genius named Chen Amo from Zhengfei Wuguan is the most unfortunate. Just when he garnered his master's attention, the former genius has made a formidable comeback. Laughter ensued. It is a classic tale of talent without fortune. In these times, luck can sometimes be a facet of strength. Listening to the surrounding conversations, Chen Amo felt speechless. Why am I being dragged into this? He thought. I, Chen Shidi, am present. Please refrain from such idle chatter. Song Shuqing interjected with displeasure. Upon noticing her authority, the crowd quickly fell silent. Many turned their gaze around and soon spotted Chen Anmo at the side. Brother Chen, we were merely engaging in light-hearted banter. Do not take it to heart, said a young man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes. He was Wang Jin, the son of the city lord and a previous martial arts champion. This gathering was hosted by him, intended to forge connections with emerging young talents. Chen Anmo was certainly not a petty individual. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard the remarks made by the 2 individuals moments ago. Someone called out, Brother Chen, why don't you engage in a friendly spar? Indeed, let everyone witness your prowess. Song Shuqing felt a stir of interest and approached, whispering, Junior Brother Chen, how about I find someone of lesser skill for you to exchange a few moves? Is that really necessary? Chen Anmo furrowed his brows. He was not fond of ostentation. You fail to understand. This is what is known as establishing a reputation. With the martial arts examination approaching, if a martial artist were to make their name known in advance, it would undoubtedly enhance the examiner's impression of them. In the future, they would likely receive a more favorable evaluation. Furthermore, with a notable reputation, others would think twice before resorting to underhanded tactics against you. The underhanded tactics that Song Shuqing referred to are specifically aimed at you. For instance, if a scion of nobility were to sit for the examination and realize they could not contend with you, they might resort to petty tricks or even attempt to bribe the examiners to undermine you. However, once you have established a reputation, the dynamics would shift significantly, as others would undoubtedly tread cautiously. Chen Anmo understood Song Shuqing's intention. However, he truly did not relish the idea of sparring under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Was it not akin to putting on a show? Brother Song, perhaps it is best to forego this notion. Chen Anmo shook his head once more. Brother Chen, could it be that you are afraid? Someone retorted sharply. This individual was a disciple of the Dabao martial arts school. In recent days, comparisons had been made between Chun Anmo and Chi Wei of the Dabao martial arts school, which left the disciples of Dabao feeling quite indignant. You, a mere disciple recently favored by Lu Zhengfei, what qualifications do you possess? Afraid? Chun Anmo furrowed his brow. If you are dissatisfied, you may challenge me. Very well. I shall test your strength. With that, the individual stepped forward, prompting the crowd to part instinctively. This was none other than Huang Xiong, the newly emerging talent of the Dabao Martial Arts Academy, whose prowess was not to be underestimated. Huang Xiong sought to make a name for himself, and indeed, challenging Chen Anlin was the most prudent and advantageous choice for him. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Initially, they believed Huang Xiong to be foolish for provoking someone without cause. However, after hearing explanations, they realized that he was, in fact, remarkably astute. Firstly, Chen Anmo had recently gained significant notoriety. Secondly, having just risen to fame, his strength was likely still developing. Defeating him would undoubtedly elevate the victor's own reputation. Chen Anmo approached Huang Xiong. The city lord's son, Wang Zhun, stepped forward and pointed to an empty spot on the ground, stating, "Gentlemen, this is a contest of skill, to be kept within limits. Whoever falls to the ground first shall be deemed the loser. Do you understand?" Both men nodded in agreement. "Very well, let the match begin," Wang Zhun declared. With that, Huang Xiong lunged forward. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Chun Anmo's abdomen. He winced slightly at the corner of his mouth. Is this it? I anticipated something far more formidable. Who would have thought it was merely a single blow? There was hardly time to evade. Indeed, my recent training has significantly elevated the speed of my punches. Are you merely tickling me? Chun Anmo spoke in a cold tone. Huang Xiong. It was only then that he realized. Chun Anmo remained utterly unperturbed. In the next moment, he seized Huang Xiong by the neck and flung him with great force. Huang Xiong was hurled through the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the onlookers. A single move and a decisive victory. Remarkably, Chun Anmo had not shifted an inch from his position. What does it mean to dominate? This is what it means to dominate. At that moment, the crowd's expressions underwent a transformation, their eyes now imbued with clarity. Those who had previously doubted Chun Anmo, believing him to be merely a facade, began to recognize the depth of his capabilities. Acknowledgement. Chun Anmo clasped his hands together. Ha! I told you, my junior brother Chen is truly remarkable, Song Shuqing exclaimed with a hearty laugh, winking at Zhang Yuqi. However, Zhang Yuqi regarded this with disdain. Well aware of Huang Xiong's reputation as merely a recent prodigy, greatly overrated and lacking in substantial victories. Just as Chun Anmo contemplated leaving this unremarkable gathering, a sudden notification resonated. Ding! Quest. The Wu family has slain me. I seek vengeance. Completed. Reward. 5 years of cultivation. Chapter 23. The Annihilation of the Wu Family. This is terrible. The Wu family is in turmoil. Today, someone noticed that the Wu family had yet to open their doors and went to investigate, only to discover that all the members of the Wu family were deceased. At that moment, a voice cried out, "The Wu family has been exterminated." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted drastically. Chen Anmo finally comprehended the reason behind the sudden reward. Previously, his leader, Chen Hu, had passed away, leaving behind a final wish to avenge his death by annihilating the Wu family. With the Wu family now eradicated, unexpectedly, this fulfilled his desire. The reward had been credited. "Brother Song, I'm a constable, and a homicide has occurred. I must take my leave," he remarked, considering the scene, which likely contained dozens of corpses, hinting at a significant financial gain. After bidding farewell, Chun Anmo departed from the location. Before long, he arrived at the Wu family estate, where a throng of constables had already surrounded the area. Li Ba, spotting Chun Anmo emerging from the crowd, hurried over to greet him. "Mo Ge, you have arrived. I heard there was trouble with the Wu family, so I came to see what transpired." Chun Anmo peered into the chamber. Bloodstains marred the surroundings, and several lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the floor. "They are still investigating the matter. Our county magistrate has personally come to look into it. In my opinion, this is undoubtedly a case of vendetta, not even sparing the children," Li Ba lamented. Despite his lack of fondness for the Wu family, the mercilessness displayed in not sparing the young ones was indeed chilling. "I shall take a look inside." Upon entering the room, he immediately spotted 2 bodies collapsed behind the door. They were the guards tasked with keeping watch. Ding! Upon touching the corpse, a reward of 20 days of cultivation was granted. The deceased's last wishes were triggered. Wish 1. My wife has just given birth, and now I have perished. I wish to leave 20 taels of silver for my family to live comfortably. Reward, 120 days of cultivation. Wish 2. I hope my child's illness will soon be cured. Reward, a vial of vitality elixir. Ding. Upon touching the second corpse, a reward of 30 days of cultivation was granted. The deceased's last wishes were triggered. Wish 1. Wish 2. Chen Anmo walked over, feigning concern as he examined the corpses. In a short while, he had gathered a considerable amount of cultivation time and countless last wishes, a chaotic array of desires. Some wished for resurrection. Others yearned to slay the county magistrate, to witness a change in the Delili dynasty, to overthrow tyranny, or to see a world free of thieves. Such lofty ideals stand in stark contrast to the harshness of reality. Shaking his head, he soon arrived at the main courtyard, where County Magistrate He Guang was also present, inspecting the two bodies. Since the deaths of Wu Bao and Wu Laohu, the head of the Wu family had fallen to their ancestor, Wu Shi, who, despite being over 100 years old and weakened by age, had once been a martial artist. At this moment, Wu Shi lay on the ground, blood-drained, evidently having endured great torment before his demise. Beside him was a woman, Zhao Lijuan, the wife of Wu Laohu, who had also suffered a cruel fate. He Guang glanced at Chen Anmo and sighed. It seems the murderer has come seeking vengeance. What manner of enemies has the Wu family provoked to elicit such brutality? Master, allow me to investigate, he added. Chen Anmo spoke. He Guang nodded in approval. Xiaomo, why don't you take a look? These past few days, Lin Qiya had been singing praises of Chen Anmo. The influence of such flattery is indeed formidable. Now, He Guang found Chen Anmo quite pleasing to the eye and intended to promote him, supporting him in his pursuit of the martial examination. Chen Anmo approached Wu Shi. Ding. Touching the corpse rewarded him with 200 days of cultivation. The last wishes of the deceased were triggered. Last wish 1. The protector of the Taiping sect, Zhuo Daoming, caused the annihilation of my Wu family. I desire him to have no resting place in death. Reward. A piece of golden silk armor, impervious to water and fire. Impervious to blades and spears, capable of converting 30% of striking force. This solitary wish of Wu Shi reveals much. Everything stems from the human skin parchment. The protector of the Taiping sect who entrusted the human skin parchment to Chun, who was none other than Zhuo Daoming. Now that he has recovered from his injuries, he has returned, thus seeking out the Wu family. It is common knowledge that the Wu family had eradicated the Hu Wei escort agency and seized their wealth. Chen Anmo sighed in lamentation. The Wu family, despite their numerous calculations, had failed to foresee the calamity that would befall them, utter annihilation. Had they anticipated such a fate, they would undoubtedly have refrained from their actions. Next, we turn to Zhao Lijuan. Ding. Upon touching the corpse, a reward of 30 days of cultivation is granted. The deceased's final wish is triggered. Final wish 1. The Taiping sect has exterminated my entire family. I hope this message can be conveyed. Urging County Magistrate He Guang to conduct a thorough investigation. Reward. 1 body refining pill. Zhao Lijuan is indeed able to fulfill this final wish ahead of time. Chen Anmo's eyes sparkled with delight. My lord. Chen Anmo approached He Guang. Anmo, have you uncovered any clues? He Guang casually inquired. Having encountered similar heinous massacres in the past, he surmised that the Wu family must have offended a formidable individual, leading to this tragedy. Such cases are exceedingly challenging to investigate, as these masters appear and vanish without a trace, rendering inquiries nearly impossible. I suspect it is the work of the Taiping sect. Chen Anmo remarked. He Guang's expression turned grave. When it comes to the Taiping sect, the matter becomes exceedingly serious. Chen Anmo continued. I have received some insider information suggesting that the Wu family has offended the Taiping sect, which has resulted in the successive murders of Wu Laohu and Wu Bao. This has ultimately led to the annihilation of the entire Wu family. Why did the Taiping sect target the Wu family? Perhaps it was in pursuit of certain artifacts. Chen Anmo's ambiguous response elucidated. My superior, Chen Hu, is the one who runs the Tiger Might Escort agency. Initially, he accepted a commission to transport a certain item. Subsequently, the Wu family orchestrated a scheme that led to my elder brother's demise and the theft of that item. This item was entrusted to my leader by Zhuo Daoming, a protector of the Taiping sect. With Chen Anmo's explanation, He Guang grasped the sequence of events. Zhuo Daoming, having been gravely injured in a pursuit, feared that the item would be seized, thus he entrusted its transportation to Chen Hu. Unbeknownst to him, a traitor lurked among Chen Hu's ranks, and the Wu family learned of this affair. They murdered Chen Hu and absconded with the item. As Zhuo Daoming's injuries healed, he sought out the Wu family. Were anyone else to recount this tale, He Guang might harbor doubts. Yet, Chen Amo is different. Chen Hu, the escort from the Tiger Might Agency, is his superior. He undoubtedly possesses insight into the matter. So it was revealed. The Taiping sect's nefarious individuals have indeed come here to stir trouble. The Taiping sect has been designated as a cult by the DL dynasty, an organization that is universally condemned. This cannot be taken lightly, should any mishap occur. Allowing the Taiping sect to incite chaos here, even with the protection of the city lord, it would be difficult to safeguard his own position. I shall report this matter to the city lord. Chen Anmo, conduct your investigation discreetly and report any clues regarding the Taiping sect's miscreants promptly. Understood. Ding. He Guang ordered a thorough investigation into the Taiping sect's malefactors. Completed. Reward: 1 body refinement pill. Having already consumed one, taking another would yield little benefit. So he decided to reserve it for his sister-in-law. As he exited the Wu family estate with He Guang, Anmo. I hear you intend to participate in the martial arts examination? Indeed, my lord. Although you come from humble beginnings, your talent is commendable. If you were to succeed, it would indeed be a remarkable ascent, a thunderous declaration. However, throughout history, the number of impoverished individuals who achieve such success is exceedingly rare. Even those who occasionally emerge do so with the backing of prominent families. Chen Amo nodded in agreement. You speak the truth, my lord. Hence, relying solely on the support from your master is insufficient. To be candid, after you saved both me and my wife last time, she held you in high regard and thus decided to extend her generosity towards you. Come, accompany me to my residence. Moments later, He Guang led Chen Anmo into the courtyard of the estate. He retrieved an iron box from a shelf and handed it to Chen Anmo. Take a look inside. As soon as he grasped it, Chen Anmo detected a potent aroma of medicinal herbs. Filled with curiosity, he opened the box, revealing a reddish-brown herb within. Its leaves were entirely of the same hue, while the roots were as thick as a finger. Chen Anmo inquired, My lord, what is this herb? As martial artists, the tonics we typically consume, such as blood-fortifying pill and qi supplement pill, are indeed concocted from medicinal herbs. This particular herb must have at least a decade of maturation for it to be effective. However, this specimen, a rare find of 30 years, is known as the red spirit herb. Chen Anmo felt a stir within. It was indeed a 30-year-old elixir. However, he pondered how it was to be consumed. Should it be taken directly? Such a potent medicine could be perilous if ingested without caution, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. According to the records in our county's annals, a century ago, an 8th-tier martial artist, by a stroke of fortune, acquired an 80-year-old red spirit herb. Lacking knowledge on its proper consumption, he resorted to folk remedies and ingested it himself. Within 3 days, he ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th tier and subsequently secured a place in that year's martial examination. Yet, merely 3 days after achieving this honor, his meridians collapsed tragically, leading to a dreadful demise. Chen Anmo inhaled sharply, astonished. 3 days, and a leap from the 8th rank to the pinnacle of the 7th. Such potency in the medicine? He Guang replied, Indeed, yet the individual in question had access to an 80-year-old elixir, whereas what I possess is merely a 30-year-old variant. Although its efficacy is not as formidable, if you adhere to my prescribed method of consumption, I assure you, there exists a considerable probability that you will achieve a breakthrough to the 7th rank before the martial arts examination. At that juncture, you may attain remarkable accomplishments. Here, take this. It contains the method of consumption. Follow the instructions herein. Chen Anmo received a prescription, glanced at it, and proceeded to chop the herbs into 30 portions. Every 3 days, he would brew a soup and consume 1 portion. This method employed a regimen of small doses, specifically designed to mitigate the potency of the medicine. In a previous life, when his pet cats and dogs suffered from parasitic infections, he administered deworming medication intended for human consumption. However, due to the excessive strength of the human dewormer, he divided the medication into 4 parts. Chen Anmo clasped his fists and inquired, My lord, this herb must be quite expensive, correct? Indeed, came the reply. Even with wealth, it may not be easily obtainable. You must strive diligently. Do you understand? He Guang's investment in him was partly influenced by Lin Qia's whispers in his ear. However, it also stemmed from his genuine belief in Chen Anmo's potential. Should the individual he supports attain the rank of a martial scholar, it would serve as significant political capital for him. He Guang offered a few more words of advice, explicitly stating that due to Chen Anmo's upcoming martial examination, there was no need for him to report to the government office daily. He encouraged him to focus on his cultivation. As for the investigation into the typing sect, the city lord's office would conduct a thorough inquiry. Shin felt a surge of joy within. A long holiday was approaching, and that was delightful. Esteemed elder, I shall take my leave now. After departing from the location, he made his way directly homeward. He intended to administer the body-refining pill to his sister-in-law, aiding her in her breakthrough. Simultaneously, he planned to enhance his mastery of the Tiger Might body technique. Casting a glance at the current year, he realized it had been 12 long years, an entire dozen of cultivation time. At last, he arrived at his doorstep. His senses, now acutely attuned, detected the sound of sobbing from within even before he opened the door. His sister-in-law was weeping. Shin felt a pang in her heart. Why was she crying? Chapter 24, Confirming the Relationship. At that moment, Shin was filled with doubt. Since there was only Shun Xin at home, logically, no one should be bullying her. Upon opening the door, Shin Xin had ceased her tears. However, she did not emerge from the cellar as she usually would. It was only when Shin approached the edge of the cellar that Shin Xin finally appeared. Why are you back so early today? Shin Xion's eyes appeared red and swollen, clearly indicating that she had been crying moments before. Nevertheless, she still seemed quite cheerful. Sister-in-law, did you just cry? Shin said. I did not. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Chun Anmo, Shin Xion lowered her head in a display of grievance. At this moment, she herself was at a loss as to the reasons behind her feelings. As the elder sister-in-law, she once possessed a fiery temperament. However, after spending considerable time with Shin Anmo, she had grown hesitant to deceive him. You are lying. Shin Anmo firmly grasped Shin Xion's arm. Ever since their last kiss, Shin Anmo had ceased to be shy and reserved. I just heard you crying. You didn't share this with me. It makes me quite sorrowful. Is there something I did wrong? Shin Anmo gazed intently at Shin Xion. Observing the tears welling up in her eyes, he reached out to gently wipe them away. Such an intimate gesture caused Shin Xion's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. You have done remarkably well. It is merely that I feel a bit stifled on my own. Shin Xion finally voiced her innermost thoughts. Since her arrival here, she had initially felt indifferent, particularly during the evenings, when Chun Anmo would occasionally keep her company. Engaging in light conversation, she found her days to be remarkably fulfilling. However, once Chun Anmo departed and left her alone in the courtyard, an overwhelming sense of ennui began to settle in. As time passed, this feeling of solitude grew increasingly profound. Just moments ago, while she was practicing her stance, an unexpected wave of emotion surged within her, prompting her to feel a tinge of sadness, leading to her tears. Chun Anmo immediately understood. Indeed, although his sister-in-law currently has ample food and drink and is free from worries, she is still a person. As a human being, she has needs. She requires joy and amusement. Sister-in-law, how about I take you out shopping later? Oh, no, Xiaomao, I was merely speaking casually. If we were to encounter any issues while out, it could become quite troublesome. Shin Xion quickly shook her head. Shin Anmo smiled and said, I possess a method that can render you unrecognizable to others. Suddenly, he recalled that when he had slain Zhou Baolong, he had removed the man's skin mask. Initially, he had contemplated using it for himself in the future. However, now he exclaimed, Sister-in-law, follow me, and pulled Shin Xion into the room. Shin Anmo unearthed a human skin mask from within a package. After extolling the virtues of this peculiar item, Shin Xion's face lit up with eager anticipation. How astonishing that such a thing exists in this world. Indeed, sit tight, and I shall adorn you with the mask. Shin Anmo sat opposite Shin Xion. Their gazes locked in a silent exchange. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. What are you looking at? Shin Xion bashfully lowered her head. Although she harbored fond feelings for Shin Anmo, the nature of their relationship made her feel somewhat awkward. What exactly was their relationship? It was truly embarrassing. Suddenly, as Shin Xion averted her gaze, Shin Anmo seized the moment and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Oh dear, Xiaomo, Shin Xion exclaimed. Shin Anmo said, I apologize, dear sister-in-law, it was not my intention, but I couldn't help myself. Naturally, Shin Xion was not angry. Her heart raced rapidly. All right. Please put the mask on me. However, dear sister-in-law, this way is rather inconvenient. Please sit on my lap, facing away from me. It will allow me to assist you more easily from behind. Shin Anmo widened his eyes and exclaimed, What? You want me to sit on you? Upon hearing these words, Shin Xion was momentarily taken aback. Shin Anmo remarked, This is to facilitate the wearing of the mask. Well, that's fine, Shin Xion responded. Her understanding limited, and she could only nod in agreement. Gritting her teeth, she positioned herself atop Chen Anmo. As she felt the softness beneath her, he gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Elder sister, do not be tense. Relax, he encouraged. Chen Xian inwardly mused, how can I not be tense? Yet, in the next moment, Chen Anmo commenced the process of affixing the mask upon her face. This mask possessed remarkable elasticity, capable of molding distinct facial features on various individuals. Before long, once it was properly secured, Chen Anmo playfully ruffled her face a few times. Is it done? Chen Xian inquired with anticipation. With this mask, she could finally venture outside, a notion she had scarcely dared to entertain in recent times. Wait a moment. Chen Anmo whispered softly in her ear. The sound was gentle, creating a tingling sensation as it brushed against her earlobe. Though she had already donned the mask, Chen Anmo still yearned to hold her a little longer. Sister-in-law, may I hold you for a while? Chen Anmo spoke softly. All right then. In the next moment, Chen Xian took the initiative to grasp Chen Anmo's hand. At that moment, both of their hearts raced rapidly. Chen Anmo gently stroked his hand and said, Elder sister-in-law, today I went there, and indeed, Brother Song introduced his cousin to me. However, I declined. Why, you ask? Because. Chen Anmo firmly grasped Chen Xian's hand. Chen Xian trembled in fright. Anmo, you two practice the tiger might dominance technique. You should be aware that this martial art cannot be practiced in the same chamber before reaching perfection. Chen Xian, her gaze lowered, spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Chen Anmo felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was evident that Chen Xian did not mind. However, there was indeed a reason for this. He had already accumulated 12 years of cultivation time and believed that he could soon achieve perfection in the tiger might body technique. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian shyly nodded. Seeing that Chen Xian had finally agreed, Chen Anmo inquired, May I first touch? Touch what? Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. The next moment, in the afternoon, Chen Anmo took Chen Xian to stroll through the market. At this time, with her mask on, Chen Xian appeared to have a pallid complexion from a distance, resembling an ordinary girl from the countryside. Chen Anmo deliberately dressed her in an unflattering manner, layering her outfit with thick fabric, rendering her appearance rather unappealing. To the casual observer, she appeared quite bulky. Naturally, the villagers noticed Chen Xian. However, Chen Anmo publicly declared her to be merely an elder sister who had come to stay with him from their hometown. This proclamation raised no suspicions among the locals. On this outing, Chen Xian was immensely delighted, yet she refrained from spending extravagantly. Her purchases were primarily limited to some vegetables and rice. Ultimately, it was only after Chen Anmo's encouragement that she indulged in acquiring a bit of rouge. Upon obtaining the cosmetic, Chen Xian could no longer suppress her joy, her lips curling into a radiant smile. Witnessing her elation brought Chen Anmo great pleasure as well. After their shopping, Chen Xian carefully stowed away her rouge. Dear sister-in-law, you really need not have bought these, Chen Anmo remarked with a smile. Do you know why? Why? She inquired, curiosity piqued. Because you are already quite beautiful. Applying rouge would only serve to enhance your allure to an extraordinary degree. How cheeky. When did you become so glib? Chen Xian responded with glee. I merely speak the truth, he replied. After finishing their grocery shopping, they spent some time watching street performers, fire jumpers, individuals smashing stones on their chests, and sword swallowers, creating a lively atmosphere. As dusk approached, Chen Xian reluctantly suggested, Shall we head back now? It's quite late. We shall dine out tonight. Let me treat you to a meal, he replied, taking her hand and leading her to the inn. Chen Shidi, what brings you here? In the inn, Song Shuqing was at the reception desk, greeting Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo was taken aback. Brother Song, what a coincidence. My cousin and a few friends are dining here. Would you care to join us? Song Shuqing smiled and replied, No, I'm dining with my friends. He then noticed that Chen Anmo was holding Chen Xian's hand, and everything became clear to him. No wonder Chen Anmo showed little interest in his cousin. He already had someone he cherished. However, when he looked up, he was left speechless. The woman was rather plump, her complexion sallow, and her attire unappealing. She appeared significantly older than Chen Anmo. Such a woman would typically not catch his eye, yet it was evident from Chen's demeanor that he held her in high regard. Hello, I am Anmo's senior. My name is Song Shuqing. He greeted Chen Xian with a smile and a nod. He was not the type to judge others superficially. Rather than deeming Chen Anmo's choice as unworthy, he admired his character. After all, anyone with the means would likely seek out a younger and more beautiful companion. Yet Chen Anmo did not. That speaks volumes about his character. To illustrate, there was Zhang Fantian, who, before being favored by his master, had a childhood sweetheart from the countryside with whom he had contemplated marriage. Once Zhang Fantian achieved success, he completely disregarded her. This highlights how rare it is to find someone like Chen Anmo, whose virtues shine through. If he treats his beloved with such respect, one can only imagine how he would treat his brothers and friends. In that moment, Song Shuqing's gaze toward him grew increasingly approving. Convinced that he had not misjudged his character, Chen Anmo is indeed a brother worth befriending. Regrettably, my cousin is still too young and lacks discernment in choosing acquaintances. After a brief exchange, Song Shuqing took her leave. Chen Anmo, accompanied by Shen Xian, found a secluded corner to dine. In a private room on the second floor, Zhang Yuqi eagerly pulled her brother to sit down as Song Shuqing entered. "Brother, where have you been? Why the delay?" she inquired. "I just encountered Chen Anmo and exchanged a few words with him," he replied. "Honestly, brother, given your stature, is it really necessary to engage with someone like him?" Zhang Yuqi expressed her bewilderment, unable to comprehend why her brother held Chen Anmo in such high regard. It is worth noting that even the more accomplished Zhang Fantian had scarcely acknowledged him. "Children like you understand little," she scoffed, peering out the window of the second-floor room. Catching sight of Chen Anmo and Shen Xian dining in the corner. "Goodness, he is quite unattractive," Zhang Yuqi mocked. "This Chen Anmo must have a few screws loose to choose such a woman." A nearby friend chimed in with derision. "He must be desperate. Otherwise, why would he settle for someone so plain?" "Exactly," Zhang Yuqi affirmed. "Brother Song, why do you associate with such individuals?" Moments later, the table was filled with men disparaging Chen Anmo. Song Shuqing furrowed his brow. "Do you not perceive the admirable character of my junior brother Chen? If it were you, after achieving success, would you continue to treat your humble spouse with the same regard?" This statement struck like a thunderclap, silencing those who had been so animated moments before. "I have finished my meal. I shall descend to keep my junior brother company. Please drink moderately. Recently, those from the peaceful sect have been causing disturbances. Exercise caution on your way home. Understood?" With a shake of his head, Song Shuqing departed downstairs. Chapter 25. Breaking through the 7th rank, unleashing extraordinary strength. "Brother, are you upset?" Zhang Yuqi pursued him, puzzled by his demeanor. "I am not angry. Rather, I believe it prudent for you to limit your interactions with these friends," Song Shuqing stated candidly. Had it not been for Zhang Yuqi's presence, he would not have chosen to dine there. They merely spoke thoughtlessly due to intoxication. "Do you think what I said was correct?" "Indeed, but let us be honest. Chen Anmo does possess good character, yet he is taken," Zhang Yuqi murmured. "Then you could be his secret," Song Shuqing suggested confidently, believing that with a little initiative from his cousin, she might just succeed. Chen Anmo is bound to succumb. Men, after all, are creatures of sight. Although his cousin possesses a certain boldness, her beauty is undeniable. Moreover, this does not detract from the matter at hand. What capable man does not have multiple wives? Indeed, many legitimate wives even assist their husbands in acquiring concubines, thereby demonstrating their understanding and contributing to the family's growth. Yet, this statement seemingly struck a nerve with Zhang Yuqi, who reacted with alarm. "Brother, what did you just say? Did I hear that correctly? You want me to be a concubine? Indeed, do you expect to be the primary?" Song Shuqing furrowed his brow. He anticipated that Chen Anmo would achieve at least a 7th grade position, potentially even 6th grade. With such prospects, his sister, even as a concubine, would not be at a disadvantage. However, Zhang Yuqi was evidently unwilling. "Absolutely not, it is out of the question." "Very well, contemplate this thoroughly," Song Shuqing replied, shaking his head as he descended the stairs. Chen Anmo is engaged in a conversation with Shen Xian when unexpectedly, Song Shuqing descends the stairs, bringing along 2 flasks of wine. "Junior brother Chen, the noise upstairs is rather bothersome. I find it displeasing. Would you accompany me for a couple of drinks?" Song Shuqing remarked with a friendly smile. "Certainly, senior brother," Chen Anmo replied. Chen Anmo poured him a glass of wine. Subsequently, Song Shuqing engaged in a discussion regarding the primary rivals in this upcoming martial arts examination. To his surprise, his cousin Zhang Yuqi would also be participating. After several rounds of toasting and savoring the dishes, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Chen Anmo took his leave. As he exited, Song Shuqing couldn't help but reflect. My junior brother is no ordinary person. While others indulged in flattery and sycophancy towards him, Chen Anmo remained utterly nonchalant. This scenario presents 2 possibilities. The first suggests a lack of emotional intelligence. However, it is evident that Chen Anmo does not fit this description. Thus, We are left with the second possibility: he possesses a certain assurance. It is precisely this confidence, coupled with capability, that renders him indifferent to the need for flattery. Those who resort to sycophancy and adulation fundamentally lack faith in their own abilities and seek to leverage others. Upon returning home, Chen Anmo retrieved the body-refining pill. Sister-in-law, consume it in the cellar. I shall guard you. On the journey back, Chen Anmo had already shared with Shen Xin the wondrous effects of the body-refining pill. In response, Shen Xin was filled with anticipation, observing Chen Anmo's growing excellence. She secretly felt a sense of urgency. While Shen Xin consumed the body-refining pill, Chen Anmo glanced at his own attributes. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, pinnacle of 8th rank. Sword techniques, 3 blades, perfect, a dance of blades and flickers of light, a continuous surge of blade energy. Cultivation method, tiger might body technique, major achievement, the strength of 10 tigers. Cultivation method, dragon claw technique, beginner. Cultivation method, Qianquan steps, major achievement, treading upon snow without a trace. Cultivation method, breath-seeking technique, major achievement. Available cultivation time, 12 years. Available qi and blood value, 0. Deducting 1 year, you cultivate the tiger might body technique, becoming increasingly adept in this method. Deducting 5 years, you delve deeper into the tiger might body technique, and you finally touch the bottleneck of this technique, with a breakthrough imminent. Deducting 3 years, you practice the tiger might body technique, and your body improves day by day, while your inner energy grows ever more robust. Deducting 1 year, you finally break through the bottleneck of the tiger might body technique. The tiger might body technique reaches great perfection. Current remaining cultivation time, 2 years. Cultivation method, tiger might body technique, perfect, the strength of 9 bulls and 10 tigers. Great perfection attained. Haha, great perfection achieved. Chen Anmo himself never anticipated that within a mere decade, he would achieve the pinnacle of perfection. Moreover, his strength transcended that of the 10 tigers, now embodying the might of 9 bulls and 10 tigers. At this moment, he felt utterly bewildered by his own transformation. In addition to this, his realm had ascended as well. He had now attained the initial stage of the 7th rank. Elder sister, I have broken through. Chen Anmo embraced Chen Xin around the waist with increasing familiarity. Now, as he held her, he had become remarkably adept at it. Chen Xin no longer blushed at every little thing. Instead, she leaned in closer. What breakthrough have you achieved? A new realm? Shen Xin inquired with palpable excitement. Chen Anmo nodded vigorously. I have reached the 7th rank. Hiss. Shen Xin gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Goodness, you have truly attained the 7th rank. Indeed, sister-in-law. Would you consider rewarding me? Shen Anmo chuckled. After pondering for a moment, Shen Xin leaned in and planted a kiss on Chen Anmo's cheek. Then, with a playful tone, she said, Is that enough? Sister-in-law, I have some delightful news to share as well. I have perfected my tiger might body technique. Achieving mastery in this technique signifies readiness for intimate relations. Chen Xin was taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She was well aware of Chen Anmo's intentions behind these words. So, what do you want? In the next moment, Chen Anmo leaned in for a kiss. After a brief exchange, their lips parted. However, dear sister-in-law, you have just consumed the body-refining pill today, so it would be prudent to stabilize your cultivation for the next few days. Shen Xin felt a tinge of disappointment. Does that mean we cannot? Chen Anmo nodded helplessly. We men must preserve our vitality, and you women must do the same. Otherwise, the body-refining pills would be consumed in vain. Chen Anmo smiled broadly and said, Sister-in-law, are you not longing for it? Shen Xin retorted playfully, Not at all, I was merely inquiring. Ha ha ha. In a few days, I shall thoroughly indulge you. Chen Anmo spoke without reservation. Subsequently, Shen Xin continued to assimilate the body refinement pill. Chen Anmo proceeded to handle the red spirit herb. He meticulously chopped it into fragments and placed them within a jade vial. Extracting 2 pieces the size of fingernails, he immersed them into the boiling water, initiating the brewing process. Soon, the water began to take on a verdant hue. After pouring the concoction into 2 large bowls, he made his way to the cellar. Emo, look, hurry inside, came the excited voice of Shen Xin. Chen Anmo felt a sudden stir in his heart. What is it, elder sister-in-law? Chen Anmo walked down and casually placed 2 large bowls aside. Look at me, Shen Xin said, clenching her fist. A faint aura enveloped her knuckles, internal energy. Moreover, it was quite formidable, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Sister-in-law, this is splendid. You have attained the peak of the 9th rank as a martial artist. I am at the 9th rank peak. Shin Exine inhaled deeply, her joy evident. This is all thanks to your body refinement elixir. It is incredibly effective. Let me examine your internal energy to see if you have fully absorbed the elixir. How will you check? I need to see your abdomen. Upon hearing this, Shin Exine froze momentarily. Well, if you must. Shin Exine felt somewhat bashful, yet she was not overly concerned. Chun Anmo sat on the edge of the bed, gently guiding her to sit upon him. He began to meticulously examine her. After a brief moment, he confirmed that her internal energy was stable, and the effects of the body refining elixir still lingered. Sister-in-law, drink this now. It will enhance the effects. Naturally, Shin Exine was well aware of the remarkable benefits of the red spirit herb. The two of them consumed the potion to prevent any interference with Shun Exine's digestion of the body refining elixir. Shun Anmo gritted his teeth and decided to leave the cellar. Otherwise, he feared that being in close proximity would lead him to lose control. As Chun Anmo made to depart, Shin Exine hurriedly approached and grasped his hand. Just bear with it. Don't rush. Sister-in-law, make sure to rest early. Chun Anmo nodded and departed from this place. The following morning, Chun Anmo departed from his home, making his way to a place known as Wu Family Village. Soon, he discovered a household that seemed to be the one he sought. Approaching it, he was met with the sound of weeping emanating from within. Oh, dear head of the family, your death is so tragic. With your departure, what shall we do? The child is still gravely ill. Woe is us. Chun Anmo approached and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the voice. I am a friend of your husband. As the door opened, a woman gazed at Chun Anmo with a look of bewilderment. Chun Anmo spoke without superfluous words, producing a pouch filled with silver coins. Within it lay 20 taels of silver, a provision for you to lead a decent life. Focus. The final wish has been fulfilled. Reward, 120 days of cultivation. O benefactor, O benefactor. The woman, cradling her infant in her arms, knelt before Chun Anmo. Her husband had been the gatekeeper of the Wu family. In a single night, the Wu family was annihilated, and her husband naturally perished as well. With her family in dire straits, she was at a loss for how to navigate the future, never expecting that someone would bestow such silver upon her. Chun Anmo summoned another physician to attend to the child. According to the physician, the child was merely afflicted with a chill and, with a course of medicine for 3 to 4 days, would soon recover. Chun Anmo paid the consultation fee and requested that he deliver the medicine to the village punctually. His final wish was for the child's swift recovery. Completed. The reward was a vial of blood-fortifying pill. The medicinal materials only cost 2 taels of silver. Yet he secured a vial of the blood-fortifying pill in return, a profitable venture indeed. After departing from this place, he ventured to other locations to fulfill the last wishes of various individuals. 3 days later, at the break of dawn, Chun Anmo was instructing Shin Exine in martial arts. The early stages of one's spirit are most exuberant, resulting in remarkable training outcomes. Just as they were getting into the rhythm, a knock echoed at the door. Shin Exine hurriedly made her way to the back. Chun Anmo opened the door to find his friends from the escort agency, Lu Cheng, Zhou Jiqiang, and Sun Dabing. Uncle Sun, I see your injuries have healed, Sun Dabing replied with a smile and a nod. Xiao Mo, thanks to the healing medicine you brought me. That excellent remedy works wonders. It turned out that Chun Anmo had visited Sun Dabing's home after earning some silver, delivering the healing medicine. Otherwise, his recovery would not have been so swift. Xiao Mo, you have concealed this from us quite well. You are about to participate in the martial arts examination and you didn't even mention it to us. Lu Qing chuckled. Oh, it's just that I didn't want to worry everyone. Please, come in, Chun Anmo responded. Chun Anmo invited 3 individuals into the house. As for Shin Exine, she had already descended into the cellar. At that moment, Chun Anmo noticed a donkey cart being pulled behind them. Upon it rested a large gray sack, the contents of which were unknown but appeared to be drenched in blood. Xiao Mo, you are set to participate in the martial arts examination, and nourishment is of utmost importance. This is the wild boar king we hunted 2 days ago. We have brought you the 2 strongest front legs. Chun Anmo was taken aback. The wild boar king, renowned for its formidable tusks, was exceedingly fierce. Although not as expensive as the tiger dog beast, it still commanded a price of over 100 taels of silver. Uncle Lu, it is clear that you have your own struggles. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. Chun Anmo shook his head. Take it. You are in greater need than we are. Lu Qing furrowed his brow. This is a heartfelt gesture from all of us. If you refuse to accept it, does that mean you look down upon us, your elder brothers? Indeed, Xiao Mo. Had it not been for the marvelous healing elixirs you provided, my injuries would not have healed so swiftly. I might have even suffered lasting repercussions. Please, accept it. Sun Dabing expressed gratefully. Chen Amo chuckled. All right, I shall not be modest then. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that if he did not accept the offerings, Lu Qing and the others might indeed feel discontented, perhaps believing that he had risen to prominence and might look down upon them. Uncle Lu, as it happens, I am also in need of your assistance. With that, Chen Anmo addressed the matter at hand, presenting 2 wild boar forelegs. Chapter 26. The Overbearing Axe Gang. Oh, you seek our help as well? What assistance do you require? Lu Cheng's gaze sharpened, intrigued. Chen Anmo smiled broadly and said, No. I have been contemplating embarking on an adventure recently. Over the past few days, he reflected on his progress. His strength had indeed improved, now reaching the 7th rank in cultivation. His tiger might body technique had even achieved great perfection. His current prowess surpassed that of the former leader, Chen Hu. However, there remained a notable deficiency, his lack of combat experience. It was akin to possessing a firearm without the knowledge of how to wield it effectively. One cannot achieve speed, accuracy, and lethality without practice. Thus, he resolved to venture forth in search of fierce beasts, engaging in life and death battles to hone his skills while simultaneously earning vitality points. Yet, he was uncertain about the locations abundant with ferocious creatures, which prompted him to inquire with Lu Qing and the others. After sharing his circumstances, Lu Qing exclaimed, Xiaomo, let us head to the Bear Mountain Forest. Winter is approaching, and many ferocious beasts migrate there to escape the cold. It is teeming with them. Sun Daping nodded in agreement, adding, We were planning to go there in the coming days as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Anmo felt a surge of joy. That sounds splendid. When do you intend to depart? We can leave at any time. If you are ready, we can set off immediately. Very well. Let us meet at the city gate shortly. After the 3 parted ways, Chen Anmo quickly gathered his belongings, ensuring he had provisions prepared by Shen Xin over the past few days. Elder sister-in-law, I am leaving now. Please stay at home and await my return. When I come back, we will. Chen Anmo embraced Shen Xin at the waist and whispered a few words in her ear. Shen Xin blushed and nodded slightly, saying, Come back early, I will wait for you. The Xiangshan Forest Farm lies over 50 kilometers away from the 4th floor town. That area is home to a type of tree known as the iron tree, which possesses excellent wood quality and commands a high price in the market. Consequently, numerous trade associations have established themselves there to purchase iron trees. Additionally, the vicinity of Xiangshan is known for the presence of ferocious beasts, making it a popular hunting ground for many. Xiaomao, however, the place is currently controlled by a gang called the Axe Gang. Teams without connections must pay 1 or 2 silver coins as a hunting fee, Lu Qing explained to Chen Anmo during their journey. Axe Gang? Chen Anmo felt a stirring within his heart. Previously, while recovering corpses, he had encountered Zhao Qing, the leader of the Axe Gang. He had been slain by his younger brother. The 9-ring broadsword he wielded was a reward taken from Zhao Qing's body. How audacious is this Axe Gang? Daring to monopolize that territory? Do the other merchant associations remain indifferent? Chen Anmo inquired. The current leader of the Axe Gang is a 7th-tier master, proficient in the wind-chasing blade technique, and thus few would dare to offend him over trivial matters. Moreover, the Axe Gang only bullies those of us without any backing. The interests of merchants and prominent families remain unscathed, and in fact, he often provides them with benefits. Lu Qing sighed deeply. Sun Dabing remarked, In the days when our leader Chun Hu was still around, the Axe Gang granted us a modicum of respect, and would not charge us an entrance fee. Now it is a different story. Zhou Jiqiang lamented. That Xiangshan was clearly a desolate area, yet after the Axe Gang's intervention, it has been claimed as their own. Time swiftly passed, and noon of the following day arrived. The 4 men, pulling a cart, finally reached the Xiangshan Forest Farm. This place had now transformed into a small town, inhabited by thousands. There were vendors, apothecaries, skin merchants, and carpenters, all in abundant variety. Among them were even women engaged in the flesh trade, beckoning to passing men from the front of a hastily erected wooden shack, while their husbands stood by, overseeing the scene and performing menial chores such as cleaning. The 4 men first rented a room at an inn, placing their cart in the courtyard. After settling the payment, they made their way to the entrance of Xiangshan. At the entrance, a group of ruffians, swords at their waists, stood guard. At that moment, they were beating a middle-aged man clad in coarse linen. The man, frail and trembling, curled up, pleading, I want to do it again, I swear. Damn it. I told you that this roe deer is worth 501, and it's worth exactly that. So why do you have so much to say? A man with downturned eyes kicked the prostrate figure viciously. He then glared menacingly at the line of people waiting. Listen up. To enter the mountain, you must pay an entrance fee, and when you leave, your hunted game must be inspected. Many wild animals inside are under the protection of our axe gang. Do you understand? The line of entrance shrank back, daring neither to voice their anger nor to protest. And anyone who tries to enter without paying will meet a grim fate. He pointed at a tree trunk where 2 severed heads were displayed. Xiangshan spans a vast area, and there are naturally other entrances. No matter how domineering the axe gang is, they cannot oversee every location. Thus, some individuals would stealthily enter the mountain from hidden spots to hunt. To prevent such occurrences, the axe gang would dispatch patrols into the mountain. If they discovered anyone without proof of payment, the consequences would be dire. Chen Anmo gazed at the 2 bloodied severed heads, his brow furrowing slightly. He pondered whether touching the heads could be deemed akin to handling a corpse. Nevertheless, the axe gang's methods were exceedingly tyrannical. Collecting an entrance fee was one thing, but resorting to coercive trade was utterly unacceptable. They audaciously claimed the wild game of the mountains as their own livestock. Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. Soon, it was their turn to pay. Lu Cheng, responsible for the negotiations, bowed and respectfully handed over a couple of silver coins. Perhaps aware that Lu Cheng and his companions were martial artists, the axe gang granted them a modicum of respect. You will be inside for 2 days, understood? The small leader with inverted triangular eyes glanced at Chen Anmo and the others. Understood, understood. We come often and are familiar with the rules. Very well, you may enter. The 4 of them proceeded in succession. As they passed by the heads, Chen Anmo feigned an accidental touch. Ding. Touching the corpse, reward of 10 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching the corpse, reward of 10 days of cultivation. 2 individuals, only one final wish appeared. Final wish, Hu Zoming has murdered our 2 brothers. We hope someone will deliver justice. Reward, tracking skill for tracking prey in the jungle. Hu Zoming was the name of the small leader with the inverted triangular eyes. The tracking skill was indeed advantageous, facilitating my hunting endeavors. Chen Anmo turned back to cast another glance at Hu Zoming, etching his visage into memory. The audacity of the axe gang is increasingly brazen. They are now resorting to coercive tactics. As they traversed the woods, Zhou Jiqiang unleashed a tirade of curses. Lu Cheng, with a sigh, cautioned him to lower his voice, lest they attract the ire of the axe gang lurking nearby. Zhou Jiqiang nodded in resignation. Subsequently, the group ventured deeper into the forest, only to soon detect movement in the underbrush. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A grave realization struck. It's a black sword snake. Upon seeing the long, serpentine creature resembling a black sword, Lu Cheng's countenance turned pale. Chen Anmo stepped forward, fully channeling the tiger might body technique. With a resounding crack, he seized the black sword serpent, unleashing a force akin to that of 9 bulls and 10 tigers. In an instant, the serpent's head was crushed. A swift kill. The 3 onlookers were left in utter astonishment. They were aware of Chen Anmo's prowess, yet they never anticipated such formidable strength. It is noteworthy that this was a creature of the 8th tier, a fierce beast primarily known for its venom rather than brute strength. However, its speed was remarkable. Evidently, Chen Anmo's swiftness surpassed it. A chime sounded as he touched the corpse, bestowing upon him a reward of 4 vitality points. Goodness, Xiao Mo. Your strength likely rivals that of a 7th-grade martial artist, remarked Sun Daping with a gleam of joy in his eyes. Zhou Jiqiang and Lu Cheng also felt a surge of happiness for Chen Anmo. It seems this old bone of mine is destined to assist Xiao Mo this time. Lu Cheng chuckled. Chen Anmo chuckled heartily, quite pleased with his own strength. Subsequently, Lu Cheng placed the black sword snake into a burlap sack and ventured deeper into the dense forest. Before long, due to his possession of the breath-seeking technique, he sensed an increasing number of ferocious beasts surrounding him. Even an experienced veteran like Lu Cheng failed to detect the presence of these savage creatures. Chen Anmo, however, had detected them ahead of time. 2 small, black-furred wolves lay hidden in the grass, fixated upon him. Before making any move, Chen Anmo swiftly struck. Whoosh! The gleam of his blade sliced through the air, a relentless surge of energy following. The 2 black wolves, bewildered, met their demise on the spot. Goodness, Xiao Mo. How did you notice them? Exclaimed Zhou Jiqiang and Sun Dabing as they rushed over, both astonished. While they had perceived nothing, Chen Anmo had already dealt with the 2 wolves. Xiao Mo, if my conjectures are correct, you must be cultivating some form of perceptive technique, Lu Cheng inquired. Taking a deep breath. Indeed, Uncle Lu, Chen Anmo affirmed. As I suspected, excellent. It seems we truly need to assist you, Luo Ying remarked with a wry smile. Previously, he had made this statement in jest, but now it stemmed from genuine sentiment. In the blink of an eye, evening fell. The day's haul was commendable. 2 black wolves, 2 black sword snakes, a unicorn deer, and 4 iron-beaked chickens. Such a bounty was beyond what Luo Ying and the others had dared to dream. As night enveloped the surroundings, the 4 kindled a bonfire and began roasting the iron-beaked chickens. The 2 chickens were shared among them, each savoring the succulent meat that left grease glistening on their lips. Alas, it is a pity. In our previous hunts, the profits from these catches would have been ours. Now, it seems we might have to relinquish some to the axe gang, Zhou Jiqiang lamented with a hint of indignation. Just at that moment, Chen Anmo's ears perked up as he discerned the fierce sounds of combat emanating from a distance. Something was approaching. Chen Anmo rose to his feet. In his perception, a colossal creature loomed in the distance. Measuring over 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, it was covered in silvery scales, its eyes radiating a chilling luminescence. Locking eyes with it in the darkness instilled a sense of dread. It was the black-scaled python. This enormous serpent was in pursuit of a dark-skinned man. In a state of panic, the man caught sight of the flickering firelight emanating from Chen Anmo's direction. His eyes brightened, and he murmured, "A dead comrade shall not impede my path." Without further ado, he dashed toward Chen Anmo with great urgency, intent on drawing the black-scaled python closer. As long as he could outrun the man ahead, he would manage to elude the serpent. Be cautious, for this is the black-scaled python. Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. This serpent was indeed a genuine 7th-tier ferocious beast. Although it was non-venomous, its scales were exceedingly tough, and its strength formidable. Chapter 27, How to Enhance Marital Affection. This fellow is deliberately heading our way. Luo Ying gritted his teeth. There is no choice but to fight. Let us slay it. Chen Anmo refrained from indulging in idle chatter, although he felt a twinge of annoyance at the actions of this individual. It was not the opportune moment to seek confrontation. With a swift flourish, he brandished his blade and charged forth, the air crackling with his fierce intent. 3 decisive strikes were executed, yet they merely left a few sparks upon the formidable hide of the black-scaled python. However, the sheer force of his assault was undeniable, causing the serpent to recoil in evident discomfort. Its thick tail swept horizontally with astonishing speed, nearly arriving in the blink of an eye. Chen Anmo was unable to defend himself in time and was directly hurled into the tree behind him, causing the trunk to snap in 2. Xiama, Luo Ying, and the others were instantly alarmed, their expressions shifting dramatically with concern for Chen Anmo's well-being. They hurriedly rushed over. "Stay back. I am fine," he reassured them. In Chen Anmo's eyes, a fierce battle spirit erupted. He was indeed unscathed. Given his current physical prowess, such forceful impacts were inconsequential. Instead, he felt an exhilarating thrill. To battle. He activated the Qian Kuan step and charged forward once more. The black-scaled python sensed the tenacity of Chen Anmo, its gaze radiating a fierce, murderous intent. Whoosh! The serpent's tail lashed through the air with rapidity, shattering trees in its wake. The entire forest trembled under the onslaught, as colossal trees toppled like mere reeds. Such terrifying force could easily injure even a 7th-rank martial artist. However, for Chen Anmo, he remained unperturbed. He was increasingly acclimated to the impact of the black-scaled python's attacks. Though his internal energy surged, he could endure. The tiger's might body technique. He surged forth once again, wielding his great blade with ferocity. Swish, swish, swish. The black-scaled python's eyes flickered with astonishment. It simply could not fathom how this human, despite its relentless assaults, remained so vibrant and vigorous. It was surreal. As the 9-ring blade struck in rapid succession, even the serpent's formidable defenses could not withstand the force, causing blood to seep from its flesh. The creature writhed in pain, its speed inevitably diminishing. "No matter how high your defenses, my strikes will draw blood and shatter your bones. Let us see how you can retaliate." Chen Anmo shouted an attack, and immediately, the 9-ring blade struck the serpent's head. Bang! The massive python's head crashed forcefully against the ground. It was a golden opportunity. Seizing the moment, he leaped onto the black-scaled serpent's head with a swift step, his fists descending with tremendous force. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow carried the strength of 100 bulls and 1,000 tigers. Despite the serpent's formidable defenses, it was rendered dazed, its strength waning with each strike. The onlookers were left in awe. Luo Ying and the others, armed and prepared to rescue Chen Anmo, suddenly questioned their own perceptions. This was extraordinary, after all. It was a black-scaled giant python, whose gall was a potent tonic, and its scales could serve as medicinal materials for body refinement. Zhou Jiqiang swallowed hard, realizing that they had struck gold. This time, they truly had. Suddenly, Lu Qing seemed to recall something and said, "What about the person who lured the black-scaled python here? We must find him." It was imperative to hold him accountable for drawing the serpent. In the world outside, one cannot allow others to perceive one as weak. Meanwhile, at a distance, the lanky figure who had attracted the black-scaled giant python noticed Lu Qing and his group approaching. He certainly would not remain idle. This prey would not be so easily claimed by them. With that thought, he turned and hurried towards the entrance, intending to inform Hu Zongming and his companions that someone had successfully hunted a black-scaled python. He was confident that Hu Zongming's group would be highly interested, for after all, this was a black-scaled python, worth over 1,000 taels. Chen Amo's assault persisted relentlessly. The black-scaled python writhed in agony. With a resounding thud, his fist struck, causing a substantial dent in the creature's formidable skull. It was vanquished. Exhaling in relief upon witnessing the python's stillness, Chen Amo felt a wave of ease wash over him. Yet, a twinge of unease lingered. After all, many high-ranking ferocious beasts feign death. He approached cautiously, delivering 2 more swift strikes. Only when he confirmed that the head had been cleaved open did he cease his efforts. Hissing sounds echoed around him, and it was at this moment that he became acutely aware of a pervasive aching throughout his body. Clearly, the recent collision had taken its toll. Presently, he appeared quite battered, with blood smeared across his arms, residue from the earlier onslaught. Though his appearance was grim, aside from the pervasive soreness, he was relatively unscathed. "Xiao Mo, are you all right?" Lu Qing hurried over, followed closely by 2 others who sought to inspect the blood on Chen Amo's arms. Upon discovering that the blood was not his own, they collectively sighed in relief. "I'm fine." Chen Amo shrugged. "I just feel a bit sore." Lu Qing replied, "That indicates an injury. Uncle Lu, there's no need for concern. It's merely a minor wound." Chen Amo smiled broadly. The recent battle had invigorated him, and the exhilarating sensation of teetering between life and death stirred his emotions profoundly. In this moment, he felt a heightened acuity in seizing the opportune moments of combat. He retrieved a golden wound medicine, a reward from earlier, of exceptionally high quality. Subsequently, he applied it to the sore joints of his body. Soon, a tingling sensation spread through him, accompanied by an itchiness that was almost delightful. Chen Amo realized that the medicinal effects had taken hold. "Xiao Mo, the person who lured the python has escaped," Lu Qing said, somewhat remorsefully. "Has he truly fled?" Chen Amo furrowed his brow. "Very well. Let us take this black python with us." The others nodded in agreement. They had amassed an abundance of prey. If they continued to hunt, they would likely be unable to carry it all. Upon returning to the campfire, they settled down to rest, awaiting the arrival of the following day. Chen Amo flexed his hand. Truly, the medicinal remedy he had received worked wonders for his recovery. Meanwhile, the tall, lean martial artist who had escaped last night found his way to Hu Zongming. "Are you saying that 4 individuals captured a black-scaled python?" Hu Zongming squinted his eyes. "Indeed. Brother Hu, I was the one who first discovered the black-scaled python, yet I never imagined those 4 would seize the opportunity." He lamented. "Alas, my 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I could only retreat and evade their advances." Hu Zongming chuckled as he patted his shoulder. "You have worked hard to report this to me." "Of course, Brother Hu. What do you intend to do?" "Those 4 dare to pilfer from my territory. They clearly underestimate my axe brotherhood. I shall teach them a proper lesson. Lead the way." "Yes, Brother Hu." The tall, lean man grinned. "Having stolen from those 4, surely Hu Zongming will allow me a taste of the spoils. Xiao Mo, I suggest you keep the python's gallbladder for yourself. It is a remarkable tonic." Lu Qing advised on their way back. Zhou Jiqiang smiled and added, "I've heard that soaking the gallbladder in wine can enhance the bond between couples." "Ha ha ha, indeed. Xiao Mo, while the gallbladder is potent, remember its nature is lustful. If you cannot resist, perhaps you should seek the company of a woman from the Lichuan courtyard, where the ladies are quite enticing." Sun Daving chuckled. "Enough of your nonsense. Xiao Mo is not yet married," Lu Qing chided playfully. "Lu Gu, precisely because Xiao Mo is not married, he ought to learn a thing or 2. Otherwise, lacking experience may lead to disdain from his future wife." Zhou Jiqiang jested. Lu Qing scoffed. "As long as a man possesses the ability to conquer the world, what does he have to fear from his wife's scorn?" Before long, he'll have women flocking to him. Just as the group engaged in their banter, Chen Amo suddenly halted. Someone is approaching. "Who?" Lu Qing and the others quickly grasped their swords at their waists. "Hu Zongming." Chen Amo spoke slowly. "Is it him? How did he arrive here?" As a few individuals pondered this, Hu Zongming quickened his pace under the lead of a tall, slender figure. Soon, they They spotted Chen Anmo and his entourage. It is them. Brother Hu. Look behind them. They are dragging the black-scaled python I mentioned. No need for further words. I have seen it, Hu Zhongming replied, his eyes narrowing as he strode forward with purpose. There were 7 individuals in total. Hu Zhongming, the strongest among them, had reached the initial stage of the 7th rank. Upon approaching, he directed a commanding gaze towards Chen Anmo, asserting, "Halt. Brother Hu, what brings you here?" Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly, sensing the hostility from the newcomers. Nonetheless, he maintained a cordial demeanor, though caution lingered. "Brother Lu, the man behind Hu Zhongming seems to be the one who lured the python yesterday," Shou Jiqiang whispered. Recognizing the individual, Lu Cheng's face darkened. "That black-scaled python originally belonged to my friend. He was about to slay it. How could you have taken it from him?" Hu Zhongming placed his hands on his hips and replied directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's expression changed noticeably. Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. However, he soon found himself secretly amused. He had intended to confront this individual, and unexpectedly, the trouble had come to him. This made things much simpler. Though the location was remote, it presented an excellent opportunity for misdeeds. "Xiaomo, what shall we do?" Lu Qing asked nervously. At this moment, their group was entirely under the leadership of Chen Anmo, preparing to take action. Chen Anmo whispered softly, then turned to Hu Zhongming with a smile and inquired, "Oh, how can one prove that the black-scaled python belongs to him?" Chen Anmo inquired. "This black-scaled python was discovered by me last night. It was already injured by my brothers and me, which is how you managed to take advantage." The tall, lean individual shouted, "Nonsense. You were clearly outmatched and intended to lead it our way, resulting in my brothers getting hurt," retorted Shou Jiqiang angrily. Hu Zhongming waved his hand dismissively and said, "How can you speak to my brothers this way? Enough of this chatter. The black-scaled serpent stays, and you may leave." Shou Jiqiang was about to argue further when Chen Anmo restrained him. "Enough. It is unnecessary to quarrel with them. Let them have it." Chen Anmo casually mentioned the snakehead as he made his way towards Hu Zhongming. "Oh, you're quite perceptive, aren't you?" Hu Zhongming chuckled. For it was the first time he encountered someone so easily intimidated. His eyes darted, and he set his sights on the goods in their sack. "Let me see what's inside." Chapter 28. Are you rebelling against me? Very well, go ahead and inspect this black-scaled python first. Chen Anmo smiled and leaned closer to Hu Zhongming. Hu Zhongming frowned, sensing something amiss in Chen Anmo's smile. This smile was utterly distasteful to him, and the increasing proximity of his counterpart evoked a sense of danger. Something is not right. Hu Zhongming exclaimed, "Stop! Do not come any closer." Chen Anmo decisively drew his blade, declaring that if one desired something, they must possess the ability to seize it. Lu Cheng, Shou Jiqiang, and Sun Dabing swiftly followed suit, brandishing their weapons as well. They were prepared to fight, courting death. Hu Zhongming was infuriated. Rather than surrendering, these individuals dared to draw their knives against them. Did they intend to declare war against the Axe Gang? With a cold smirk, Hu Zhongming swung his large knife towards Chen Anmo. Initially, he had underestimated Chen Anmo's youth, presuming he lacked strength. However, upon contact, his hands went numb. What? His expression changed drastically as he found himself unable to control the knife in his grasp, which then flew from his hand. Chen Anmo seized the opportunity and struck a blade upon his shoulder. "Why are you so feeble?" Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. Originally, he had anticipated that Hu Zhongming, being a minor leader of the Axe Gang and a 7th-grade martial artist, would possess considerable strength. To his surprise, however, he proved to be remarkably feeble. The disparity between Hu and the more accomplished seniors in the martial arts school was striking. Undoubtedly, even those in the 8th grade would surpass him in skill. Upon hearing such remarks, Hu Zhongming was nearly driven to the brink of rage. Those familiar with their own circumstances understand their plight. His 7th-grade prowess had been artificially elevated in his early years through the generous provision of medicinal rewards from his superior. Over the years, he had indulged in a life of leisure, neglecting the practice of martial arts, which ultimately led to his swift downfall. His footing faltered. With a jolt of Chen Anmo's internal energy, he was sent sprawling. Having discerned the extent of his opponent's capabilities, Chen Anmo felt a sense of relief wash over him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of 2 strikes, the blade's energy cascading forth relentlessly. Hu Zhongming let out a wretched cry as his chest was cleaved open, leaving his innards spilling onto the ground. "Boss!" The faces of several subordinates paled in shock. A few astute individuals turned to flee, but Chen Anmo was quick to pursue them. The lanky messenger, sensing the dire turn of events, let out a cry and hastily made his escape. Bang! Chen Anmo executed the Qin Kuan step, delivering a powerful kick. No, please. It was not intentional. Chen Amo swiftly dealt with him with a single stroke. At this moment, Hu Zongming's subordinates lay scattered on the ground, missing limbs and wailing incessantly. With a sigh of relief, all had been resolved. Lu Qing approached Chen Amo and suggested, "Let us disperse these corpses. If ferocious beasts encounter them, they may carry them away." "Indeed, that is a prudent idea," Chen Amo replied. Chen Amo nodded slightly. He made contact with each of these individuals. Ding. Touching the corpse. Reward of 30 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching the corpse. Reward of 10 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching the corpse. Reward of 100 days of cultivation. Overall, the greatest rewards were obtained from Hu Zongming. However, the wishes left behind by these individuals were rather mundane. They either involved embracing women or eliminating members of rival factions, prompting him to shake his head in disapproval. Ding. Killing Hu Zongming. Delivering justice for our brothers. Completed. Reward. Tracking skill. For jungle tracking. At this moment, the rewards for the wishes of others were also credited. This tracking skill bore some resemblance to the breath-seeking technique he had been cultivating. With the acquisition of the tracking skill, the breath-seeking technique unexpectedly advanced, reaching a state of perfection. Technique. Breath-seeking technique. Perfect. Seeking trails and concealing oneself. Not only could it detect breaths, but it also allowed for the artful concealment of one's own traces and aura. Chen Amo felt a stirring in his heart. This is indeed a remarkable skill. The following day, several individuals had already arrived at the entrance. To his surprise, the area was now bustling with people. Hu Zongming hasn't returned all night. "Everyone must go search for him," shouted a one-eyed little chief, hands on his hips, addressing a group of hunters venturing into the mountains. This is the one-eyed tiger, the third leader of the Axe Gang, and he is a blood relative of Hu Zongming, Lu Qing elucidated. Chen Anmo nodded. At that moment, the one-eyed tiger noticed Chen Anmo and his companions emerging. Upon seeing the black-scaled snake, he furrowed his brow. According to one of Hu Zongming's subordinates, Hu Zongming had gone out in search of the black-scaled snake. "Hey, kid, have you seen Hu Zongming?" the one-eyed tiger inquired as he approached Chen Anmo. "No," came the reply. Chen Anmo gazed at him with tranquility. The one-eyed tiger sensed the provocation. "Leave the black-scale serpent. You may depart," he commanded imperiously. In the past, he would have sought some pretext to justify such actions. However, with Hu Zongming missing for an entire night, he lacked the inclination to engage in disputes. Upon hearing the other's words, Chen Anmo was utterly speechless. Were the members of the Axe Gang truly this arrogant? It was beyond comprehension how they had come to be. With such temperaments, they should have been extinguished long ago. Noticing Chen Anmo's silence, a gaunt figure stepped forward, visibly displeased. "Hey, kid, my big brother is speaking to you. Scram now, or you'll wish you hadn't stayed." As he spoke, he approached, his finger nearly poking Chen Anmo's face. Slap. Chen Anmo seized his finger with a firm grip and twisted it forcefully. The entire hand shattered. "Ah, the pain is unbearable." Bang. Chen Anmo delivered a powerful kick, causing the man to emit a muffled groan before collapsing amidst the crowd, lifeless. The suddenness of the scene left everyone momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. The Cyclops tiger, consumed by rage, bellowed in fury, "Are you rebelling against me?" He charged forward, cursing vehemently. "You have harmed my brother. You must die today." With a swift motion, he drew his blade. Yet, Chen Anmo was swifter still. The blade's aura surged forth, and with a swift cut, he severed the Cyclops tiger's wrist, sending it flying. With another strike, the blade found its mark upon the tiger's neck, crimson blood gushing forth. The Cyclops tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom the audacity of this individual to attack on the territory of their Axe Gang. Chen Anmo raised his head and glanced at the other members of the Axe Gang. A group of individuals recoiled in terror. "Get away from me, or you shall meet the same fate as him." Chen Anmo spoke coldly. "Who are you?" One of the henchmen, not lacking in wits, inquired further. "I am the Constable Chen Anmo, a disciple of the esteemed Fey Martial Arts School." Chen Anmo spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a stir in their hearts. The new genius of the Feiwu Martial Arts School, Chen Anmo, was a name some had clearly heard before. "Do you dare to lay your hands on the captain here? Have you grown weary of life?" Chen Anmo brandished a knife, issuing a stark warning. "Anyone who dares to make a move may step forward." Now, who would still dare to confront him? Although the Axe Gang wields considerable power, at the end of the day, they are merely a faction. Moreover, the constables from the county magistrate's office are, after all, representatives of the government. Furthermore, Chen Anmo remains the prodigy of the Zhengfei Martial Arts Academy. The treatment afforded to a genius vastly differs from that of ordinary disciples. This group of henchmen inwardly cursed, realizing that had they known of his background sooner, the one-eyed tiger would have eagerly sought to curry favor rather than threaten him. So, it is indeed Master Chun. At that moment, another small leader approached with a sycophantic grin. Master Chun, he began, it appears we have a situation akin to the flood overwhelming the Dragon King Temple, where family quarrels ensue. Who considers you family? Chen Ammo retorted, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. Undeterred by the rebuff, the man, with a remarkably thick skin, lowered his head and said, Our chief, Yang Jian, has indeed paid a visit to Master Lu Jingfei. Our relationship is quite amicable. As for today's unfortunate events, they are our fault. Please, be magnanimous and do not take it to heart. Oh, so, you imply that if I eliminate your men, this incident would simply be brushed aside? Chen Ammo jestingly remarked, Forget it, of course, forget it. This fellow is indeed deserving of his fate. Chen Ammo said, All right. Then we shall take our leave. Wait a moment, Master Chen. With so many belongings, it would be quite inconvenient for you to carry them all. We have a horse-drawn carriage. Allow us to assist you. This individual was quite adept at fostering good relations. He promptly gathered the others and arranged for a carriage. Master Chen, this carriage is for you. Very well. In that case, I shall forgive you all. Chen Anmo smiled faintly. Thank you, Master Chen. Please take care. Once Chen Anmo and his entourage departed, the individual exhaled a sigh of relief. Fourth Master, are we truly allowing them to leave? The third Master was killed by him, and Brother Hu Zoming likely fell victim to his treachery as well. If word of this spreads, will it not lead others to believe that our axe gang is easy to bully? A subordinate approached, speaking with malice. Smack. The fourth Master, the second in command of the axe gang, responded with a swift backhanded slap, sending the man reeling, his vision momentarily clouded. What are you thinking? That man is Chen Anmo. He is not only the savior of the county magistrate, but also the direct disciple of Lu Jingfei. If you dare to provoke him, do you believe I won't be executed by the leader immediately after? The struck gang member covered his face, astonished by the stature of Chen Anmo. Prepare the horses. I will report this matter to the leader. Yes. On the way back, Zhou Jiqiang and Sun Daping were all smiles. What a thrill. Look at those axe gang members, each one trembling with fear. Indeed, that one-eyed tiger is the third master of the axe gang, Sun Daping replied, his face aglow. Lu Qing held the reins and cast a glance at Chen Anmo. Do not rejoice too soon. Be wary of the axe gang's underhanded tactics. Chen Anmo remarked, Uncle Lu, do you mean that the axe gang will cause me trouble? It's better to be cautious than to be caught unprepared. I understand, and I shall exercise vigilance. Chen Anmo remained unfazed, for his next target was none other than the leader of the axe gang, Yang Jian. At the headquarters of the axe gang, a disheveled man with scars etched across his face was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. This man was indeed Yang Jian, the formidable leader of the axe gang. Brother. At that moment, Si hurriedly entered. Lindsay, why are you here in such a rush? I thought you were at the Bear Mountain Forest Farm, Yang Jian inquired, his voice raspy as he ceased his training. Brother, the one-eyed tiger has been killed by a young man named Chen Anmo. Boom. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's eyes narrowed. Who is this Chen Anmo? Could he be from the crocodile gang or one of those scoundrels at the docks? Neither, Lindsay replied. This young man is, and he proceeded to relay the information about Chen Anmo. Yang Jian furrowed his brow. A disciple from the Zhongfei martial arts school? Indeed. The crucial point is that he has a good relationship with the county magistrate. He is no ordinary constable. Therefore, I dared not act against him at that moment and allowed them to leave. You did well. Now is not the time for us to stir up trouble with the crocodile gang. However, we cannot let this matter rest, lest it be said that the axe gang is easy to bully. Brother, what do you plan to do? I shall pay a visit to this Chen Anmo myself and have a word with him. Chapter 29. I must reward my sister-in-law handsomely. Finally, they returned to the town on the 4th floor. This time, with the corpse of the black-scaled serpent loaded in the cart. There was no need to worry about being seen. At the Qianlong Trading Association, Su Fu was inside, engrossed in the art of making fluffy white buns with his concubine. Manager Su, Lu Qing entered with a cheerful demeanor. Su Fu, momentarily abandoning his dough, was taken aback. Oh, old Lu, why do you come empty-handed today? Did you have no luck in your hunt? Noticing that Lu Cheng and Chen Anmo were both without any spoils, he raised an eyebrow. Old Lu chuckled. You underestimate us. How could we return empty-handed? And the prey? Su Fu rubbed his hands together with a beaming smile, sensing a lucrative deal was at hand. There is too much to carry, To avoid drawing too much attention, the cart is already waiting in your backyard. Oh? Su Fu's heart leaped. They had transported goods using a cart. He hurried to the backyard, where he found Zhou Jiqiang and Sun Daping waiting by the cart. Quick, please come in. Su Fu's face lit up with joy. As the cart rolled into the courtyard, he eagerly lifted the curtain. What he beheld made him gasp in astonishment. A black-scaled python. How can this be? This snake possesses at least 7th grade strength. How did they manage to slay it? Su Fu's heart raced. Could it be Chen Anmo? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The absurd notion was swiftly dismissed by Su Fu. Though he acknowledged Chen Anmo's considerable talent as a direct disciple of the Zhengfei Martial Arts Academy. His tenure there had been far too brief. Lu Chen chuckled. Su, we have been so busy that we haven't had the chance to dissect it yet. Let's commence now. Very well. Rest assured, my prices are entirely reasonable. Su Fu refrained from inquiring about the identity of the snake slayer, recognizing such a question would be impolite. However, he keenly observed that the quartet seemed to revolve around Chen Anmo, implying that he was their strongest member. Su Fu resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chen Anmo. Moments later, Lu Qing extracted the snake's gallbladder, which was the size of a human head and pitch black. Su Fu, possessing some knowledge of medicine, promptly began preparing a medicinal wine infused with the gallbladder for Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo, I have added ginseng and various invigorating herbs to this brew. After steeping the gallbladder for more than 3 days, you shall be able to partake. Su Fu, well versed in this craft, smiled as he added, to be frank, I have been enjoying it myself. In the past, my time with my wife and concubines was rather brief, but now, they are utterly devoted to me. Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, is the effect truly that remarkable? Ha ha ha, those who use it know best. Su Fu beamed with pride. Sun Dabing and Zhou Jiqiang felt a stir of curiosity within them. Su, you must share some with us later, they urged. Indeed, we've shared a long-standing friendship. A friend of mine has expressed interest. Lu Qing also coughed lightly, adding, a friend of mine inquired as well. Su Fu retorted, are you sure this friend I sent just you? Lu Cheng, flustered, insisted, I am not. Stop making baseless accusations. Su, give us a straightforward answer, Zhou Jiqiang pressed. Ha ha ha, very well. I shall prepare a pot for each of you shortly, ensuring your spirits remain high, Su Fu declared with enthusiasm. He was well aware of the formidable potency of the snake gall liquor. After all, how else could he keep both his concubine and wife so obedient? The memory of a year ago, when his wife had scorned him for his inadequacies, weighed heavily on his heart. But that would no longer be the case. Chen Anmo observed Su Fu's smug demeanor, feeling a surge of anticipation within. It is worth noting that Su Fu's prowess was rather mediocre. However, after consuming the serpent gall liquor, he instantly transformed into a different being. What about him? At present, he was uncertain of his own capabilities. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his intention to serve his sister-in-law diligently. As dusk approached, the recent hunt had yielded a total of 730 taels. Since Chen Anmo took on the primary role, Lu Cheng and the others had initially agreed that he would receive 80% of the spoils, while they would content themselves with the remaining 20. Yet, at this juncture, financial gain held little significance for Chen Anmo. Thus, he resolved to take only half, amounting to 365 taels of silver. Su Fu nodded in approval at this scene. A person of strength who remains true to their roots and treats those around them with kindness is a rare find indeed. Business people are drawn to such individuals. Upon returning home, the evening had already set in. With the Wu family eliminated, Shen Xian no longer needed to hide in the cellar all day. At that moment, she was busy preparing dinner. The meal was particularly lavish, as she was aware of Chen Anmo's return. Bent over and with her hips slightly raised, she busied herself with the firewood at the stove. Soon, the flames blazed ever brighter. After a while, the meat would be tender. Suddenly, a large hand encircled her waist. Startled, Shen Xian gasped. Sister-in-law, I'm cooking. Upon recognizing Chen Anmo's voice, she released a sigh of relief, turning around to meet his gaze. She wore an expression tinged with reproach. You nearly scared the life out of me. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, you must have quite the nerve. Chen Anmo gently rubbed Shen Xian's nose, finding her increasingly beautiful and adorable. Perhaps this is what it means to see a goddess in one's beloved. Suddenly, Shen Xian seemed to recall something. She hurriedly covered her face and exclaimed, Don't look. I was just tending to the fire, and my face must be all dirty. She certainly did not want Chen Anmo to think poorly of her appearance. Chen Anmo cast a glance at her. Indeed, there were a few smudges of dark gray on Shen Xian's face. However, this could hardly obscure Shen Xian's exquisite beauty. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful, in my eyes. You are the epitome of beauty. Who could withstand such words? Shin Xian felt dizzy, her entire body turning soft and languid. You are just speaking nonsense. All you know is how to amuse your sister-in-law, Shin Xian teased playfully. Shin Amo embraced her tightly, pressing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. I speak sincerely. I am not deceiving you. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something burning. Oh no, the meat in the pot is going to scorch. Shin Xian hurriedly rushed to serve the vegetables. Had she prepared such a delightful feast? Shin Amo cast a surprised glance at the meat on the stove. Indeed. It was specially prepared for you. Sister-in-law, your kindness towards me is overwhelming. I must find a way to properly reward you. Shin Amo deliberately emphasized the word reward, which seems to carry a hidden meaning. Shin Xinxiao's face flushed crimson. She suggested they serve the dishes first. How fruitful was the hunt this time? While serving the dishes, Shin Amo recounted his experiences during the hunt. Soon after, he stepped outside to bring in the carriage. Behold, this is the carriage that the Axe Gang bestowed upon me. Shin Amo contemplated how much more convenient it would be to venture out with a horse-drawn carriage. Thus, he summoned the carriage back, which came with a supply of fodder. What a splendid horse! Shin Xian chuckled softly. As a member of the escort agency, she was naturally adept at horseback riding and well-versed in equine care. In the past, the agency had kept 5 horses. After providing the horse with some water, the 2 of them proceeded to enjoy their meal. Sister-in-law, let us indulge in a bit of wine today. Shin Xian was in a delightful mood. She sensed that life was becoming increasingly promising, and her feelings for Chen Anmo were intensifying day by day. In an effort to bring joy to Chen Anmo, she, who typically abstained from alcohol, unexpectedly filled a large bowl for herself. Chen Anmo was taken aback. Goodness, his sister-in-law poured him such a generous amount all at once. He couldn't help but chuckle. Sister-in-law, this liquor is rather potent. What will you do if you become inebriated? Inebriated? That shouldn't happen, Shin Xian replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. If I truly do get drunk, then you'll just have to take care of me. Chen Anmo was taken aback. Goodness, truly remarkable. This is an unabashed insinuation. Intentionally getting drunk to provide him with an opportunity. TSK, TSK, TSK. Oh, sister-in-law, I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. Chen Anmo smiled subtly and said, Come, let's have a toast. The two shared a sip of wine. With a large bowl of liquor consumed, it wasn't long before Shin Xian began to feel slightly tipsy. A wave of heat coursed through her body, leaving her drenched in a light sheen of sweat. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Anmo had already wrapped his arm around her waist. Their eyes met, and he remarked, Sister-in-law, you are truly enchanting. At such a close distance, Chen Anmo could detect the faint scent of wine mingling with her delicate fragrance, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Just then, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Chen Anmo furrowed her brows. Shin Xian also felt a tinge of resentment, wondering who could be visiting at such a late hour. To her astonishment, there were actually 5 or 6 individuals. Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. The visitors bore ill intent. From his perception, one among them exuded a formidable aura, possessing a strength equivalent to the 7th rank. Elder sister, retreat to the cellar for a moment. I shall investigate. The presence of so many unfamiliar faces undoubtedly signified trouble. He opened the door. The group stood before him, each wielding a lantern. At the forefront was a scarred individual, whose countenance was fierce and menacing. His imposing physique exuded an aura of dominance, and his hands were calloused, a testament to his ruthless nature. What brings you here? Chen Anmo remained secretly vigilant. The scar-faced man grinned and introduced himself. I am Yang Jian, the leader of the Axe Gang. Upon hearing that one of my subordinates has offended Brother Chun, I have come personally to offer my apologies. To think they have come to make amends. Then, one of his lackeys approached, cradling a small wooden box. Upon opening it, there lay a jade vial inside. Within this vial were 5 blood strength pills. I understand that these may not hold much value for you, Brother Chin, but this is a modest token of our sincerity from the Axe Gang. We hope you will graciously accept it. Chen Anmo did not anticipate that the leader of the Axe Gang would personally come to apologize. Leader Yang, you are exceedingly gracious. Chen Anmo replied in a nonchalant manner, expressing that it was nothing and hoping that Brother Chin would not take it to heart. Indeed, I never did take it to heart in the first place. Chen Anmo nodded. Subsequently, Yang Jian uttered a few complimentary remarks before taking his leave. Sister-in-law, I must step out for a moment. It was a rare opportunity that Yang Jian had presented himself. It was the perfect moment to resolve matters concerning him. Indeed, he intended to deal with Yang Jian for 2 reasons. First, by eliminating Yang Jian, He would fulfill the dying wish of the former leader of the Axe Gang and claim the associated reward. Second, he harbored doubts about Yang Jian's purported apology. To avert potential future troubles, he aimed to eradicate any lurking threats at their inception. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and his party arrived at the residence of a family with the surname Ma at the village's edge. "Leader, this is the place," the second-in-command, Lin Si, gestured towards the household before them. "This family's son owes us over 10 taels of silver and has been elusive. I visited previously and noticed they have a daughter, who is quite attractive." Yang Jian nodded indifferently and replied, "Then let us take their daughter. Conveniently, this family hails from the same village as Chen Anmo. I intend to show him that the Axe Gang has a temper. Those who offend us shall not meet a favorable fate. And I hope there will not be a next time." Lin Si nodded in agreement, understanding that this was a classic case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. "I am giving Chen Anmo face, but that does not imply I am easy to negotiate with. Those involved in gangs require such deterrent measures. Otherwise, how can one command respect or ensure obedience?" Chapter 30. The childhood friend in distress at the Ma household. The sky darkened ominously. Ma Yukai, his wife, and their daughter lit an oil lamp and busied themselves with weaving fishing nets, which constituted their primary source of income. They relied on selling these nets and occasionally catching fish to make a living, managing to save a little silver here and there. Their daughter, named Ma Xiaohua, had fully inherited her mother's virtues. Though she was merely 15, her delicate features indicated her pleasing appearance. Unfortunately, due to extensive labor and exposure to the sun, her skin appeared somewhat coarse. "Alas, I wonder where my brother has gone," Ma Xiaohua lamented after completing her tasks. Her elder brother had not returned for over half a month. Ma Yukai cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "From now on, consider him dead and do not mention him." "What are you saying, husband?" interjected his wife, displeased. "Have I spoken incorrectly? He stole more than 10 taels of silver from our home, squandered it all in one night, and has accumulated significant debt." Ma Yukai shot a glare at his wife. She, clearly intimidated, lowered her head and replied, "He was young and foolish. Once he marries, things will improve. At 20 years old, still young? It is your indulgence that has led to this. Where will the silver come from for him to marry?" Ma Yukai scoffed. "I believe our son has truly perished somewhere. Enough of him. Xiaohua, it is time for you to retire for the night. You need not venture out these days. Stay home and let your skin breathe a little. Making it fairer, your mother, tomorrow, purchase a floral dress and some quality cosmetics. Do not skimp on the price. Ensure you buy the best." Ma Xiaohua was taken aback. "Father, who are you buying these for? Are you foolish? These items are, of course, for you. Am I to buy them for your mother?" Ma Yukai rolled his eyes and continued, "You are no longer a child. It is time to adorn yourself. Do not appear like a wild girl. This is how you attract men. I will take you to visit Chen Anmo's home soon." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaohua realized, "Father, are you suggesting that I should marry Brother Anmo?" Having grown up in the same village, she and Chen Anmo were childhood friends, having spent their youth together. Although their circle had thinned as they matured and pursued their own paths. "You are overthinking it. Chen Anmo is a capable man. It is not easy for someone of his stature to take notice of our family." Ma Yukai shook his head. Ma Xiaohua sighed, acknowledging the truth in his words. However, it was worth a try. Besides, Chen Anmo now mingled with many capable individuals. Having played together since childhood, perhaps he could introduce her to some. If he were to take a liking to her, that would be splendid. Even if it meant becoming a concubine, she would not mind that. "I understand, father," she nodded. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. Despite being sturdy, the rural door succumbed to the strength of the intruder. "Who are you?" Ma Yotsai's expression shifted as he swiftly grasped a hatchet from the ground, shielding Ma Xiaohua behind him, eyeing the intruders warily. It was naturally Yang Jian and Lin Si from the Axe Gang. Yang Jian cast a glance at Ma Xiaohua, nodding subtly. Though her complexion was not the best, her youth offered significant potential for transformation. With the right guidance, she would soon become adept at pleasing men. "We are from the Axe Gang. Your son Ma Chang owes us 15 taels of silver, and today is the day of repayment." Lin Si menacingly approached. Ma Yukai and the others' expressions darkened. "You should seek him for the debt. This is none of our concern." "You are mistaken, old man. Ma Chan is your son. Historically, debts incurred by parents are repaid by children, and vice versa. Do you understand?" Lin Si stepped forward, seizing Ma Yotsai's collar and berating him. "Do not harm my father. If you seek payment, go after my brother. This does not concern us," Ma Xiaohua cried out. Although Ma Xiaohua was terrified of these individuals, she bravely obstructed their path. With a swift motion, Lin Si delivered a resounding slap, sending Ma Xiaohua sprawling. She whimpered, covering her face, utterly at a loss. Ma Yukai, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "How can you resort to violence? Look at your destitute appearance. I presume you lack the means to repay your debts. By the rules of the underworld, those unable to pay must forfeit their kin. Thus, seize this girl." Lin Si let out a cold laugh and waved his hand, prompting two henchmen to approach with sinister grins. "No. Father, mother." Ma Xiaohua protested vehemently, clinging to the leg of the table, refusing to budge. Ma Yukai brandished a hatchet, poised to defend his daughter. "If you persist, I shall confront you." A chorus of laughter erupted from the group. "Old fool, dare you cry out? Do you believe we won't eliminate your entire family?" Lin Si retorted icily. "And you, little girl, heed my words, comply, and you may suffer less pain. Otherwise, you shall regret it." Ma Xiaohua, frightened, burst into tears. "Take her away," Yang Jian commanded coldly, his impatience evident, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, Ma Xiaohua bit down on one assailant's arm. "Ouch, that hurts." A substantial chunk of flesh was torn away. Yang Jian, incensed, shouted, "Ungrateful wretch. Drag her inside and deal with her." His subordinates' eyes lit up. Such a striking girl was undoubtedly a prized catch. They lunged at her like wolves. "Father, mother, save me. Help me." Ma Yukai, wielding the hatchet, prepared to fight desperately but was swiftly kicked away by Lin Si, sending the hatchet flying. Ma Yukai trembled in pain, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaohua's mother was bound with rope by one of the henchmen. At this moment, despair enveloped Ma Xiaohua. The commotion was deafening when, suddenly, Chen Amo entered the scene. Amo Guer. Upon his arrival, the grip on Ma Xiaohua loosened. She rushed to Chen Amo's side, clutching his arm tightly. "Amo Guer, please help us." Ma Yukai, weak and feeble, implored, knowing that only Chen Amo could save them. "Brother Chen, we are merely here to collect a debt. According to the rules of our world, those unable to repay must forfeit something dear. I ask for your understanding, as my axe gang comprises hundreds. If I violate our code, how can I command respect as the leader?" Chen Amo cast a glance at Yang Jian, who had just spoken. 15 taels, is it? Here you go." Chen Amo produced a pouch of coins and tossed it over. "Here are 20 taels, no need for change." Yang Jian accepted it, furrowing his brow. "I never expected you, a martial artist, would assist someone unrelated to you," he remarked with displeasure. If he could lure away Ma Xiaohua, given her beauty, she would surely earn him over 1,000 taels in the future. Thus, Chen Amo's actions were evidently obstructing his path to wealth. Moreover, he had initially intended to intimidate this family, establishing the formidable reputation of their axe gang. To his dismay, Chen Amo had intervened. He felt quite irked. "Ma Shu is from my village. How can this not concern me? Do you find 20 taels insufficient?" Chen Amo gazed intently into Yang Jian's eyes. Sufficient indeed. "My dear brother Chen, however, I would advise you on one matter. Some affairs do not require your intervention. It would be for the best, good for you, good for me, good for everyone. Henceforth, I, Yang Jian, shall acknowledge you as a friend." Chen Amo stated, "Not everyone is worthy of being my friend." "Kid, what did you say? How dare you speak to our leader in such a manner?" A subordinate rushed forward, shouting. However, Yang Jian firmly restrained his companion's shoulder. "Leader? We must still show respect for Brother Chen," Yang Jian remarked indifferently. "Let us depart." Lin Si and the others were momentarily taken aback, given Chen Amo's words. It was indeed surprising that the leader chose to leave. Nevertheless, since the leader had spoken, they dared not defy his command. As they exited, the Ma family knelt in unison before Chen Amo. "Thank you, Master Chen, for saving our lives," Ma Yukai said, tears streaming down his face. Ma Xiaohua, equally respectful, gazed at Chen Amo and said, "Master Chen, just call me by my nickname. We are all from the same hometown. After all," he replied kindly. Chen Amo shook his head and said, "Master Chen, we will find a way to repay this money. Ma Yukai is a reasonable man. He understands that if it were not for Chen Amo just now, his daughter would likely have faced grave misfortune." Chen Amo remarked, "Who has asked you to repay? Just live your life well and don't overthink. Do you know? My master, the county magistrate, has bestowed upon me a considerable sum of silver. This trifling amount is nothing to me." While speaking, he tidied up the tables and stools for them. "Get some rest early." Chen Amo departed from this place. As he traversed the dimly lit path, he familiarized himself with the route before hastening towards the direction where Yang Jian and his companions had retreated. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. By the banks of a small river outside the village, 7 figures staggered along the road. That Chun Anmo is truly courting disaster, believing that with his backing he can disregard the Axe Gang's authority? Yang Jian spat in fury, unleashing a torrent of curses. His subordinates dared not utter a word. Lin Si proposed, "Boss, we cannot contend with Chun Anmo directly, but we can target those accompanying him on the hunt. They seem to share a strong bond, and if we capture them, Chun Anmo will have no choice but to treat us with respect in his attempts to rescue them." Though Lin Si's strength was modest, he had risen to the position of second-in-command in the Axe Gang thanks to his numerous cunning strategies. Yang Jian narrowed his eyes. To be candid, he did not wish to oppose Chun Anmo, for their most formidable adversary at present was the Crocodile Gang. However, precisely because of this, they could not allow outsiders to perceive the Axe Gang as weak. "Let us proceed as you suggest." Suddenly, two of his subordinates on the left let out blood-curdling screams as their heads flew from their bodies. Who dares? Yang Jian and Lin Si swiftly scanned their surroundings, only to behold a figure emerging from the darkness, brandishing a blade. "Who are you? Do you dare to slay members of the Axe Gang? Are you tired of living?" Yang Jian brandished his weapon, casting a glance at Lin Si, who understood the unspoken command and promptly circled to Chun Anmo's right side. "Weren't you just plotting against me? No need for further deliberation. I have arrived." Chun Anmo suddenly lunged forward. "It's you, Chun Anmo. How bold." Yang Jian was truly enraged. "I have tolerated you at every turn, yet you persistently seek trouble with me." With a swift motion, he drew his sword. However, he did not anticipate the invisible blade energy slicing toward him. The two subordinates beside him let out a horrified scream, both losing an arm. Their faces ashen as they retreated. Lin Si shouted, "Brat, leave your life behind." He thrust his sword toward Chun Anmo's abdomen. It struck. A smile spread across Lin Si's face. He had thought it would be formidable, yet this was all it amounted to. Yet, the anticipated sensation of the sword piercing flesh did not come. It felt as if the blade had struck against solid stone, unable to penetrate even slightly. Not good. "Big brother, we must flee," Lin Si realized in haste. Chun Anmo seized the sword with one hand while raising the other to deliver a fierce blow to Lin Si's head. Crack! Lin Si's skull shattered. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Si remained conscious. He turned to Yang Jian, struggling to utter, "Brother, we must flee." "Second brother." Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, Chun Anmo swung his nine-ringed broadsword with ferocity. Yang Jian desperately attempted to defend himself, but Chun Anmo's speed was increasingly overwhelming. "Seventh rank. You have actually reached the 7th rank." Yang Jian exclaimed in terror. He too was of the 7th rank, but he pondered the length of his arduous training. Meanwhile, Chun Anmo, according to the information he had gathered, was merely of the 8th rank. The pivotal fact was that Chun Anmo's prowess at the 7th rank was extraordinarily formidable. His physical strength and swordsmanship surpassed Yang Jian by a significant margin. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yang Jian felt his injuries multiplying. Soon, his vision blurred. "My life is at an end." He realized that he had met his downfall in this dire predicament. Thud. Chun Anmo thrust his blade into Yang Jian's heart, observing the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. He approached each one in turn. Ding. Touching the corpse rewarded him with 120 days of cultivation. He triggered the deceased's last wishes. Wish 1. Annihilate the Crocodile Gang. Reward. Wind-chasing blade technique, perfected. Wish 2. May Xiaohong, Li Juan, Qin Qin, 1-1, and Lily live their lives well. Reward. 200 days of cultivation. Yang Jian's final wishes were destined to remain unfulfilled. He then turned his attention to Lin Si's wishes. Touching the corpse granted him 100 days of cultivation. Wish 1. I wish to be buried alongside my beloved leader. Though we cannot be partners in this life, we must be together in the next. Reward. Wind-chasing blade technique, accomplished. Wish 2. I hope to be dressed in beautiful women's attire for my burial. Reward. A bottle of exquisite healing salve. Wish 3. I do not wish for my secret of cross-dressing to be revealed. Reward. 100 days of cultivation. Chun Anmo's expression was peculiar. To his astonishment, Lin Si turned out to be a master of cross-dressing. Nevertheless, in light of the reward, he decided to indulge this peculiar wish. He first examined the corpses, then bound the bodies of the others to stones and sank them into the pond. Subsequently, he placed the remains of Yang Jian and Lin Si in the nearby underbrush. After returning home to retrieve a shovel and some discarded clothing from his sister-in-law, he toiled until the early hours of the morning before finally interring the two together. While changing Lin Si's attire, he discovered that beneath the garments lay a bodice and other feminine clothing, a rather shocking sight. However, this individual had shown a profound affection for Yang Jian. Chen Ammo sighed in lamentation. Reward: mastery of the wind-chasing blade technique, great accomplishment. Reward: a vial of supreme healing ointment. Reward: 100 days of cultivation. Having received the rewards for Lin Si's last wish, the rewards from the former leader of the Axe Gang have also been credited. Betrayed by my second brother, I yearn for vengeance. Completed. Reward: mastery of the wind-chasing blade technique, minor accomplishment. 2 rewards of the wind-chasing blade technique have been acquired, one at the great accomplishment level and the other at the minor accomplishment level. With their fusion, the technique is now perfected, the wind-chasing blade technique fulfilled, where the blade's aura transforms into a gust of wind. Chen Ammo gently closed his eyes, savoring the immense power of this sword technique, a radiant joy increasingly illuminating his countenance. This sword method was, without a doubt, an authentic profound tier skill. It was incomparable to the swift blade triad he had practiced previously, which was merely a rudimentary yellow tier technique. By the time he returned home, dawn had already broken. This experience had undeniably exhausted him. After consuming a blood-fortifying pill, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to rest. When Shin Xian awoke and saw that Chen Ammo had already returned and was resting, she breathed a sigh of relief. The previous night, having indulged a bit too much in drink, she had no recollection of when she had fallen asleep. She must have been utterly fatigued, as her shoes and clothes were still on. Shin Xian approached and gently removed Chen Anmo's shoes. Chen Anmo was taken aback, instinctively reaching for his knife. However, upon realizing it was Shin Xian, he let out a sigh of relief. I see you haven't taken off your shoes. You should rest early. To his surprise, the next moment, Chen Anmo grasped her hand. Sister-in-law, let us indulge in a lazy morning today. Shin Xian's cheeks flushed. A lazy morning? Indeed, we were disturbed last night, and today we must make up for it. Observing the eager expression on Chen Ammo's face, Shin Xian felt her heart race. Truth be told, she was equally looking forward to it. After all, she was a normal woman, and when encountering a man she cherished, it was only natural to yearn for a genuine connection. Thus, she found herself drawn into the warmth of the bed by Chen Anmo. Sister-in-law, I can no longer hold back. I desire you. Chen Anmo leaned close to Shin Xian's ear, his voice exceedingly gentle. Let me take care of you from now on. Shall we? In the warmth of their shared bed, the two faced one another. In her heart, she had long cherished him. Shin Xian lowered her gaze, feeling a touch of shyness as she replied, just a kiss. Chen Anmo nestled closer. Soon, the blankets became a tangle. The battle was fierce. That day, the two did not rise until dusk. As they dined, a look of contentment adorned Shin Xian's face. Ammo, I wish to come and cheer for you on the day of your martial arts trial, she suggested with chopsticks poised in her mouth. Of course. Since someone has a facial mask, I can help you with your makeup, and no one will recognize you, Ammo replied. Shin Xian nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, let us finish our meal and retire early, Shin Ammo proposed. Upon hearing this, Shin Xian felt a tingling sensation envelop her entirely. There was no remedy. One could only attribute it to the formidable presence of Chen Anmo. It was perplexing how such a young novice could exude such audacity. Whose subordinate was he, after all? Although it was her first experience, she had perused various tales and understood that typically, when a man is just embarking on his journey, a simple count of 1, 2, 3 suffices to conclude matters. She believed this to be the norm for everyone. Yet, Chen Anmo surpassed her expectations. Enjoy your meal. Chen Anmo and Shin Xian took a brief shower. In the next moment, Chen Anmo lifted Shin Xian and carried her into the cellar. The reason for their presence in the cellar was straightforward. It offered excellent sound insulation and warmth. With the weather turning chilly, remaining unclothed could be quite uncomfortable. After more than half an hour, Shin Xian had completely relaxed and was resting. Chen Anmo glanced at the available training time. Available training duration, 4 years and 100 days. Available vital energy, 42. Let us continue to cultivate the tiger might dominance technique, Chen Anmo whispered as he sat up. Having slept throughout the day, he felt no trace of drowsiness and thus decided to venture out of the cellar. After deducting 100 days, you have diligently practiced the fierce tiger body technique. Fully aware of its arduous nature, hence you remain unhurried, slowly honing your physique. After 2 years, you have expended 20 points of vitality, resulting in a significant enhancement in both the strength and resilience of your body, yet you sense you are nearing a bottleneck. Another 2 years pass, during which you consume 22 points of vitality. Through unwavering perseverance, you successfully advanced the Dragon Claw technique to a minor completion. Although the fierce tiger body technique has not reached a master level, You have grazed the limits and glimpsed the dawn of a breakthrough. Oh, it is indeed true that I have failed to break through. The lack of progress in the fierce tiger body technique does not surprise him. After all, the previous leap from great completion to perfection had taken a decade of cultivation. Nonetheless, he did not expect to elevate the Dragon Claw technique to a minor completion. This can be considered a delightful surprise. In the ensuing days, news of the disappearance of the Axe Gang's leader and second-in-command spread throughout the city. How could a few living souls simply vanish? The Crocodile Gang seized the opportunity to usurp territory. In merely 5 days, the Axe Gang faced annihilation. In recent days, Chinamo has adopted a low profile, refraining from venturing out for hunting. It is rumored that several factions are vying for control over the Xiangshan Forest Farm, resulting in considerable chaos. With the impending martial arts examination approaching, he seeks to avoid unnecessary attention from skirmishes. He still recalls the words of his master and senior brother, which emphasize the importance of discretion. Consequently, he has been spending his days at the martial arts school, engaging in sparring sessions with his disciples. Before he knew it, the day of the martial arts examination had arrived. Chun Anmo practiced martial arts in the courtyard. His ears perked up as he keenly overheard a conversation between his master and mistress inside the house. Lu Jingfei, sipping tea, wore a furrowed brow, clearly burdened by unspoken worries. Observing the industrious youth in the yard, memories of his own spirited youth flooded back to him. In those days, he was equally ambitious, vowing to rise above others, even aspiring to attain the esteemed status of a third-grade earth deity. Yet, at some point, he lost sight of that dream. By the time he remembered, the once black strands of his hair had turned white. Sighing deeply, Lu Jingfei lamented, "Tomorrow marks the day of the martial arts examination. Why do I find myself sighing? Am I truly worried that Zhang Fantian might encounter trouble again? Surely he will be fine. The martial scholar is bound to succeed." His mistress replied, "Is that so? Who do you believe will rank higher, Chen Amo or Zhang Fantian?" "Undoubtedly Zhang Fantian, for he has already achieved the 7th rank and mastered the Ming strength." Yet, Lu Jingfei's brow furrowed deeper. However, the fact that he has fully recovered from his injuries seems rather suspicious. It likely isn't as straightforward as it appears. "What do you mean?" his mistress inquired, puzzled. "Oh, I hope my instincts are mistaken. Zhang Fantian possesses great talent, yet his stubborn nature makes him susceptible to manipulation." Chapter 32. The martial arts examination commences in the courtyard. Chen Anmo furrowed his brows upon hearing Lu Jingfei's words. Was Zhang Fantian's recovery from his injury somewhat suspicious? He was uncertain about what Lu Jingfei meant. Nevertheless, he silently reminded himself to keep his distance from Zhang Fantian. The following morning dawned with a dreary sky, yet the rain held off. The preliminary martial examination at Four Floors Town was set to commence. The venue for the examination was the training ground situated before the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the area around the ground was already thronged with spectators. On the elevated platform, a multitude of officials and generals from within the city were assembled, arranged according to their ranks and positions. Flanking the sides were several tables and chairs. Those seated here were members of prominent families and wealthy landowners from the city. Though Four Floors Town was merely a town, its population was quite substantial, alongside the young martial artists from nearby villages. The total number of participants in this preliminary examination reached approximately 220. Chun Amo arrived early at the Zhongfei Martial Arts School with Shin Exine. This time, Zhongfei Martial Arts School sent approximately 11 disciples. However, as Lu Zhongfei remarked, the number of those who could pass the preliminary test would not exceed 3. This illustrates the exceedingly low ratio. Junior brother Chen, my sister Zhang Yuqi, whom you have met, greeted Song Shuqing as she approached Chen Amo. Yet, Chen Amo chose to ignore her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he resumed observing the other martial artists. Zhang Yuqi was quite irked. She pulled Song Shuqing aside and said, "Cousin, this time I followed your advice, yet this fellow is acting aloof. He is about to take an exam. How can he possibly be bothered with you? Besides, you were the one who ignored him first." Song Shuqing did not perceive any wrongdoing on Chen Amo's part. "Even you are bullying me," Zhang Yuqi retorted, exasperated, as she stomped her foot and walked over to her family's side. "Chi, what troubles you so?" inquired an elegantly dressed and charismatic woman, gently stroking Zhang Yuqi's head with a doting expression. "Mother, my cousin must surely despise me now, simply because I did not accept the man he introduced. He chastised me without offering any support." Zhang Yuqi recounted the recent events in a huff. "Mother, I have given Chen Amo a chance, yet he still chooses to ignore me. Is that reasonable?" Zhang Yuqi's mother, Tang Kai, furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Indeed, it is unreasonable. A mere constable, who believes he possesses some talent, dares to look down upon my daughter. Does he not understand that true genius only emerges through genuine growth? Countless prodigies have met their untimely demise along the way. Without substantial backing, even if he excels, he is unlikely to go far. Tang Kai scoffed lightly and continued, Daughter, during the competition, perform well, and I will ensure he secures a poor ranking. What? Mother, I was merely venting. There's no need to sabotage him. Zhang Yuqi protested. Ultimately, she was just a child with a fleeting temper, occasionally expressing her discontent through complaints. However, she would never dare to truly harm another. I am merely imparting him a small lesson. Chi-Chi. You need not concern yourself with this, Tang Kai replied with a slight smile. The preliminary martial arts test primarily assesses two main aspects. The first is a strength evaluation. 500 to 1,500 pounds of iron locks are placed on the field, used to test the strength of each participant through lifting the iron locks. Chen Amo glanced at the arena. Among the more than 200 participants, the majority were 8th-tier martial artists. Only fewer than 20 had achieved the 7th tier, like him. To pass the first assessment, one merely needed to lift a 500-pound iron lock. The heavier the weight lifted, the higher the ranking. Subsequently, the second assessment involved martial skills. Each participant drew lots to determine their number and then randomly challenged one another. The ranks would be established based on the martial skills assessment, followed by an overall ranking determined by the results of 2 matches. At this moment, a candidate stepped onto the stage. This individual was not particularly strong, so he opted for a 600-pound iron lock. He grasped the crossbar and lifted it with great effort above his head, needing to hold it for 10 breaths. However, on the 5th breath, he let out a muffled groan. Bang! He had exhausted his strength, and the iron lock fell heavily to the ground. Theoretically, he still had 2 attempts left to lift it, but he had overexerted himself and sustained internal injuries. There were 3 examiners overseeing the assessments. One of them, with an impassive expression, declared, Failure to lift results in a score of 0, disqualifying you from the second assessment. Next, a young woman took the stage. Although her appearance was delicate and her frame slender, she effortlessly lifted the 700-pound iron lock. Yang Li, successful in her lift of 700 pounds, received a grade of B. As more individuals took the stage, most could only choose weights of 700 or 800 pounds. Some had previously lifted heavier weights, but due to poor performance this time, their scores were nullified. Eventually, renowned disciples from various martial academies began to appear. Ling Tian Martial Academy's senior sister, Mo Linger, was one of the top female prodigies in the city, alongside Zhou Tianhu of the Zhou family and Qi Wei of the Debao Martial Academy. It was rumored that she had the support of the city lord's residents. Mo Lingo successfully lifted 1,100 pounds, achieving an A grade. The examiners finally displayed signs of appreciation, smiling and nodding at Mo Linger. Congratulations, Miss Mo. At last, it was Zhang Fantian's turn to take the stage. The disciples of the Fei Wu Academy widened their eyes in anticipation, while disciples from other academies also focused their attention on Zhang Fantian. He had been a prominent figure 2 years prior, but had suffered severe injuries in an external competition. Many had believed he was rendered incapable. Yet he had remarkably risen again. Several academy heads gathered, conversing among themselves. The head of Ling Tian Martial Academy looked toward Zhang Fantian and smiled at Lu Zhengfei, saying, Although Zhang Fantian has recovered, he must have lingering effects from his injuries. I doubt his performance will be outstanding this time. The head of Debao Martial Academy nodded in agreement. Lu Zhengfei, who do you currently favor more, Zhang Fantian or the new disciple Chen Anmo? Recently, Chen Anmo has been making quite a name for himself. Not long ago, he eliminated the third-in-command of the Axe Gang at the Xiangshan Forest Farm. Fortunately, the leader of the Axe Gang has mysteriously vanished, presumably slain by the Crocodile Gang. Otherwise, this new disciple of yours might have faced dire retribution. Upon hearing this, several martial arts school masters exchanged mocking glances. The 2 talented individuals painstakingly nurtured by Lu Zhengfei have stirred up trouble in the outside world. If this continues, Chen Anmo will inevitably face retaliation and be rendered powerless. Lu Zhengfei disowned the derision in their tones. Unfazed, he replied, You need not concern yourselves. In terms of discernment, I surpass you all. They will certainly not disappoint me. The corners of the master's mouths twitched in disdain. What pretense? No matter how gifted, a talent requires time to mature. As they spoke, Zhang Fantian had already begun his weightlifting. To everyone's astonishment, he chose to lift an incredible 100 pounds of iron chains. The crowd gasped. It appeared that Zhang Fantian had recovered remarkably well, tackling such a heavy weight right off the bat. Many expressed their astonishment. Huh! Zhang Fantian let out a low shout, gripping the barbell firmly. His entire being surged with energy as he exerted tremendous force through his arms. In an instant, the iron chains began to move, lifted high above. His face flushed with vitality. Beads of sweat the size of peas began to roll down his forehead. I must succeed, Zhang Fantian fervently urged himself. Having experienced the fickleness of human sentiment after his previous incapacitation, he was determined to prove himself. I have invested so much, I cannot afford to fail. In a flash, Zhang Fantian unleashed a mighty roar as his energy exploded forth. The iron chains were finally raised above his head, but he could not maintain the position for even 3 breaths. A flush of crimson crept across his face. This is not good, he grunted, unable to hold on any longer. The iron chains crashed heavily to the ground. He had failed. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. It is worth noting that Zhang Fantian had previously participated in the martial arts competition, where he also attempted to lift 100 pounds. Although he had struggled back then, he ultimately succeeded. Yet now he had faltered. Indeed, his injuries had only superficially healed. His innate talent had been curtailed. From the crowd, someone remarked indifferently. Zhang Fantian's expression was one of dejection. Why? He felt a surge of frustration. He still had 2 more attempts. He would give it another shot. Just then, Luo Ying approached him. You are already injured. Continuing down this path will only harm you. Let it go. This failure is inconsequential. But master, Zhang Fantian protested, unwilling to concede. You are injured, Luo Ying declared, subsequently leading Zhang Fantian onto the stage. It appeared that Zhongfei martial arts had garnered a disappointing outcome. Some jested, remarking on the unexpected failure of the most promising Zhang Fantian. Previously, another senior brother had performed mediocrely, and it seemed inevitable that he would falter in the second round of evaluations. This time, Zhongfei martial arts had no disciples worthy of distinction. However, that was not entirely accurate. Chen Amo had yet to make his debut. Just him? Although his talent was commendable, Luo Ying was more intrigued by his potential for the future. Yet, his time in martial arts training was still insufficient to draw any conclusions. The crowd engaged in lively discussions, their murmurs reaching Chen Anmo's ears. He remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on the arena. At that moment, the young girl Zhang Yuqi took the stage, opting for a weight of 900 pounds. The crowd raised their eyebrows, surprised by the unexpected prowess of this relatively unknown girl. With a haughty demeanor, she thought to herself, this is the day I shall make my name known. Did they truly believe she was merely a spoiled young lady? They were mistaken. Her innate talent rivaled that of her cousin, Song Shuqing, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, why would the Song family support her? Despite their familial ties, the Song family was vast, with numerous relatives. Only those who excelled had the privilege of receiving aid from the family. Such is the reality. With a determined furrow of her brow, Zhang Yuqi lifted the iron lock high above her head, evidently finding it rather effortless. Her gaze drifted toward Chen Anmo, as if to say, look, I am more beautiful than the ugly woman beside you, and my talent is equally formidable. How dare you overlook me? Regretting it now? Are we? She then turned her attention to her cousin, Song Shuqing, her expression radiating pride. Song Shuqing shook his head in resignation. His cousin had begun to show off again. Hadn't he advised her to maintain a lower profile? Lifting 800 pounds would have sufficed, yet she insisted on displaying her prowess. In response to Zhang Yuqi's gaze, Chen Anmo felt somewhat bemused. Why are you staring at me? Have I done something to offend you? Ultimately, Zhang Yuqi achieved an impressive grade of B on her first attempt at the martial arts examination. It was evident that if she participated again, an A grade would be within her grasp. Moments later, it was finally Chen Anmo's turn. Xiaomo, you can do it, Chen Xian encouraged as she approached him, her voice dripping with sweetness. Don't be nervous. Once you finish, I'll take good care of you and help you unwind. Chen Anmo smiled and asked, how may I serve you? Please, do tell. Chapter 33, How to Serve the Sister-in-Law. An important chapter. Chen Xian blushed slightly and retorted, that's none of your concern. With a laugh, Chen Anmo found amusement in Chen Xian's bashful demeanor. He then proceeded towards the stage. Junior brother Chen, do not be anxious. Take your time. Many disciples within the Fei Wu martial arts school cheered in encouragement. Even Lu Qing, Zhou Jiqiang, and Sun Daping had come to lend their support. Chen Anmo took a deep breath, gazing at the pair of iron weights before him. to secure a position among the top 40 in the martial arts competition. He needed to lift at least 900 pounds. However, his ambition soared higher. He aimed for the top 10. Achieving such a rank would grant him rewards from the Lord of the City. Thus, his sights were set on the 1,100-pound weights. Many onlookers were momentarily stunned as Chun Anmo approached the 1,100-pound bar. Could he truly intend to lift such a weight? It seemed impossible. Surely, he was merely observing. After all, even if he were a prodigy, such strength was beyond belief, especially considering how recently he had joined the Zhongfei Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Yuqi, who had previously exuded confidence, now found herself perplexed. Was he attempting to show off in front of her? His mother, Tang Kai, regarded him with disdain, surmising that he sought merely to garner attention. Such a person was certainly unworthy of associating with her daughter. Just as Lu Zhengfei was about to depart, he was unexpectedly halted by Lu Fang. "Father, don't go. Brother Chun is about to lift the 1,100 pounds. Lu Fang exclaimed excitedly, her words tumbling over one another. At this, Lu Zhengfei instinctively turned to look. This was madness. Given Chen Anmo's capabilities, lifting even 1,000 pounds would be impressive. He had previously suggested to Chen Anmo that this was merely a chance to make an appearance. Lifting 900 pounds would already be commendable. There was no need to place undue pressure on himself. Yet, Chen Anmo was poised to deliver an astonishing surprise. Nearby, Zhang Fantian furrowed his brow. How could someone who had just entered the academy possibly achieve what he himself could not? He doubted Chen Anmo's ability. Or perhaps he hoped he would fail. Overall, skepticism pervaded the crowd. Only Lu Cheng and a few others wore calm smiles, for they had witnessed Chen Anmo's prowess firsthand. Not only could he lift 1,100 pounds, but even 1,500 pounds would be within his grasp. Indeed, Chen Anmo had previously expressed his desire to keep his strength confidential, which is why none of them had uttered a word. At this moment, Chen Anmo grasped the iron lock of 1,100 with both hands. His entire body surged with vitality, and his arms became engorged with blood. With a slight lift, the iron lock was effortlessly raised. Such is the extent of his prowess. Chen Anmo felt an overwhelming sense of ease. "Drink," he uttered with a commanding tone, lifting the iron lock high above his head. Indeed, he had managed to raise it effortlessly. "Father, look, look, look," Lu Fang exclaimed, tugging at Lu Zhengfei's sleeve with excitement. I see it, Lu Zhengfei replied. His mouth agape. He realized that he had perhaps underestimated this disciple. Chen Anmo's talent, even in the context of his sect during that era, could be deemed as exceptional. Zhang Fantian's eyes brimmed with jealousy, nearly reddening. How could this be? He truly accomplished it. What does that make me? Song Shuqin had quietly approached Zhang Yuqi's side. Cousin, what do you think? Zhang Yuqi covered her crimson lips, incredulously exclaiming, Incredible! Does this mean he is even stronger than Zhou Tianhu and Qi Wei? Even if he may not surpass them currently, his future potential is boundless. Boom. At that moment, Chen Anmo had already placed the iron lock on the ground. Chen Anmo, successful in lifting weights with a grade of A. As the examiner's voice echoed, whispers filled the air, both on and off the stage. Zhang Yuqi appeared somewhat despondent. How could this guy be so formidable? Her mother, Tang Kai, also furrowed her brows, sensing her daughter's disappointment. Just imagine. Someone who had rejected her daughter had now become powerful. Would her daughter feel embarrassed in the future? Chi-Chi, this Chen Anmo possesses some brute strength, but that is all. His background is lacking. He cannot go far. After saying this, she glanced at a young man nearby. This young man was a genius she had supported, now at the 7th tier cultivation level. His recent performance was commendable as well, having lifted 1,000 pounds of iron. Gao Xian, Lady Tang acknowledged. Gao Xian, if you were to face Chen Anmo, what do you think your chances of victory would be? Gao Xian smiled, exuding confidence. Chen Anmo merely has a bit of brute strength, but considering his short training period, he is not worth mentioning. After all, I am at the 7th tier and have mastered the clear energy. Very well, later, discreetly obtain Chen Anmo's number and challenge him. Gao Xian nodded. Rest assured, Lady Tang. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Zhang Yuqi. He licked his lips, having overheard the conversation between the mother and daughter. He held a flicker of fantasy regarding Zhang Yuqi, eager to showcase himself. Chen Anmo had just stepped down from the stage. Before he could reach the crowd at the Zhongfei Martial Arts Hall, someone approached him. Brother Chun, I am the steward of the Su family. My young master requests your presence for a conversation this evening. Oh, the young master of the Su family, is it? Chen Anmo clasped his hands together. The Su family, in this context, is regarded as a family of moderate standing. However, he is entirely unfamiliar with this young master of the Su family. It goes like this. My young master has expressed a desire to discuss a potential collaboration with you and is curious to know if you would be inclined to become a patron of the Su family. We can certainly negotiate the terms of your remuneration. Chen Anmo understood the situation clearly. It was an attempt to court him. At present, he was not in want of wealth, but indeed, he lacked corpses. Thus, he politely declined the overtures. The other party, unfazed by the rejection, merely smiled and took their leave. Subsequently, representatives from various families approached to discuss matters with him. Some sought to employ him as a sacrificial offering, while others expressed intentions to provide him with financial support. Moreover, individuals from smaller clans even brought their daughters, claiming they wished for their daughters to become acquainted with Chen Anmo. To this, he responded with exasperation. Was he truly the kind of man who was swayed by such frivolities? After gently declining all advances, Chen Anmo decided to depart with Shin Xian. He had initially intended to linger longer, but soon realized that many were making their way toward him, eager to ingratiate themselves. Thus, he opted to leave without further ado. Upon returning home, Shin Xian removed her mask, her face alight with excitement. Xiaomo, you must be tired. Allow me to prepare something delicious for you. Just as she turned to leave, Shin Anmo pulled her back with urgency. Sister-in-law, I wish to have you. Shin Xian found herself enveloped in his embrace. Isn't it the middle of the day? Aren't you weary? She playfully chided, instinctively attempting to push him away, yet his hold was unwaveringly tight. Shin Anmo planted a kiss on Shin Xian's forehead and remarked, Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. Where am I beautiful? I believe many young ladies from affluent families are far more stunning, she replied. Several of them greeted you. Why did you not acknowledge them? Shin Anmo smiled and asked, What is the matter? Do you wish for me to pay them some heed? Of course not, came the reply. I was merely inquiring. For in my heart, you are the most beautiful. Shin Xian, her delicate form languid, playfully chided, Xiaomo, then carry me into the house. As you command. When the elder sister-in-law made such a request, Shin Anmo naturally obliged. However, by nightfall, Shin Xian found herself utterly exhausted, lacking the energy even to rise from her bed. Shin Anmo also realized that his abilities were indeed formidable. He proceeded to prepare a meal. After dining together, Shin Anmo practiced his knife skills in the courtyard. The following morning, in the square of the city lord's residence, following the assessment from the previous day, out of over 200 participants, only 113 successfully advanced to the second round of evaluations. At this moment, Shin Anmo stood among these 113 individuals. Mo Linger, Qi Wei, and Zhou Tianhu were the three individuals who warranted the most attention. Shin Anmo cast a glance at the three individuals. To his surprise, they were also gazing back at him. What caught Shin Anmo off guard was the lean and tall martial artist named Gao Xian, who had been fixated on him. After Shin Anmo received his number, Gao Xian suddenly approached him. Is there something you need? Shin Anmo inquired. Gao Xian, fixated on the number card in Shin Anmo's hand, replied with a smile, I am Gao Xian, and I hold great admiration for you, Brother Chen. I came to pay my respects. Oh, was Shin Anmo's response. Shin Anmo casually replied, secretly thinking to himself that he couldn't trust a word of it. He was uncertain of this individual's intentions. But there was something distinctly off about the person's gaze. It bore an unmistakable hostility, rather than any semblance of admiration. Thus, he chose to disregard him. How about Brother Chen's number? Gao Xian inquired. 56, Shin Anmo replied nonchalantly. Oh, understood, Gao Xian responded, his smile widening with delight. He clasped his hands together and departed without delay. Soon, he would challenge the one labeled as 56. However, once he left, Shin Anmo glanced at the number in his hand. His true designation was 34, while the 56 belonged to someone named Qi Wei. At that moment, Qi Wei was already engaged in battle with an opponent. Within just 2 moves, he had inflicted such severe damage that his adversary was compelled to concede. The disparity was immense, clearly indicative of differing levels of skill. Before long, it was finally Shin Anmo's turn to take the stage. Shin Anmo casually called out a number. A young man with a shaved head approached. Zhengfei Martial Arts School, Shin Anmo. Shin Anmo bowed respectfully to the bald young man. Qin Qing, the bald youth, took a deep breath, not daring to underestimate Shin Anmo. As the match commenced, Qin Qing took the initiative. He leaped into the air, launching a powerful attack towards Shin Anmo. Explosive palm. This strike was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Shin Anmo's palm surged with a sudden intensity as he executed a swift dragon claw technique, firmly seizing his opponent's wrist. Bang! Chen Amo swiftly delivered another kick. To his surprise, the bald young man exhibited considerable defensive prowess, managing to block the strike. However, as Chen Amo unleashed an increasing flurry of attacks, after merely 5 moves, the bald young man was forced back, ultimately leaving the arena. My apologies. Chen Amo clasped his hands and subsequently stepped off the stage. Following him, Zhang Yuqi, Zhou Tianhu, and Mo Linger also participated in their respective matches. Each of these individuals possessed considerable strength and encountered little resistance, ultimately emerging victorious. Soon, it was the turn of Gao Xian, who had greeted Chen Amo earlier. Upon his entrance, he flashed a smile at Chen Amo and declared, "I challenge contestant number 56. At this proclamation, the disciples on Qi Wei's side were momentarily taken aback. Someone wished to challenge their senior brother? Qi Wei himself appeared somewhat astonished. Typically, individuals would familiarize themselves with their opponent's numbers to avoid confrontation, yet this person had boldly sought him out. If the challenger were equally skilled, it would be understandable. However, Gao Xian was not particularly renowned. Qi Wei was aware that his abilities were rather average, and that he was seemingly sponsored by Madame Tang Kai. Very well. Since you wish to challenge me, I shall oblige. Qi Wei stood with his hands clasped behind his back and slowly ascended the stage. Upon witnessing this, Gao Xian was utterly bewildered. Wait, why are you the one? Chapter 34. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Why are you the one? Gao Xian exclaimed, confusion etched across his face. Qi Wei replied, many are aware that number 56 is mine. Did you not seek to challenge me? My friend, you possess commendable courage, which I respect. Rest assured, I shall engage you in a fair contest. Gao Xian felt a surge of despair. This was a misunderstanding. He intended to challenge Chen Anmo. At that moment, he fully grasped that he had been misled by Chen Anmo. If you wish to challenge Chen Anmo, why then do you call out my number? Qi Wei crossed his arms, letting out a cold snort. I had a modicum of admiration for you and thought your bravery commendable. However, it seems you are but a petty individual. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. Let us battle. As the words fell, Qi Wei bellowed, propelling himself forward with a powerful thrust of his legs. He charged towards Gao Xian with fierce intensity. Sensing the sudden onslaught of this oppressive force, Gao Xian felt the urgency to retreat. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Qi Wei. Initially, he had entertained the hope of enduring a couple of rounds, and perhaps, by some stroke of luck, securing a spot among the top 20. However, to his dismay, he found himself pitted against Qi Wei in the very first round. Yet, he considered himself a prodigy, and surrender was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for the confrontation. The sound of fists connecting echoed through the air. Qi Wei's punches were formidable, each strike reverberating with immense force, leaving Gao Xian howling in pain. Soon, his hands bore the marks of bruises, a painful testament to the assault. Ultimately, with a decisive kick, Qi Wei sent him sprawling to the ground. Gao Xian let out a wretched cry as he fell, landing painfully on the floor. The 3 examiners exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mixture of sympathy and disbelief. It seemed that Gao Xian had been the most severely beaten candidate thus far. They could only wonder what had provoked Qi Wei's wrath. It was truly a lamentable sight. With a loud clap, Tang Kai slammed her hands onto the table, her anger palpable. What a useless fool. Why challenge Chen Anmo? Why not go after Qi Wei instead? Is he seeking his own demise? Mother, did you really send him to confront Chen Anmo? At this moment, Zhang Yuqi came to realization. Tang Kai replied, I couldn't allow Chen Anmo to bully you, so I sent Gao Xian to teach him a lesson. I never anticipated this boy would prove so inept. Mother, I'm fine. Why did you have to do that? Zhang Yuqi sighed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Chen Anmo had grasped Gao Xian's intentions. This fellow was indeed attempting to stir trouble for him. Yet, Chen Anmo pondered. Why would he target me? I have done him no wrong. Soon, it was time for the second round, and the participants drew lots anew. This time, Chen Anmo drew number 23. Casually, he declared, I wish to challenge number 11. Your luck is rather unfortunate to have encountered me. From the audience, a delicate voice chimed in. Ming Linger. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they realized the significance of this match. Chen Anmo's fortune had indeed taken a downturn, having drawn Miss Ming Linger. She had already gained fame for 3 years, participating in the martial arts trials for the 3rd time. Although she had faltered in her first attempt, she had achieved a commendable score of 900 pounds. In her second endeavor, she had succeeded, only to be eliminated in the Grand Martial Arts competition. This time, however, she had evidently undergone a remarkable transformation. bolstering her confidence in her abilities. She held a certain admiration for Chen Anmo, recognizing that a child of poverty could attain such remarkable achievements, surpassing her own. Nonetheless, she remained unconvinced that he could best her in combat. Thus, the stage was set for the ensuing duel at the Fey Martial Arts Hall, where Chen Anmo awaited his fate. Chen Anmo ascended the stage and cupped his hands in greeting towards Mo Linger. At the Ling Tian Martial Arts Academy, Mo Lingo stood with her head held high, exuding an air of pride. She then gracefully balanced on one leg, standing out like a crane among chickens. Mo Lingo declared. Chen Anmo observed her peculiar posture. Although it appeared somewhat amusing, he understood that Mo Lingo was about to get serious. The techniques of the Ling Tian Martial Arts School are derived from the graceful movements of the crane, aptly named crane fist. Whoosh! Mo Lingo sprang into action. Soaring to a height of over 3 meters, the white crane spread its wings. This crane fist emphasizes speed, rapid, and with an array of transformations. Mo Lingo descended from midair, launching a flurry of strikes towards Chen Anmo, her hands moving in swift succession. The white crane pecks. With each strike, a gust of wind rushed towards Chen Anmo. The speed was inadequate. Chen Anmo shook his head, his voice audible only to Mo Linger. Mo Linger was momentarily taken aback, and then her anger flared. How dare a junior critique me? With a cold snort, she commanded, increase the speed. However, Chen Anmo nimbly evaded her attacks, refraining from striking back. His intention was to enhance his combat experience during the skirmish. He found the crane fist quite intriguing, while its speed was not remarkable. The rapidity of its variations made it exceedingly difficult to predict her next move. After more than 20 exchanges, even with Mo Lingo's slower reactions, she began to grasp the situation. Chen Anmo was merely teasing her. Damn it, how could this happen? Just as she began to feel anxious, the flaws became increasingly apparent. Soon, Chen Anmo seized the opportunity. Whoosh! A punch struck Mellinger in the abdomen. Staggering back, Mellinger was defeated. I concede. Chen Anmo clasped his hands and remarked, you possess such formidable strength. It is indeed impressive, and I concede defeat. Mo Linger gritted her teeth, harboring a sense of reluctance within her. With a cold huff, she turned and descended. The audience erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the highly favored Mo Linger would be vanquished so decisively. Chi Wei and Zhou Tianhu exchanged deep glances towards Chen Anmo, recognizing that he had now ascended to their tier. In that moment, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. After Chen Anmo stepped down, he was warmly welcomed by everyone at the martial arts school. Brother Chen, you are formidable. You have even defeated Mo Linger, Lu Fong exclaimed, her face beaming with admiration. This is all thanks to the excellent guidance from our senior sister. Chen Anmo chuckled. Do not flatter me. I have hardly taught you anything. No, your guidance has truly been invaluable, the other replied. Yoli approached with a smile, saying, in my opinion, Junior brother Chun is bound to secure a position in the top 3. A tremor of excitement coursed through everyone. The top 3. It seemed their martial arts school had never achieved such a commendable ranking before. Chen Anmo humbly shook his head, expressing that he would be thoroughly content with securing a place among the top 20. Junior brother Chen, you are being overly modest, the crowd remarked in unison. Not far away, Lu Jingfei also overheard Chen Anmo's words and nodded slightly in agreement. Chen Anmo's calm and composed demeanor indeed surprised him. However, it is precisely this unpretentious attitude that will enable Chen Anmo to journey further in the future. Zhang Fantian seems to have vanished. He glanced around. There was no sign of Zhang Fantian among the crowd. In the subsequent trials, it was not Chen Anmo's turn. As the evaluation was explained, the 3 judges approached the city lord to discuss the rankings. Among them was the county magistrate, He Guang. He Guang had initially contemplated securing a place for Chen Anmo within the top 20 ranks. As long as he performed well, that should have been achievable. Unexpectedly, Chen Anmo delivered a remarkable surprise. Oh, you say this Chen Anmo is your protege? Inquired the city lord, Wang Jiao, a robust figure with a penetrating gaze directed at He Guang. Indeed, my lord. Chen Anmo was originally a minor official. I noticed his cleverness and notable talent, which prompted me to support him, He Guang replied with a slight smile. The onlookers raised their eyebrows, silently acknowledging He Guang's fortunate discovery. Should Chen Anmo achieve great success in the future, He Guang would undoubtedly receive greater esteem from the city lord. Well done, everyone. Let us now commence with the scoring. Wang Zhou nodded. Soon, the results were announced. First place, Chi Wei. Second place, Zhou Tianhu. Third place, Chen Anmo. Fourth place, Mo Linger. As the list emerged, The entire venue erupted with excitement. Chen Anmo secured third place. My goodness, is this not his first time participating in the assessment? Achieving such a score on his inaugural attempt, what might he accomplish in the years to come? The crowd buzzed with exhilaration. After all, it was anticipated that Qi Wei and Zhou Tianhu would claim the first and second positions, but Chen Anmo's unexpected rise was astonishing. Moreover, those competitors had participated in 2 or 3 assessments already, while this was Chen Anmo's debut. In comparison, Chen Anmo clearly exhibited superior prowess. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen. You shall be a martial scholar from now on. With your achievements, do remember to treat us to a feast. Niuli laughed heartily, genuinely pleased for Chen Anmo. Let us all prepare our gifts. We must not indulge without offering something in return, Song Shuqing remarked as he approached the group, folding his fan. A smile emerged on Chen Anmo's face. All right, I shall treat tonight. Beside him, Shin Xian felt immensely gratified. The group returned to the martial arts school. While everyone busied themselves preparing food and drinks, Lu Jingfei entered with a stern expression. What is all this commotion? Master. The crowd was taken aback. Is Master angry? Lu Feng, surprised, rushed over. Master, we are cooking to celebrate Qin Shidi, Niuli said, scratching his head awkwardly. Celebrate if you must, but make sure to clean up afterward. Additionally, Feng, please bring out my reserved wine, Lu Jingfei replied, nodding. The group brightened at this news, relieved that Master was not actually upset. After Lu Jingfei went inside, Lu Feng hurried after him. Father, I just looked for Zhang Fantian Shidi, but I couldn't find him. Do you know where he is? Lu Jingfei sighed. I do not know either. He faced a setback yesterday and then vanished. I shall inquire with the others later. Lu Feng responded. Chen Anmo was assisting in moving tables and chairs when Song Qingshu approached rapidly and said, Junior Brother Chen, step outside for a moment. My cousin wishes to meet you. Chen Anmo found it peculiar. Once again, it was Zhang Yuqi who encountered him. To his astonishment, he disregarded her presence. What business did this girl have with him? Nevertheless, in deference to Song Qishu, he merely nodded. Following Song Qishu outside, he came upon Zhang Yuqi, who was waiting at the entrance, a long wooden box in her hands. Cousin, she remarked, casting a complex glance at Chen Anmo as she approached. Young Master Chen. Chen Anmo said, do not address me as young master. I am but a rough individual. Simply call me by my name. He deliberately spoke in a distant manner, fundamentally wishing to avoid any entanglement with this woman. Zhang Yuqi discerned Chen Anmo's attitude and felt her nostrils flare with indignation. How arrogant of you. However, considering that she had come to apologize, she could only endure with a pinched nose. Miss Zhang, do you have something to discuss with me? Chen Anmo inquired. Chapter 35. Is this the attitude you take when offering an apology? Zhang Yuqi remained silent, and Song Shuqing spoke on her behalf. Junior Brother Chen, my cousin has come to express her regrets. An apology? Chen Anmo responded with a perplexed expression. When did this woman offend me? Well, you see. Zhang Yuqi began to explain. There was an individual named Gao Xin who had been targeting you. He was instigated by my mother, and I had no prior knowledge of it. She succinctly outlined the situation. Chen Anmo suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder that individual had inexplicably inquired about his number. It all made sense now. He couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how he had quite cleverly outwitted Gao Xin at that moment. Now he understood. Chen Anmo nodded. Zhang Yuqi said, this is a decade-old ginseng, a gift for you. Chen Anmo received it and opened it to take a glance. I acknowledge your apology. Zhang Yuqi turned to Song Shuqing and inquired, Cousin, may I take my leave now? In truth, given her own disposition, she would not have come to apologize. However, upon learning of the situation, Song Shuqing had urged her to convey her sentiments. Chen Anmo naturally noticed this. He turned to Song Shuqing and said, Senior brother, I shall take my leave now. Once Chen Anmo departed, Zhang Yuqi muttered, how arrogant. I apologized to him and gifted him such a precious item. Yet he didn't utter a single word of thanks. Song Shuqing frowned. This matter was indeed your fault. All right, cousin, I shan't keep you any longer. I'm off now. Since you're here, why not join us for a meal? I can introduce you to my junior brothers and sisters. Reluctantly, Zhang Yuqi acquiesced to stay. After enjoying a delightful meal, the sky had darkened. To avoid the perils of a nighttime journey, Chen Anmo took his leave early. On the way back, Chen Anmo held Shin Xin's hand. Anmo, I recently heard that the Axe Gang has been annihilated. On the day of their demise, was their leader seeking you out? Afterward, you went out. Did you not eliminate them? Today, while observing the assessment, Shin Xian had overheard discussions among those around her. Concerning the destruction of the Axe Gang, she had formed a general understanding. Chun Anmo spoke without a hint of concealment, declaring, "Those people deserve to die. Indeed, it is you. Whatever you choose to do, I shall support you, yet I urge you to exercise caution. Please refrain from taking such reckless risks in the future, for I fear for your safety." Chun Anmo embraced her and said, "Rest assured." However, elder sister-in-law, how did you come to hear about the Axe Gang? Chun Anmo found it peculiar. Typically, he refrained from discussing external violent incidents with Shin Xian, concerned that it might lead her to unwarranted anxieties. During your assessment today, I overheard your two senior sisters conversing. It seems a member of their family is affiliated with the Axe Gang. It is rumored that the Axe Gang has suffered casualties numbering between 70 to 80 individuals, all of whom have been taken to the mortuary. What? 70 to 80 individuals? Chun Anmo was instantly filled with excitement. This amounted to 70 or 80 rewards. He resolved to visit the ancestral hall the following day. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the path leading to his home. To his surprise, the pathway was bustling with people. Under the leadership of the village chief, everyone was beating drums and gongs. "Anmo, you have finally returned. The villagers have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." The village chief exclaimed, grasping Chun Anmo's hand with fervor. "Congratulations, Master Chun, for achieving a place among the top 3 in the martial examination." The villagers called out in unison. Chun Anmo's lips twitched. Goodness. So many people were waiting for him late at night, solely to extend their congratulations. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. For the villagers, attending Wuka High School was a momentous occasion, especially since Chun Anmo had secured a position among the top 3. Consequently, their manner of addressing him had transformed. Chun Anmo was somewhat taken aback. "Please, just call me by my name. It is rather unsettling for me." The village chief chuckled. "It is only fitting. This is indeed a wonderful occasion. I have already instructed the villagers to prepare for a celebration, during which we shall slaughter 2 pigs and 2 sheep, and the festivities will last for 2 days. Chun Anmo did not decline, saying, "All right, let us proceed. I shall provide the funds." "Alas, that cannot be the case," replied the villagers. Everyone has agreed to contribute a little. Chun Anmo's expression turned solemn as he stated, "I appreciate everyone's goodwill. However, it is not easy for any of us to earn a bit of silver. With winter approaching, it would be wise for everyone to save their coins and ensure their own well-being. I do not lack for silver, so I shall take this burden upon myself." Chun Anmo has stated this, and everyone can only acquiesce. By the way, Xiao Mo, this is. An elderly gentleman nearby observed Shin Xian with keen curiosity. Since Shin Xian was still wearing a human skin mask, no one recognized her true identity. "This is a friend of mine. Her family is facing difficulties, and she is staying at my home." Chun Anmo offered a brief explanation, and everyone understood. After a few more exchanges, Chun Anmo took Shin Xian home. The villagers were truly warm-hearted, with many lingering at the entrance, reluctant to depart. Shin Xian sighed and said, "Sister-in-law, speaking of which, you ought to show me a little more warmth as well, don't you think?" Chun Anmo spoke with implied meaning. "Xiao Mo, someone discovered this morning that she has begun her menstrual cycle." Chun Anmo's expression was peculiar as he said, "Sister-in-law, I merely suggested that you be a tad more affectionate towards me. I never implied anything inappropriate." Shin Xian, at a loss for words, pouted, "You are intentionally teasing me. You are becoming increasingly adept at bullying." "Not at all, dear sister-in-law. I care for you immensely," he replied. Captivated by Chun Anmo, Shin Xian impulsively leaned in for a kiss. After a prolonged moment, she smiled. "Is that better now? Consider it your reward." The following day, the villagers commenced their festivities, ringing gongs and beating drums as they prepared to slaughter pigs and sheep. The 2 pigs and 2 sheep had all been purchased at Chun Anmo's expense. In return, each household in the village contributed various food items and supplies. Chun Anmo found himself in a perplexing situation, unable to decline and deciding to postpone the matter for later. After enjoying a hearty lunch, he prepared to head to the ancestral hall. To his surprise, before he could leave, He Guang arrived with the constables. "Lord He, what brings you here?" Chun Anmo approached with a cupped fist in greeting. He Guang observed the lively villagers and remarked with a smile, "What a joyous occasion. Everyone is celebrating on my behalf." With his hands clasped behind his back, He Guang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, indeed. I have come today specifically to celebrate your success." "Sir," Chun Anmo added, "I owe my impressive results largely to the potent medicine you provided." Chun Anmo murmured softly, Guangong nodded in satisfaction. As long as this young man did not forget this point, all would be well. Over the years, he had encountered numerous youth who had risen to power. These individuals often shared a background similar to Chen Anmo's. However, once they attained influence, they would become arrogant and disregard others. It is indeed rare to find someone as composed, calm, and consistently respectful towards ordinary individuals as Chen Anmo. Anmo, I have come not only to celebrate your achievements, but also to discuss an important matter with you. Please, do go on. Chen Anmo clasped his fists and said, From now on, you shall be a senior captain, with your remuneration doubled from the previous amount. Do not forget to visit the storeroom to collect your new attire and badge. Chen Anmo felt a surge of joy in his heart and clasped his fist in gratitude, saying, Thank you, my lord. Although he was not in need of silver at the moment, as he could easily hunt in the wild for it. The position of a senior constable still held great allure. This role conferred certain authority to lead the officers, which meant that even the scions of prominent families would think twice before provoking him. Guo patted Chen Anmo on the shoulder, chuckling, There is no need for thanks. It is your own merit that has brought you this far. Now, focus on your training. I will generally delegate the affairs of the yamen to others, so you can dedicate yourself to your efforts and strive for success in next year's martial arts examination. Understood, the subordinate replied. Chen Anmo clasped his hands in greeting. Guang nodded slightly and departed from the scene. After tidying up his home, Chen Anmo bid farewell to Shen Xian and proceeded towards the ancestral hall. As usual, Old Li sat alongside a paper effigy, basking in the sunlight. Something was amiss. It was indeed different. Upon seeing Chen Anmo, Old Li shook his head in astonishment. Chen Anmo held a roasted chicken in his hand, glanced down at himself, and chuckled. Old Li, what are you murmuring about? Have I grown more handsome or become more valiant? To speak candidly, you have indeed become more valiant. TSK. No wonder I've heard you have already been promoted to a senior constable. Such advancements bring a remarkable change, Old Li said enviously. In light of your eloquence, I bestow this roasted chicken upon you as a reward. Chen Anmo tossed the roasted chicken wrapped in oiled paper. He chuckled. Thank you, Captain Chen. By the way, where's the wine? Chen Anmo tossed over a jug of wine, saying, This wine is not without cost. I shall require your assistance in a matter henceforth. Please. Commander Chen, feel free to issue your commands, replied Old Li, clutching the wine jug tightly and swallowing hard. If many corpses are delivered here in the future, do remember to contact me. For a moment, Old Li thought he might have misheard. Was Commander Chen investigating a major case? Indeed, this is classified information. You need only to reach out to me, Chen affirmed. I assure you, the task will be accomplished. Old Li nodded solemnly. Very well, you may go eat. I shall take a look inside. Upon receiving the directive, Old Li hurried off to the women's side, exclaiming with excitement, Wife, there is something delicious. Witnessing this scene, Chen Anmo shook his head. Entering the mortuary, he found that the previous batch of corpses had already been removed. Some had been taken by family members, while the unclaimed ones had been sent to a common burial site. Chen Anmo began to explore the depths, reaching out to touch the lifeless body. Ding! Upon touching the corpse, a reward of 10 days of cultivation was granted. He triggered the last wishes of the deceased. Last wish 1. The crocodile gang slaughtered my entire family. I cannot accept this fate. I hope to see the crocodile gang destroyed and my family's vengeance fulfilled. Reward: 2 years of cultivation. Last wish 2. The ruthless leader of the crocodile gang, Zhang Tai, cruelly bludgeoned my brothers to death. I desire his demise. Reward: 3 bottles of blood-strengthening elixir. Ding! Touching the corpse again yielded a reward of 20 days of cultivation. Ding! Another touch granted 30 days of cultivation. Ding! He triggered the collective last wishes of the Axe Gang members. Last wish 1. Eradicate the crocodile gang. Reward: 30 years of cultivation. Last wish 2. Eliminate the leader of the crocodile gang, Zhang Tai. Reward: enlightenment pill. Last wish 3. Engage in dual cultivation with Mo Linga from the Ling Tian martial arts school. She must not fall into the hands of the crocodile gang's leader, for his mastery of dark arts must be prevented. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. To his astonishment, a collective wish had been triggered. This was unexpected for Chen Anmo, as the majority of the corpses present belonged to the members of the Axe Gang, all of whom had recently perished at the hands of the crocodile gang. The sheer number of souls had led to the activation of their collective wishes. 30 years of cultivation. Chen Anmo felt a deep stir within him. However, what perplexed him the most was the third wish. Ling Er from the Ling Tian martial arts school? Was she not the woman I had previously defeated at the martial arts competition? Ling Er left a profound impression on him. Not only was she formidable in strength, but her talents were also remarkable. Yet, how was she connected to the crocodile gang? How could her involvement lead to the mastery of the dark arts by the gang's leader? It was indeed peculiar, exceedingly so. He then proceeded to examine the bodies of the ordinary villagers. Upon inspection, his brows furrowed in concern. Most of these innocents had been slain by the crocodile gang. The members of this gang had gone mad. While it was one thing to kill members of the Axe gang, how could they justify the massacre of so many common folk? Ding triggered the collective wish of ordinary villagers. Chapter 36. The Secrets of the Crocodile Gang. Ding triggered the collective wish of ordinary villagers. Wish 1. Our daughter was taken by the members of the crocodile gang. When we went to retrieve her, we were beaten to death. We hope for the annihilation of the crocodile gang. Reward: 20 years of cultivation. Wish 2. Save the daughters of the villagers. Reward: Enlightenment pill. From these wishes, it became evident that the crocodile gang had abducted the daughters of numerous ordinary villagers. Chen Anmo considers himself not to be a virtuous individual. However, upon witnessing such events, he is filled with indignation. After departing from the mortuary, he first sought out Li Ba, who was on patrol. Brother Mo, what a coincidence. What brings you out here? Li Ba and Lu Ziqiang approached with smiles. I was just intending to purchase some vegetables. By the way, may I inquire about something? Has there been a recent conflict between the Axe gang and the Crocodile gang? Li Ba glanced around, then pulled Chen Anmo aside. This matter is well known. The Axe gang has been eradicated. Brother Mo, why do you ask? I was just pondering whether, following the demise of the Axe gang, there have been reports of young women going missing in certain areas. Chen Anmo inquired. Li Ba nodded solemnly. Indeed, we have received numerous reports, and it seems the Crocodile gang is behind it. However, we have yet to uncover any evidence of their involvement in human trafficking, which is rather perplexing. Do you have any knowledge of who might be pulling the strings behind the Crocodile gang? I am not entirely sure. The membership of the Crocodile gang is relatively small, yet their power is quite formidable. The gang leader, Zhang Tai, is an exceptionally enigmatic figure. I have heard that several years ago, Zhang Tai was a disciple at the Ding Tian martial arts school. However, he was pursued by the school's master after killing a female apprentice due to a personal dispute, and subsequently, he fled. It was only last year that Zhang Tai returned and established the Crocodile gang. Chen Anmo was taken aback to discover that there lay a deeper narrative behind this situation. 2. Was a disciple of the Ding Tian martial arts school, and so was Zhang Tai. According to the dying wishes of the Axe gang members, it appeared that Zhang Tai posed a threat too. Although Chen Anmo was unaware of the intricacies surrounding this matter, one thing was certain: the need to safeguard was imperative. Understood, he said. Li Ba, Ziqiang, I now entrust you with an important task. Chen Anmo spoke. Brother Mo, you may command us. The two men patted their chests in assurance. You are aware of the Ding Tian Martial Arts Academy, correct? I need you to keep an eye on a woman named Mo Langer. Upon hearing this, both Ziqiang and Li Ba widened their eyes in astonishment. Li Ba, visibly anxious, exclaimed, Brother Mo, that woman is not to be trifled with. Perhaps it would be wise to abandon this plan. Indeed, Brother Mo, although you have bested her, she remains the esteemed senior sister of the Ding Tian Academy. Ziqiang, appearing quite troubled, continued, if you are truly determined, my fiancée is also quite beautiful. I could offer her to you, provided you do not mistreat her. Ziqiang was lamenting his inability to find an opportunity to flatter Chen Anmo. Should Chen Anmo take an interest in his fiancée, it would undoubtedly yield benefits for him. In the future, he might even secure a position as a mid-level constable. Chen Anmo cast a peculiar glance at Ziqiang, surprised by the latter's unexpected generosity. However, he harbored no such penchant for married women. You two young men, what are you thinking? I have obtained a lead. The Crocodile gang may pose a threat to Mo Langer. Chen Anmo inquired, then why not simply speak to her directly? Li Ba replied with nonchalance, at present, I lack evidence. If I speak out without it, it could alarm her. That is a valid point. Very well. We shall keep a watch at the entrance of the Ding Tian Martial Arts School to observe the daily movements of that Mo Langer, Chen Anmo suggested. Li Ba nodded in agreement. If we execute this task well, I shall record a merit for you both. Now, go forth. I will assign others to patrol the streets. With that, Li Ba and Lu Ziqiang departed towards the Ding Tian Martial Arts School. As they walked, Li Ba muttered, Lu Ziqiang, we are brothers, are we not? Should you not consider me for your fiancée? I possess a gentle disposition. Get lost. In addition to arranging for Li Ba and Lu Ziqiang to monitor the area, Chen Amo discreetly inquired with Song Shuqing about Mo Lingo's residence and other pertinent details. It was revealed that Mo Lingo was not a local. She was said to be a disciple sent by an old friend of the master of the Ding Tian martial arts school. The master regarded Mo Lingo as his own, dedicating abundant resources to her training. Mo Lingo proved to be quite talented, excelling in the practice of crane fist. 3 days later, Chen Amo led Shen Xian to a street for a leisurely stroll. Ming Lingo resided on this very street. After 3 days of covert observation by Li Ba and El Ziqiang, they finally uncovered some peculiarities. Notably, there were unfamiliar faces lingering near Meng Linger's abode. Each time she ventured to the martial arts school, these strangers would fixate their gaze upon her. Consequently, Chen Amo decided to investigate this area. Unbeknownst to Shen Xian, Chen Amo was on a case. The two wandered along the street, stopping intermittently. Shen Xian was elated to be out and about again. The shops flanking the street were brimming with an array of enticing goods, leaving one utterly dazzled. How much for this candied hawthorn? Chen Amo observed a middle-aged man selling candied hawthorns. This man appeared robust and sturdy, with calloused hands that suggested he was a practitioner of martial arts. Yet, here he was, peddling candied hawthorns? Indeed, his demeanor was somewhat absent-minded as he brusquely stated, 5 for a skewer. Upon hearing this, Shen Xian frowned. Why are you arbitrarily inflating the price? The market price for candied hawthorns is merely 2 per skewer, at most 3. Why do you charge such an exorbitant amount? Shen Xian was not concerned about the cost. Rather, she despised the thought of being taken for a fool. The vendor, now visibly irritated, retorted, all right, fine. 2 it is. He thought to himself that his primary task was to follow Mo Linger, and that he should report immediately once she left the city. Thus he did not wish to waste time on trivial matters. Eventually, Shen Xian purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorns. She extended her tongue, licking the candy, and then took small bites. With a soft sound, she savored each morsel. Chen Amo was utterly mesmerized. Truly, she was a remarkable woman. Even while indulging in a candied hawthorn, a melodious sound emerged. Shen Xian noticed Chen Amo's unwavering gaze upon her. Instinctively, she touched her face and shyly inquired, "Is there something on my face? You look exquisite while enjoying the candied hawthorn. What is there to admire about eating? The way you savor it leaves me with lingering thoughts." Chen Amo smiled mysteriously. In an instant, Shen Xian realized what he meant, and her delicate face flushed crimson. "What are you saying? Really?" Shen Xian lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Amid their playful banter, Chen Amo cast a glance at the vendor selling candied hawthorn before departing. Bah! What a pair of lunatics! What's so delicious about candied hawthorn? The vendor muttered under his breath, watching Chen Amo's receding figure. At that moment, he noticed Mo Lingo emerging from the city. This woman was finally leaving the confines of the city. Mo Linger, wielding a long sword, strode towards the outer city. Although she had secured 4th place in the martial arts competition, she was far from pleased. The reason was simple. She believed she could have achieved a better ranking had she not been defeated by Chen Amo. In the end, my skills are lacking, she thought. Yet a fierce determination flickered in her eyes. Over the past few days, she had diligently practiced her techniques and reaped substantial benefits. Thus, she was prepared to embark on a journey to seek fierce beasts for training. Suddenly, she glanced behind her. Observing the dense throng of people, her slender brows furrowed. Something feels amiss. Recently, she had inexplicably sensed that someone was watching her. Having spent her childhood secluded within the depths of the palace, hidden away by her mother, she had interacted with fewer than 10 individuals before the age of 12. This isolation had fostered her sensitive nature, leading her to trust her instincts profoundly. Senior sister. At that moment, 3 disciples from the Ding Tian martial arts school approached, 2 men and 1 woman, who shared a good rapport with Mo Linger. She breathed a sigh of relief. "What brings you here?" One of the female disciples, named Yawan, smiled and replied, "Senior sister, our master is aware of your departure. He mentioned that you were injured during your battle with that Chen Amo fellow, so he instructed us to accompany you." Mo Lingo felt a sense of helplessness. She was well aware that her master had consistently dispatched disciples to keep a watchful eye on her. Although she understood that her master's intentions were rooted in protection, her identity was undeniably of utmost significance. Born into a royal lineage and possessing a unique bloodline, the revelation of her true nature could incite countless individuals to seek her demise. To safeguard her, her mother had concealed her from a young age, publicly declaring that she had faced complications during childbirth, resulting in a stillborn. Her mother bore immense burdens for her sake. As she matured, her mother ultimately entrusted her to her master's care, hoping to ensure her healthy development and mastery of martial arts. Despite the secluded nature of this place, her master was a figure of unwavering trust, as her mother had assured her. Even if the entire world and her father deceived her, her master would not. Acknowledging this goodwill, Mo Lingo could only nod in acceptance. I am heading to a mountain range for a hunt. It could be perilous, so you must be prepared, Mo Linger cautioned. Beside her, a junior named Duan Wunming chuckled. Sister, fret not. With the 4 strongest guardians of the Ding Tian Martial Arts Academy with us, even if we encounter a 6th-grade ferocious beast, we shall prevail. Thus, the 4 of them bantered merrily as they made their way outside the city. At that moment, in a shadowy corner of an alley, the burly man who had previously sold candied hawthorn to Chun Anmo observed the quartet with a cold expression as they departed. This Mo Lingo possesses an impressive level of vigilance. She nearly discovered us, he remarked. Shall we follow them? One of his subordinates suggested. Are you a fool? The burly man shot him a glare. Mo Linger practices crane fist, which is known for its acute awareness of surroundings. Such actions would only alert her. He commanded. Immediately send a message via carrier pigeon, instructing the second-in-command to release the 1,000-mile eagle to monitor their every move from the skies. Understood. Once the subordinate departed, the burly man left the area, contemplating, once I capture Mo Linger and present her to the leader, perhaps I too will reap some rewards. The boss hinted that this woman possesses extraordinary qualities. She could certainly enhance my cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, on the rooftop, Chun Anmo slowly peered out. The 1,000-mile eagle. Chun Anmo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the crocodile gang was formidable, having tamed a fierce beast such as the 1,000-mile eagle. Observing the direction in which the burly man departed, he glanced over at Mo Linger. He donned a human skin mask, which he had previously given to Shun Xian. However, on this outing, he required this disguise, temporarily putting Shun Xian in a predicament by leaving her confined at home. Subsequently, he hastened his steps toward Mo Linger. Chapter 37. Was it you who lured them here? The 4 great kings of the Ding Tian Martial Arts School were indeed extraordinary. With the mask on, Chun Anmo had already exited the city. Along the way, he observed the 4 individuals hastening toward their destination at an astonishing speed. Had his own strength been slightly weaker, he might have struggled to keep pace with them. He was quite distant from the 4, merely a speck to the naked eye. Moreover, due to his mastery of the seeking breath technique, which had reached perfection, he possessed the ability to conceal his presence. Thus, the 4 remained oblivious to him. To his surprise, the quartet ventured directly into a dense mountain forest. Clearly, their objective was to hunt ferocious beasts and hone their combat skills. After an entire day, the 4 had made a commendable catch, a young wild boar. Although Chun Anmo often returned from his excursions with bountiful spoils, this was attributed to his heightened perception of his surroundings. Ordinary martial artists often fared worse than hunters, as they struggled to locate prey, even if they did find it. Their inability to mask their own aura typically sent the quarry fleeing. Ferocious beasts were remarkably astute, possessing intelligence not to be underestimated. They could analyze an opponent's aura to gauge their strength and determine whether to engage. Mo Linger was evidently aware of this. Thus, her elation at capturing a wild boar on the first day was palpable. Senior sister, I know of an inn nearby. Shall we rest there? Duan Wenchao proposed. Mo Linger nodded. Yes, the sky is darkening. Let us go. We can roast this wild boar and share the feast. Oh, we can have roasted pork. Upon witnessing the group's return, Chun Anmo quietly began to retreat. A sense of puzzlement washed over him. If the crocodile gang had already deployed the 1,000-mile eagle to track Mo Linger and her companions, why had they yet to strike? He could only continue to wait, anticipating the crocodile gang's move so he could swoop in like a hidden bird. Just as Chun Anmo was mired in thought, a frown creased his brow. Alone. Ominous presence suddenly emerged behind him. This is bad. A ferocious beast has set its sights on me, due to his concealment of aura. The passing beast mistook Chun Anmo for an ordinary person. What emerged was a solitary scavenger wolf. As night was swiftly approaching, it intended to venture out in search of sustenance. To its astonishment, upon stepping out of its den, it beheld a human devoid of any martial aura. Today seemed to be a fortuitous day. The scavenger wolf's eyes narrowed in delight. It crouched low, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Chun Anmo. However, to its surprise, Chun Anmo turned to face it. The scavenger wolf emitted a low growl, attempting to intimidate Chun Anmo. Chun Anmo decisively drew his blade, a sigh escaping his lips. The commotion here had caught the attention of Mo Linger and her companions, who were now hastening towards him. Regardless of the circumstances, He resolved to deal with the carrion wolf first. Chun Anmo swiftly took action, and a formidable 9-section broadsword materialized in his hands, startling the carrion wolf. This individual possessed a remarkable sleight of hand. Before the creature could comprehend the situation, Chun Anmo raised his blade and delivered a powerful strike. The sword's aura sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Witnessing Chun Anmo's prowess, the carrion wolf felt a surge of despair, realizing that it was, in fact, the prey. Meanwhile, Mo Lingo keenly sensed that Chun Anmo had engaged in combat. There was another carrion wolf nearby, and this one radiated significant strength. Mo Lingo furrowed her brows, perplexed. It was indeed curious, too curious, because she had been vigilantly observing her surroundings and had not detected anyone lurking behind them. It was as if this person had materialized out of thin air. Could it be that they were being followed? Yaowan murmured, uncertain of the circumstances. But feeling compelled to investigate, the 4 individuals hastened towards Chun Anmo. Moments later, they arrived at his side, where he had already vanquished the carrion wolf. He let out a slight sigh, acknowledging that Mo Linger and her companions had indeed caught up. Brother, who are you, and why are you following us? Duan Wenchao inquired, narrowing his eyes and adopting a vigilant stance. The swiftness with which the man had dispatched the carrion wolf indicated his considerable strength, necessitating utmost caution. Chun Anmo did not turn back, stating, I merely passed by. Do you think we are fools? If you remain silent, be wary of my displeasure. Duan Wenchao deliberately attempted to intimidate. With your prowess, would I not be courting death by trailing you? I am truly here solely for hunting. Alas, fortune has not favored me, and all I have encountered are mere scavenging wolves. Chun Anmo shook his head. In any case, he would not admit anything. And these individuals could do nothing to him. Yaowan, what else do you wish to say? Yet, Mo Linga swiftly intervened. There is a situation. Around them. In the pitch-black jungle, a few dim lights suddenly appeared. These were the eyes of the carrion wolves, reflecting their glow in the darkness. There appeared to be at least a dozen. Hissing, Yaowan gasped in shock. Senior sister, this is bad. We are surrounded. Yaowan exclaimed anxiously. Duan Wenchao and another male disciple gritted their teeth and quickly positioned themselves back to back. This was truly unfortunate. How could there be so many carrion wolves? Suddenly, Mo Lingo shot an accusatory glare at Chun Anmo. Did you bring these carrion wolves here, you rascal? Chun Anmo, what is this woman thinking? If he possessed such abilities, he would not have been discovered by the carrion wolf just now. As Chun Anmo cast a disdainful glance for some reason, Mo Lingo felt that he bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. However, she could not recall who it was. At that moment, due to the waxen yellow mask he wore, Chun Anmo appeared utterly unremarkable, the type one would overlook in a crowd. Let us dispense with trivialities. I shall charge ahead. And you need only follow me as we break through. Chun Anmo spoke calmly. Mo Lingo raised an eyebrow. This Chun Anmo exuded an air of confidence. One must understand that even she would feel troubled when confronted by a dozen or so carrion wolves. This young man, so self-assured. What could possibly be the source of his courage? Senior sister, I believe he is merely putting on a show, Yaowan remarked dismissively, speculating. Perhaps he is trying to impress you because of your striking appearance. Chun Anmo suddenly turned to Yen Wan and exclaimed, My dear girl, refrain from speaking nonsense. Look, I was right, he is agitated, he is indeed agitated. Yen Wan pointed at Chun Anmo and declared. Chun Anmo could not help but roll her eyes. Is this what they mean by the mischief of the unattractive? At this moment, the scavenging wolves drew ever closer. They relied on their sheer numbers, which emboldened them to encircle this place. There was no time to waste on idle chatter. The pressing concern was to break free. Chun Anmo wielded his blade with determination, commanding, follow me. Although Mo Linger and Yaowan harbored doubts about Chun Anmo, they could not deny his formidable prowess. In a single stride, he sent 2 carrion wolves flying. Despite his eccentricities, they had no choice but to ally with him. Mo Linga swiftly assessed the situation, weighing the pros and cons. And the other 3 nodded in agreement. Chun Anmo had shown no hesitation in sharing his strength with them. As he forged ahead, a gap in the encircling wolves materialized. Mo Linga surged to the front, only to be confronted by a charging carrion wolf. With a fierce shout, she swung her longsword. Unexpectedly, the wolf reacted with remarkable speed, flipping over and lunging at her with its claws aimed at her heart. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as her clothing was shredded. However, to her astonishment, beneath her garments lay a resplendent layer that deflected the attack. Nevertheless, she was still pushed back 2 paces, rubbing her chest in shock. This wolf was undoubtedly the Wolf King, possessing immense strength. Sister, are you all right? Yao Wan rushed over, supporting Mo Lingo with concern. I'm fine. I just didn't react in time. That was the Wolf King, and it is incredibly powerful. As she spoke, the Wolf King vanished into the shadows, exhibiting an uncanny ability to launch surprise attacks. Duan Wenchao and another disciple named Li Xiang fought desperately to hold the rear. Chen Anmo could not help but turn his head, a frown creasing his brow. Were these four individuals truly moving so slowly? In fact, he had overestimated their capabilities, for his own strength had surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. Instinctively, he believed that having carved a path for them, they should surely be able to follow suit. To his astonishment, however, they remained ensnared. Brother, I implore your assistance. The proud and haughty Mo Lingo found herself in a position of desperation as she turned to Chen Anmo. If they were to delay any longer, her two junior disciples would likely be unable to escape. The ravenous scavenger wolves were far too numerous, and lurking in the shadows was the formidable Wolf King. Even she had narrowly evaded injury from this beast moments ago. If she was in such peril, her junior disciples were certainly in greater danger. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tense air. Yao Wan. Mo Lingo's delicate features paled as she realized that the Wolf King had unexpectedly attacked, leaving a deep gash across Yao Wan's back. Since arriving in this perilous place, Mo Linger and Yao Wan had formed a bond akin to that of sisters. They often shared whispers and secrets, even coordinating their trips to the restroom. Witnessing Yao Wan's injury made Mo Lingo's heart clench painfully. Brother, she urged Chen Anmo, unable to contain her anxiety. Chen Anmo has returned. Although he harbors a certain disdain for them, it must be acknowledged that they are not inherently malevolent individuals. He activated the Qian Kun step, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself beside Mo Linger. The Wolf King, noticing the arrival of a rescuer, was instantly filled with rage. It vanished into the shadows. Now is the moment. It leapt forth, charging at Chen Anmo. Elder brother, be careful, Mo Lingo exclaimed urgently. Chen Anmo swiftly turned his head, positioning the 9-ring broadsword before him. With a resounding thud, the blade plunged into the heart of the Wolf King. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chen Anmo lamented as the Wolf King let out a mournful howl, remaining motionless thereafter. The other scavenger wolves, witnessing this, displayed evident fear in their eyes. Soon, one of the scavenger wolves turned to flee, followed by another that led the retreat, prompting the remaining wolves to swiftly depart. In a matter of moments, only the lifeless bodies of 5 scavenger wolves remained. Senior sister, I do not wish to perish. The claws of the scavenger wolves are venomous. What shall we do? Yao Wan grasped Mo Linger's hand tightly, her pallid face etched with despair. Chapter 38. The Chivalrous and Righteous Brother Chen. What are we to do, senior sister? Li Xiang exclaimed anxiously. Mo Linger, equally distressed, was at a loss for what actions to take. Chen Anmo furrowed his brows. Do you not carry any antidote powder while venturing out for hunting? Chen Anmo inquired. Mo Linger replied, shall we take it? Chen Anmo shook his head. Well, truthfully, he had not understood at first either. It was only by accompanying Lu Qing and the others that he learned what to carry with him. Now, he was adequately prepared. In his possession were 2 vials of antidote powder, intended as a safeguard against the ravenous scavenger wolves. Due to their diet of decaying corpses, these creatures bore claws and teeth laced with potent venom. This venom, while not immediately lethal, inflicted excruciating suffering as it caused wounds to fester and rot. Without medicinal intervention, the afflicted would be forced to witness their own flesh decay and emit a foul stench, a torturous ordeal. Unexpectedly, he had not needed the antidote for himself, but it was now of use to another. He promptly produced the antidote powder and, after explaining its efficacy, he was met with a look of sheer gratitude from Yao Wan. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. I misunderstood you before, and I hope you can forgive me. Chen Anmo slightly nodded. I did not take it to heart. Focus on your recovery. The darkness falls, and the jungle harbors danger. We should depart now. With that, he approached the carcass of the carrion wolf lying on the ground and began to collect the remains. Ding. Touching the corpse grants 5 vitality points. Ding. Touching the corpse grants 6 vitality points. Ding. Overall, the quality of this batch of carrion wolves is evidently superior. It is no wonder that Mo Linger and the others found it so arduous to contend with them. Due to the inconvenience of carrying, he decided against taking the pelts of these carrion wolves. May I ask your esteemed name? Mo Lingo inquired with a respectful gesture after tending to Yao Wan's injuries. I am called Chen He, he replied. Chen Anmo casually remarked, Chen He? Mo Lingo nodded and said, Brother Chen, we are planning to rest at a nearby inn. Would you care to join us? Following Chen Anmo's recent act of heroism in saving them, the four individuals had come to regard him as a good person. Especially Yao Wan, whose eyes brimmed with gratitude. After all, had it not been for his antidote, it was said that if they had fallen prey to the carrion wolves, their skin would have gradually rotted away. Even if she survived, she would undoubtedly be transformed into a hideous being. The mere thought of it was terrifying. Chen Anmo remarked, "What a coincidence. I happen to be heading there as well, so let us go together." "Very well," sighed Mo Linger in relief. With an injured member in the group, any potential danger on the journey could indeed pose a significant problem. Fortunately, Chen Anmo had agreed to accompany them. "Brother Chen, what brings you to this place?" Yao Wan inquired gratefully during their travels. "I often venture out for hunting, and I happen to be here this time," he replied. Chen Anmo reiterated his previous response. "You are a hunter? But with your remarkable prowess, that seems unlikely," Mo Linger remarked oddly. The opponent's strength was evidently superior to hers. How could someone so formidable possibly be a hunter? "Well, to be precise, I am both hunting and honing my skills. As practitioners of martial arts, we can only progress further by continuously refining ourselves through battle." Chen Anmo's words illuminated the minds of the four young individuals, resonating with profound wisdom. Yao Wan gazed intently at Chen Anmo, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It was no wonder that Brother Chen was so formidable. It stemmed from his relentless self-discipline. Mo Linga sighed in reflection. Duan Wenchao and Li Xiang silently resolved to learn from Chen Anmo, understanding that only through continuous self-refinement in the crucible of combat could one attain such strength. As they made their way towards the inn, a hawk, measuring over 1/2 meter, hovered in the night sky, fixated upon them. Despite the darkness, the hawk could discern each individual's silhouette. On a nearby hill, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe opened his eyes, his thoughts sharpening. The prey had reached the inn. However, he furrowed his brow at the unexpected appearance of a stranger along the way. Yet, he dismissed the concern. He could eliminate any extraneous elements without hesitation. Mo Linger, gifted with a unique physique, would be a prize worth capturing. If he could secure her and cultivate her relentlessly, he would inevitably ascend to the 3rd tier of cultivation. A sinister cackle escaped the lips of the crocodile gang leader, Zhang Tai. Upon their arrival at the inn, the door swung open with a resounding bang as Chen Anmo and the four entered. "Innkeeper, please prepare 3 rooms for us," Mo Lingo called out. "And also, kindly roast this wild boar for us, discarding the entrails and head. We prefer the remaining parts to be crispy and slightly spicy." The innkeeper and his wife greeted them with cheerful smiles. The innkeeper shouted to the back, "Take the wild boar and have it roasted in the kitchen." "Certainly." 2 young attendants approached with grins, noting their guest preferences. The entrails and head could easily be left behind for their own consumption later. "Delightful." Chen Anmo and Mo Linger took their seats. Yao Wan initially intended to rest, but upon glancing at Chen Anmo, she chose to sit beside him and engaged in casual conversation. "Is there no one at this inn today?" Li Xiang inquired as he surveyed the surroundings. The proprietress smiled and replied, "There are a few guests, but at this late hour, they have all retired for the night." Chen Anmo perceived his surroundings. It was remarkably quiet here. In the rooms above, there were indeed some individuals resting. However, in one particular room, there were unexpectedly 8 people. "Brother Chen, where do you hail from?" asked Yao Wan. "If we ever venture out, could we possibly seek your company?" "Oh, I am here for training. I am not originally from this place. By the way, are you familiar with the crocodile gang?" Chen Anmo glanced at several individuals and inquired. The crocodile gang intended to target Mo Linger, and he wished to ascertain what she knew. "Indeed," Mo Linger responded. "The leader of the crocodile gang is a former disciple of our master, though he has since forsaken his teachings." Puzzled, she asked, "Why the sudden mention of this?" "Recently, the crocodile gang had obliterated the Axe gang, gaining considerable notoriety. Additionally, I have heard whispers linking the crocodile gang to a series of mysterious disappearances involving young women, which prompted me to wonder if you, being locals, might have any insight into the matter." Chen Anmo remarked, while Mo Linger furrowed her brow. "Brother Chen, what you speak of is indeed unknown to us. We are aware that the crocodile gang typically engages in nefarious activities, but we never anticipated that the case of the missing girl would be connected to them." Chen Anmo nodded. "Have you been informed about the recent cases of missing girls?" Both Mo Linger and Yao Wan shook their heads. However, the usually reticent Li Xiang lifted his gaze and said, "My family resides in the countryside, and I am aware of this matter." Chen Anmo gestured for him to continue. According to Li Xiang, in the past 2 years, the incidents of young girls going missing in certain villages have notably increased compared to previous years. This is particularly true following the recent downfall of the Axe Gang. There are rumors of collective disappearances among the families of some gang members, with speculation pointing towards the Crocodile Gang as the perpetrators. However, no tangible evidence supports this claim. Furthermore, given the long-standing enmity between the Axe Gang and the Crocodile Gang, even if it were indeed the Crocodile Gang's doing, the general consensus would merely interpret it as an act of vengeance. Li Xiang explained, "Brother Chun, why have you suddenly taken an interest in these matters?" Yao Wan inquired. Puzzled, Chen Anmo lightly tapped his fingers on the table, elucidating, "During my journey, I encountered a family whose daughter had gone missing, and I offered my assistance in investigating the matter. Unexpectedly, I unearthed some clues regarding the nefarious activities of the Crocodile Gang." A collective gasp resonated among the few at the table, astonished to discover that this seemingly unassuming Chen was imbued with such righteous valor. The sparkle in Yao Wan's eyes intensified. Just then, the waiter appeared, presenting a platter of fragrant roasted pork. The group began to indulge, relishing the roasted pig's leg and ribs that followed. Starved, they eagerly seized the succulent meat. "Chen, why aren't you eating?" Yao Wan noticed that Chen Anmo had not touched the food on the table, and she paused in surprise. "I refrain from partaking in others' provisions when I am out," he replied, rising from his seat. "Please, enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave for a moment." Observing that Chen Anmo truly abstained from the feast, the others exchanged glances. Well, it is evident that Chen is a man of the world, having traversed many places, and such caution is to be expected, Mo Lingo elucidated. Li Xiang and Duan Wenchao gazed at the spread before them, momentarily hesitant. Should they indulge? Would it seem as though they lacked the same prudence? Chen Anmo returned to the house, attuned to his surroundings. The residents of the nearby dwellings had already retired for the night. After enjoying their meal, Mulinger and the others had also returned to their respective rooms. 2 young women and 2 men occupied separate quarters. Alas, it was unexpected to find themselves lodging outdoors today. His elder sister-in-law was alone at home. He wondered if she felt frightened. It was already the latter half of the night. Chen Anmo found himself unable to sleep. He was uncertain whether following Mo Linger in this investigation was a prudent course of action. Surely, he could not single-handedly storm into the Crocodile Gang. Although he possessed considerable strength, charging into a throng of adversaries would surely be tantamount to seeking his own demise. As for reporting the case to He Guang, he shook his head in disapproval. That, too, seemed excessively perilous. Firstly, a group venturing into the Crocodile Gang would attract too much attention. By the time they arrived, the gang would have already relocated the captured girls. Such an approach would not only alert the enemy, but might also draw their focus onto him. What if they set his house ablaze in retaliation? He could not shake the memory of Zhang Fantian. A genius, before achieving maturity, is not yet a genius. Knock, knock. "Brother Chen, are you awake?" Just as Chen Anmo was about to close his eyes for a brief respite, a faint knock echoed through the air. It was the voice of Yao Wan. "Is there something you need?" Chen Anmo inquired. "I find myself unable to sleep and wish to ask you something." "You are unable to sleep and seek to question me?" Chen Anmo's expression was peculiar, yet he still proceeded to open the door. Upon seeing Yao Wan at the threshold, clad in a flimsy nightgown and radiating an alluring charm, he was momentarily taken aback. At such a late hour, could she possibly be seeking his company? Ever since he had rescued her, he had sensed a shift in the way she regarded him. Now, appearing so scantily clad under the moonlight, it was evident she sought to offer him warmth. Alas, he could hardly blame her. His charisma was simply overwhelming. Before he could voice his consent, Yao Wan stepped inside. How is your injury?" Chen Anmo effortlessly closed the door and inquired. "Thanks to your antidote powder, Brother Chun, my back's claw marks have already healed." Yao Wan twirled a strand of hair before her forehead with one hand, her incessant fidgeting revealing her scant attire, making it difficult for onlookers to suppress their wandering thoughts. Chapter 39. What are you so heated about? Chapter 39. What are you so heated about? At this late hour, I wonder what brings you here? Chen Anmo inquired, expressing her restlessness and desire to discuss matters of wanderlust. "You mentioned your experiences traversing the world. Might you share the tales of your journeys?" she implored. "I have long harbored a wish to explore the world myself. Brother Chen, could you perhaps guide me in this endeavor?" As she spoke, Yao Wan took the initiative to settle beside Chen Anmo's bed. "It is quite warm," she remarked, fanning the neckline of her garment repeatedly. "Warm, indeed?" Chen Anmo was at a loss for words. "What a ridiculous heat!" he exclaimed. "Is spring finally upon us?" "Indeed, Brother Chen. Do you not feel the sweltering heat?" She replied, "Feel my neck. It is drenched with sweat." Suddenly, Yao Wan seized Chen Amo's hand, guiding it to her neck. One must admit, Yao Wan possessed an exceptional understanding of the male psyche. Observing Chen Amo's serious demeanor brought her immense joy. Ever since he had rescued her, she found herself developing feelings for this seemingly ordinary man. However, it appeared that he scarcely noticed her. Therefore, taking advantage of the late-night stillness when everyone else was fast asleep, she decided to pay him a visit. To her surprise, she heard the sound of Chen Anmo moving about, instantly realizing he was still awake. Resolutely, she knocked on his door, confident in her decent family background. Yao Wan believed that despite not possessing the delicate beauty of Mo Linger, she was still quite attractive. She was certain that by being a bit more proactive, she could win Chen Anmo's heart. Of course, she had had a few past relationships, but those were inconsequential trifles, mere distractions. She considered herself to be a responsible woman, and once she returned to her family, she would be earnest and devoted. In her eyes, she was pure and unclaimed by anyone. It was truly sweltering. Yao Wan wiped the sweat from her brow and could not resist approaching the table to take a sip of tea. Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. It was evident that Yao Wan was not quite herself. Her entire face was flushed a deep crimson. Suddenly, he recalled the effects of the Hahuan powder. If she were indeed afflicted by its poison, such a reaction would ensue, causing a sensation of heat throughout the body, engorging the veins with vibrant color. However, since his arrival here, Chen Anmo had remained vigilant. From beginning to end, he had detected no anomalies. Thus, it could not possibly be the Hahuan powder, for he too would have been affected. You are unwell, Miss Yao. You have been poisoned. Please, try to remain calm. Yao Wan was not naive. She realized that her entire body felt numb, with a particularly intense pressure mounting within. She longed for a strong, assertive hand to alleviate her discomfort and bring her to submission. Meanwhile, she observed that although Chen Anmo's appearance was rather ordinary, his gaze possessed a certain spark. His sturdy chest radiated a sense of safety. She yearned for him, casting aside any thoughts of the poison. After all, what harm could come from this? A potential windfall. Coupled with a fleeting moment of ecstasy, why not indulge in such pleasures? But before she could take any action, Chen Anmo's hand struck down with force. Yao Wan let out a muffled sound before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chen Anmo's thoughts stirred, and he realized that something was amiss in the adjacent room. Li Xiang and Duan Wenchao were entangled in a rather scandalous display of affection. The scene was quite eye-watering. As for Mo Linger, she remained in a deep slumber. However, she soon began to toss and turn, kicking off her blanket in a sleepy haze. There was something amiss with the roasted meat. At that moment, Chen Anmo came to a startling realization. He never anticipated that requesting the innkeeper to prepare roasted pork would lead to such complications. Since he had not partaken in the meal, he remained unaffected, but the four of them had certainly borne the brunt of it. No wonder. This was not merely a case of the Hahuan powder. While it acted swiftly, it was notoriously difficult to procure. They had taken action. Chen Anmo sensed that someone from the opposite room had exited. Simultaneously, the innkeeper and his wife had made their way downstairs. You all, first eliminate those men. Spare the two women for the leader. The innkeeper and his wife swiftly tore off the masks they wore, revealing themselves to be impostors. The true innkeeper couple had already been slain. Indeed, it is the fourth master. A group soon arrived at the entrance of Chen Anmo's quarters. They discerned that he was the strongest among them, and having not eaten, he had not been poisoned. Therefore, they resolved to dispatch him with a flurry of blades. Boom. The door suddenly exploded open. Chen Anmo brandished the 9-loop broadsword, charging forth and striking down anyone in his path. The group was utterly unprepared for his onslaught. Soon, anguished cries echoed from the doorway, as members of the crocodile gang let out chilling screams. Arms and limbs flailed wildly. The innkeeper and his wife downstairs stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. How could this be? They had anticipated Chen Anmo's considerable strength and had sought to eliminate him beforehand. Yet, they had not foreseen the overwhelming ferocity of his combat prowess. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 men lay sprawled upon the ground. Chen Anmo looked down from a position of authority, gazing at the man and woman before him. What is the purpose of your leader in capturing women? Where have those women been taken? Chen Anmo inquired. Kill. The two individuals snorted coldly, one on the left and the other on the right. Soaring to the rooftop of the inn, the sounds of combat roused Mo Linger from her slumber. It was sweltering, unbearably hot. She instinctively touched her face, only to find it smeared with mud, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. However, this was not the time for embarrassment. The battle outside resonated fiercely. She swung her legs over the side of the bed. Where is Yao Wan? At that moment, An ominous premonition surged within her. Could it be that Yawan had encountered misfortune? With that thought, disregarding her unusual physical state, she promptly grasped the longsword beside her. Yet, just a few steps forward. Her legs weakened, and her body uncontrollably crumpled forward. At that moment, Chen Amo faced the dual assault with remarkable composure. The male opponent was of the 7th rank, while the female was at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. He was fully capable of subduing them. Suddenly, he seized an opportunity. Chasing wind, wild blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent gust of blade energy surged toward the couple across from him. Instantly, the wooden railings of the inn's 2nd floor splintered into fragments under the onslaught of the blade's aura. The woman, being the weaker of the two, found herself engulfed by the blade energy, leaving her body riddled with grotesque wounds. Damn it, who are you? How can you be so powerful? The woman exclaimed with agitation. The man took a deep breath, a bead of sweat trickling into the corner of his eye, causing it to twitch. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "Little brother, I see you are not a member of the Ding Tian martial arts school. How about this? Let us retreat a step. We shall offer you 500 silver taels. If you leave now, this matter will have nothing to do with you. In the future, you will be a good friend of our crocodile gang. What do you say?" Faced with defeat, he sought to negotiate. Chen Anmo nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, with a creak, the door swung open as Mulingo, who had struggled to her feet, entered the room. She had naturally overheard the conversation outside, and despair enveloped her heart. Is Brother Chen truly going to abandon them? Ah, you are awake. Chen Anmo turned sideways and glanced at the couple, saying, "The matter is entrusted to you." The couple's faces lit up with joy. "Thank you, brother." The man replied as he stepped forward. "Die, die, die." The three spoke in unison, launching their attack simultaneously. Chen Anmo wielded his blade with a sweeping motion, effortlessly severing the swords of the two adversaries. How could this be? The couple's faces were etched with despair. They had initially contemplated a surprise attack, yet they had not anticipated that this individual would possess such heightened vigilance. Chen Anmo curled his lips into a smirk, remarking, "It seems our thoughts are in perfect alignment." With that, he pressed on with his assault. As they found themselves devoid of weapons, Chen Anmo surged forward with unstoppable momentum. In no time, the woman was sent flying. The shopkeeper, in a panic, turned to flee, but was swiftly overtaken by Chen Anmo, who plunged his dagger into the man's back. Crocodile Gang. We of the Crocodile Gang shall not let you escape. Prepare to face our leader. The shopkeeper spat blood, glaring fiercely at Chen Anmo, still uttering threats. Chen Anmo swiftly dispatched her with a single strike. He then approached the woman, whose ribs had been shattered from a kick, yet she still clung to life. Regrettably, despair clouded her eyes as she glared at Chen Anmo with malice. "Kill me if you must," she spat, "but mark my words. Our leader will soon sweep through the 4th floor, leaving none of you alive." How formidable. Chen Anmo crouched down, the tip of the knife resting against her chest. "You now have two choices. First, reveal to me why Zhang Tai captures women and the purpose behind such actions. I shall grant you a swift end. Second, I may choose to torment you slowly. Of course, you may opt to remain silent, but I assure you, the agony may prove unbearable, even if you withstand it. I will take you to the Lord's mansion, where they will ensure your cooperation. I am confident they possess 100 methods to extract the truth from you." The woman raised an eyebrow, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately, under Chen Anmo's frigid gaze, she resigned herself to fate. "I will speak," she conceded. From her words, Chen Anmo discerned Zhang Tai's true intentions. This man was, in fact, affiliated with the Taiping sect. It appeared that the upper echelons of the Crocodile Gang were composed entirely of Taiping sect officials, and Zhang Tai served as a protector of the sect. His purpose here was to undermine the Taiping sect and expand its following, subsequently eliminating the city lord to install a new leader under the sect's control, thereby establishing a stronghold for Taiping sect in this location. This was, after all, a familiar tactic employed by the sect in various other regions. As for the Crocodile Gang's abduction of women, it was intrinsically linked to the cultivation methods practiced by Zhang Tai. Within the Taiping sect, he had acquired an advanced technique that involved the absorption of energy from women through intimate means. As his own powers grew, the women he required for this process needed to possess formidable abilities, otherwise, the results would be mediocre. Thus, he had set his sights on Mo Linger. Another factor was that Mo Lingo harbored a unique constitution, though, regrettably, the woman herself remained unaware of the special attributes she possessed. The situation had become clear. Chen Anmo swiftly ended the life of the woman. Thud. Mo Lingo could no longer support her own body and collapsed onto the ground. "Miss Mo, are you all right?" You just heard, they had spiked the roasted pork with a drug. You have all been affected by a substance known as spring poison. To be precise, it is not truly a poison. This drug is typically used for breeding sows, and now it has merely been administered to you. If you can endure it for a while, you will overcome this. Mo Linger felt increasingly unwell upon hearing this. Brother Chun, I can no longer move. Shall I assist you to your bed? Chen Amo spoke earnestly. As he approached, unexpectedly, Mo Lingo wrapped her arms around his leg. She gazed at his trousers, her eyes sparkling with delight, unable to restrain herself as she swallowed hard, appearing as if she found him utterly delectable. Chapter 40. Young boys must be cautious and protect themselves when outside. Chapter 40. Young boys must be cautious and protect themselves when outside. Something seems amiss. Chen Amo instinctively sensed that there was something peculiar about Mo Linger's gaze. It was as if she were admiring a delectable dish when she looked at his trousers. Allow me to assist you inside first. Chen Amo swiftly assisted Mo Lingo to her feet. However, as they reached the bedside, Mo Lingo began to explore him with her hands. How dare you ambush me? Oh dear, be mindful of the consequences. You are a respectable young lady. Chen Amo was rendered speechless. Although he harbored a dying wish, it originated from the Axe Gang. This group of Axe Gang members had likely captured a high-ranking official from the Crocodile Gang, thereby uncovering certain details about the gang leader. They discovered that the leader of the Crocodile Gang desired to capture Mo Linger for the purpose of dual cultivation. Consequently, the collective dying wish of these Axe Gang members was to engage in dual cultivation with Mo Linger. Initially, he believed that fulfilling this wish would be a daunting task. However, unexpectedly, fate seemed to align perfectly. After all, it was you who initiated this conversation. Chen Amo squinted his eyes. A young man must be vigilant in safeguarding himself when venturing outside. However, if one is unable to protect oneself, then perhaps one should strive to perform good deeds instead. Mo Linger, in a state of acute consciousness, had acted violently towards Chen Anmo. Yet, half an hour later, as reason gradually returned, she found herself in a state of shock. What have I done? I have actually pushed Brother Chen down. Although Brother Chen attempted to intervene and offer counsel, he was still overpowered by her. I am truly a beast. Mo Linger silently berated herself. In her eyes, Chen Anmo was quite an upright individual. He had rescued them on 2 occasions. Furthermore, he had taken the initiative to investigate the case of the missing girls. In this day and age, individuals of such virtue are as rare as finding a lantern in the dark. Well then, it's time to get dressed and see how they are faring. Chen Anmo rose and dressed. Mo Linger pouted, gazing at Chen Anmo. Although she sensed that a portion of the situation stemmed from her own actions, she would never admit it. After all, she was a woman. Could Brother Chen not push her away? Lost in thought, she began to feel a surge of anger. Miss Mo, you need not overthink. I shall not hold you accountable. I will not intrude upon your future life. I understand that your actions were unintentional. I shall consider myself as having been bullied by a dog. In the future, find yourself a decent man to marry. And let this all be treated as a mere dream. A decent man? Has a decent man offended you? Chen Anmo's words left Mo Linger momentarily bewildered, quickly followed by a surge of anger. Was this a jest? It seemed as though he had suffered a significant loss. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a rustling sound emerged nearby. Brother Chen, my head is spinning. Did you give me something stimulating? Yawan's voice echoed. She could only recall the events leading up to her fainting, remembering that she had been with Chen Anmo before losing consciousness. Mo Linger shot a glare at Chen Anmo and whispered, I hope you keep our matters confidential, otherwise. Initially, she intended to utter a few sharp words, but recognizing that she was no match for Chen Anmo, she refrained. Or else, you'll regret it. With that, she exited the room. Yawan, how are you? Oh, Brother Chen, what are you doing here with my senior sister? What on earth happened outside? At that moment, Yawan noticed the ground littered with corpses. Simultaneously, Li Xiang and Duan Wenchao stumbled out of the adjacent room. Although they had been affected by the drugs earlier, they had fallen from the bed, their bodies limp, and had knocked their heads, causing them to lose consciousness instantly. Mo Lingo approached, instinctively rubbing her legs together before clarifying the situation. What? These individuals are from the Crocodile Gang, and the Crocodile Gang is actually a faction of the Taiping sect. The 3 of them widened their eyes in disbelief, clearly unable to fathom the reality of the situation. Senior sister, have you been poisoned too? How did you detoxify? Yawan inquired curiously. She had personally experienced this poison and knew that had she not fainted, she would have been unable to withstand such a sensation. Thus, she was exceedingly intrigued by how her senior sister had endured it. Chen Amo also turned his gaze towards Imo Linger. Imo Lingo blushed and hurriedly said, at that time, I fainted, didn't I, Brother Chen? Chen Amo nodded. I knocked him out. Thanks to your presence, Brother Chen, you have saved us once more, said Yawan with a complex expression. Li Xiang and Duan Wenchao also wore looks of deep reflection. Had it not been for Brother Chen, it is likely that each of them would have met their demise at the hands of the crocodile gang. Duan Wenchao kicked a corpse on the ground in frustration, exclaiming, however, the crocodile gang's collusion with the Taiping sect must be eradicated. Time is of the essence. We should return and report to the city lord's residence, suggested Imo Linger. If it were merely a conflict between ordinary gangs, the city lord's residence would not intervene, as such occurrences are far too common. However, when it involves the Taiping sect, the city lord's residence cannot remain indifferent. The Taiping sect openly incites rebellion and practices malevolent arts, having committed numerous atrocities against cities and villages. Crucially, in every locale, the city lord is among their targets. Thus, whether for self-preservation or to uphold the authority of the court, the city lord would actively seek to eliminate the Taiping sect. While they conversed, Chen Amo glanced at the rewards he had just acquired. He had achieved a dual cultivation with Imo Linger completed. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. He then proceeded to touch the corpses one by one. Ding. Touching the corpse awarded 120 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching the corpse awarded 100 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching the corpse awarded 30 days of cultivation. Ding. Unfortunately, these individuals had no significant legacies to offer. After gathering their belongings, the group lit lanterns and began their journey back. By dawn, they finally arrived at the entrance of Silu town. You may enter the city. I shall not accompany you further. Chen Amo halted his steps and spoke. Yawan was taken aback. Brother Chen, do you not wish to enter the city? If you have no place to stay, you are welcome to my home. Yawan said eagerly. Imo Lingo opened her mouth and added, after all, you have saved us all. Should we not extend our hospitality to you? Chen Amo shook his head, stating, I shall not go. I have other matters to attend to. When you meet the city lord, please convey the situation. At that time, you may seek assistance from the crocodile. Having said this, he offered a slight bow and took his leave. He turned and walked away. Yawan let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Imo Lingo couldn't help but recall the wild scene from the previous night. She had always held a disdainful view towards matters of romance. In her correspondence with her mother, she had repeatedly expressed her singular focus on cultivation. Despite the numerous talented youths who pursued her, she had dismissed them all. However, following last night, her perspective had undergone a subtle transformation. As Chen Amo returned home, the sun had already risen high in the sky. However, he found it peculiar that, at such an hour, his sister-in-law had yet to awaken. Approaching the entrance of the cellar, he focused his thoughts and keenly discerned the faint sound of Shenxian's breathing. It appeared she was still asleep. To mention, he too had spent a sleepless night and was quite fatigued. Thus, he swiftly drew water from the well and washed up briefly, ensuring to cleanse himself of the lingering sin of blood and grime. Afterwards, he approached the cellar entrance, quietly opening the door and stepping inside. Who is it? Shenxian, ever perceptive, quickly sat up. However, upon seeing Chen Anmo, her delicate face flushed slightly, and she promptly retreated back under the covers. Xiaomo, you're back. I just heard a noise and nearly startled myself to death. Chen Anmo smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you have done nothing to feel guilty about, so why the fear? Are you worried about thieves invading our home? Rest assured, our cellar is well concealed. No one is aware of its existence here. As he spoke, Chen Anmo removed his coat, feeling the fatigue of a night spent journeying. Chen Anmo sighed softly and gently pulled Shenxian closer. Understanding his gesture, Shenxian lifted her head, resting it on Chen Anmo's arm, which instilled in her a profound sense of safety. What transpired last night? Was it dangerous? Shenxian inquired. Chen Anmo chuckled and said, we'll discuss that later. Let's focus on the task at hand. Soon, Shenxian's cheeks had turned a deep shade of crimson. Chen Anmo embraced her, recounting the perilous events that had transpired. The audacity of the crocodile gang was utterly reprehensible, with several men colluding with the Taiping sect. In the Grand DL dynasty, any reasonable individual harbored a profound disdain for the Taiping sect. Nevertheless, the crocodile gang was about to face dire consequences. Within the Lord's manor, Lord Wang Jiao was instructing his son, Wang Zhan, in the martial arts. At that moment, a soldier entered to report, My lord, the Ling Tian Martial Arts Academy seeks an audience with Zhao Wu, bringing along a host of disciples. Wang Jiao expressed his displeasure. What business does he have here? The master of Zhao Wu's academy claimed that his disciples had detected traces of the Taiping sect's nefarious individuals and suspected a conspiracy against you. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhou promptly commanded, "Let them proceed to the council hall." Yes. In merely an hour, Wang Zhou personally led 1,000 city guards towards the outskirts of the city. Following the city guards were numerous martial arts academies, with many masters taking the field themselves. Such a grand display naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. Where is the Lord heading? I have no idea. Don't you know? The Lord's manor has uncovered a significant matter. The members of the Crocodile Gang are affiliated with the Taiping sect. Now, the Lord is leading the troops to eradicate the Crocodile Gang. Hiss. The Crocodile Gang is actually associated with the Taiping sect. Inside the room, Chen Anmo was still entangled with Shen Xian when he was startled by a loud knocking on the door. He quickly dressed and stepped outside to open the door. Standing there were Li Ba and Lu Ziqiang. "What brings you here in such a hurry?" Chen Anmo inquired. "Mo go, please tidy up. The Lord of the city has issued a command. There is a significant matter at hand." Chapter 41. Extermination of the Crocodile Gang, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. Upon hearing Li Ba's explanation, Chen Anmo was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated the decisive action taken by Lord Wang Zhou, who had directly ordered the eradication of the Crocodile Gang. In addition to the troops from the city lord's manor and the county magistrate's men, even individuals from various martial arts academies were summoned to join the effort against the Crocodile Gang. It was evident that all capable forces within the city were to participate. Should one choose not to engage, they would be perceived as having ties to the Taiping sect. Furthermore, this presented a splendid opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. "Where is my master?" "Who is currently with the Feiwu Martial Arts Academy?" Chen Anmo inquired. "They have also set out. I have seen your senior sister Lu Feng, senior brother Song Shuqing, and Yoli, all of whom have departed the city." "Very well, I understand. I shall retrieve my belongings. Please wait for me at the entrance for a moment." Chen Anmo returned to the house, seized a large blade, donned his garments, and took along some provisions. Finally, he descended to the cellar and reassured Shen Xian, saying, "There is nothing amiss here. You need not worry." Chen Anmo let out a sigh, unable to believe that he was already required to venture out again after just returning home. "Elder sister-in-law, I shall return shortly," he said as he departed from his residence. Outside the city, a sweeping glance revealed that, including the personnel from the Lord's mansion, there were approximately 1,500 individuals gathered here. Chen Anmo felt an eager anticipation for this outing. The Crocodile Gang boasted more than 500 members, and the thought of the ensuing conflict raised concerns about the potential casualties. This endeavor promised substantial gains, and it would also serve to fulfill the unfulfilled wishes of the Axe Gang members. However, it was crucial to remember that the higher-ups of the Crocodile Gang were indeed practitioners of the Taiping sect, possessing various esoteric techniques. Thus, caution was paramount. Host, Chen Anmo Realm, early stage of rank 7 quick blade techniques, perfection, blade light and sword shadow. Continuous blade aura technique, tiger might body technique, perfection, the strength of 9 bulls and 10 tigers. Technique, dragon claw hand, minor achievement, technique, Qian Kuan step, major achievement, treading on snow without leaving a trace technique. Breath-seeking technique, perfection, tracking and concealment technique. Wind chasing blade technique, perfection. Blade aura becomes the wind available cultivation time. 13 years available vitality. 28 as he walked. He took a moment to glance at his current attributes. With so many people present, the scene would undoubtedly be chaotic. There would be numerous skilled fighters, and he could not afford to be careless. Therefore, he resolved to prioritize his self-preservation. With this thought in mind, Chen Anmo decided to enhance his Qian Kuan step first. In the event he encountered a formidable opponent, escaping would suffice if he could not defeat them. Deducting 2 years of cultivation, he practiced the Qian Kuan step, which saw significant improvement. After subtracting 3 years of cultivation, he finally perfected the Qian Kuan step. Technique, Qian Kuan step perfection, tracking and concealment. After deducting 3 years of cultivation, with full exertion, his body transformed into an afterimage, moving with astonishing speed. Deducting 5 years of cultivation, the Qian Kuan step reached the master level. With a single motion, he moved like the wind in clouds. Technique, Qian Kuan step, master, tracking and concealment. Moving like the wind in clouds. Such a powerful Qian Kuan step. Chen Anmo took a deep breath, having finally mastered the Qian Kuan step at a grandmaster level. To his astonishment, this ability had manifested as wind and cloud. In other words, if he fully harnessed the Qian Kuan step, His speed could rival that of the wind. What a remarkable feat this was. With such a technique, even amidst a sea of adversaries, I could depart with ease. Junior brother Chen, over here, come. At that moment, not far away, Lu Fang was waving to Chen Anmo from the Flying Martial Arts Hall. Senior sister, senior brother. Chen Anmo approached to greet. Beside him, Lu Zhengfei nodded at Chen Anmo, saying, as far as I know, this assault on the crocodile gang carries considerable risks, so everyone must exercise caution. There is no need to rush to the forefront. Safeguarding oneself is of paramount importance. Understood, master, the disciples replied in unison. This time, Lu Zhengfei had brought along 10 disciples. The cream of the crop within the martial arts school. Naturally, he wished to shield his disciples from harm. Fang, stay close to me. Otherwise, I shall never take you out again, Lu Zhengfei admonished sternly. Got it, Dad, Lu Fang replied, sticking out her tongue. For Lu Zhengfei had initially prohibited her from accompanying him. Yet, she was resolute in her desire to join. Ammo, be sure to stick with Song Shuqing. Support one another should any trouble arise. Lu Zhengfei further cautioned Chen Ammo. Understood, master. Everyone, remember, this is no ordinary gang. You are up against the demons of the Taiping sect. These demons practice nefarious sorcery and should not be underestimated. Especially do not be deceived by appearances. Some may seem to possess little skill, yet their dark arts are exceedingly malevolent. Do not let your guard down. The group had already commenced their journey. Oh, they are also going, came a voice from the crowd. Chen Ammo noticed Yawan and Imo Lingo along with her group. Coincidentally, the owner of the Ling Tian martial arts school, Zhao Wu, arrived with his 8 disciples. Zhao, I was just about to inquire about how your disciples discovered the whereabouts of the Taiping sect's demons, Lu Zhengfei inquired. It was my disciples who made the discovery. Zhao Wu replied, his gaze shifting towards Imo Linger. She nodded and willingly recounted the events. So, it seems you owe much to a person named Chen He. Lu Zhengfei remarked. Indeed, he is truly a gallant hero. Yawan could not help but commend. Duan Wenchao and Li Xiang also nodded in agreement. Enthusiastically discussing the prowess of brother Chen He, he single-handedly subdued all those individuals. Duan Wenchao exclaimed, wistfully expressing, I wish I could meet him. Alas, I have not had that opportunity, and I wonder if I shall ever encounter him again. Chen Anmo listened with a twitch at the corner of his eye, feeling somewhat awkward. As Mellinger spoke, she glanced around at Lu Zhengfei's back. Chen Anmo had once defeated her. Therefore, Imo Linger unconsciously stole several glances at Chen Anmo. She suddenly noticed that his physique bore a resemblance to that of brother Chen He, particularly in his gaze. Yet, she did not entertain the notion that the two might be the same person. After approximately half a day, a contingent of over 1,000 individuals arrived at a small town. Adjacent to the town was a fortress, which served as the headquarters of the crocodile gang. The town lord had hastily decided to strike, and due to the brief preparation time, it was only when the troops encircled the fortress that some members of the crocodile gang began to react. Listen, those inside. Your leader, along with the 2nd and 3rd commanders, are agents of the Taiping sect. The evidence is irrefutable. Surrender immediately, remove your garments, and lay down your weapons. We shall overlook past grievances. Otherwise, you shall be treated as enemies of the Taiping sect and dealt with accordingly. Wang Jiu proclaimed, seated atop a towering unicorn steed. Upon hearing this, chaos erupted within the fortress. In truth, most members of the crocodile gang were oblivious to the fact that their leader was associated with the Taiping sect. Consequently, a considerable number found themselves in a state of utter confusion. At the top of the fortress, Zhang Tai and a group of high-ranking subordinates wore expressions of grave concern. They had never anticipated Wang Jiu's swiftness in action. It was likely that the failure of the uncouple the previous night had led to a leak of information, prompting Wang Jiu's assault. Those inept fools have proven to be more of a hindrance than a help, Zhang Tai remarked coldly. What shall we do next, my lord? Inquired a strikingly beautiful woman. Those present were all members of the Taiping sect and fully aware of the dire consequences if captured by the imperial court, thus they were all exceedingly anxious. What is there to be anxious about? I have already anticipated today's situation, which is why I fortified this place with iron walls. It will not be easy for them to breach it, Zhang Tai snorted dismissively, rising to his feet with his hands clasped behind his back. Of course, we shall not sit idly by. We will hold out until evening, and then we shall break through and fight our way out. Yes, boss. Now, you must lead your subordinates to defend the fortress. Anyone who dares to open the gates shall be executed without exception. Understood. The individuals outside waited for a time equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense. Suddenly, a series of anguished cries emanated from within. Some gang members leaped from the fortress walls in a desperate bid for escape. However, they barely made it a few steps before being pierced to the ground by arrows shot from the ramparts. Though many lives were lost, a significant number of gang members fought valiantly to flee. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers understood. It appeared that the crocodile gang was determined to hold their ground to the bitter end. Wang Jiu snorted coldly. Chen Anmo gazed at the distant corpses, swallowing hard. Such valuable treasures indeed. Another opportunity to gather a plethora of bodies. Before long, over 100 individuals rushed to Wang Jiu, kneeling upon the ground. "My lord, we know nothing. We beseech your mercy." A man sporting a twirled mustache repeatedly bowed his head. Wang Jiu, looking down with a stern expression, inquired, "What is the situation within?" "The disciples of the Taiping sect have gone mad, commanding us to guard the stronghold. When we refused, they slaughtered us. Fortunately, we managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, our brethren would have perished inside," the mustachioed man quickly explained. "What is the number of people involved?" "Approximately over 500. Among them, more than 100 appear to be disciples of the Taiping sect. They administered poison to those who disobeyed, withholding the antidote. Which is why we fled so quickly." Wang Jiu furrowed his brow. "To think there are still over 500. It seems we must charge in. You lot will accompany us into battle, guiding our way, and in return, we shall overlook your transgressions." Wang Jiu addressed the members of the crocodile gang. "Yes, my lord," they replied in unison. Wang Jiu then turned to his soldiers behind him, each one a seasoned warrior clad in robust black armor, wielding long spears. Each soldier's aura reached the 9th rank. Although individually they may be weaker, it is crucial to note that their strength lies in their combined tactics. Forming groups of 3 or more. Even a 7th or 6th rank opponent would suffer greatly when encircled by these soldiers. Wang Jiu felt immense satisfaction with his team. Finally, his gaze settled upon a man with a bushy beard. "Xiao Ming, you shall lead the vanguard. Are you capable of capturing the crocodile gang stronghold?" The bearded man dismounted and knelt, declaring, "This subordinate is confident in seizing the stronghold." "Good. Take your 300 men." "Understood." The bearded man rose, bellowing to his comrades. "The first to scale the walls shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Charge! Charge! Charge!" A throng of warriors surged forth. Chapter 42. Could they have discovered his true identity? Under Chao Ming's leadership, the 300 men rushed forth like a pack of wolves, shields raised. In the midst of the formation stood a massive log, carried by 20 strong men, prepared to breach the stronghold. Whoosh! Arrows whizzed towards them. However, the inhabitants atop the stronghold were merely a ragtag assemblage of thugs. Despite their possession of arrows, their aim was lamentable. Not only did they fail to strike any of the men, but they scarcely managed to hit the shields of the black-armored soldiers. Chinamo inwardly gasped in astonishment. This is the might of the military. Although these soldiers are merely 9th-tier warriors, they surpass their counterparts in the outside world by a significant margin. The key lies in their impeccable order and formidable presence, clearly a testament to their rigorous training. Meanwhile, the city lord Wang Jiu cast his gaze upon several martial arts school heads and leaders of prominent families. After a round of mobilization, this group of conscripted reinforcements was also ready to take action. The members of Fei Wu Martial Arts School listened intently as they were commanded, advanced toward the city fortifications. Lu Zhenfei, with a stern expression, turned and led the charge, shouting, "Attack!" Chinamo also followed closely behind. Simultaneously, others from the martial arts school trailed in pursuit. At this moment, the soldiers led by Chao Ming had commenced their assault on the city gates. A massive log, propelled by 30 soldiers, relentlessly battered the great door. Boom, boom, boom. The enormous wooden gate had begun to crack, revealing a narrow fissure. However, from above the city walls, oil was swiftly poured down. Boom. A fierce blaze ignited below. The ranks of black-armored soldiers were thrown into disarray, cries of agony echoing. Many could not withstand the scalding oil and fled in all directions. Yet, the black-armored soldiers behind continued their advance. The disciples of the martial arts school surged toward the base of the city walls. Some leaped, scaling the fortifications. Nevertheless, the top of the walls was not without its formidable defenders. Dozens of cultists from the Taiping sect had long awaited their arrival. "Do they truly think we are easy prey?" called out a strikingly beautiful woman, her eyes partially narrowed. With a flick of her wrist, a row of flying needles materialized in her palm. "Experience the sting of my lethal needles." she commanded, her voice laced with menace. The three martial artists who had just leaped up were caught off guard, each struck in the chest. Clutching their wounds, they fell from the city walls, unwilling to accept their fate. "Beware of the Taiping sect's lethal needles," shouted Xiao Meng from below. "Advance!" The elite fighters beside Xiao Meng finally sprang into action. Two masked giants, treading upon the heads of several soldiers, bounded onto the city gates, surging up the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lethal needles shot forth. But the two masked men unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, effortlessly deflecting the deadly projectiles. With swift movements, wielding short blades, they sliced through the advancing foes as though they were mere vegetables. The chaos on the battlements escalated with their interference. Soon, the city gates were breached. Throughout this tumult, Chen Anmo and Song Shuqing had been lingering idly. Whenever arrows rained down from above, Chen Anmo would unleash his sword energy, careful to conceal his distinctive blade from Mo Linger. Presently, he wielded a standard capture officer's knife. While engaging in combat, Chen Anmo touched the corpses strewn about the ground. Ding. Touching the corpse, reward of 20 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching the corpse, reward of 10 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching the corpse. The city gates have opened. "Charge in," shouted a martial arts master. Onward. The disciples behind him followed a throng of black-armored soldiers, surging forward. Yet, a sudden chorus of agonized screams erupted from beyond the door. The individuals who had rushed and previously stumbled back, faces covered in terror. It was the noxious miasma, the venomous fumes of the Taiping sect. "Cover your mouth and nose. Wait for the poison to disperse," someone shouted. Instantly, those in the rear hesitated, retreating in haste. The stench of the toxic vapors was overwhelming. Once it tainted the mouth, nose, or eyes, not only did it render breathing arduous, but it could also lead to blindness. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Jingfei, Zhao Wu, and 4 other masters of martial arts united their strength. They channeled their formidable energy, propelling the noxious fumes back toward their source. Soon, the anguished cries of the crocodile gang echoed in response. "Charge in," Lu Jingfei bellowed. "Qin Shidi, everyone has entered." "We should follow suit," Song Shuqing suggested, feeling a twinge of embarrassment after having lingered idly. Chen Anmo nodded. "All right, senior brother, let us proceed." Soon, the two of them charged in alongside the main force. At that moment, a still quivering member of the crocodile gang struggled to rise from the ground, lunging menacingly towards Chen Anmo. With a resounding clash, the blade struck Chen Anmo's back, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. This left the crocodile gang member momentarily stunned. Instinctively gazing at Chen Anmo, Chen Anmo swiftly struck back with a blade, dispatching him on the spot. The ground here was littered with numerous corpses. Chen Anmo licked his lips, and with a swift movement, executed the Qian Kuan step to approach the corpses nearby. After a brief moment, he triggered the collective dying wish of the fallen soldiers. Wish 1. Breach the city gate and eliminate the 2 protectors of the gate from the Taiping sect, namely the deadly 13 sisters and the venomous Luurge. Reward: Earth-level mid-grade blade, the Crimson Flame Blade. Chen Anmo's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of a reward, a mid-grade Earth-tier broadsword. Presently, the 2 most formidable defenders of the crocodile gang are the 13th Lady and Brother Lu. Both are esteemed protectors within the Taiping sect and are notorious figures in the Imperial Wanted list. Gazing upwards, he observed these 2 engaged in combat atop a distant platform with 3 masters of martial arts schools. Although their cultivation levels may not match those of the martial arts masters, they cunningly employ various underhanded tactics. Consequently, 2 of the martial arts masters fell victim to their schemes, succumbing to lethal toxins. They are indeed powerful adversaries, best approached with caution rather than direct confrontation. Chen Anmo furrowed his brows. Very well, he decided to continue collecting corpses, prioritizing the enhancement of his strength. Chen Anmo, why do you and your senior brother always hide at the back? Just as Chen Anmo resumed his task, a chilling voice pierced the air. It was who noticed him lingering behind, avoiding combat, merely leaping amidst the heaps of corpses. This left her utterly speechless. Having been defeated by Chen Anmo previously, she instinctively paid him more attention, eager to witness his true performance in battle. To her dismay, what she observed was far from impressive. Quite frankly, his display left her profoundly disappointed. Chen Anmo was momentarily taken aback. What could it be that Mo Linga was fixated on him for? Could she have uncovered his true identity? However, upon observing the gaze in Mo Linger's eyes, he realized he had misunderstood. Chen Anmo, could it be that you are afraid? Thus, taking refuge at the back? Mo Lingo inquired. You are mistaken. My position at the rear is merely to conserve my strength. Those 2 minions of the Taiping sect will be handled by the guild masters. Once they are dealt with, we shall charge into the city stronghold. And I fear there will be a fierce battle ahead. Chen Amo elucidated, your recent performance has left me incredulous. Mo Linga furrowed her brow. Believe what you will. At that moment, on the high platform, Lu Jingfei had already slain the 13th daughter. Lu Urge, the poison gold water, was engulfed in fury. 13th sister. Lu Jingfei, you old wretch. I shall make you pay. His wrath was palpable as he charged at Lu Jingfei, a noxious miasma emanating from him and spreading uncontrollably. This is bad. It's his innate poison gas. Retreat swiftly. Lu Jingfei was not foolish enough to confront him head-on. After all, such a frenzied state would only last a brief while, after which this man would succumb to extreme weakness. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Urge surged onto the battlefield. His gaze fixed on Lu Fang. Lu Jingfei, you vile murderer of my 13th sister. I shall take your daughter's life in return. 1 life for another. Ha ha. His maniacal laughter was deafening. Lu Jingfei's expression shifted. This is dire. He intends to harm Fang Fang. Fang Fang, retreat at once. Lu Fang, equally alarmed, exclaimed, This man is coming. She hastily withdrew, but Lu Urge was swifter. A swirling black mist followed in his wake. This is catastrophic. Lu Fang's life is in jeopardy. Sister, be cautious. The disciples of the Zhengfei martial arts school cried out in alarm. Mo Lingo cast a worried glance at Chen Amo, her brow knitted. This is grave. Your senior sister is doomed. She had shared a few encounters with Lu Fang and held her in high regard, perceiving her as a person of great integrity. Alas, beauty oft meets an untimely fate. Just as everyone believed Lu Fang was doomed, Chen Amo activated the Qian Kuan step. The Qian Kuan step, silent as snow, swift as the wind. In a flash, he seized Lu Fang, tucking her securely under his arm as if she were a large inflatable doll, and swiftly departed. His speed was astonishing, leaving Lu Urge in a state of disbelief. How is this possible? Such speed is truly terrifying. Soon, under Chen Amo's protection, Lu Fang was delivered to the heights of the city fortress. A throng of Taiping sect followers charged at Chen Amo, yet their prowess was notably lacking. Chen Amo's blade struck with the swiftness of lightning, dispatching dozens in rapid succession. The remaining onlookers were paralyzed with fear, too terrified to approach. Junior brother Chen, you saved me. Your speed is astonishing. Lu Fang exclaimed, her eyes fixated on Chen Amo, unable to blink. The scene that had just unfolded left her breathless. As she had believed her demise was inevitable. To her astonishment, Chen Amo's velocity was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, he had whisked her away from peril. For a fleeting moment, her eyes sparkled with wonder. Senior sister, be cautious. Chen Amo inhaled deeply. When the Qian Kuan step operates at its zenith, it proves to be remarkably effective. However, it is not without its drawbacks. The primary disadvantage lies in its substantial energy consumption, particularly when accompanied by another individual. Lu Fang turned around, her long sword slashing at the approaching cultists. As for Lu Urge, he was already at the end of his rope. He was shot from a distance by the arriving Chao Meng, pinned against the stone wall behind him. Behold my venomous miasma. Everyone here shall perish. Lu Urge cried out in desperation. With a mighty roar, a plume of black mist surged forth from his long sleeves, sweeping towards the crowd like swarming insects. Boom. In the next instant, he detonated himself. Chapter 43. This is a heartfelt tale. Ding. Breach the gates of the stronghold. Eliminate Shi Sen Yang and Lu Urge. Completed. Reward. Earth-grade medium quality blade. Qian blade. Upon seeing this reward, Chen Amo felt a surge of exhilaration within him. He then smiled. An earth-grade weapon. Such a weapon is likely scarce even in the entirety of the 4th floor town. This clearly indicates the immense value of this blade. What is even more commendable is that this blade possesses a fire attribute. Each strike carries with it a searing flame. As the enemies at the entrance of the stronghold were vanquished, the team continued to advance. Some members of the crocodile gang surrendered outright, while many others began to retreat. Where is your leader, Zhang Tai? Chao Meng inquired, seizing a person at random. He and the 2nd and 3rd captains are in the main hall. We know nothing beyond that. Chao Meng casually tossed the individual aside and shouted, pursue the remnants of the crocodile gang. The demons of the Taiping sect must perish. Kill. What followed was a brutal urban warfare. Numerous Taiping sect demons concealed themselves in various corners, launching ambushes on those who ventured in. However, the previously attacking team received a momentary respite. Now it was the turn of the city Lord Wang Zhou's subordinates to advance. This group, having remained idle until now, surged forward with great momentum, advancing step by step in groups of 3. Meanwhile, Chen Anmo and his companions rested in place. Fang, are you all right? Lu Zhenfei, having completed his tasks, quickly approached Lu Fang. Father, I am fine. Lu Fang replied with a sweet smile, her gaze turning to Chen Anmo. I owe it all to Brother Chen. No worries, senior sister, it is my duty, Chen Anmo responded modestly. Lu Zhenfei nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Mo, your cultivation of this step technique is quite impressive. It is something I acquired from a street vendor. I felt it was good, so I practiced it a bit. Indeed, Lu Guanzhu, your newly accepted disciple, is quite remarkable. Zhao Wu and several other masters approached with cheerful smiles. They had all witnessed the recent incident and initially believed that Lu Zhenfei, that old fellow, would be sending a white-haired person to accompany a black-haired one. Unexpectedly, he was rescued by one of his proud disciples. Lu Zhenfei smiled and remarked, naturally, my discernment is not without merit. Amidst their banter, Mo Lingo approached Chen Anmo's side. Your speed is indeed impressive. It reminds me of someone. Mo Linger mused, stroking her chin. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Chen He, the one who had saved her, and with whom she had shared an intimate moment. The resemblance was striking. The recent footwork was unmistakably of the same style. And they both bore the surname Chen. Could he be a relative of Chen Anmo? The moment this notion crossed her mind, Mo Lingo's eyes sparkled with realization. Did she recall someone? Chen Anmo's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, could it be that some clue has been discovered? Do you know someone named Chen He? Mo Lingo inquired. Chen Anmo's eyes flickered momentarily as he hastily shook his head, claiming ignorance. Mo Lingo, perceptive as ever, sensed that Chen Anmo was concealing something. You must know something, she asserted, for your movements are identical to those of a certain Chen He. If I am not mistaken, you are he. Chen Anmo felt a heaviness in his heart. Had he truly been discovered by Mo Lingo? The most troublesome aspect of being exposed was whether Mo Linger would become entangled with him. Alas, he had merely intended to perform a noble deed and then depart discreetly, concealing both his merits and name. Little did he expect to be recognized. You are his relative, aren't you? Mo Linger suddenly inquired. Chen Anmo. This Chen Anmo gently touched his nose. Do not conceal it any longer. You must be his relative. Not only do your cultivation techniques bear a striking resemblance, but you also share the same surname, and your appearances are somewhat alike. You undoubtedly hail from the same lineage, Mellinger asserted with utmost certainty. I suspect your relative has committed an offense and is being pursued, hence the reluctance to reveal himself. Rest assured, he did save us. I shall not act ungratefully against him. Upon hearing this, Chen Anmo secretly chuckled to himself, surprised by the girl's vivid imagination. Since she had stated it so confidently, he inclined his head in agreement. I would appreciate it if Miss Mo could keep this confidential. Mellinger felt a sense of relief and replied solemnly, of course. But may I inquire why your relative is wanted by the court? Could you share the details? Intrigued by someone who had a connection with her, Mellinger was eager to learn more about his circumstances. Chen Anmo pondered for a moment, sensing the predicament he found himself in. It was evident that harbored a certain interest in him. Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? No, I must not allow her to entertain such notions. With a sigh, he remarked, in truth, he is a distant relative whom I refer to as brother. He has a wife and children. You must be jesting. He has roamed the world aimlessly for so long. How could he possibly have a wife and children? Retorted, utterly unconvinced. In her eyes, Chen He was a responsible individual. How could he abandon his family and wander the earth alone? Such a notion was simply inconceivable. In order to maintain his deceit, Chen Anmo could only explain, because my brother's wife and child are both deceased. How did they die? Mo Lingo asked, her gaze sharpening, a twinge of sorrow inexplicably stirring within her. Years ago, my brother, while engaged in a modest business venture, returned home only to discover that his household had fallen victim to a band of robbers, with his wife and child lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Chen Anmo sighed. I understand. Since that time, your brother has embarked on a path of vengeance to avenge his wife and child. Mo Linger remarked. This. Chen Anmo opened his mouth, eager to exclaim, your imagination is quite impressive. Since had crafted such a narrative for him, he naturally followed her lead. Oh, it seems you understand my elder brother quite well. You are absolutely correct. Ever since his wife and child were tragically slain by marauders, he has embarked on a path of righteousness, seeking to eradicate evil. However, as you are aware, those nefarious individuals are often backed by formidable forces. On one occasion, After eliminating several thieves, he discovered that among them were individuals of considerable influence and power. Ever since that day, he has been relentlessly pursued. Chen Anmo's words caused Mo Linger's eyes to brim with tears. Indeed, her suspicions were not misplaced. Such a benevolent individual, choosing to remain anonymous, must have compelling reasons behind this decision. However, she never anticipated that the story would unfold in such a tragic manner. It was truly heartbreaking. She could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Do you know where he is now? I wish to meet him, Mo Lingo inquired eagerly. Chen Anmo shook his head, stating, my elder brother has always been elusive, intentionally refraining from contacting me to avoid implicating me. Hence I remain unaware of his whereabouts. With a sigh, Mo Lingo lifted her head and solemnly addressed Chen Anmo, should you encounter him in the future, please convey my message that I shall ensure he is no longer pursued by the court. Endowed with a unique constitution, her cultivation would progress remarkably, and given time, she would undoubtedly ascend to the esteemed third rank. At that point, she would embody the mythical terrestrial immortal. With such prowess, she would naturally wield considerable influence within the royal court. Revoking a bounty on an individual would be of little consequence to her. Chen Anmo did not ponder much and nodded. At that moment, a commotion erupted not far away. Lord Wang Jiuqing and his men stormed into the heart of the fortress. The second and third leaders of the Crocodile Gang were consecutively slain by a flurry of blades. Excellent. The Crocodile Gang is surely destined for annihilation. Let us hurry. The Crocodile Gang's warehouse has been breached, and it is filled with a plethora of gold, silver, and jewels. What? Gold, silver, and jewels? And numerous medicinal herbs as well. Quickly, let us make haste. Many were stirred by this news, their hearts ignited with excitement. Even some scions of noble families and senior disciples from martial arts schools felt the allure. For them, while they were not lacking in silver, they craved potent medicines and superior elixirs. Such valuable items were not easily obtainable, even with wealth. Junior brother Chen, shall we also proceed? Proposed Song Shuqing alongside Niuli. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, saying, my father just mentioned that the members of the Taiping sect have suffered heavy casualties, and the danger is minimal. Moreover, the Crocodile Gang has several warehouses stocked with supplies. This is an opportune moment. Chen Anmo felt his interest piqued as well. Very well, let us venture in at once. The interior of the fortress was a labyrinth of pathways. Along the way, Chen Anmo seized the chance to touch some of the fallen corpses. This endeavor alone had already yielded rewards equivalent to 6 years of cultivation. Soon, the group arrived at one of the warehouses. This was indeed the core area of the Crocodile Gang. Scattered across the ground were numerous silver coins and copper coins, evidently dropped during the plundering. Within the warehouse lay several precious medicinal herbs. Song Shuqing dashed inside, his countenance brightening at the sight of the items on the shelves. Although the herbs were of 10-year vintage, they held immense value for him. Chen Anmo approached a bookshelf. The various techniques and poisons related to the art of female manipulation, bloodthirsty skills, and illicit methods left him astounded. All of these practices were indeed of a sinister nature. It was precisely due to their malevolent essence that they attracted little attention. I, who share an eternal enmity with evil, shall take it upon myself to safeguard these. Chen Anmo found a package and gathered all the forbidden texts within it. Subsequently, like the others, he began to collect medicinal pills. Junior brother Chen, I can no longer bear this burden. Take these with you. Song Shuqing tossed him a package. Upon observing the scene, Chen Anmo was astonished to find dozens of bottles of blood elixir within. Song Shuqing remarked that the wealth of the Crocodile Gang far exceeded that of ordinary factions. This was evidently due to the clandestine support from the Taiping sect. Additionally, several others had procured numerous valuable items. In fact, in the adjacent room, a fierce altercation erupted as individuals battled fiercely over the spoils. During this tumultuous process, Chen Anmo finally received the rewards for annihilating the Crocodile Gang. Fulfilled Wish 1. My daughter was taken by the members of the Crocodile Gang. We sought to rescue her, but were brutally slain. Objective: eradicate the Crocodile Gang. Completed. Reward: 20 years of cultivation. Fulfilled Wish 2. Annihilate the Crocodile Gang. Completed. Reward: 30 years of cultivation. In total, he received a staggering reward of 50 years of cultivation in one go. At that moment, an exhilarating sense of triumph washed over him. Chapter 44, Pinnacle, Pinnacle, Pinnacle. Now, I possess a total of 56 years of cultivation. Chen Anmo smiled broadly. There remained 2 aspirations. First, to rescue the daughters of the villagers. Second, to eliminate the leader of the Crocodile Gang, Zhang Tai. The rewards for these two tasks are both enlightenment pills. Currently, he is unaware of what an enlightenment pill entails. However, judging from the healing ointment he received previously, the quality of the pills awarded is far superior to those available for purchase outside. Well, let us first enhance the Tiger Might Body technique. Deducting 6 years of cultivation, you ardently practice the Tiger Might Body technique, striving to break through the existing bottleneck. Unfortunately, despite the passage of 6 years, although you have brushed against the threshold, you have yet to achieve a breakthrough. Nonetheless, in the depths of your being, you sense that a breakthrough is imminent, merely awaiting the right opportunity. After deducting another 10 years of cultivation, the bottleneck continues to plague you. You have exhausted all your vital energy, and your strength has surged to a new level. Regrettably, the bottleneck remains unbroken. Upon deducting another 10 years of cultivation, you finally perceive a change. Your strength has tripled, and all aspects of your cultivation have seen significant enhancement. You have succeeded. The Tiger Might Body technique has reached the master level, and your cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Technique: Tiger Might Body technique, master level. The strength of 9 bulls and 10 tigers. Dark energy flows unceasingly. Excellent. Your cultivation has now reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Chen Anmo smiled. His current realm possesses remarkable significance. Previously, at the 8th rank, he was capable of contending with 7th rank opponents. Now, at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, he has mastered the Tiger Might Body technique and the Qian Kuan steps to a grandmaster level. One can imagine that even when faced with a 6th rank martial artist, he would navigate the challenge with ease. It is now time to address the remaining 2 unfulfilled wishes, Chen Anmo whispered. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A voice inquired, "Where have those women been taken?" Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was Mo Linger questioning 2 small leaders of the crocodile gang. Chen Anmo hurriedly stepped outside. Coincidentally, he was also intent on investigating the matter, but he was surprised to find that Mo Lingo had already taken the initiative. It quickly dawned on him why this was the case. Upon exiting, he observed the members of the Ding Tian martial arts school surrounding 2 minor leaders of the crocodile gang. The 2 individuals were repeatedly bowing, exclaiming, "We will tell you everything. Take us there." Mo Linger, with a stern expression, responded, "Very well, lead the way." The 2, trembling in fear, rose to their feet and began to guide them. Mo Linger gestured respectfully towards Chen Anmo, declaring, "To our friends at Fei Wu Martial Arts School, we are off to investigate a case of disappearance. We shall return soon. Take care," Lu Fang replied without much thought, nodding her head. Song Shuqing seemed indifferent to the unfolding situation. However, what surprised Mo Linger was when Chen Anmo squeezed through the crowd. "I wish to join you. A friend of mine is also missing, and I want to see if he is among them. You wish to accompany us?" Mo Linger inquired. "Indeed, is that a problem?" He replied, "Of course not, but do be aware that there are certain risks involved. Please, lead the way." Chen Anmo preferred to remain silent. Observing this, Lu Fang contemplated for a moment and then remarked, "In that case, I shall join as well, for the sake of mutual support." Upon witnessing this, Song Shuqing and the others sighed in resignation and had no choice but to follow suit. While they could disregard the personnel of the Ding Tian martial arts school, they could not overlook the fact that the Zhengfei martial arts school belonged to their own faction. Chen Anmo went to offer assistance, as they could not stand idly by. According to the 2 crocodile gang's minor leaders, there were over 30 women in total. They were currently imprisoned in a dungeon here. This group of scoundrels had captured so many innocent women. Upon learning of the situation, Lu Fang was filled with indignation. Moments later, in a courtyard surrounded by high walls, the main gate stood ajar, and the occupants seemed to have fled. "This is the place," one of the guides indicated. "Let us enter and investigate." Eager to rescue the captives, Mo Linger took the lead, followed closely by Yao Wan and Li Xiong, ready to step inside. Wait a moment. Chen Anmo suddenly obstructed the 3 individuals. There was something amiss. After his promotion, Chen Anmo had become more attuned to the surrounding energies. In the courtyard, there lurked a formidable presence. This individual possessed a 6th-tier cultivation level. "We must retreat." Upon sensing the opponent's prowess, Chen Anmo's expression darkened. He could surmise the identity of this person. It had to be none other than Zhang Tai, the leader of the crocodile gang. No wonder the 2nd and 3rd deputies met their demise while Zhang Tai remained unscathed. He had eluded capture. It seemed this individual had been hiding here all along. The 2 guides exchanged glances with Chen Anmo, their brows furrowing in discontent. After all their efforts to lead Mo Linger here, this fellow was now causing a disturbance. One of the crocodile gang members slightly bowed his head and spoke to Mo Linger. Now that the place is empty, you may enter. The other added, everyone has departed. You need not worry. Despite their reassurances, Mo Linger instinctively glanced at Chen Mo. Lu Feng inquired, Junior Brother Chen, have you discovered something? Zhang Tai is indeed within. Chen Mo exclaimed, what? Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Zhang Tai, the leader of the crocodile gang, had reached the 6th rank of cultivation. If he were to emerge here, how could they possibly survive? Instantly, some individuals began to retreat discreetly. However, before Chen Mo could retreat far, the great door was violently shattered. Boom! A gaunt middle-aged man leapt forth. It was none other than Zhang Tai. Leader. 2 gang members were taken aback, exclaiming, Leader, they are not falling for it. Useless fools. Zhang Tai's fingers curled into claws, swiftly slashing towards the 2 men. In an instant, their features were mangled, leading to their tragic demise on the spot. Indeed, it is you, Mu Linger expressed both shock and fury. Had it not been for Chen Mo, she might have found herself in grave danger the moment she stepped inside. All of this was thanks to Chen Mo. Zhang Tai turned his gaze toward Chen Mo and remarked, no wonder you ranked 3rd in the martial arts trials, while no one else noticed me. You, young man, managed to uncover my presence. There must be some secret about you. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged as he said casually, indeed, and what of it? What a sharp-tongued little brat. Just wait and see how I shall silence you. With that, Zhang Tai swiftly lunged toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo suddenly drew the Qi-Yin blade from his waist. When he had acquired the blade earlier, he had discreetly wrapped it in a piece of cloth and concealed it at his side, intending to avoid revealing its presence in front of a crowd. As the cloth fell away, the scorching aura of the massive blade surged forth, striking towards Zhang Tai with ferocity. Zhang Tai had initially believed that with his 6th-tier prowess, he could subdue Chen Mo within 3 moves. However, as the blade came crashing down, he immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure. This blade was extraordinary. As his claws reached out, mere proximity to the Qi-Yin blade unleashed a torrent of searing heat, causing his hand to instinctively retract. How could this young man possess such strength? Zhang Tai inhaled sharply. Continuing in this manner would prove disadvantageous for him. He noticed that others had begun to call for the nearby masters to come. And those masters were all of 6th-tier cultivation, no less formidable than himself. Once they arrived, it would create significant complications for him. Never mind. I shall first take Mo Linger away. This young man can be dealt with later at my convenience. With that thought, Zhang Tai struck fiercely towards Chen Mo. A hissing sound echoed as a stream of green liquid erupted towards him. Poisonous water. Chen Mo executed a swift roll, narrowly evading danger. However, misfortune befell an individual behind him, as a stream of green liquid struck his face, causing him to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. With a flourish, Zhang Tai lunged forward, his long robe billowing as he aimed for Mo Linger. Terrified, she recognized him as a 6th-rank martial artist and hastily raised her sword in defense. Yet, in an instant, her blade was effortlessly swatted away by Zhang Tai. He seized Mo Linger's shoulder with a grip that, despite his slender appearance, revealed an extraordinary strength. His long, sharp nails dug into her flesh, eliciting a sharp pain in her shoulder, and before she could comprehend, he had lifted her into the air. Panic surged through Yaowen as she realized he intended to abduct her senior sister. Li Xiang and the other disciples of the Ling Tian Martial Arts Academy were equally alarmed, their urgency prompting them to leap into action. They charged forward, striving to intercept Zhang Tai. Get lost, he bellowed, sweeping his long sleeves to unleash a fierce gust that sent several of their number tumbling backward. Cries of distress echoed as the assailed group was thrown into disarray. Upon witnessing this, Chen Mo was struck with astonishment. This exemplified the disparity between the 6th and 7th ranks. The 4th to 6th ranks are classified as the middle 3 tiers, often referred to as innate masters. Those within the middle 3 tiers possess the formidable strength to contend against thousands. In contrast, the 7th to 9th ranks fall within the lower 3 tiers. Therefore, despite the seemingly minor distinction of a single rank between the 7th and 6th, the chasm between them is immense. Recently, Chen Mo had also caused Zhang Tai to suffer losses, primarily relying on the formidable power of his earth-ranked Scarlet Flame Blade. Observing that Mo Linger was truly on the verge of being abducted, Chen Mo was not one to remain passive. He channeled his energy into the Scarlet Flame Blade, which instantly ignited with a brilliant crimson glow. Swiftly, he executed the Qin Kuan step, moving with the grace of a shadow upon the snow. In a flash, he closed the distance to Zhang Tai's rear. Nevertheless, Zhang Tai, an experienced sixth-rank expert, sensed the pursuit behind him and furrowed his brow. This Chen Ammo, it appeared, was remarkably fast. Get away, he bellowed, releasing a wave of energy behind him. This energy surged forth like blades, capable of inflicting grievous wounds upon those with inadequate defenses. However, Chen Ammo merely activated the Tiger Might body technique, and with a sudden tremor of his form, Zhang Tai's force was dispelled. The blade energy transformed into a tempest. Chen Ammo let out a low growl. The crimson flame blade swung wildly, aiming for Zhang Tai's back. In order to evade injury, Zhang Tai had no choice but to halt his advance and turn to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. He swiftly unleashed a series of razor-sharp strikes, the force of which collided with the blade's wind. The air trembled, producing a series of crisp, resounding impacts. Seizing the moment, Chen Ammo leaped forward, targeting Zhang Tai's wrist with a decisive slash. Zhang Tai instinctively attempted to block, yet he underestimated Chen Ammo's swordsmanship. With a swift motion, both of his wrists were severed cleanly. The powerful gust sent Mo Lingo flying away. Chen Ammo swiftly supported her, releasing a sigh of relief within his heart. At last, she was saved. Ah! Zhang Tai gazed at his severed hand, emitting a wretched cry. My hand, my hand. Just then, Lu Jingfei and Zhao Wu, the masters of the martial arts halls, finally arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both masters inhaled sharply. Zhang Tai had indeed lost both his hands to Chen Ammo's blade. A 7th-grade strike against a 6th-grade opponent? This was utterly outrageous. Chapter 45. The Art of Enchanting Women. Zhao Wu cast a profound gaze at Chen Ammo, then approached Mo Linger. Noticing the injury on her shoulder, his brow furrowed. How severe is the injury? Master, it is merely a superficial wound. Mo Lingo quickly reassured him. The disciples of the typing sect are fond of poison. We must examine her immediately. If there are signs of poison, use this vial of antidote. Zhao Wu tossed a vial of antidote towards her and then turned his attention to Chen Ammo, nodding in gratitude for his timely rescue of Mo Linger. Subsequently, both their gazes fell upon Zhang Tai. Without his hands, his martial prowess was rendered nearly ineffective. The excruciating pain had drained the color from his face. Damn it! If it weren't for my injuries earlier, how could this brat have harmed me? Zhang Tai glared at Chen Ammo with venomous eyes. Zhang Tai, surrender immediately and disclose the whereabouts of the remaining disciples of the typing sect, or do not blame us for resorting to ruthless measures. We will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination, Zhao Wu coldly declared. Ha ha, just you? Zhang Tai scoffed, shaking his head defiantly. The typing sect will soon conquer the entire 4th floor city. As his words faded, a burst of blood mist erupted from his chest. He then half knelt on the ground, murmuring, believe in typing, attain eternal life. I must go meet the typing deity. With that, he collapsed to the ground, breathless. Search inside and see if the woman captured by the crocodile gang is among them. Lu Zhongfei instructed his disciples behind him. Understood. Song Shuqing nodded affirmatively. Chen Ammo also approached. As he passed by Zhang Tai's corpse, he noticed a reward. Ding. Touching the corpse grants a reward of 150 days. The deceased's last wishes were triggered. Last wish 1. Engage in an intense dual cultivation with Mo Linger. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. Last wish 2. Collect a belly band from Mo Linger. Reward, a golden silkworm belly band, possessing warming effects, enhancing vitality. Last wish 3. Kill the city lord, Wang Jiao. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Upon reviewing these wishes, Chen Ammo's expression turned peculiar. This Zhang Tai harbored a profound obsession with Mo Linger. As for the 3rd wish, it was destined to remain unfulfilled. Upon entering this location, Song Shuqing and the others quickly discovered a dungeon. As they opened the dungeon, the women confined within were released one by one. To their surprise, the women appeared to be in relatively good condition, even plump and well-fed. Lu Zhongfei explained. The Taiping sect exploits women for dual cultivation, drawing upon their essence. Weak women cannot be harvested, so before the extraction, they are provided with a period of comfortable living. Chen Ammo listened attentively and nodded slightly. He then proceeded to examine the rewards for the 2 wishes. Wish, rescue the villager's daughter. Completed. Reward, enlightenment pill. Wish, eliminate the leader of the crocodile gang, Zhang Tai. Reward, enlightenment pill. He had received 2 enlightenment pills in one go. These pills are indeed remarkable. It is said that consuming an enlightenment pill can enhance one's foundational cultivation and improve innate talent. There is even a certain probability of directly elevating one's cultivation by a minor realm. His elder sister-in-law would undoubtedly be overjoyed upon learning this. Chen Ammo sensed that his sister-in-law must have a fondness for this item. As the battles in this area came to a conclusion, evening had already descended. The remaining matters were entrusted to the soldiers of the Lord's mansion. Meanwhile, the individuals from the martial arts school were preparing to leave in groups. Master Lu, your disciple Chen Amo is quite remarkable. Having saved my disciple Mo Linger, I witnessed the entire event with my own eyes and must express my gratitude. Lu Zhongfei remarked as he and his disciples were about to depart. Lu Zhongfei smiled and replied, "Indeed, you should certainly extend your thanks to my disciple." "Absolutely," Zhao Wu said with a look of satisfaction, turning toward Chen Amo. "Chen Amo, your talent is impressive. You will surely surpass your master in the future." "Master Zhao, you flatter me. I still have much to learn," Chen Amo humbly responded. Chen Amo humbly remarked, "Haha, do not be modest. I have high hopes for you. Especially since you, with your 7th grade cultivation, have defeated the 6th grade Zhang Tai. In truth, I primarily relied on the advantage of my weapon." And Zhang Tai had sustained some injuries prior, he replied. "Even so, you are indeed impressive," Zhao Wu responded, shaking his head. By the time they entered the city, it was already past midnight. Chen Amo bid farewell to the crowd and swiftly made his way home. With 33 years of cultivation remaining, he felt no urgency to expend it just yet. He planned to first consume the enlightenment pill alongside his sister-in-law, and then dedicate time to his training. This approach would yield far superior results. Upon returning home, Chen Amo found the house shrouded in darkness. At the entrance to the cellar, he sensed that his sister-in-law had yet to retire for the night. Given that she was still awake, he confidently stepped inside, softly calling out, "Sister-in-law, I have returned." Meanwhile, Shin Xian tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. The reason for her restlessness was undoubtedly her concern for Chen Amo. After all, she was well aware of his endeavors that evening, an assault on the Crocodile Gang. Rumor had it that the Crocodile Gang operated under the auspices of the Taiping sect. She feared that such an offensive would result in significant losses and worried for Chen Amo's safety. Fortunately, upon hearing his voice, she exhaled in relief. "Xiao Amo, you are finally back. Come in quickly," she urged, revealing her impatience. Chen Anmo approached the bedside, and as usual, Shin Xen leaped into his arms, embracing him tightly. "Xiao Amo, you have returned. Do you have any idea how worried I was while you were out dealing with the Taiping sect? If anything were to happen to you, I would rather perish," Shin Xian declared with utmost conviction. "Elder sister-in-law, am I not here safe and sound?" Chen Anmo chuckled softly, a sense of amusement washing over him. The warmth of her soft body against him allowed him to hear Shin Xian's heart racing, a clear indication of her underlying tension. After experiencing significant upheaval, Shin Xian found herself lacking in security, leading to her newfound timidity and sensitivity. Nevertheless, it was reassuring to know she was okay. As they conversed, her voice took on a delicate, almost sweet quality. At that moment, she was clad in nothing but a fitted garment, her fragile form pressed against Chen Anmo. Reminiscent of a ripe peach, irresistibly tempting. "Sister-in-law, I wish to ride a horse," she expressed. Chen Anmo whispered softly. Shin Xian shot her a glance. The following day, Chen Anmo produced the enlightenment pill. To put it in his own words, this item was procured from the Crocodile Gang's warehouse. After explaining its effects to Shin Xian, her eyes sparkled with newfound hope. She had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank in her cultivation, aware of her modest innate talent. She nonetheless harbored a fervent desire to grow stronger. The enlightenment pill promised to enhance her natural abilities. Thus, during the midday hour, both of them consumed the enlightenment pill. While they assimilated its effects, he began to examine the resources obtained from the Crocodile Gang. Among them, the blood fortification pills numbered in the dozens. Additionally, there were 3 10-year-old medicinal herbs and several nourishing remedies. While the 10-year-old herbs still held some benefit for him, the other nourishing remedies had little effect due to the level of his cultivation. As his prowess grew, the efficacy of ordinary tonics diminished significantly. However, these remedies would be quite beneficial for Shin Xian. After categorizing the herbs and advising Shin Xian on their use when necessary, Chen Anmo turned his attention to the martial arts tomes he had acquired. The techniques included the art of enchanting women, toxic gas bombs, bloodthirsty techniques, and poisonous scriptures of esoteric arts. He casually opened the art of enchanting women, discovering it to be a technique of absorption. It was a practice that benefited oneself at the expense of others. Initially, it involved nurturing women to a state of plumpness, followed by exploiting them within the confines of the room. The vitality of these women would be transformed into his own strength. This process, while appearing alluring, was undeniably torturous for the women involved. In the aftermath, they would find themselves aging by more than a decade. Each instance of absorption would severely deplete their vitality. Typically, after 3 or 4 such acts, a woman's essence would be utterly extinguished, leaving behind nothing but a pile of withered bones, a truly tragic fate. Chen Amo furrowed his brow. The art of seduction was indeed terrifying. Such a sinister practice should not be allowed to exist. However, as he perused the various postures and techniques outlined in the texts, he found himself intrigued. To be candid, mastering the skills within these pages could be quite advantageous. What are you so engrossed in? At that moment, Shin Xian approached. She leaned over to catch a glimpse of the secret manuals, curious to see if there was anything she could learn. After all, having multiple skills is never a burden. Yet, as her gaze swept across the pages, she was rendered speechless. The art of seduction? Oh dear, why on earth are you looking at this? This technique seems exceedingly dubious. Shin Xian couldn't help but voice her disapproval. Nevertheless, despite her criticisms, she found herself compelled to steal a few more glances. Chen Amo remarked, though this technique appears rather unconventional, one cannot deny that the skills demonstrated herein are rather impressive. What's impressive about it? It feels rather strange, Shin Xian replied. Her cheeks flushed. Despite her reservations, she found herself unable to look away, her heart silently marveling. The idea that 2 individuals could engage in such a manner was utterly astonishing. How embarrassing. Riding a horse had already been a source of discomfort for her. Yet she had not anticipated encountering even more awkward postures. Truly remarkable. After finishing the book, Chen Anmo couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister-in-law, I believe we should delve into this." "Absolutely not," she replied. "You should keep the book for now and take your time to read it later." Chen Anmo was not in a hurry. After all, women can be gradually nurtured, and he believed that she would soon come to understand. At present, Shin Xian was merely in a state of shyness. With time and guidance, she would undoubtedly reveal different aspects of herself. Then, his gaze shifted towards the room's techniques. At that moment, he was taken aback. This was truly remarkable. A rare treasure indeed. Not only he, but even Shin Xian felt a tremor in her heart as she fixed her gaze seriously upon Chen Anmo. Chapter 46. The Peculiar Techniques of the Room. These techniques were a form of dual cultivation. However, unlike the art of seduction, which often serves selfish ends, this practice was mutually beneficial. It was typically employed by couples or lovers, allowing them to harmonize their energies, thereby achieving a profound resonance that birthed genuine joy from the depths of their souls. Consequently, their vitality and spirit would be enhanced. Indeed, this art did not focus on the physical body, but rather on the spirit. It was said that alchemy or certain specialized practices required mental fortitude as an aid. Yet, such techniques regarding mental strength were exceedingly rare in this world. It was unexpected that they would stumble upon one. Chen Anmo remarked, and Shin Xian was equally astonished, for it stated that couples practicing the art of intimacy together would enhance their beauty and nourish their skin, rendering it as succulent as a ripe peach. Remarkably, even their demeanor would undergo a profound transformation. It was even said that one could attain immortality. The elevation of one's essence and spirit is, in truth, a holistic enhancement, facilitating a metamorphosis. Hence, Shin Xian was filled with anticipation. "Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Are you interested in learning this?" Chen Amo gazed at the charming Shin Xian and inquired with a smile. "Oh, just curious, are we?" Naturally, Shin Xian refused to concede. After all, she considered herself a woman of decorum. How could she admit to such matters? It would be quite embarrassing otherwise. "Then, do you wish to learn?" "No. I find it rather peculiar," Shin Xian replied, her words contradicting her true feelings. "Very well, if you have no desire to learn, then keeping this knowledge is of little use. Shall I discard it?" As he spoke, Chen Anmo pretended to throw away the book on intimate arts. "Hey, don't throw it away." Unexpectedly, Shin Xian grew anxious and quickly grasped the book in her hands. Chen Anmo's lips curled into a slight smile. "What's the matter, sister-in-law? Did you not say you were not interested in learning?" The cheeky boy continued to tease her. Shin Xian could only roll her eyes in response. It was one thing to be mercilessly bullied on a regular basis, but to be made a fool of during such a moment was truly too much. With a soft laugh, Chen Anmo found himself increasingly enchanted by Shin Xian's bashful demeanor. Unable to resist, he pulled her into his embrace. "Sister-in-law, it's settled then. We shall cultivate this technique together. The cultivation of mental prowess." Shin Xian nodded slightly. "All right then." After a brief conversation, she resumed her focus on absorbing the enlightenment elixir. During this process, Chen Anmo felt a significant enhancement in his abilities. Previously, he was at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, yet he had not even grazed the threshold of the 6th rank. However, after an hour, he sensed that he was nearing the bottleneck of the 6th rank. Should he ascend to the 6th rank, his chances of securing a place among the top 10 in the martial arts grand tournament would increase tremendously. Chun Anmo whispered softly to himself. He then turned his gaze towards the other tomes of martial arts. Most of the remaining techniques pertained to the art of poison. For instance, there were records on toxic gas projectiles and the intricacies of various venoms. These texts cataloged a plethora of bizarre and obscure poisons, some of which lacked any known antidotes. He also stumbled upon the He Huan San, a reward from the system, which surprisingly had documented information. However, the materials required to concoct the He Huan San were rather scarce, rendering its preparation exceedingly challenging. Finally, he examined the esoteric arts. This collection detailed dozens of peculiar techniques, such as unlocking methods, head-swapping techniques, limb grafting, part exchange, and even the creation of livestock. Nonetheless, the entry seemed rather haphazard and lacked authenticity. Ultimately, he decided to enhance the wind-chasing Mad Blade technique and the 3 styles of Quick Blade, elevating them all to the Master Realm. Chun Anmo whispered. According to his estimation, with 33 years of dedicated effort, he should be able to elevate these 2 martial arts to the realm of mastery. After deducting 3 years of cultivation, he simultaneously studied both knife techniques and soon discovered that they could be harmoniously integrated. After subtracting 10 years of cultivation, the successful fusion of the 2 knife techniques was achieved, which he named the Swift Blade of the Wind. In that year, he refined the Heavenly Gang Blade Qi. This formidable blade Qi transformed his knife energy into a tangible force, rendering it immensely powerful and invincible, capable of vanquishing anything in its path. After deducting an additional 10 years of cultivation, the Swift Blade of the Wind finally reached the level of mastery. The blade Qi became as substantial as reality, allowing even monsters to be effortlessly slain. After 23 years, he not only perfected the 2 martial arts to the master level, but also fused them to cultivate the Heavenly Gang Blade Qi. Chun Anmo inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of the swordsmanship displayed before him. Host, Chun Anmo. Realm, pinnacle of the 7th rank. Blade technique, wind-chasing Quick Blade technique, master level. A dazzling display of blade light and shadow, with an unbroken flow of sword energy, embodying the Heavenly Gang Blade aura. Martial art, Tiger Might Dominance technique, master level. A force akin to that of 9 bulls and 10 tigers, with a relentless dark energy. Martial art, Dragon Claw technique, minor accomplishment. Martial art, Qian Kuan Step, master level, leaving no trace upon the snow, swift as the wind and clouds. Martial art, breath-seeking technique, perfection, adept at tracking and concealing one's presence. Available cultivation time, 10 years. Available blood energy, 0, Heavenly Gang Blade aura. Chun Anmo withdrew the Qian blade from his waist. With a mere thought, a palpable force emanated from the blade, radiating an intense heat. This was the blade's aura, far more potent than ordinary sword energy. Chun Anmo immediately smiled. It is indeed a rare talent for an ordinary martial artist to cultivate a blade technique capable of producing blade energy. However, he has transcended that by cultivating the formidable blade essence. This blade essence is immensely more powerful than mere blade energy. Not only does it possess remarkable explosive strength, but more crucially, it also creates a potent aura around him. This aura acts as a protective shield, safeguarding him from harm. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Chun Anmo approached and opened the door, only to be surprised by the arrival of Li Xiang from the Ding Tian martial arts school. Upon seeing Chun Anmo, Li Xiang's face lit up with delight. I have inquired for quite some time and have finally located this place. Chun Anmo inquired, Brotherly, how did your Ding Tian martial arts school come to find me? Is there something that requires my assistance? Indeed, replied the messenger. My senior brother Duan Wenxiao has requested me to extend an invitation to you and several disciples from the Zheng Fei Martial Arts School to join us for a gathering at the Sunlit Pavilion, where we shall partake in a feast together. A gathering? Chun Anmo accepted the invitation and glanced at it. This Duan Wenxiao, much like Song Shuqing, hailed from a family of considerable means, both being scions of affluent households. The invitation expressed gratitude for his rescue of senior sister, Imo Linger, thus extending an invitation for him and several disciples from the Zheng Fei Martial Arts School to gather and foster camaraderie. Moreover, the gathering aimed to deliberate on the forthcoming martial arts college examination after the new year. Initially, Chen Anmo was reluctant to partake in such social gatherings, as he preferred the tranquility of practicing martial arts alongside his sister-in-law. However, the invitation emphasized the significance of discussing the impending examination, prompting Chen Anmo to decide to attend. Acknowledging this, he assured that he would arrive punctually the following day. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Xiang took his leave. The next day at noon, Chen Anmo arrived at the sunlit pavilion. Song Shuqing, Lu Feng, and others were already gathered at the foot of the pavilion. It turned out that Duan Wenchao had reserved the entire venue. Junior brother Chen, over here. Upon seeing Chen Anmo approach, Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as she waved vigorously at him. Chen Anmo approached and remarked, "You all arrived quite early." Song Shuqing smiled and elaborated. "I heard that Duan Wenchao has procured the meat of a 4th-grade ferocious beast, which is exceedingly valuable. The beast has only recently perished. So we came promptly to have a look and broaden our horizons." Lu Feng enthusiastically added, "This ferocious beast is known as the Firebird. It is a naturally fire-attributed avian creature, measuring twice the length of an average person. Such a sight is utterly rare in our region." Chen Anmo felt a stir in his heart. The Firebird had not been dead for long, it seemed. Indeed, it was said that Duan Wenchao's elder brother had brought it back from outside. This was a remarkable treasure. Who would have thought that Duan Wenchao would be so generous as to treat us to such a delicacy? Lu Feng instinctively licked her lips. Duan Wenchao's elder brother had married into the family of the city lord, establishing a familial bond between the two households, which had allowed the Duan family to rise rapidly in recent years. The beast meat of the Firebird was a rare delicacy for us, yet for him, it might not hold the same value. Song Shuqing offered this explanation, and the others nodded in agreement. Chen Anmo now harbors a desire to touch the corpse of the Firebird. Engaging in casual conversation, he sought an excuse, claiming he wished to observe the appearance of the Firebird, and then made his way towards the kitchen. Within the bustling kitchen, several chefs and assistants were fervently at work, radiating an intense heat. "I must inform you that today, the guests I am hosting are individuals of considerable stature and reputation. Therefore, it is imperative that you prepare the dishes with utmost precision and care, especially regarding the Firebird brought by my brother. Its meat is exceptionally tender, so please ensure it is not overcooked, as that would compromise its flavor." Duan Wenchao, accompanied by a guard, was instructing the chefs in the kitchen. "Hey, this is a restricted area. No outsiders are permitted." The guard behind Duan Wenchao, upon noticing Chen Anmo's entrance, swiftly approached him. Duan Wenchao glanced at Chen Anmo and promptly pulled the guard aside. "This is my brother, Chen Anmo, my esteemed friend." "Ah, I apologize profusely. I did not recognize such a distinguished figure." The guard bowed and hastily offered his apologies. Chen Anmo would naturally not make things difficult for others. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was nothing. "Brother Chen, I have reserved the sunny pavilion for today. Let us indulge in a few more drinks." Duan Wenchao exclaimed with excitement. "All right, by the way, I heard you have acquired a Firebird. I have yet to behold such a creature, so I wish to come and broaden my horizons." "That is simple, Brother Chen. Follow me to the back. They are currently plucking the feathers from the Firebird." Soon, they arrived at the rear courtyard, where 3 female workers were heating water to prepare the Firebird. The first impression of the Firebird on Chen Anmo was one of sheer magnitude. It was enormous. Its overall size was comparable to that of a large turkey. "Brother Chen, this Firebird is also known as a bizarre beast. Any beast possessing extraordinary abilities is referred to as a bizarre beast. The meat of such creatures is a delicacy, so be sure to partake generously later." While Duan Wenchao spoke, Chen Anmo crouched down to touch the carcass. Ding. Touching the carcass. Initially, he expected the reward to be something akin to vitality points. However, this time was remarkably different. Chapter 47. Am I the first? Ding. Touching the carcass. Reward. Beast Fire 3 points. Chen Anmo sensed a surge of energy converging in his dantian. This energy was none other than Beast Fire. Instantly, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This was indeed Beast Fire. It is said that alchemists can harness the flames of their techniques, as well as Beast Fire and, however, the flames from one's techniques consume considerable energy, and their efficiency pales in comparison to that of Beast Fire and, consequently, any capable alchemist would seek ways to acquire Beast Fire, for it is relatively easier to find than. Nonetheless, the ferocious beasts possessing Beast Fire are often exceptionally powerful, making the acquisition of such flames a formidable challenge. This explains why many alchemists in the market lack Beast Fire. Yet now, he had obtained it. The symbol of Beast Fire had appeared in his attributes. Beast Fire, 3 points. Although the current value of beast fire was minimal, merely 3 points, no larger than a flicker of a lighter, it held profound significance. Brother Duan, where might such a fierce firebird be found? It seems I have never encountered one in this place. Chen Amo inquired. Given our remote location and the cold climate, it is indeed true that the firebird is absent. Such creatures are typically found in southern regions. After a brief exchange, a young attendant rushed in. Young master, Miss Mo and the others have arrived. Oh, my senior sister Mo is here. Duan Wenchao turned to Chen Mo and suggested, Brother Chen, shall we step outside and meet my senior sister Mo? She mentioned she has something to discuss with you. Something for me? Indeed, it pertains to a location where potent herbs are cultivated. She wishes to invite you to join us on this endeavor. Upon hearing Duan Wenchao's explanation, Chen Mo grasped the situation. It turned out that during their confrontation with the Crocodile Gang's headquarters, Mo Lingo had reaped considerable benefits. Within a box containing potent herbs, she had discovered a map. This map delineated an area where the Taiping sect cultivated these powerful herbs. Cultivating such herbs is not a trivial task. It demands specific environmental and topographical conditions. In prime locations, potent herbs can flourish naturally without human intervention, while in less favorable areas, no amount of fertilization or irrigation will yield results. Consequently, many herb-growing sites remain concealed, unbeknownst to outsiders. The Crocodile Gang, as a significant faction, possessed one such site, known only to a select few high-ranking members of the Taiping sect. With most of these leaders now lost, the map has fallen into Mo Linger's hands. Thus, she planned to venture to this location to retrieve the potent herbs. Due to their past experiences, Mo Linger and those from the Ling Tian martial arts school held Chen Anmo in high regard and decided to extend a private invitation to him. Another crucial factor was Chen Anmo's remarkable agility. His heroic act of saving others had left a lasting impression. Therefore, considering all these aspects, Mo Linger and her companions unanimously resolved to invite him to join their quest, viewing it as a form of gratitude towards him. As they approached the entrance, Mo Linger and Yao Wan entered, engaging in conversation with Lu Feng and Song Shuqing. Some disciples, who shared a good rapport, greeted them warmly. Senior sister, Miss Lu Feng. Brother Song, you've come. Please, let us proceed to the third floor. Duan Wenchao enthusiastically welcomed them. Mo Linger glanced at Chen Anmo and nodded slightly. Chen Anmo, you arrived quite early. Brother Chen just accompanied me to the kitchen. He expressed a keen interest in the firebird and wished to see it. Duan Wenchao remarked with a smile. Mo Linger added, Chen Anmo, if you wish to learn more about such creatures, I possess a book that catalogs the characteristics of various exotic beasts. I shall lend it to you. Should you encounter any such creatures in the future, it would serve you well. Chen Anmo felt a stirring in his heart. He was indeed quite intrigued by such books. In the future, he aspired to collect beast fire to enhance his abilities. With the presence of these tomes, the gathering of such resources would undoubtedly become more convenient. Subsequently, the group ascended to the third floor, where 4 large round tables awaited them. Chen Anmo, Song Shuqing, and Lu Feng, among others, were invited to take their seats at the largest round table. Due to their striking beauty, Lu Feng and Mo Linger attracted many advances from male disciples. It wasn't until everyone settled in that a semblance of quietude descended. Shortly thereafter, the feast was served, featuring a delectable soup made from the meat of the firebird beast, enriched with precious medicinal herbs and other exquisite ingredients. The broth appeared not only savory but also visually appealing, promising a delightful taste. At that moment, Duan Wenchao cleared his throat twice, surveying the gathered assembly before rising to speak. Esteemed fellow disciples, and beloved brothers and sisters of the Zhengfei Martial Arts Academy, I, Duan Wenchao, have invited you here today not for any ulterior motive, but rather to foster acquaintance and familiarity between our 2 martial arts schools. After all, during our recent offensive against the Crocodile Gang's headquarters, it was fortunate that our disciples supported one another, preventing significant losses. I hope that in the future, we can continue to lend each other assistance. Now, let us raise our glasses to celebrate our camaraderie. The crowd stood in unison, lifting their cups in response. Duan brother, you are too modest. Let us drink together. They all downed their drinks in one go, and soon, the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. Even among those unfamiliar with each other from the 2 academies, names were exchanged, and discussions about future joint training expeditions ensued. At this juncture, Duan Wenchao inquired, by the way, senior sister Lu Feng, why has Zhang Fantian from your academy joined us? I recall he was also extended an invitation. Upon mentioning Zhang Fantian, The members from Zhengfei Academy exchanged resigned glances. My junior brother has become rather despondent since his recent failure in the martial arts examination and has withdrawn from social interactions. Lu Feng sighed, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. She had previously held high hopes for Zhang Fantian and had treated him kindly. However, recently, his demeanor had become perplexing. Sensing Lu Feng's discontent, the group tactfully shifted the conversation. They then turned to other topics. Noting that the Grand Martial Arts competition was approaching after the new year and speculating on the number of participants this year. Last time, there were 300 participants. But I've heard this year will exceed 500. What? So many people? Several gasps of astonishment filled the air. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. The martial arts examination at Wuke University not only includes the current cohort of martial scholars but also several previous batches, resulting in a typically vast number of participants. However, this year's turnout is particularly astonishing. In an instant, some individuals shook their heads in dismay, while others were ignited by a spark of determination in their eyes. Regardless of the number of participants, one fact remains undeniable. Becoming a martial scholar is no easy feat, irrespective of the year. Duan Wenchao observed the expressions of everyone present, then offered a slight smile and remarked, "As you all know, my brother has just returned from the capital." And he shared with me an intriguing detail regarding this year's examination. This time, we are required to venture into an abandoned town to hunt the ferocious beasts that dwell there. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't it customary to enter the Beast Mountain range to hunt these creatures? Why are we now heading into an abandoned town? Song Shuqing asked incredulously. Chen Anmo cast a curious glance around. The examination at Wuke University comprises various assessments, yet the most crucial test involves the slaying of ferocious beasts. Traditionally, candidates are placed within a mountain teeming with these creatures. The more beasts one slays, the higher the rank and the better the result. However, this time, the setting has inexplicably shifted to an abandoned town, which raises some eyebrows. Brother Duan, do you possess any further details? Song Shuqing inquired. Duan Wenchao shook his head. I'm not entirely certain about the specifics, but I will seek an opportunity to inquire further with my elder brother. If I uncover any information, I will certainly relay it to everyone. Immediately, a chorus of flattery arose from those around them. Nevertheless, it must be noted that among those present, only my esteemed senior sister Mo Linger and brother Chen Anmo are likely to achieve commendable results in the assessment. Duan Wenchao suddenly shifted the focus of the conversation onto the two of them, jesting. Brother Duan is merely jesting. Chen Anmo shook his head. Brother Chen, I speak the truth. Our fourth-floor town now has a new ranking, and you are at the top, Duan Wenchao declared. What does that mean? Chen Anmo inquired. Previously, the rankings were Qi Wei, Zhou Tianhu, and then you. But now, you are first. Upon hearing this, Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. Instead of feeling elated, he found the situation somewhat troublesome. After all, such prominence brings no advantages and may attract unwanted attention. It is a case of more trouble than it is worth. Nevertheless, he understood there was no way to avoid it. He was like an elephant in the room. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, it becomes impossible to conceal it. Subsequently, everyone continued to drink and socialize, with many approaching Chen Anmo to offer their toasts. After indulging in several cups, Chen Anmo began to savor the fiery bird meat soup. He served himself a generous bowl and discovered that the meat of the fiery bird was remarkably tender, offering a unique flavor that was entirely distinct from ordinary chicken or pork. As he consumed 5 succulent pieces of meat, a fiery sensation surged within him. But this warmth quickly transformed into a comforting feeling. Even his meridians seemed to flow with greater clarity. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their satisfaction with the exquisite meat. Do you still remember me, Chen Anmo? Suddenly, Yao Wan approached him with a wine glass in hand. Miss Yao, of course, I remember you. Chen Anmo exhibited an air of utmost politeness. It transpired that Yao Wan had succinctly conveyed her intention. She had come to learn of the familial connection between Chen He and Chen Anmo, and thus wished to request Chen Anmo's assistance. Should Chen He seek him out, she hoped he would guide him to her. Chen Anmo, I entrust you with this matter. It is but a small token of my appreciation, Yao Wan smiled gently, discreetly producing a wooden box from her sleeve and extending it towards Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow. To meet Chen He, Yao Wan was exceedingly courteous. This is a 5-year-old ginseng. I hope that when you next see your brother Chen He, you will tell him that a girl surnamed Yao has been thinking of him. Upon finishing her words, Yao Wan's delicate face flushed slightly. Chapter 48. Such a pure and immaculate young lady. Looking at the wooden box in his hands, Chun Anmo fell into a moment of silence. Yao Wan wished to find Chun He, and previously, Mo Linger had also expressed a desire to meet him. What would their reactions be if they discovered that he was the very person they sought? Indeed, being excessively exceptional can be quite a burden. He felt at a loss for words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. If I happen to encounter my brother next time, I shall convey your sentiments to him. However, to be candid, he may not show up, so do not harbor too many hopes. Yes, I comprehend. Now, Chun Anmo, allow me to toast to you. Yao Wan lifted her glass, clinking it with Chun Anmo's before downing the contents in one go. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the gathering reached a point of delightful indulgence. Chun Anmo rose to his feet, intending to depart with the others. Chun Anmo, may I have a moment of your time? Just as they reached the ground floor, Mo Linger hurried after him. Very well. Thus, the two began to converse as they walked back. My junior apprentice, Duanhua Chao, informed me that he has already discussed the matter of the crocodile gang's map of the elixir with you. What are your thoughts on it? Mo Linger inquired eagerly. I have considered it and am willing to assist. However, I am uncertain when we can proceed. The timing has yet to be determined, but it will certainly be within a month. Upon hearing Chun Anmo's agreement, Mo Linger felt a wave of relief wash over her, and with a smile, she continued. That is splendid. With your participation, our chances of success will increase significantly. You flatter me, Chun Anmo humbly remarked. Mo Linger parted her lips, seemingly possessing something further to express, yet hesitated to voice it. Chun Anmo's thoughts stirred as he inquired, Miss Mo, is there anything else you wish to ask? Mo Linger replied, Indeed, it is like this. Previously, your brother Chun He saved me, did he not? Yes, you have mentioned it to me. If he were to join us on this journey, I believe it would be even better. Chun Anmo candidly remarked, I have previously mentioned that my brother's movements are elusive, making it exceedingly difficult to reach him. Well, I understand. If I happen to see him next time, could you convey a message on my behalf? Just let him know that I have something to give him. Chun Anmo felt a sense of helplessness within. Naturally, he found it difficult to refuse. Thus, he nodded and replied, Understood. After speaking, he suddenly recalled the two final wishes of the crocodile gang's leader, Zhang Tailin, before his demise. One was to engage in an intense dual cultivation with Mo Linger, and the other was to collect a particular undergarment belonging to her. The rewards promised were quite enticing. Perhaps I should agree to let this so-called Chun He meet her? As this thought crossed his mind, Chun Anmo felt it was a feasible plan. Chun Anmo, I shall take my leave now. Should you encounter him again, do not forget. Mo Linger felt a sense of certainty in her heart. Chun Anmo undoubtedly possesses a means to connect with Chun He. Her reluctance to disclose this information stems from a desire to protect Chun He, a sentiment she fully comprehends. Just as Mo Linger was about to depart, Chun Anmo pondered for a moment and called out to her. In fact, he will make an appearance at a certain location tonight. Mo Linger instantly felt a surge of excitement. Suppressing her joy, she hurriedly inquired, Where will he appear? On West 6th Street, near the Riverside Dock, came the response. Chun Anmo remarked, What is he going there for? My brother is currently engaged in the pursuit of justice, and there are many matters I cannot inquire about, you understand? I comprehend. Individuals of your brother's noble character are rare in these times, and I hold him in high regard. If you wish to find him, you may go there. I must take my leave now. As he made his way home, Chun Anmo quietly resolved that encountering Mo Linger and fulfilling this lingering wish with her would likely prove challenging. The last occasion they were able to unite was due to her being poisoned. Now, as a pure and virtuous maiden, it seemed improbable that she would be so easily swayed. Thus, he decided to aim for merely collecting a single item, a belly band belonging to Mo Linger. In return, he would be rewarded with a golden silk belly band, known for its warming properties and ability to enhance one's vitality. Its efficacy is remarkable. It is undoubtedly a treasure. While humming a tune, he strolled through the marketplace, purchasing some pastries that his sister-in-law particularly enjoyed before returning home leisurely. The hour was still early, and the sun blazed with fervor. Meanwhile, Shin Xian practiced her swordsmanship in the courtyard, wielding the falling flower sword alone. Under her deft control, an invisible sword energy emanated from the blade. Chun Anmo's eyes lit up as he observed. Impressive, elder sister-in-law, your swordsmanship has significantly improved. Upon seeing Chun Anmo enter the room, Shin Xian sheathed her sword and smiled. It is all thanks to your enlightenment pill. I have advanced. Oh. Chun Anmo was taken aback. During his absence, his sister-in-law had made significant progress in her cultivation. Sensing Shin Xian's aura, he realized she had reached the initial stage of the 8th rank. Splendid. It seems a celebration is in order for his sister-in-law. As Shin Xian approached, she playfully leaped into Chen Amo's embrace. Xiao Amo, my current cultivation level is largely thanks to you. Feeling the beauty in his arms, Chen Amo's heart raced. Sister-in-law, let us discuss this inside. Shin Xian blushed, but unlike before, she hesitated to enter. I have my monthly cycle. Chen Amo was momentarily stunned. Oh my. A relative has arrived, and sister-in-law is still diligently practicing. How industrious. However, with a determined expression, Shin Xian added, but Xiao Amo, if you truly wish. It is of no consequence. Just do not mind the mess. Shin Amo, well, my sister-in-law is truly exceptionally kind to him. On the days when relatives come to visit, she is even willing to accommodate. My dear sister-in-law, such a routine may not be beneficial for your health. I certainly do not wish for you to fall ill. Upon hearing this, Shin Xian felt a sweetness in her heart akin to savoring honey. However, dear sister-in-law, what if we do it differently? Shin Amo leaned closer and said, your lips are truly captivating. Shin Xian playfully pinched the flesh at Shin Amo's waist and murmured, how annoying. I was just about to compliment you. But I didn't expect you to demean me like this. Shin Amo gently patted Shin Xian's back and cleared his throat twice to conceal his embarrassment. I merely spoke in jest, and besides, I would never dare to belittle you, my esteemed sister-in-law. You hold a singular place in my heart. Really? As the conversation unfolded, Shin Xian lowered her head slightly, her voice diminishing and her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. Of course, it is true, he replied. Humph, your flattery is sweet. But let us go inside. Shin Xian shot a glance at Shin Amo, her expression playful yet firm. Inside, Shin Amo was taken aback for a moment. Without waiting for his response, Shin Xian stamped her foot and pulled him along into her room. At that moment, Shin Amo realized her intentions, and he couldn't help but exclaim, sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Afterward, Shin Xian puffed her cheeks, picked up a willow branch, and went to brush her teeth. In the evening, Shin Xian prepared a sumptuous feast. Hurry and eat. You look exhausted. You need to replenish your strength. Her words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. By the way, sister-in-law, I may need to go away for a few days soon. Shin Amo picked up a piece of fish while saying, are we going out again? Shin Xian, with her chopsticks in her mouth, looked on in astonishment. Shin Amo nodded and briefly recounted the situation. It turned out he had ventured out in search of a potent remedy, but the endeavor was perilously fraught. Shin Xian sighed, expressing her understanding of his diligent efforts, yet lamenting her inability to assist him. Sister-in-law, just look at you. Your progress has been remarkably swift, hasn't it? Shin Amo comforted her, attributing the situation to her. Shin Xian smiled gently. After finishing her meal, Shin Amo donned a simple garment and then put on a mask. Before long, he arrived at the designated meeting place with Mo Ling. In fact, Mo Ling had been waiting at the dock for quite some time. At this moment, she felt a twinge of nervousness, her heart racing like a startled deer. After all, Shin He was her first man. As a princess of the royal family, she had always been concealed in a secret location. However, she had received an exceptionally rigorous education from a young age. Everyone had informed her that in the future, she would be above all others. She was likely to wield immense power over the world, provided she grew stronger step by step. The path to strength was relatively easy for her. After all, her talent was undeniable. To put it simply, while others trained diligently, she excelled without exerting much effort. Even so, she managed to stand out in the fourth-floor town. If she were to share this, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Yet, despite her remarkable abilities, she found herself harboring feelings for someone. Over the past few days, she had been reflecting on the wild moments shared with Chen He. The typically reserved her had taken the initiative in ways she had never expected. As she prepared to meet Chen He again, she was unsure of her intentions. Perhaps she simply wished to see him, to clarify her feelings. She did not want to leave any regrets behind, especially since she might have to depart from fourth-floor town soon. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Mo Ling's heart stirred, prompting her to look over. Under the moonlight, a familiar face emerged. Though unremarkable and somewhat pallid, she knew that on any other occasion, she might not have given him a second glance. Brother Chen. Mo Ling inhaled deeply, striving to contain her excitement. Chen Amo nodded. My brother, Chen Amo, mentioned that you wished to meet me. Indeed. Chen Amo pondered for a moment and replied. Did I not mention this to you last time? You need not feel responsible for me. I shall simply consider it a moment of being bullied by you. Chen Amo's words left her utterly bewildered. I am here to discuss serious matters. Who is responsible for you? Mo Linger murmured. Chun Anmo's expression was peculiar, almost reminiscent of a playful pout. Was he truly addressing serious matters? Pretending to be oblivious, Chun Anmo inquired, "What are you talking about?" A few days prior, the crocodile gang had been eradicated, and within their ranks, I stumbled upon a map. This map indicated a location where potent herbs were cultivated, explained Mo Lingo succinctly. In essence, they intended to embark on a journey to that site in search of these valuable herbs. Chun Anmo will also be there. I hope he can join us as well. Brother Chin, you might want to contemplate this. Acquiring the potent medicine would significantly aid your future cultivation. Chun Anmo shook his head without hesitation, expressing, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." Mo Lingo was taken aback. "Brother Chin, if you're worried, I can assure you that I will provide you with a false identity when the time comes, ensuring that no one will suspect you." Mo Lingo believed that Chin He might be concerned about the possibility of his wanted status being uncovered, and thus spoke in hopes of alleviating his worries. Chun Anmo let out a sigh inwardly. As he listened to her words, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to obtain her belly band. It seemed quite a challenge. Would it be embarrassing to voice such a thought? However, upon reflection, it was Chin He who would feel the shame. What concern was it of Chun Anmo? Chapter 49. Can you give it to me now? Chapter 49. Can you give it to me now? Big Brother Chin, how do you feel? Mo Lingo inquired expectantly. Chun Anmo hesitated for a moment. Observing his hesitation, Mo Linger mistakenly believed there was still hope and quickly added, "If you have any concerns, feel free to express them to me." Chun Anmo shrugged and remarked, "You remember that occasion we had at the inn, don't you?" Mo Lingo's face flushed crimson. Goodness, why bring that up for no reason? It left her at a loss for words. "Brother Chun, I was poisoned during that incident. I am aware," he sighed. "But you also understand my circumstances. My wife has been gone for many years, and throughout my travels across the land, I have never approached a woman." Mo Lingo opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. Why was he discussing such matters with her? "Is that so?" She finally managed to respond. "Therefore, may I request something of you?" "Of course, you are free to decline." Chun Anmo spoke, urging, "Please, Brother Chin, do go on." Mo Lingo swallowed hard, already suspecting what Brother Chin intended to do. Could it be that he wished to attempt it once more? No, absolutely not. How could this be permissible? Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the sight of Chun Anmo stirred a pang of empathy within her. Each passing day and night, Brother Chin must have endured great hardship. Some young men are indeed pitiable, compelled to tackle every challenge alone. Chun Anmo inquired, "Could you possibly gift me one of your belly bands?" Upon uttering these words, he himself found the request rather absurd. What kind of demand was this? His mouth fell agape, wide enough to accommodate a large egg. Chun Anmo hastily clarified, "I have other uses. Please do not misunderstand." "What possible use could you have?" Truly, Mo Linger muttered, utterly speechless. She had anticipated that she would certainly refuse. However, in the next moment, it seemed that Mo Linger had made a resolute decision. "Considering that you, Brother Chun, have saved me, I shall grant you this favor." Chun Anmo let out a sigh of relief. Although it felt somewhat embarrassing, resembling a mischievous uncle, it mattered little in light of the reward. "Miss Mo, you are truly a good person." Chun Anmo nodded and inquired, "Can you provide it to me now?" Right now? I still wish to retrieve it from home. I have other matters to attend to shortly." Chun Anmo remarked, "Very well then." Mo Lingo surveyed her surroundings and replied, "However, there is no one else here. You need not feel shy. After all, we have already interacted." With a righteous expression, Chun Anmo spoke earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Lingo found herself in agreement. She harbored no animosity towards him. In fact, she felt a desire to deepen their connection. She pondered that by fulfilling his request, she might secure his future attentions. Subsequently, she turned her back, her hands discreetly maneuvering behind her for a brief moment. Before long, she retrieved a warm garment from the hem of her attire. Blushing, Mo Lingo extended it to Chun Anmo. "At that time, you and your brother Chun Anmo will coordinate, and I shall inform him of the exact hour." Chun Anmo casually replied, "All right." As soon as the words left his lips, a chime resonated. A wish appeared, "Collect a belly band from Mo Linger." Reward, a golden silkworm silk belly band, which possesses warming effects, enhancing vitality and spirit. At last, the reward had been delivered. Chun Anmo was nearly overcome with laughter from excitement. "Out of courtesy," he said, "I shall take my leave now. By the way, should you require my assistance in the future, you may reach out to my brother. Chun Anmo, he will find me." "Understood," she replied. Upon hearing that Chun Anmo was departing, a flicker of disappointment danced in Mo Linger's eyes, though it quickly faded. You promised me, and you won't go back on your word, will you? Mo Lingo inquired, almost as if compelled. Her intuition had always been remarkably keen, and she sensed that Brother Qin was concealing something from her. Certainly not. Qin Mo reluctantly uttered a statement, feeling that his actions were somewhat unprincipled. Very well, then. Farewell. Mo Linger waved her hand, and suddenly, as if compelled by an unseen force, added, I find myself rather hungry. Would you care for some noodles? What I have beneath is quite delectable. After uttering those words, Mo Linger suddenly felt that her remark was rather peculiar. She hurriedly clarified, what I meant was genuine noodles. Qin Mo couldn't help but be amused. He rubbed his nose, feeling reluctant to decline her invitation. It was quite late, and going downstairs would be rather troublesome. There is a Huainan beef noodle soup nearby that is quite delicious. Shall we go there for a bite? That sounds wonderful. Mo Linger nodded, surprised at how familiar he seemed with this place. I suppose so. I used to live here for a while, he replied. Will you be staying here for an extended period in the future? Mo Lingo inquired. Qin Mo remarked, it depends on the circumstances. This response evidently did not satisfy Mo Linger. A moment later, they arrived on the street. The street was quite narrow, primarily frequented by workers from the nearby dock seeking nourishment. Qin Mo recalled the days of his financial struggles when he toiled in this very place. After such a long absence, the surroundings remained unchanged. Not far away, a restaurant specializing in Huainan beef noodle soup continued to exude the enticing aroma of its steaming broth. With the weather now turning cold, savoring a bowl of this delectable beef soup was indeed a heavenly delight. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodle soup, each with an extra 2 liang of beef, and please add a generous sprinkle of scallions. A touch of spiciness, if you please. Qin Mo spoke skillfully. Very well. The couple continued their small business as usual. The only difference was that on the bench inside, there were 2 children, a boy and a girl, engrossed in a picture book. Having just settled down, Qin Mo instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Not far away, in a small tavern, he detected the familiar silhouette of a friend, Zhang Fantian. What was he doing here? Moreover, he was accompanied by a formidable expert. Qin Mo furrowed his brow. This master, tall and slender, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. His hands were as desiccated as twigs, and his face was pallid, bearing the semblance of insufficient vitality. Nonetheless, his cultivation was undeniably at the 6th rank. The reverence displayed by Zhang Fantian towards him was nothing short of astonishing. It is worth noting that Zhang Fantian had never exhibited such deference even in the presence of his own master. Unfortunately, the distance was too great. He could only sense the presence of these 2 individuals in a private room on the 1st floor, unable to hear their conversation. Recently, Zhang Fantian had been elusive, which was rather peculiar. Moreover, it was clear that his cultivation had been previously rendered ineffective. Why, then, had it suddenly been restored? His master had also mentioned that Zhang Fantian must harbor certain secrets. Brother Qin, the dish has been served. Why aren't you eating? At that moment, Mo Linger inquired with curiosity. Oh, I suddenly feel like having a drink. Would you care to join me? Qin Mo inquired. Shall we indulge in some libations? Indeed, was the reply. Then shall we procure a bottle? Very well, I shall venture to the tavern to fetch a bottle of wine. Qin Mo rose abruptly and made his way towards the tavern where Zhang Fantian was located. Indeed, his suggestion to partake in a drink was merely a pretext to draw closer to the matter at hand. Moments ago, he had discerned that the individual accompanying Zhang Fantian bore a striking resemblance to one who practiced malevolent arts. Only those who dabble in such dark disciplines exhibit such peculiarities in their nails and facial features, akin to the higher echelons of the crocodile gang. This indicates that the person might well be a demon of the typing sect. The fact that Zhang Fantian was in the company of this individual undoubtedly raised suspicions. Were it anyone else, he might not have been concerned. However, Zhang Fantian was a member of the Zheng Fei martial arts school, and should they conspire to engage in nefarious activities, it could lead to significant complications. Before long, Qin Mo entered the tavern. Esteemed guest, will it be a meal or an overnight stay? A cheerful innkeeper approached with a smile. Qin Mo stated, pour me a jug of wine. As he spoke, he perked up his ears, attentive to the conversation between Zhang Fantian and another individual in the private room. Left Protector, regarding the obliteration of the crocodile gang. Although I was privy to the news in advance and declined Master S' order to join the gang, I immediately took a detour to inform you. Regrettably, Lord Wang Jiu acted with remarkable swiftness and struck first. Zhang Fantian's expression darkened as he offered a reluctant explanation. I have conducted a covert investigation, and it appears that someone from the Ding Tian martial arts school revealed that the Crocodile Gang was a stronghold of our Taiping sect. Is that so? I, too, have discreetly inquired within the martial arts community. It seems that Zhang Tai intended to harm Mo Linger, yet his dispatched agents proved inept and were swiftly dealt with. Zhang Fantian elaborated. Left Protector, I simply cannot fathom why Zhang Tai would target that woman. Even if he seeks to cultivate his skills, there are countless women available. Mo Linger is the most cherished disciple of Master Zhao. It is said that he favors her even more than his own son. Do you not understand? Zhang Tai has witnessed Mo Linger in action and discerned her unique constitution. A woman of such caliber would serve as an exceptional furnace for his cultivation. Left Dao Ming spoke gravely. You, too, have experienced the benefits of this technique after your grievous injuries healed. Such a method, when combined with a woman of extraordinary constitution, yields significant results. Zhang Fantian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the next target is your senior sister, Lu Fang. She possesses considerable prowess and has cultivated the qi nourishing technique. Find a way to bring her to me. Left Dao Ming stated nonchalantly. A flicker of fear and concern crossed Zhang Fantian's eyes. Left Protector. Lu Fang is my senior sister. This may not be appropriate. Despite his shortcomings, he harbored no desire to harm her. After all, Lu Fang had always treated him well, and he could not bear to betray her. What? Are you having second thoughts now? Left Dao Ming sneered, swirling the wine in his glass, his tone menacing. Do not forget, many women abducted by the Crocodile Gang included those you captured. You have already committed so many deeds. Do you still wish to play the virtuous one? That was not my intention. It's just that Lu Fang is my senior sister. Did you not mention before that your master has not treated you well, and that your senior sister's attitude toward you has changed? What is there to hesitate about? Zhang Fantian opened his mouth to respond. Indeed, his senior sister's demeanor had shifted. Yet he still recalled her kindness. He could wield a blade against strangers, but could not bring himself to do so against her. He understood the dire consequences should she fall into the hands of the Taiping sect. It would be a fate worse than death. Humph. Do not forget who saved you back then, Left Dao Ming remarked coldly. Without me or Zhang Tai, you would be living a fate more miserable than that of a dog. Having spoken, Zhuo Daoming rose. Within 2 days, lure Lu Fang to the outskirts, to the familiar spot. Once the deed is accomplished, Lu Fang will be entrusted to you. She cultivates her energy refinement technique by absorbing her essence. With your current level of mastery, I assure you will advance significantly. Zhang Fantian's eyes lit up, his heart stirred. Chapter 50. The Allure of the Sister-in-Law. Chapter 50. The Allure of the Sister-in-Law. Chen Amo stood quietly before the tavern counter, watching as the man in the wide-brimmed hat, Zhuo Daoming, departed. It turned out that this individual was indeed Zhuo Daoming. Chen Amo whispered. This individual is also the one who annihilated the Wu family. It was he who initially handed the human skin map to Chen Hu, which led to a subsequent series of events. Now, it is evident that Zhuo Daoming's cultivation has fully recovered. Chen Amo never anticipated that Zhang Fantian's complete recovery from his injuries was due to this Zhuo Daoming. However, this fellow actually intended to bring harm to his senior sister. Chen Amo's expression turned cold. He found himself in a predicament where taking action was not feasible. Zhuo Daoming possessed considerable strength. Even if he could overpower him, Zhang Fantian would undoubtedly flee. In dealing with Zhang Fantian, Zhuo Daoming would also escape. Once they eluded capture, locating them again would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, it was imperative to avoid alarming them. After paying for a pot of wine, Chen Amo returned to the noodle shop. Mo Linger had ordered another serving of braised beef. Where have you been for so long? If I didn't know better, I'd think you weren't coming back, she remarked with a hint of annoyance. Chen Amo brought 2 small cups and poured a little wine for Mo Linger. Nothing. I just encountered a few matters. What matters? Mo Linger inquired. Children should ask fewer questions, Chen Amo replied. Mo Linger glared at him. You call me a child. Am I wrong? You are indeed the child, he retorted. Mo Linger took a hearty bite of meat. Chen Amo shook his head, contemplating the prospect of confiding in his master the following day. The mere thought of it diminished his appetite. Unexpectedly, Mo Linger lifted his wine cup and offered it to him. You've purchased the wine, yet you refrain from drinking? Come. Indulge yourself. Soon, you may find it impossible to seek me out for a drink again, she remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. What troubles you? Are you departing from here? Indeed, prior to the martial arts competition at the Martial Science University, I must return home. and it is uncertain whether I shall return here in the future, Mo Lingo sighed. Her mother had informed her that after the competition, she would be sent to a larger sect for further cultivation. It was likely that she would not grace this place with her presence again anytime soon. Reflecting on this, Mo Lingo spoke earnestly. Perhaps we may never meet again in this lifetime. Chen Mo was taken aback. Where is your home? Is it far away? Will you never return? Mo Lingo shook her head. She hailed from royalty. Once her cultivation reached a certain level, her mother would permit her to step forward. At that time, as a princess of the royal family, every move she made would be scrutinized by countless eyes. Thus, she declared that she would not return here again. Noticing that Mo Linger was unwilling to divulge more, Chen Anmo refrained from pressing further. He poured her a glass of wine and said, "Do not overthink it. Drink this cup and return home early. You have already purchased a jug of wine. Leaving now would be a waste, wouldn't it?" Mo Linger frowned and replied, "It is too late. Let us have 2 more cups." All right, he conceded. Chen Anmo returned to his seat. "Brother Chen, what is your opinion on the current great music dynasty?" Mo Linger asked unexpectedly. "It's just as it is," Chen Anmo replied. "What do you mean by just as it is? Please elaborate. Also, what are your thoughts on the current emperor?" Chen Anmo mistakenly believed that Mo Lingo had an interest in politics. Thus, he spoke candidly. Although the current emperor possesses remarkable cultivation and strength, he undoubtedly lacks the capability to govern the nation. For instance, what could be cited? Chen Anmo remarked, "For instance, the issue of land consolidation across various regions has resulted in the dispossession of land from the common folk, thereby exacerbating their already arduous existence. Despite this dire situation, they are still burdened with exorbitant taxes. In stark contrast, the landlords and gentry not only possess vast tracts of land but also benefit from a taxation system based on headcount, allowing them to contribute only a minimal fraction." Chen spoke at great length, sharing a multitude of insights. In essence, he drew upon the historical knowledge of a past life, synthesizing it with contemporary circumstances to formulate his theories. For the modern individual, such reflections may appear trivial. Even an ordinary middle school student might grasp some of these concepts. However, for Mo Linger, listening to his words was akin to a profound awakening. She had never anticipated the multitude of hidden flaws within the great Lu dynasty. The more she listened, the more she found his arguments compelling, leaving her utterly astounded. "How do you propose to resolve the issue of land consolidation?" Mo Lingo inquired, her anticipation palpable. "Quite simply," he replied, "we must first implement a tax system based on land area, levying taxes according to the quantity of land owned. Following that, we would introduce property taxes, with rates doubling for individuals who possess land beyond a certain threshold. In summary, the more land one owns, the higher the tax burden." Mo Linger furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. While this approach may address certain issues, it is likely to incite discontent among the prominent families. Indeed, he conceded, this necessitates some careful refinement of the details. Chen Anmo casually offered some suggestions, albeit without much conviction. Unbeknownst to him, his words resonated deeply with the listener. Mo Linga silently absorbed everything. Before they knew it, the two had completely consumed the entire pot of wine. Breathless, they found themselves slightly intoxicated. Mo Linger cradled her face and remarked, "You seem a bit inebriated. Allow me to escort you home." Unconsciously, the pair strolled down the street, with Mo Lingo occasionally brushing against him as they walked. Chen Anmo has a peculiar sense that Mo Lingo seems to harbor some feelings for him. Perhaps I should fulfill this long-cherished wish of cultivating with her together? Chen Anmo pondered to herself. "Miss Mo, as the night grows late, would you mind if we secured a nearby room?" Chen Anmo gazed at her and instinctively glanced at her neckline. After receiving the bodice, S figure had become even more alluringly curvaceous. It is truly perplexing how, at such a tender age, she has developed so splendidly. S eyes widened in surprise, her expression turning vigilant as she exclaimed, "What did you just say?" You wish." Before Chen Anmo could utter a word, in a fit of exasperation, retorted. Chen Anmo, "Very well. It appears I have misunderstood her earlier. My apologies. I mistakenly thought you were dismissive. Given your sincere demeanor, I shall overlook it this time. However, when the time comes to procure that precious medicine, I hope you will arrive promptly, for I shall not grant you my forgiveness otherwise." Chen Anmo was rendered speechless. "Who asked for your forgiveness? Why such unwavering confidence? If it weren't for the need to fulfill a dying wish and obtain the reward, he wouldn't have bothered to see her at all." Moments later, he had already arrived near the Ding Tian martial arts school. "Then I shall enter." After bidding farewell to Chen Anmo, Mo Linger stepped inside. However, As soon as she entered, she quickly leaned against the door, breathing heavily. For some reason, after just refusing Chun Anmo's invitation to a private room, she felt an inexplicable emptiness within her. Yet, she harbored no regrets. Mo Linger gritted her teeth. After all, a woman must maintain her dignity. Still, sister-in-law is delightful, always accommodating my wishes. Chen Anmo returned home. After a brief refreshment, he embraced Shin Xian's waist. Perhaps due to the fatigue accumulated throughout the day, Shin Xian was soundly asleep. Even when he climbed into bed, she remained unresponsive. It was only when he held her waist that she stirred slightly, lost in a daze. Without opening her eyes, the familiar scent enveloping her was sufficient for Shin Xian to discern that Chun Anmo had returned. Ah, you're back, Xiaomo. The new year is approaching. Do you wish to eat dumplings? I shall go buy some flour tomorrow and prepare the dumpling wrappers. What do you think? Sounds good. I adore dumplings. Chen Anmo gently patted the jade-like figure and continued. Perfect timing. The pork that Uncle Lu Qing and the others sent over last time went unfinished. Tomorrow, I will chop it up and use it to make dumplings. In this world, the new year resembles that of the past. Not only do we have the custom of visiting each other to extend New Year's greetings, but every household also prepares dumplings, fish, meat, and other festive goods. However, in recent years, life has been rather difficult for everyone, especially for those at the bottom. Consequently, many tend to simplify their New Year celebrations. Nevertheless, for Chen Anmo, who currently lacks for nothing, it is essential to indulge in something special during the new year. By the way, sister-in-law, I have a delightful surprise for you. Shin Xian was momentarily taken aback. A delightful surprise? What is it? Take a guess, he replied playfully. Surely it isn't another gift of a belly band, is it? Shin Xian quipped. Chen Anmo was taken aback. Sister-in-law, can you tell fortunes? How did you know I was giving you this? Shin Xian replied, somewhat speechless. You are giving this again? I have enough of these lately. Chen Anmo smiled mysteriously. Whether you lack it or not, I assure you that after seeing it, you will undoubtedly like it. I don't believe it, Shin Xian said, suddenly clinging to Chun Anmo's arm in a playful manner. Have you ever seen one made of golden silkworm silk? Chen Anmo picked up the belly band. It was a flesh-toned piece that appeared not only alluring but also felt as soft as baby fleece to the touch. With the craftsmanship of this world, such garments could hardly be produced. At first glance, Shin Xian was captivated by this belly band. The material was exquisite, golden silkworm silk, truly remarkable. Chun Anmo smiled mysteriously and said, Sister-in-law, as long as you like it. He then briefly mentioned its benefits, such as warming the womb and replenishing vital energy. Xiaomo, I am at a loss for words. I truly adore this, exclaimed Shin Xian, unable to contain her excitement any longer. Leaning in closer to Chen Anmo, she planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Oh dear sister-in-law, you caught me off guard. I must retaliate. In an instant, Chen Anmo playfully responded. He. Shin Xian giggled uncontrollably. Subsequently, she wrapped her arms around Chun Anmo's neck. The next morning dawned bright and pleasant. Chun Anmo grasped Shin Xian's hand as they made their way to the market. After procuring their goods, Shin Xian returned home first. Chen Anmo arrived at the martial arts hall. After the preliminary trials of the martial arts examination, the number of visitors to the hall had significantly diminished. Niuli had recently been preoccupied with establishing his family, reportedly having found a young lady from a small landlord's family. Song Shuqing, during the last tea gathering, became acquainted with a wealthy heiress and has since been engaged in lively conversations with her. Lu Fang, as usual, diligently instructed the newly initiated disciples in their martial training. Strictly speaking, she resembled a master more than a mere teacher. In contrast, Lu Zhengfei spent his days leisurely strolling and snacking, at times disappearing for several days without a trace. Chun Anmo scanned the surroundings and was taken aback to discover Zhang Fantian in the courtyard. His brow furrowed, for Zhang Fantian was engaged in conversation with Lu Fang. Senior sister, I assure you, that place is abundant with medicinal herbs. I harvested quite a number last time. And there are also numerous fierce beasts. We should venture there together. It would serve as excellent training, Zhang Fantian proposed. Lu Fang hesitated momentarily before shaking her head. Last time, Miss Mo Linga was ambushed by members of the typing sect. My father has forbidden me from going out, so perhaps it's best to refrain. Zhang Fantian replied solemnly. It's just the two of us. It's not a big deal. Senior sister, I have no other friends in the entire martial arts school. As you know, are you truly unwilling to assist me? Chapter 51. Senior sister, please be a good person one more time. Zhang Fantian's words were clearly laced with moral coercion. Despite Lu Fang's typically carefree demeanor, resembling that of a man, her heart was inherently kind. She found it difficult to refuse others, and this indecisive nature often led to misunderstandings regarding her affections. Zhang Fantian was evidently one of those misled. He had always been exceptional, and Lu Fang treated him well, leading him to believe she harbored feelings for him. Seeing her uncertainty, Zhang Fantian seized the moment. Senior sister. It's only the two of us going out. Can't you agree to that? Lu Fang sighed. Very well. I will call a few more disciples to join us for safety. No, senior sister, that would be too many people. The medicinal herbs are limited. How would we divide them? Furthermore, we are meant to train, and too many people would hinder that, Zhang Fantian countered. With his insistence, Lu Fang reluctantly nodded in agreement. Not far away, Chen Amo shook his head in resignation. Lu Fang was simply too kind-hearted, always reluctant to refuse others. What do we call such women? In some films, they are depicted as wives who struggle to decline requests, ultimately leading to their downfall. However, at her core, Lu Fang's goodness shone brightly. He could not idly stand by while she faced potential harm. Thus, he made his way to the backyard, intending to seek out his master and inform him directly of the situation. This would allow him to draw out the snake from its hole, swiftly apprehending both Zhang Fantian and Luo Ying. Yet, after searching high and low, he could not locate Lu Zhongfei. Where had his master gone? Chen Amo casually stopped a passing junior disciple and inquired, Senior brother Chen, master has not returned since yesterday. It seems he has gone out. Gone out. Chen Amo furrowed his brows. He abandoned his junior disciple and rushed outside. There was no other option. He had to prevent Lu Fang from accompanying Zhang Fantian. However, upon stepping outside, he discovered that both Lu Fang and Zhang Fantian had vanished without a trace. After inquiring, he learned that they had just departed together, presumably heading into the wilderness for training. Senior brother Chen, they have been gone for nearly half an incense stick's worth of time. Do you have any idea which direction they took? Chen Amo inquired, pointing to the position on the left. Without uttering a word, Chen Amo hastily pursued. As he walked, his brows remained furrowed. The impending encounter would likely bring him face to face with the formidable Luo Daoming, who surpassed Zhang Tai by a considerable margin. Although Luo Daoming was merely a 6th-tier martial artist, he had mastered certain arcane techniques, making him a challenging adversary. However, I still possess a small amount of Huan powder, which I can utilize in advance. Chen Amo quickened his pace, deep in contemplation. At the city gate, he finally beheld Lu Fang and Zhang Fantian. At that moment, the two were engaged in lively conversation, galloping away on horseback towards the outskirts of the city. No wonder he had not caught up with them after such a long pursuit. They were riding horses. Chen Enmo felt a surge of frustration. Fortunately, having left the city, he could now activate his Qian Kuan step, leaving no trace upon the snow. Suddenly, he gathered his energy and dashed forward, covering a distance for more than an hour. Lu Fang and Zhang Fantian halted at the foot of a desolate mountain. This is the mountain, senior sister. Shall we ascend now and strive to return before nightfall? Zhang Fantian said, his eyes flickering with anticipation. All right, Lu Fang nodded in agreement. As they spoke, she surveyed their surroundings, her brow slightly furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Meanwhile, Chen Amo concealed himself within a patch of grass at a distance, sensing the area around him, yet found nothing amiss. They commenced their ascent. Chen Amo quietly followed behind. Junior brother, where are the medicinal herbs you mentioned? I haven't seen any, Lu Fang remarked, casting a puzzled glance around her. She had been trailing Zhang Fantian for some time, yet not a single medicinal herb or even a ferocious beast had come into view. This left her quite bewildered. Suddenly, Zhang Fantian halted in his tracks, his body trembling slightly, as if on the verge of tears. Senior sister, woo-woo. Junior brother. What is the matter? Lu Fang furrowed her brow upon witnessing Zhang Fantian's sudden weeping. I'm sorry, I truly am. I didn't intend for this to happen. Zhang Fantian stammered, retreating. Lu Fang, not one to be easily fooled, instinctively sensed something amiss and quickly stepped back. Yet, from above, a large net descended from a branch, enveloping her entirely. A man clad in a black robe, holding the net, ensnared Lu Fang completely. In a flurry, she unsheathed her sword, but the black-robed man merely chuckled, extending a withered hand that struck her shoulder. Lu Fang gasped. Though her arm remained unbroken, it felt as if all her strength had been sapped away. Senior sister. Zhang Fantian's heart ached at the sight of Lu Fang in such distress. Luo Daoming scoffed disdainfully. Zhang Fantian, what is the matter? Are you feeling sorry for her? Perhaps I should release her? But be warned, once freed, she won't spare you. A wave of conflict washed over Zhang Fantian's face. As he wrestled with his feelings of despair, Lu Fang, weakly, implored, Junior brother, I have treated you well. Why this? Zhang Fantian's expression shifted dramatically. Senior sister, I'm sorry. I truly am. I don't wish for this, but if I don't comply, everything I have will be lost. Senior sister, please, be kind just once more. Zhuo Daoming laughed heartily. I am indeed a villain, but you, Zhang Fantian, are the true coward. Even now, you think to speak sweetly? Zhuo protector. Please don't say that. I have no choice. Had my cultivation not been crippled and my body intact, I would never resort to such treachery against my own master. Zhang Fantian clenched his teeth in protest. This world has forced my hand. Why must it compel me so? Zhuo Daoming snorted dismissively, but nodded. Very well. I shall ensure your senior sister is treated with more care. She shall not suffer pain, provided she remains clever. Thank you, Zhuo protector. Just then, Lu Fang let out a furious scream, attempting once more to draw her sword. She tore at the black net with all her might. However, Zhuo Daoming's withered hand pressed down upon her shoulder once again, causing her to nearly faint from the pain, while a deep-seated hatred welled up within her heart. Why is it that she is so kind to others, yet her junior brother seeks to harm her? Do good people truly have such short lives? Regrettably, she is aware that her current remorse is futile. Just as Zhuo Daoming was about to depart, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow. From the nearby thicket, a flash of blade light surged forth. Zhang Fantian, have you brought someone with you? Zhuo Daoming scoffed lightly, effortlessly dispersing the blade light with a wave of his hand. To his astonishment, the figures concealed in the grass continued their assault. With swift movements, their scorching presence rushed towards Zhuo Daoming. Chen Anmo. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhang Fantian could hardly believe his eyes. An individual who should not have been present here has indeed appeared. Chen Anmo refrained from further words, wielding his searing blade towards Zhuo Daoming. If he could force Zhuo Daoming back, he would first abduct Lu Fang and subsequently employ the Hahuan powder. The crimson flame knife emanated an intense heat, compelling Zhuo Daoming to retreat continuously. Zhang Fantian, what are you still waiting for? Zhuo Daoming bellowed, this knife is extraordinary. If you eliminate this brat, it shall be yours. He practiced wicked arts, rendering such a fiercely radiant blade ineffective against him. Zhang Fantian's eyes sparkled with realization. He immediately dashed in front of Chen Anmo. Master and senior sister have treated you with such kindness. How can you betray their trust with such actions? Do you truly wish to take my life? You have lost your humanity. Repent now, and perhaps Master will spare you. Chen Anmo spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Zhang Fantian's gaze turned icy, and he exclaimed in fury, you truly consider yourself a genius. If it weren't for my injury back then, do you think you would have garnered the Master's attention? You shall forever be inferior to me. Once my cultivation is restored, the Master will remain oblivious to my actions, and I will still be revered as a prodigy. He advanced step by step towards Chen Anmo, his once delicate features now contorted with ferocity. He had initially aspired to make a remarkable impression in this martial arts competition, yet he found himself defeated, while Chen Anmo emerged victorious. Subsequently, his heart brimmed with envy. Twisting his spirit, he believed that the accolades rightfully belonging to Chen Anmo ought to be his. It was Chen Anmo who had usurped everything from him, including the Master's affection and concern. Even the people in the dojo paid him little heed. As he drew nearer to Chen Anmo, unexpectedly, Chen Anmo swiftly retreated. Whoosh! With a furious roar, Zhuo Daoming unleashed a powerful strike. Chen Anmo unleashed the Qian Kuan step. With a swift sound, he executed the 3 styles of the quick blade. Lu Fang was seized by Chen Anmo. You truly underestimate me, remarked Zhuo Daoming with a cold sneer, as his robe billowed. A torrent of blood surged forth from within his garment, overwhelming Chen Anmo. Junior brother Chen, this is dark sorcery, a form of blood-sucking technique, Lu Fang weakly uttered. Clutching her wounded shoulder, without uttering a word, Chen Anmo hurled the He Huan sand directly into the air. Bang! The jade vial exploded mid-flight. Zhuo Daoming furrowed his brow. What on earth is this? He took a sniff. Although his body showed no immediate signs of distress, he instinctively sensed that it was far from a benign substance. As for Zhang Fantian, his condition was even more dire. His complexion flushed crimson, and his breathing grew rapid. However, he was quick to react, bellowing as he charged towards Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo swung his blade, and Zhang Fantian's outstretched hand was effortlessly cleaved away. Zhang Fantian was momentarily stunned, and soon thereafter, terror washed over his face. My hand. His countenance turned ashen as he swiftly grasped the vast chasm that lay between himself and Chen Anmo. If he had harbored any lingering doubts before, they were now obliterated by the stark reality of Chen Anmo's formidable prowess. How despicable! You resort to poison, unworthy of being human. Zhuo Daoming gritted his teeth. Having surmised the nature of the toxin employed by Chen Anmo, it was likely akin to spring poison. While such toxins were not inherently fearsome, he had once indulged in them for amusement. They ordinarily took time to take effect. Yet, the poison wielded by Chen Anmo acted with alarming immediacy, rendering him utterly feeble. Indeed, poison had been used. Zhang Fantian's face was a mask of pallor, his mind consumed by a singular thought. What should I do? Zhuo Hufao, what should I do? You must save me. Chapter 52. Discovering he is quite appealing. Useless fool. With me here, what do you have to fear? Zhuo Daoming snorted disdainfully. The more he interacted with Zhang Fantian, the more he regarded him with contempt. Were it not for the minor utility he provided, Zhuo Daoming would scarcely deign to acknowledge such a person. Amidst Zhang Fantian's mounting anxiety, Zhuo Daoming suppressed the discomfort induced by the Hahuan powder and continued to manipulate the sea of blood, hurling it towards Chen Anmo with unwavering ferocity. A formidable onslaught indeed. Chen Anmo's expression shifted slightly. Confronted by the sea of blood, he felt as if the blood within him was boiling. With a sudden cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his countenance reflecting sheer horror. The malevolent techniques were indeed extraordinary. Even before getting close, he had already sustained injuries. However, he had managed to retreat some distance with Sister Lu Fang. Once they reached solid ground, he could activate the Qian Kuan step and escape without delay. Just then, a blinding flash of light sliced through the blood sea from the heavens. This was dire. Someone was causing trouble. An icy chill gripped Zhuo Daoming's heart upon sensing the breach in his blood sea. Already poisoned, he was barely able to contend with Chen Anmo. And now another had arrived. This newcomer was exceedingly formidable, boasting a 6th grade cultivation, with mastery over both the bright and dark energies. Otherwise, an ordinary 6th grade warrior could never penetrate the defenses of the blood sea. Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Anmo felt a surge of joy. As for Zhang Fantian, disparaged across his face. Master, how did you arrive? In that moment, panic enveloped him. Lu Zhenfei, wielding a black blade, descended upon Zhuo Daoming, cleaving through the blood sea, which then cascaded down like raindrops. In an instant, he stood before Zhuo Daoming. Wait, Zhuo Daoming began to speak. But the blade had already severed his skull. The unfortunate protector of the Taiping sect never even glimpsed the assailant's visage before meeting a gruesome end. Lu Zhenfei sheathed his blade and glanced at Lu Fang. Seeing her unharmed brought him a moment of relief. Father, you finally arrived, Lu Fang expressed, surprisingly undisturbed by his presence. As long as you were safe, he replied. Master, Chen Anmo approached. Lu Zhenfei nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Zhang Fantian, who was nearly overcome by despair. Swallowing hard, he feigned nonchalance. Master, this is a misunderstanding. Lu Zhenfei took a deep breath and replied, Zhang Fantian, ever since your injuries healed, I suspected you had resorted to malevolent arts, though I lacked evidence. Recently, I have discovered your connection to several missing young women. Zhang Fantian turned pale, realizing his master had known all along. He hastily knelt, bowing his head to the ground, weeping, Master, I didn't intend for this. I only wanted to restore my strength. I asked you multiple times and even considered seeking help on my own, but it was futile. Master, I truly did not mean it. Lu Fang spoke with disdain. Even if your intent was to heal, why did you harm me? Zhang Fantian sobbed, Sister. It was all Zhuo Daoming's doing. He threatened to kill me if I didn't comply. I had no choice. Lu Zhenfei sighed. You have greatly disappointed me. If it weren't for the sound transmission talisman I gave to Fang Fang, she might have truly fallen victim to your schemes. Zhang Fantian trembled as he implored, Master, I truly recognize my errors. Alas, at the beginning, I believed that even if you were rendered powerless, your cultivation would remain formidable. I had intended to continue nurturing your potential, yet unexpectedly, you sought to harm others. Lu Zhenfei's face was etched with disappointment. Master, Zhang Fantian repeatedly bowed his head, his forehead striking the ground with fervor. Soon, the stone beneath him bore the marks of blood from his relentless prostrations. Master, if you must render me powerless, allow me to live as an ordinary person. Please do not take my life. I am the sole heir of the Zhang family, he cried, tears streaming down his face. In his heart, he contemplated the recent period spent serving the Taiping sect, believing he had amassed some wealth. He thought to himself that he could find a remote place and still lead a comfortable life. Chen Anmo furrowed his brow slightly. He observed a flicker of uncertainty in Lu Zhengfei's gaze. Could it be that he is still considering letting him off the hook? Chen Anmo was rendered speechless. It was evident that this was indeed a father-daughter duo, both exhibiting a somewhat naive disposition. Master, I implore you to spare me. Suddenly, Zhang Fantian seized Lu Zhengfei's thigh in a desperate embrace. With a swift motion, Chen Anmo struck, plunging a dagger into Lu Zhengfei's spine. You, Zhang Fantian let out a muffled groan, twisting his head in agony. Chen Anmo, how dare you? Chen Anmo, with a cold expression, remarked. Master possesses a kind heart and cannot bear to take action. Thus, it falls upon me to intervene. Keeping you alive is but a source of calamity. Lu Zhengfei looked at Chen Anmo in astonishment, taken aback by his proactive approach. However, given the present circumstances, he deemed it unwise to intervene. Lu Fang turned her head away, choosing not to glance at Zhang Fantian, who pleaded, Senior sister, master, save me, I beseech you. Yet, Chen Anmo struck again with his blade, prompting Zhang Fantian to reluctantly close his eyes. Ding. Left Daoming has been slain. Completed. Reward, a piece of golden silk armor. Impenetrable to water and fire, impervious to blades and bullets, capable of converting 30% of impact force. Master, the likes of Zhang Fantian, who can commit such treacherous acts against his own teacher and ancestors, has long ceased to be your disciple. I implore you not to dwell too deeply on this matter. Chen Anmo approached Lu Zhengfei and remarked, this child, I once held high hopes for him. Yet, one misstep has led to a cascade of errors. Lu Zhengfei gazed at the lifeless body on the ground and inquired, but how did you suddenly appear here? I happened to notice Zhang Fantian and Zhou Daoming in each other's company prior, and upon seeing him accompany my senior sister this time, I sensed ill intentions. Thus, I followed them all the way, Chen Anmo explained. In response, Lu Fang looked at Chen Anmo in astonishment. What? You have been tailing us all along? Indeed. It seems my instincts were correct. This fellow harbors malicious intent, Chen Anmo affirmed. As Lu Fang regarded Chen Anmo, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Why does junior brother Chen keep paying attention to me? Could it be? Her face flushed slightly as she scrutinized Chen Anmo, realizing that he was quite pleasing to the eye. However, he is still her junior. Master, how did you come here? Chen Anmo inquired. In my past ventures through the martial world, I encountered the abode of a chi-refining practitioner and obtained a communication talisman. This talisman has been kept with your senior sister. Should she find herself in peril, it can alert me. Such remarkable artifacts still exist in this world. Junior brother Chen, what kind of poison did you just sprinkle? Its effects are astonishingly potent, Lu Fang inquired with curiosity. It must be some form of spring poison, Lu Zhengfei remarked with an unusual expression. Huh? Junior brother. How could you possess such a thing? Lu Fang was at a loss for words. She had always detested such substances, believing that those who employed them were undoubtedly of ill character. Yet, now that it was in the hands of junior brother Chen, she felt indifferent. After all, he is a person of integrity. Possessing such poison could not have been intentional on his part. Chen Anmo touched his nose and fabricated an excuse. Wasn't it the crocodile gang last time? While confiscating supplies, I inadvertently acquired this item. I sensed it could be useful against certain adversaries, so I decided to keep it. Lu Zhengfei nodded slightly. Indeed. Although this item is not inherently good, it is akin to a knife. In the hands of a virtuous person, it becomes a valuable tool. Master, I have dealt with the body, Lu Fang volunteered. Chen Shidi. I will assist you, she added. Lu Zhengfei sighed and remarked, let us give Zhang Fantian a proper burial. After all, we shared a master-disciple bond. Chen Anmo first approached Zhou Daoming. Ding. Upon touching the corpse, a reward of 200 days of cultivation was granted. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. The high cultivation level of Zhou Daoming promised bountiful rewards. He triggered the wishes of the deceased. Wish 1. Locate the missing piece of human skin paper. Reward, a golden silkworm silk belly band. Wish 2. Hope that his son and daughter can carry on the legacy of the typing sect, and inform them that their father was treacherously killed by that scoundrel Chen Anmo. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Wish 3. Burn 100 women for him as offerings for his cultivation. Reward, 30 years of cultivation. Chen Anmo furrowed his brows, nearly on the verge of uttering a curse. To his astonishment, this individual actually had children. Judging by the circumstances, it appeared that the entire family was ensconced within the typing sect. The typing sect, with its devotion to the so-called God of Peace, immediately gave rise to suspicions of malevolence. The most outrageous aspect was the demand to sacrifice 100 women on his behalf. Chen Amo shook his head. These unfulfilled wishes were destined to remain incomplete. However, he pondered whether the paper figure he had burned counted as a fulfillment. Ding. Wish. Find the lost human skin paper. Completed. Reward. 1 golden silkworm silk pouch. Ah, this reward has been completed? Upon seeing this, Chen Amo felt a surge of excitement. Since he had already obtained the human skin paper, this task could indeed be considered fulfilled. While tending to his corpse, Chen Amo felt around and unexpectedly discovered a knapsack in his embrace. Inside, he found over 30 taels of silver, along with various bottles and jars that were clearly elixirs. Most importantly, he uncovered another piece of human skin paper. The remaining human skin paper had been secured. Chen Amo was filled with immense excitement. The human skin parchment had originally been divided into 3 portions. Due to the pursuit of the sinister forces, Zhuo Daoming entrusted 2 of his disciples with 2 portions, while retaining 1 for himself. The remaining 2 portions eventually came into his possession. The last portion had always remained in the hands of one of Zhuo Daoming's disciples. After Zhuo Daoming recovered from his injuries, he must have retrieved the human skin parchment from that disciple. Thus, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, he acquired the object. Chen Amo was immediately filled with excitement. This pertained to the treasure map of the Qi Refining Master's cave, potentially linked to immortality. Junior sister, would you be interested in this? Chen Amo remarked. There are dozens of taels of silver inside. Shall we divide it? Lu Fang nonchalantly shook her head, replying, You saved me. This is what you deserve. This was the very response he had been anticipating. Chen Amo responded without hesitation, expressing his gratitude to his senior sister. He placed his satchel on his back and, after digging a pit, dragged Zhang Fantian's lifeless body over. Ding. Upon touching the corpse, he received a reward of 120 days of cultivation. The deceased's last wishes were activated. Last wish 1. A desire to possess his senior sister entirely. Reward. 1 year of cultivation. Last wish 2. To have 10 exquisite women as concubines. Reward. 3 bottles of blood-fortifying elixir. Last wish 3. A wish to be buried in the earth, to find peace in the soil, and not to be discarded in the wilderness, leaving a disgraceful death. Reward. 1 year of cultivation. This individual, though lacking in significant abilities, certainly had a plethora of thoughts regarding women. Chen Amo curled his lip, realizing that the first 2 wishes were unattainable. As for the final wish, an appeal against being abandoned in the wilderness, he decided to fulfill it. 1 year of cultivation was indeed enticing. After ensuring a proper burial, he anticipated the arrival of his reward. Meanwhile, Lu Fang rummaged through Zhang Fantian's belongings. The sight of the assorted items within his package nauseated her. Among them were numerous women's undergarments and pantyhose, faintly imbued with a rather unpleasant scent reminiscent of fish. Additionally, there were some rather provocative illustrations, which were exceedingly distasteful. Oh, how revolting! Lu Fang could not help but exclaim. Chapter 53. Sister, you must be more proactive. Chapter 53. Sister, you must be more proactive. Sister, what is so disgusting? Chen Amo approached. Look at Zhang Fantian. It is truly unexpected. On the surface, he presents himself as a paragon of virtue, yet beneath, he reveals such a character. Following Lu Fang's gaze, Chen Amo turned to look, equally astonished. An abundance of erotic illustrations. Authentic pantyhose. This fellow is certainly not a man of good character. No wonder his dying wish bore little connection to his parents. Rather, it involved a multitude of women. Chen Amo felt a sense of foreboding. Senior sister, shall I dispose of these items for you? Picking up the bundle, he approached the edge of the pit and cast the unadulterated garments into its depths. As for the 3 volumes of erotic illustrations, he tucked them into his own satchel. After all, he was a married man, and sharing them with his sister-in-law could serve as a means of cultivating artistic sensibilities. On their way back, Lu Jingfei expressed a desire for discretion regarding today's events. First and foremost, Zhang Fantian is affiliated with the martial arts school. His entanglement with the Taiping sect could easily lead to misunderstandings, regardless of whether Zhangfei Martial Arts is aware of the situation. This could prompt inquiries from the city lord's residence, which would be quite troublesome. Secondly, Zhang Fantian's parents are innocent. The elderly couple has devoted their entire lives to him. If they were to learn of this grim news, it would likely be unbearable for them. It would be best to say that Zhang Fantian has gone out for training. Lu Jingfei elucidated. Chen Amo, however, was indifferent to this. He nodded slightly. Understood, master. Ah, Xiao Mo, come to the backyard. I have a few more matters to discuss with you. Chen Amo followed Lu Zheng to the back of the martial arts hall. You saved Lu Fang. Regardless of whether you seek a reward, I shall not treat you unjustly. Chen Amo hastily replied, Master, I simply feel that senior sister is a good person, and thus I rescued her without any thought of reward. This statement was spoken from the depths of his heart. Lu Jingfei was quite pleased with Chen Amo's response. He then sighed and said, All along, I have been searching for a worthy successor. Fang Fang possesses only average talent, making it difficult for her to inherit my teachings. Initially, I had high hopes for Zhang Fantian. Even after his fall from grace, I continued to devise ways to assist him. Yet now, he is no more. Lu Zhengfei's profound gaze turned towards Chen Anmo as he declared, At this moment, I have decided to pass my mantle to you. Chen Anmo felt a stir in his heart. He had previously speculated that Lu Zhengfei must possess superior martial arts legacies. Almost every martial arts school harbors hidden treasures, and such legacies are seldom revealed. Each master meticulously selects their disciples before deciding on the transmission of such knowledge. Some even choose to pass it solely to their own offspring. However, Lu Fang's abilities were lacking, and her temperament was rather timid. Should this legacy fall into Lu Fang's hands after Lu Zhengfei's demise, it would indeed spell disaster. Thus, Lu Zhengfei contemplated bequeathing the legacy to his disciples, ensuring that they would also look after his daughter, safeguarding her from hardship. This was Lu Zhengfei's singular intention. Shaking his head, he asked Chen Anmo to wait for a moment as he entered the inner chamber. After a while, when Lu Zhengfei re-emerged, he held a yellowed, ancient tome in his hands. Xiaomo, do you recall the qi cultivation technique I imparted to you when you first arrived here? Disciple remembers. Chen Anmo replied, but I have not practiced it much, fearing that indulging in too many techniques would lead to a chaotic mastery. Therefore, I decided to delay my training until I am more adept. Chen Anmo elucidated that what he mentioned was merely one reason. Another reason is that the cultivation method of the qi nourishing technique is incomplete. He himself was uncertain on how to embark on the practice. Thus he did not engage in it extensively. The qi nourishing technique initially provided to you is indeed an incomplete version, capable of allowing one to cultivate to the stage of dark strength and bright strength. However, are you aware of what follows? Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Master, will there be even greater powers to come? Lu Jingfei smiled faintly. Indeed, there are. Following the stages of Mingjin and Anjin, there will be Huajin, Danjin, and Gangjin. This fragment of the nourishing qi technique can only guide you to the realm of Anjin. Beyond that, without suitable methods, further cultivation is utterly unattainable. Chen Anmo nodded solemnly, his gaze fervently fixed upon the ancient text in Lu Jingfei's hands. He understood that this technique was the key to his further advancement. Xiaomo Lu said, Cultivation does not encompass everything. A weaker individual, even when trained in formidable energy, can still triumph over strength through softness and finesse. Your innate talent is exceptional. You have already cultivated both bright and dark energies merely from your own studies. However, to harness the power beyond the transformation of energy, one must possess genuine techniques. This vital energy cultivation method is the pivotal technique that will alter your strength. This entire manuscript is entrusted to you, and I ask for your solemn vow not to share it with others indiscriminately. Chen Anmo took a deep breath. He understood that his master was passing on his legacy to him. This was both an opportunity and a solemn promise. To violate this promise in the future would invite the torment of inner demons. For those of lesser cultivation, such demons might not pose a significant threat. However, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the troubles that may arise. Many practitioners who succumb to madness do so due to the influence of these inner demons. The disciple remained vigilant. Chen Anmo spoke, and Lu Zhengfei nodded in satisfaction. He felt a profound sense of trust in Chen Anmo, whose various actions had unequivocally demonstrated his character. After all, among all the disciples he had taught throughout his life, none had possessed the courage to rescue his daughter when she fell victim to deceitful circumstances, particularly when the adversary was a demon from the 6th-rank Taiping sect. Given this, he refrained from forcing Chen Anmo to take a blood oath against his inner demons. Furthermore, there is another request I wish to make, Master, Chen Anmo replied. As I have grown older, I have sensed a decline in my vitality over the years. This expansive martial arts academy may not endure much longer. You are still young and perhaps do not aspire to remain here, nor do you regard this academy with any particular esteem. Chen Anmo silently concurred. Indeed, if the master were to suggest any martial arts school bequeathed to him, he would undoubtedly decline without hesitation. He had no desire to manage such burdensome affairs. All I hope for in the future, after my master has departed, is that my sole daughter, Lu Fang, encounters no difficulties, and I trust you will extend your assistance. My only wish for her is not to attain great wealth or fortune, but to lead a tranquil life, nurturing a family and raising children. Chen Anmo understood clearly. This essentially meant that he was entrusted with the care of senior sister Lu Fang. Master, please rest assured. Senior sister Lu has treated me with such kindness. We shall undoubtedly support one another in the future. Very well, I trust in your character, replied Lu Zhengfei as he handed over the martial arts manual to Chen Anmo. After offering a few more reminders, Chen Anmo made his way to the training ground. Junior brother Chen, what did master say to you? Lu Fang inquired as she approached. Chen Anmo did not conceal the truth. He spoke candidly about the matter. Lu Fang's gaze grew complex. Her suspicions proved correct. Her father had indeed bestowed that legacy upon Chen Anmo. In the past, she had secretly practiced the qi nourishing technique, yet the results were rather meager. Her father had once mentioned that this was a matter of innate talent, even jesting that she should seek a husband of exceptional ability. Whoever received the qi nourishing technique would ultimately become her father's son-in-law. Regrettably, Chen Anmo was already involved with another woman. During the preliminary martial arts examination, he had been accompanied by an unremarkable-looking young lady, much to the curiosity of everyone at the martial arts school. Chen Anmo is now considered quite capable. Yet how did he end up with such an ordinary woman? At that time, she did not give it much thought. However, upon reflection, she feels a sense of disappointment. If Chen Anmo were single as a senior, she would have been more proactive. Congratulations to my junior. Focus on your cultivation, said Lu Fang. Sister, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave to study this technique, he replied. Very well. After Chen Anmo departed, Lu Fang wandered to the backyard in a daze, aimlessly practicing against the wooden dummy. Daughter, your state today seems off. What are you practicing? It appears soft and lacking in strength, Lu Zhengfei remarked as he approached. No. It's just that I was injured earlier. Lu Fang quickly defended herself. In my opinion, you must be preoccupied with something in your mind, right? What could a daughter possibly be thinking about? Let me ponder. Are you thinking of Chen Anmo? Lu Zhengfei guessed astutely. Chen Anmo rescued her, possessing remarkable talent. Such an exceptional man is rare to find, even with a lantern in hand. As daughters mature, the notion of marriage becomes a natural consideration, and it is only normal to entertain such peculiar thoughts. No, father, do not speak nonsense, Lu Fang quickly refuted. I shall no longer engage with you. I am weary and need to rest. With that, she departed without a glance back. Sigh. Lu Zhengfei shook his head. Chen Anmo returned home and glanced at the current cultivation time, 12 years and 260 days. After deducting 260 days, he practiced the nourishing qi technique. As he had already cultivated both the bright and dark energies, his entry into the nourishing qi technique was swift. Nourishing qi technique, entry level. After deducting 2 years, the potency of his bright and dark energies became exceptionally refined. Following another 5 years, the strength of his bright and dark energies was further purified. After another 5 years, the power of his bright and dark energies became robust and formidable. Chen Anmo, is this all? His face darkened. After 12 years, it still remained the same, manifest and latent strength. He carefully assessed it. Indeed, his power had significantly increased. At present, he felt he was merely a thin veil away from reaching the 6th tier of cultivation. However, the pressing desire for him was to break through to the transformation of strength. It appeared that achieving this breakthrough in the near term would prove exceedingly challenging. Chen Anmo sighed inwardly, though he was not surprised. For instance, even the masters of various martial arts halls, including Lu Zhengfei, had likely not attained the realm of transformation. Thus, he remained unperturbed. Xiaomo, I have prepared your bathwater. Hurry and cleanse yourself. You are utterly filthy, came Shen Xian's voice. All right, he replied. After taking a bath and enjoying a meal, Chen Anmo and Shen Xian found themselves in the cellar, examining 3 pieces of parchment made from human skin. When these 3 pieces were assembled, they revealed a map. Xiaomo, this map appears to depict a mountain, a rather large one, Shen Xian remarked. Chen Anmo nodded thoughtfully, furrowing his brow. It's a pity I do not know which mountain this is. The route depicted on the map appears to be the path after entering the mountain. Shaking his head, he carefully tucked the parchment away, concealing it within a hidden compartment in the cellar. The following day, as Chen Anmo arrived at the entrance of the martial arts school, he spotted Imo Lingo approaching. Chen Anmo, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I need to inform you that tomorrow we shall prepare to journey to Huangyao Mountain. The destination indicated on that map was indeed Huanya Mountain. Chen Anmo felt a shiver in his heart and nodded, saying, "Understood. Please convey this to your brother, Chen He." Mo Lingo inquired with anticipation. Chen Anmo waved his hand apologetically. "I'm sorry, my brother has already departed." "What?" Mo Ling furrowed her brows. "You are not jesting with me, are you?" "Miss Mo, this is indeed the truth. He has temporarily left the fourth-floor town. He promised to accompany me to Huanya Mountain." Mo Ling was suddenly flustered. "Isn't this rather outrageous? We had a prior agreement. How could he simply leave without notice?" Chen Anmo shook his head, expressing his ignorance about the matter. "He hasn't mentioned anything regarding your relationship," he stated. "That scoundrel!" Mo Lingo exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. Regrettably, she felt powerless. Could it be that he was upset because I declined his invitation to the inn that fateful night? This thought suddenly crossed Mo Linger's mind. Chapter 54. What is the purpose of meddling in romantic affairs? At last, the day arrived for Mo Linger, Duan Wenchao, and the others to embark on their journey. At the city gate, Mo Linger, Duan Wenchao, Li Xiang, and Yao Wan remained together, now accompanied by 3 additional gentlemen, all disciples of the Ling Tian Martial Arts Academy. They had met these 3 during a previous meal. As Mo Linger noticed Chen Anmo approaching, her eyes narrowed. Yesterday, after Chen Anmo informed her that his brother had departed, she felt a surge of anger. However, she resolved to dismiss such thoughts and treat him as merely a transient passerby. "Brother Chen, you have finally arrived." Duan Wenchao greeted with a smile. "Apologies for my tardiness," Chen Anmo replied. "We just arrived as well, so shall we set off now?" Mo Lingo nodded at Chen Anmo. And thus, the 8 of them commenced their journey. The destination, Huanya Mountain, was quite a distance away, prompting the group to prepare 3 horse-drawn carriages, all provided by Duan Wenchao. The 3 carriages proceeded in a line, setting off on their adventure. 2 days later, the carriages halted at the base of a towering mountain. From here on, it will be difficult for the carriages to navigate the terrain. "Let us proceed on foot," Duan Wenchao suggested. Mo Linger and Yao Wan swiftly disembarked. Mo Lingo unfolded a map and glanced at it. The marked entrance was precisely here. On Huangya Mountain, there existed a place shrouded in miasma. Isolated from the outside world, a natural treasure trove for cultivating rare medicinal herbs. With a confident smile, Mo Linger folded the map, for she had committed the route to memory. However, this area lies in a lawless zone, far from towns. I've heard that many wanted thieves and bandits hide in such places. We must exercise caution, Li Xiang remarked. Yao Wan concurred, that is only natural, but with our numbers, we need not worry too much about encountering trouble. Thus, the group bantered and laughed as they began their ascent. Meanwhile, the weakest disciple stayed behind to tend to the horses, leaving a total of 7 individuals to climb the mountain. Chen Anmo perceived his surroundings. As the afternoon wore on, he encountered no danger. However, as twilight approached, unusual sensations permeated the jungle. Many ferocious beasts lurked in the night. Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. He held no fear of these ferocious beasts, however. The same could not be said for those around him. Mo Linger remarked, according to the map, the members of the crocodile gang will arrive here to gather medicinal herbs in approximately 3 days. To evade the fierce creatures, they have established several safe havens in this area. If we proceed a bit further, we should be able to locate a cellar. Mo Linger quickened her pace. Before long, they came upon a stone tablet over a meter in height. "This is the place," she exclaimed with delight. To the right of the tablet, she indeed discovered the entrance to a cellar. This entrance was concealed by a stone slab, which was covered with dry branches, evidently camouflaged. Li Xiang and Duan Wenchao cleared the branches from atop the slab, revealing the inscription that read Crocodile Gang. Mo Lingo nodded and moved the slab aside before jumping down. The entrance measured approximately 1 meter in width. Upon following Chen Anmo, the interior suddenly revealed itself. The space was vast, adorned with oil lamps and other furnishings. Once ignited, they illuminated the surroundings. Here, a modest supply of provisions was stored, divided into 2 chambers, one for women and the other for men. "Let us take a moment to rest. The women shall reside within, while the men remain outside," Chen Anmo proposed as night fell. Everyone was nibbling on the dry rations in their hands. "Brother Chen, I've heard that you are now married?" Duan Wenchao inquired. Having finished his meal and feeling rather bored, Chen Anmo remarked, "I suppose so, but I have never hosted a banquet. When I eventually do hold a feast, you must be sure to invite us." Indeed. When the time comes, we shall all gather to extend our heartfelt congratulations." Chen Anmo smiled faintly and casually remarked, "All right. I wonder if Brother Chen has any interest in remarrying?" Duan Wenchao replied, I have a younger sister, as beautiful as a flower. And I feel she would be a perfect match for you, Brother Chen. Yao Wan retorted, Duan Wenchao, spare me. He is already taken. Why are you meddling in matters of romance? Sister Yao, considering how capable Brother Chen is, he could easily take a concubine, Duan Wenchao countered. Do you think everyone is like you, with 3 concubines already? Duan Wenchao chuckled awkwardly. Chen Amo remarked, for the time being, I have not contemplated much. Just as he spoke, a series of fierce roars echoed from outside. A few individuals turned pale. Fortunately, this cellar served as a sanctuary. Without it, they would likely meet a dire fate if left exposed. The following morning, as several people emerged from the cellar, they discovered enormous footprints nearby. It appeared that the formidable beasts residing here were at least of the 3rd or 4th rank. Mo Lingo spoke with a grave tone, stating that given their current strength, encountering a beast of such caliber would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Chen Amo also adopted a serious demeanor. Fortunately, his perceptive abilities were remarkable as they journeyed onward. He consistently foresaw impending dangers, guiding the group to circumvent formidable beasts. 2 days later, every individual felt an immense sense of relief, grateful for Chen Amo's presence on this expedition. Without him, they would undoubtedly have faced considerable hardships. On this day, they finally beheld a vast expanse of misty white fog. They had arrived at last. In that moment, excitement surged through them, and they could hardly contain their eagerness to rush forth. Chen Anmo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Indeed, something was profoundly wrong. His keen perception, upon encountering the white mist, felt as though it had plunged into an unfathomable quagmire. Then it all faltered. This revelation left him in a state of alarm. Without their senses, they were perilously vulnerable here. After sharing his concerns, nodded in agreement, acknowledging her own restricted perception. Well then, let us proceed. According to the map, the number of ferocious beasts within the mist is relatively low, rendering it a rather safe area. With that, stepped forward into the haze. Upon entering the white mist, the air instantly seemed to rejuvenate. This was indeed a peculiar locale. At its center lay a pond, where plump fish swam leisurely. Surrounding the pond was rich, dark soil, abundant with various herbs, ginseng, red spirit grass, and reishi mushrooms, leaving Chun Anmo utterly captivated. The age of these herbs was evident, each possessing considerable worth. What a remarkable find! Everyone's spirits soared, laughter erupting among them. The most reassuring aspect was the undeniable safety of this place. Not a trace of ferocious beasts or even their footprints could be discerned. Thus, they divided their tasks and began to gather herbs with enthusiasm. 3-year-old ginseng, 10-year-old red spirit grass, excellent. And behold, this is a 20-year-old ocean blue. Chen Ammo was taken aback. The azure essence of the sea was indeed a splendid tonic for replenishing vitality and blood, albeit beneficial solely for women. This would make a perfect gift for my sister-in-law. After a flurry of activity, each person had filled their respective satchels to the brim. At last, this place had been thoroughly scavenged, perhaps in several years. We could return here, Duan Wenchao remarked with a smile. Well then, let us depart. With her satchel on her back, Mo Lingo began her journey away. As they emerged from the veil of white mist, they discovered that a gentle, persistent rain was falling outside. Chen Ammo was taken aback even more. The mist enveloped both the interior and the exterior, resembling 2 entirely separate realms, utterly isolated from one another. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy, and everyone began their descent down the mountain, braving the drizzle. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the sky. Alas, it was the firebird. Chen Ammo raised his gaze. Having previously encountered the carcass of a flame bird during a feast hosted by Duan Wenchao, he instantly recognized this creature as a flame bird. Upon further inspection, he was astonished to see not just one, but as many as 5 flame birds. This was dire. The flame bird was known for its ability to spew forth flames. Run quickly, exclaimed Mo Lingo, her expression turning grave. In the next moment, scalding flames erupted like molten lava, surging downward. A junior disciple, caught off guard, was ignited on one side of his body. Ah! He shrieked in agony, leaping into the adjacent pond. To their horror, the flames refused to be extinguished, and they could only watch helplessly as he was consumed by the inferno. Chen Ammo inhaled sharply. Previously, when consuming the fiery bird's meat, he sensed that this avian delicacy was not ordinary. The meat was exquisite, costly, and quite elusive. However, it is only now that he comprehends the reason behind its high price. Ding! Upon touching the corpse, a reward of 80 days of cultivation is granted. The deceased's last wishes are triggered. Last wish 1. A desire for senior sister Mo Linger to escape. Reward: a vial of blood-strengthening pill. Last wish 2. A yearning to spend a blissful night with senior sister Mo Linger. Reward: 2 years of cultivation. Brother, you exhibit great courage. Who would have thought that even in death, you longed for such moments with Mo Linger? Chen Anmo found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that many of the deceased had expressed a singular wish to establish a connection with Mulinger. Previously, it was merely the demons of the typing sect. But now even her junior disciples echoed this sentiment. Suddenly, another junior disciple let out a blood-curdling scream. Xiaofang. Mulinger rushed to his aid. Sister, it's too late. You must not approach this fire. Yaowan urgently restrained Mulinger, helplessly witnessing his demise in the flames. Ding. Touching the corpse. Reward: 80 days of cultivation. Triggered the wishes of the deceased. Wish 1. A desire for a blissful night with senior sister Mulinger. Reward: 2 years of cultivation. Chenamo, all right. You two junior disciples, you both harbor designs on Mo Linger, do you not? He truly finds it somewhat perplexing. Mo Linger is indeed beautiful. But her allure cannot be so overwhelming, can it? Just as he pondered, a blazing firebird set its gaze upon him. Roar. Flames surged towards him with a ferocious intensity. Chun Anmo rolled dangerously to escape a considerable distance, his garments igniting in the process. Fortunately, he wore a golden silk armor beneath, impervious to both water and fire. The formidable heat was largely absorbed by the armor. He exhaled in relief and quickened his pace, joining several others as they ventured deeper into the dense forest. However, the fierce firebirds were evidently fixated on them, 5 of these fiery creatures trailing closely behind. This situation was untenable. We must separate if we wish to escape. Otherwise, we shall never break free. Chen Amo proposed, then we must part ways. Mo Lingo took a deep breath and declared, let us convene at the foot of the mountain. Very well, they agreed, and the remaining 5 individuals resolutely went their separate ways. Chen Amo unleashed the Qian Kuan step, his figure darting forth like a flash of lightning, vanishing in an instant. Time seemed to stretch on as the sky gradually darkened. The rain had ceased. And among the relentless pursuers, only one firebird remained, still tenaciously in pursuit. Suddenly, he realized that the firebird struggled to see well in the encroaching darkness. Drawing forth the Qian blade, he concealed himself behind a tree. As the firebird swooped down, Chen Amo surged forth from his hiding place. With a powerful strike of the Tiangang blade Qi, the firebird was startled, questioning the sudden appearance of this human. Before it could react, its massive form was cleaved apart, falling helplessly to the ground. It was done. Chen Amo approached. Ding. Upon touching the corpse, he received a reward of 3 points of beast fire. This novel can be downloaded through the open source and Freestar string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquire the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyououtlook.com, author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, me FQ tool. Chapter 55, Why are you biting me, woman? Chapter 55, Why are you biting me, woman? Once again, he has received the reward of beast fire. Chen Amo's lips curled into a smile. At present, he possessed a total of 6 points of beast fire rewards. He extended his palm, and with a mere thought, flames erupted. Previously, the beast fire was no larger than a lighter's flame. However, now it engulfed half of his palm. Witnessing this, Chen Amo couldn't help but laugh again. I can already cultivate the fire cloud palm. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a beast echoed from afar. Chen Amo's expression shifted subtly. The formidable beast of the 3rd tier? Such a dominant creature was beyond his capacity to confront. Consequently, he swiftly hoisted the corpse of the fire bird from the ground. With his other hand, he grasped a satchel filled with medicinal herbs and proceeded towards a nearby cave. During his prior escape, he had deliberately chosen this route leading to the cave, which served as a refuge left by the crocodile gang. The entrance to the cave was exceedingly narrow, barely allowing passage for a single individual. Overgrown with weeds and littered with rubble, it remained inconspicuous to outsiders. Had it not been for their possession of a map, discovering this location would have been utterly impossible. In no time, he reached the entrance. The corpse of the firebird was too large to fit through, prompting him to decisively hack it into smaller pieces. After tossing the remnants inside, he swiftly slipped in. Roar. Meanwhile, the sounds of the beast grew ever closer. The very ground seemed to tremble beneath him. sending shivers down Chen Ammo's spine. The sheer force was overwhelming. A single strike from such a creature could very well reduce him to a mere pulp. Even clad in golden silk armor. Wait, there was another presence. Someone was being hunted by this beast. At that moment, Chen Ammo sensed a familiar aura outside. It was Mo Linger. He quickly leaned out to catch a glimpse. Mo Lingo appeared disheveled, her garments in disarray, hair singed black, and one shoe missing as she desperately ran towards the cave. Alas, perhaps in her haste, Mo Linger stumbled and fell, landing ungracefully. The impact elicited a cry of pain from her. Roar. The critical factor was that the beast was still in pursuit, clutching her knee in agony. She understood that tears were not an option. She had to escape quickly. Otherwise, the monstrous creature would devour her as a mere snack. Just as she managed to rise, the searing pain in her knee made her gasp for breath, as if someone had struck her knee with a hammer. The agony almost rendered her unconscious, obliterating her ability to think. Her mind was a blank slate. This was dire. Chen Ammo observed everything keenly. He was acutely aware that venturing outside was perilous, for he had already witnessed the colossal beast, towering several meters high and resembling a dinosaur, emerging from the dense forest. Miss Mo, hold on. Crawl towards me. Chen Ammo called out while skillfully crawling out of the cave. Chen Ammo, how could you be here? Upon hearing his voice, Mo Lingo felt a surge of emotions. Almost on the verge of tears, Chen Ammo seized Mo Linger's hand, and without hesitation, lifted her into his embrace. A sharp intake of breath escaped Mo Lingo as she winced from the pain. Overwhelmed by the intensity of her discomfort, she instinctively bit down on Chen Ammo's shoulder. This particular spot was devoid of any protective armor, and given that her garments had already been charred and torn by the flames, her bite pierced his skin effortlessly. Chen Ammo is also human, capable of experiencing pain. Thus, he gasped in agony. He was tempted to inquire, "Do you partake in fried dough cakes?" At that moment, the colossal beast finally emerged from the dense forest, its eyes shining with surprise as yet another delicacy appeared before it. Thud, thud, thud. The massive creature charged forth in this direction. Chen Ammo's expression shifted subtly as he swiftly advanced towards the cave entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled Mo Linger into the opening. In a final act of urgency, he delivered 2 swift kicks to her rear, ensuring she was fully inside. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Chen Ammo narrowly managed to slip into the cave himself. Success. Roar, roar, roar. Outside, only the furious bellowing of the colossal beast remained. Huffing and puffing, Chen Ammo leaned against the stone wall, breathing heavily. The recent encounter had been exceedingly perilous. He had come perilously close to becoming a mere morsel for the colossal beast. Miss Mo, are you unharmed? Chen Ammo cast a glance at Mo Linger. How can you still speak so boldly? You ought to be more gentle. You've nearly caused me great pain. Mo Lingo clutched her dairy, her face etched with resentment. The situation was urgent, and I had no other choice. Besides, you did bite me as well. Chen Ammo turned his head and glanced at his shoulder. To his astonishment, there were deep bite marks on it. He couldn't help but wonder if there was a risk of rabies. He had heard that if someone was bitten and the wound was not properly treated, it could lead to rabies. Chen Ammo, feeling helpless, took out a healing elixir. He crushed the pill into a fine powder and sprinkled a small amount onto his wound. Only after the bleeding ceased could he consider the matter resolved. However, it was foreseeable that a scar might remain at the site of the injury. Fortunately, he was not a girl, so it was of little consequence. If a young lady were to bear such a scar, she might not even know where to shed her tears. Look at you, a dog indeed, biting me like this. And yet I still saved you. Chen Ammo could still feel a faint throbbing pain from the wound. You just kicked me, and yet you have no notion of gentleness. What choice did I have in that situation? Well, when I bit you, it was beyond my control. The pain was unbearable at that moment. Currently in a fit of anger, showed no inclination to apologize whatsoever. Chen Ammo furrowed his brows. Very well, very well. This is the attitude you present after I have saved you? Fine, let it be known that I have rescued a thankless wretch. I have indeed come to your aid multiple times. Chen Ammo remarked, expressing her exasperation, I can't be bothered to converse with you. It's utterly tiresome. Mo Linger let out a low hum, fully aware of her own shortcomings. Hence she was reluctant to elaborate further. Struggling to lean against the stone wall, she laboriously retrieved a medicinal vial. After swallowing a healing pill, she finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. Oh, the carcass of a firebird? At that moment, she noticed a pair of bloody remains at Chen Ammo's feet. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that it was indeed the corpse of a firebird. Chen Ammo, while tending to the flesh, remarked without turning his head, just hunted, quite skillful. Mo Lingo was taken aback. Soon after, Chun Anmo ignited a pile of firewood placed within the cave, commencing the art of barbecuing. The sizzle of meat filled the air, and moments later, a delightful aroma wafted through the cave. The overhead of this cavern was adorned with numerous ventilation openings, allowing for the roasting of meat and charcoal without the concern of smoke accumulation. Chun Anmo swallowed hard, unable to restrain himself. After a long day of toil, he was ravenous. Finally, the moment had arrived to indulge in delicious food. He seized a piece of roasted meat, sprinkling a touch of salt from a small jar nearby. As he took a bite, the exquisite flavor nearly made him swallow his tongue. It was delectable, truly beyond compare. Mo Linger glanced at Chun Anmo's meat, unable to suppress her own swallow. How can this fellow's roasted meat be so remarkably delicious? It looks utterly enticing. Although she had been secretly sheltered by her mother throughout her life, she had never been deprived of exquisite delicacies. Having tasted many culinary delights both within and beyond the palace, she had experienced an array of flavors. However, she had rarely encountered barbecued fare, as in her mind. It was the sustenance of hunters living on the fringes of society, consumed only in dire circumstances. Who among respectable folk would indulge in such fare? It appeared charred and unappealing, lacking any aesthetic charm. Yet this time, as she observed the meat in Chun Anmo's grasp, she was taken aback. It looked delectable and emanated an enticing aroma. She yearned to taste it. But this fellow had not even invited her to share in the feast. How could this man be so inconsiderate? If only her elder brother Chen He were present, he would certainly treat her with kindness, inquiring after her well-being and offering warmth. She found herself in a quandary. To be honest, she had been hungry for quite some time. Earlier, in her desperate bid for survival, she had lost the satchel containing her provisions. She longed to snatch a piece of Chun Anmo's roasted meat and take a hearty bite. But such an act would be beneath her station. She was, after all, a princess, destined to stand above all others. How could someone of her stature beg for food from another? The thought itself seemed laughable. Yet, the tantalizing aroma was tormenting her senses. Oh, what should I do? Just as she was caught in her internal struggle, Chun Anmo glanced her way. How are you feeling? I am managing, albeit with some difficulty. My foot is still rather sore. Mo Lingo cast a glance at her left foot, due to the loss of her shoe. She had stepped on numerous thorns during her flight. The pain was excruciating. In her desperate attempt to escape, she had scarcely registered the discomfort. It was only now, in safety, that she truly felt the sting of her injuries. Chun Anmo approached, holding a generous skewer of roasted meat, offering it to. Have some. The meat of the firebird is quite nourishing. It will aid in your recovery from your wounds. Although he had been somewhat irritated by his capricious demeanor earlier, her pitiful appearance softened his heart, leading him to set aside his grievances. After all, she was a girl. It was only right to show her some leniency. Thank you, replied as she accepted the meat, pausing momentarily before continuing. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I realize you saved me, and yet I bit you. That was my fault. Not a problem. I forgive you, he reassured her. Chun Anmo smiled faintly and said, Please, indulge yourself. I shall continue roasting. There is more than enough for all. Mo Linger nodded gently and then took a delicate bite of the roasted meat. Upon tasting it, her enchanting eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly roasted meat? This. The flavor is simply extraordinary. Chun Anmo furrowed his brow and inquired, What is the matter? Is it not to your liking? After speaking, he felt a curious perplexity within. The barbecued meat appeared to pose no issues at all. No, what I meant to say is that this barbecue is simply exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful in my entire life. This assertion was, admittedly, somewhat exaggerated. Although Mo Linger was not speaking boastfully, her enthusiasm stemmed purely from her current hunger. When one is ravenous, even a simple bowl of porridge can seem like a culinary masterpiece. Subsequently, Mo Lingo dove into her meal, disregarding her delicate image as a fairy, with oil smudging her lips. Chun Anmo was taken aback, realizing that the woman was indeed famished. Do you have any left? I would like some more, Mo Lingo said, gazing intently at Chun Anmo. You want more? Chun Anmo was somewhat taken aback. She had just indulged quite a bit. He let out a sigh, knowing that men often dread when women express a desire for more. Very well. I shall roast you another wing. Chapter 56. This bodice possesses the ability to keep one warm in winter and cool in summer, as well as providing warmth to the womb. Mo Lingo had devoured 2 wings, feeling utterly content as she patted her belly. She had eaten to the point of being quite full, her stomach slightly protruding. Are you satisfied? Chen Ammo inquired. Absolutely, it was simply delectable, Mo Linger replied, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Outside, night had already fallen. After Chen Ammo had his fill, he tidied up the surroundings. Subsequently, he laid the straw flat. This would serve as a sleeping area. It was evident that the straw was insufficient. The temperature here was steadily decreasing, and Muling Air's attire was exceedingly thin, with numerous tears revealing patches of pristine white skin. In fact, from some concealed corners, Chen Ammo discovered that a significant portion of her undergarment had been torn apart. It would be wise to warm up by the fire, as the nights here are quite frigid, Chen Ammo remarked. Mo Linger nodded, glancing at her thin garments, and suddenly sighed. My clothes are in such tatters. I must tell you, do not look around indiscriminately, Mo Linger cautioned. The space here is so limited that I cannot allow my gaze to wander aimlessly, can I? Chen Ammo shook his head. At such a time, he had little regard for such trivialities. Upon seeing Chen Ammo's earnest expression, Mo Linger felt a sense of relief. Achoo! 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 Suddenly, Mo Linger sneezed, and mucus splattered into the fire. Chen Ammo furrowed his brows. Are you on the verge of catching a cold? It is somewhat chilly, even with the fire's warmth. I still feel a bit cold, replied Mo Linger. A cold here would be rather unfortunate, she added. Chen Ammo contemplated for a moment, then turned away, feigning a search for something within his satchel. In truth, he was clandestinely communicating with the system's space. In the next instant, Chen Ammo produced a silk belly band. Previously, he had gifted one to his sister-in-law. This particular piece was initially intended as another surprise for her. However, it seemed that such a gift could no longer be bestowed upon her. If Mo Linger were to falter in health, the path ahead would become arduous. Therefore, it had to be given to her instead. Alas, let it be a concession to her. Chen Ammo shook his head. This is for you. Chen Ammo handed over the silk belly band. Mo Linger cast a curious glance at Chen Ammo, questioning, why do you have women's clothing in your possession? The material appears quite exquisite. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Goodness, indeed, how remarkable. What did Chen Ammo give her? A bodice. Huh, such is the nature of men. Mo Linger gazed at Chen Ammo with a cold, mocking smile. She never anticipated that he would be this kind of person. Previously, after witnessing him save her life, she had thought he was a good man. How wrong she was. Her mother had indeed spoken the truth. Even the emperor, a sovereign of the realm, was not a good man. As for the men outside, they were even less worthy of trust. This vile pervert. It was not surprising that she harbored such thoughts. After all, what sane individual would carry around items intended for women? Thus, Mo Linger cast the bodice aside. What do you intend to do? Chen Ammo hurriedly picked up the belly band. Why did you throw it away? This was originally intended for my wife. I only offered it to you because I noticed you had no clothes. Hee, really? Mo Linger scoffed. Chen Ammo furrowed his brows and remarked, what purpose would I have to deceive you? This bodice is crafted from celestial silkworm silk, possessing the remarkable ability to provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, as well as benefiting your vitality. Did you not just mention feeling cold? Once you don it, it should bring you considerable comfort. Really? Mo Linger paused momentarily. Could it be that she had truly misunderstood Chen Ammo? Taking the bodice once more, she felt its texture. Immediately, she discerned its warmth. It was pleasantly toasty and incredibly comfortable to the touch. Her expression brightened. It seems quite good. Of course it is good. This is celestial silkworm silk. Chen Ammo replied with a slight shake of his head, speaking with gentle exasperation. Stop boasting. I refuse to believe that such a rare treasure as celestial silkworm silk could be found even within the royal family. How could you possibly possess it? The royal family? How do you know that there is none within their ranks? Chen was puzzled. I know. I heard it from others, Mo Linger hurriedly explained. Chen Ammo chuckled softly. Heard from hearsay. Such claims are hardly credible. The great Luo dynasty has been passed down for so many years. How could the royal family possibly lack treasures? Indeed, they do not, Mo Linger murmured. Although she was certain that such rare materials as celestial silkworm silk were absent from the palace, she had encountered references to it in ancient texts within the palace. The garments crafted from celestial silkworm silk indeed possessed the effects that Chen Ammo had described. Coincidentally, her own attire was in tatters. She glanced into the shadowy recesses and said, I shall go inside to change my clothing. Rest assured, I shall not pry. That would be for the best. Mo Linger breathed a sigh of relief before stepping inside. Chen Ammo turned his head, only to hear a rustling sound behind him. All was well. Promptly discarded the tattered belly band into the corner. Then she glanced at her attire. Ah, how delightful. It was truly a luxurious treasure crafted from the exquisite silk of the silkworm. Chen Amo remarked, "Convert it into silver and return it to me." Mo Lingo nodded. "How much silver are we speaking of? 10,000? I cannot possibly have that much." Mo Lingo was at a loss for words. Although she was a princess of the royal family, her status remained somewhat clandestine. Her mother seldom bestowed upon her a significant sum of silver. "Just see to it when the time comes," she added. Chen Amo shook his head. It was already quite dark outside. Chen Amo added a log to the campfire and then promptly fell asleep. Could only sit beside him. However, exhaustion soon overwhelmed her, and she lay down beside him as well. Time slipped away, and she lost track of how long it had been. Chen Amo was awakened by a gentle breeze. Glancing sideways, he noticed Mo Linger curled up in her sleep. After a moment's contemplation, he draped his garment over her. Mo Lingo was quite cautious, after all. Sharing a room with a man, she had been sleeping lightly. Thus, the instant Chen Anmo stirred, her eyes fluttered open. To her surprise, he displayed a considerate nature. A warm sensation enveloped her heart as she pondered this, leading to a complete relaxation towards Chen Anmo. With this newfound ease, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. And unable to resist, she closed her eyes, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chen Anmo felt someone squeezing into his embrace in the depths of his slumber. "Sister-in-law, please do not press against me." Chen Anmo opened his mouth in surprise. "Oh, has the steam bun changed?" Chen Anmo murmured strangely. Instinctively, he tightened his grip once more. "Bouncy?" Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. As expected, this was indeed a dream. The essence of the dream was distinctly different. Chen Anmo murmured to himself, and suddenly, he opened his eyes. Something felt amiss. The sensation was far too vivid. In that instant, he hastily sat up. At that moment, was also jolted awake. She glanced down at herself and exclaimed in surprise. No wonder it felt so chilly. Her clothes had been lifted. "Oh dear." She quickly leaped up, shaking as she ran to the back. "What on earth are you doing, taking advantage of someone in such a vulnerable state?" Chen Anmo felt a wave of embarrassment. It was not his intention. Had he not simply dozed off? He inwardly lamented, realizing he was in deep trouble, as misunderstandings were bound to arise. "I believe you did this on purpose," Meng Lingo exclaimed, hastily arranging her clothes as she stormed towards Chen Anmo. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times by now. Chen Anmo was about to speak when suddenly realization struck him. Something was amiss. Previously, he had been resting in his own seat. It was she who had run into his embrace. Oh dear, one may indulge in a haphazard meal. But can one speak so carelessly? Chen Anmo approached the spot where she had previously lain. "You slept here before, didn't you?" he inquired. "I was resting at my own place, a considerable distance away from you. You came over of your own accord, did you not?" Mo Linger was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she glanced between the two positions, and her face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed that, indeed, her restless sleeping habits had caused her to roll into Chen Anmo's embrace. Yet, it was not intentional. Furthermore, as a girl, she believed that a simple apology would suffice. How could he possibly blame her? Very well, she would consider it a misfortune of her own. She held no resentment towards him. Chen Anmo spoke calmly. Mo Linger remarked, "I feel as though I've heard that somewhere before." Suddenly, she recalled her time at the inn with Chun He, who had uttered the same words. It seemed that men had a penchant for such expressions, leaving her quite speechless. Reflecting on her encounter with Chun He, she realized it had been her initiative following her poisoning. To her astonishment, she found herself taking the lead with Chen Anmo as well. It was quite overwhelming. "I hope you can keep today's events confidential," Mo Linger said through gritted teeth after a moment. "Of course, especially from your brother Chen He," she added. "All right," Chen Anmo replied. In that moment, he suddenly noticed a notification. Wish to spend a blissful night with senior sister Mo Linger. Completed. Reward: 2 years of cultivation. Wish to spend a blissful night with senior sister Mo Linger. Completed. Reward: 2 years of cultivation. Is that even possible? Upon seeing the reward, Chen Anmo couldn't help but smile. So this is what they meant by a blissful night. The wishes of those 2 deceased junior brothers had been fulfilled in such a haphazard manner. By now, dawn had broken outside. Chen Anmo arrived at the entrance. His brow furrowed. "What is it?" asked Mo Linger. "The colossal beast is still outside." "What? Still there? We can only wait a little longer." Outside, the giant creature lay nestled in the jungle, sleeping soundly. Thus, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Xiang, Yao Wan, Duan Wenchao, and a junior disciple stationed at the foot of the mountain to guard the cart had been waiting here for several days. Li Xiang and Yao Wan were not in good condition, Their backs and thighs bore wounds. The two lay within the cart, recuperating from their injuries. This is disastrous. Senior sister and brother Chen Anmo have yet to emerge. Could it be that? Duan Wenchao fretted, his mind involuntarily conjuring dark thoughts. Have they both perished? Should we go in and search for them? The junior disciple watching the cart inquired anxiously. What should we do? Master has always instructed us to keep an eye on senior sister and prevent her from wandering off, Duan Wenchao exclaimed, distressed. Let us wait a bit longer. In our current state, even if we venture into the mountains, we are unlikely to find them and may end up losing our own lives, Yao Wen suggested. Hobbling down from the cart. Perhaps we should stay here while you, Duan Wenchao, ride back to inform Master and ask for assistance. Duan Wenchao's heart stirred at the suggestion. Very well, that is the only course of action left. Wasting no time, he mounted his horse and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Chen Anmo and Mo Linger crouched at the cave entrance, observing the fearsome beast outside. It shows no sign of leaving. Mo Linger stomped her foot. I need to use the restroom again. Then go, Chen Anmo replied, rolling his eyes. Women are truly troublesome. Indeed, quite so. But the stench in this cave is already unbearable. Chen Anmo's complaints. Chapter 57. I will certainly elevate your rank. As Mo Lingo stepped away to the restroom, Chen Anmo rested his chin on his hand. Gazing at the ferocious beasts outside, this situation cannot persist. The entrance remains blocked, and the provisions at hand dwindle. The stench within the cave grows increasingly unbearable. Water has also run out. A departure must be made at the earliest opportunity. A glimmer of determination flickered in Chen Anmo's eyes. He grasped the Qian sword and devised a plan to divert the ferocious beast. When Mulinger arrived, Chen Anmo briefly outlined his strategy. What? You intend to lure it away? Indeed. Once I draw it away, you must familiarize yourself with the path and descend the mountain swiftly. Chen Anmo remarked, what if you are unable to escape in time? At that moment, Mo Lingo felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude in her heart. There was no need for further words. Chen Anmo shook his head. Chen Anmo, I shall not forget you. I promise you, as long as you are alive, I will ensure that you soar to great heights and achieve illustrious success. Chen Anmo cast her a peculiar glance. What is this all about? It seems as though you consider yourself a sovereign. In truth, his plan was not devised recklessly. He harbored confidence in his own speed. However, his concern lay in the unfamiliarity with this ferocious beast. What if the creature was equally swift? Not to mention its potential to breathe fire. Thus, he felt the need to exercise additional caution. Very well, prepare to descend the mountain, taking our belongings with you. I shall follow. Chen Anmo dashed out with fervor. Whoosh. He sprinted towards the mountain with utmost speed. After covering a certain distance, wielding the Qian blade, he swung it fiercely at the approaching beast. Boom. A torrent of flames surged towards the creature. The beast, infuriated, roared. The deafening sound waves shattered the flames. It was enraged. This insignificant human, how audacious to provoke it. It was the sovereign of this domain. Not only had this human trespassed into its territory, but dared to challenge it as well. Death was imperative. With a thunderous roar, it lunged at Chen Anmo. Thud, 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 each footfall resonated like a thunderclap, creating immense psychological pressure. Moreover, the sonic assault pierced through Chen Anmo's body like a chilling dagger. Chen Anmo felt a sweetness in his throat, and he nearly spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Shock coursed through him. This was the disparity brought about by ranks, a force so formidable that it exerted tremendous pressure upon him even from such a distance. Were the proximity closer, he would likely be rendered incapable of any resistance whatsoever. However, with the speed of my full eruption, there was no immediate cause for concern. Meanwhile, Mo Lingo emerged from the cave, her gaze complex as she cast a glance in the direction the fierce beast had departed. She murmured, Chen Anmo, I hope you are safe. I will await you at the base of the mountain. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Chen Anmo skillfully navigated through the dense forest. His senses heightened to their utmost potential. The fierce beast behind him gradually receded, nearly out of reach. Chen Anmo exhaled deeply, leaning against a tree as he ingested a blood-strengthening pill to regain a modicum of strength. Without further ado, he set off once more. At present, he was not particularly familiar with the route, relying primarily on the sun's position to guide him in search of the descent path. Along this journey, he dared not detour to evade certain ferocious beasts, for he feared that such diversions might lead him astray. Thus, when confronted by these formidable creatures, he resolved to confront them head-on. Fortunately, as he descended, he found himself on the periphery of Huangya Mountain, where the ferocity of the beasts was generally diminished. It was already afternoon. Chen Anmo now finds himself without a refuge. He must continue his descent along the predetermined path. However, unexpectedly, a thunderous sound erupts behind him once more. This time, the footsteps resonate with a wild ferocity, far greater than those of the colossal beast that had previously stirred the ground. It is as if an entire region is trembling. A tide of beasts? Sensing the cacophony closing in behind him, Chen Anmo's expression darkens. This tumultuous horde is evidently incited by that fearsome creature. Unable to locate Chen Anmo, it has roused all the feral beasts in the vicinity, sending them into a frenzied stampede. One must concede that the intelligence of higher-tier beasts is indeed formidable. This strategy effectively leaves Chen Anmo with no avenue for escape. At this moment, two wild boars appear before him. Without uttering a word, they charge towards Chen Anmo with reckless abandon, displaying remarkable bravery, offering him no respite as they collide with him head-on. Chen Anmo wielded the blazing flame blade, its searing aura enveloping the surroundings. Surprisingly, the two wild boars displayed no fear, even as their fur was singed. Nevertheless, their rank was relatively low, merely at the 8th tier. After effortlessly slaying them, Chen Anmo dared not linger, for the horde of beasts behind him threatened to engulf him at any moment. He could only continue his frantic dash. During this frantic sprint, ferocious creatures surged past him, relentlessly pursuing from behind. The blood essence he had gathered was steadily increasing, approaching the coveted threshold of 100 points. However, his condition was deteriorating. After all, he was not a machine. Even machines require lubrication. At this moment, he felt utterly exhausted, as if his body were laden with lead. Fortunately, he had reached the halfway point up the mountain, and the number of pursuing beasts began to dwindle, allowing him a moment of respite. With a swift motion, he dispatched yet another wolf blocking his path and leapt onto a nearby rock. He couldn't help but wonder about Mo Linger's fate. Yet, having come this far, if anything were to befall her now, there would be little he could do. Just as he reflected on this, the ground beneath him began to tremble. This was no mere rock. Chen Anmo then realized that the white stone beneath his feet, more than 5 meters wide, had inexplicably come to life. When it remained still moments ago, it exuded no presence, resembling a lifeless object. However, as the white stone began to stir, Chen Anmo sensed the truth. He had just stepped upon the back of a colossal spider. Chen Anmo swiftly leaped and landed on a nearby grand tree. Before him, the colossal spider stood upright, a circle of eyes fixated intently on Chen Anmo. Suddenly, with a loud whoosh, the giant spider expelled a glob of white, viscous substance. This goo moved with astonishing speed, akin to a bullet. Chen Anmo's eyelids twitched violently. Despite his utmost efforts to evade, his left side brushed against something. Instantly, a searing pain coursed through his arm. Fortunately, the golden silk-soft armor beneath his garments shielded him from any significant harm. With a resounding crash, he raised the scarlet flame blade, igniting beastly fire upon his palm. Seizing the opportunity while the colossal spider gaped, he forcefully swung his blade once more. The spider incessantly spewed forth viscous fluid, yet this time, the fiery aura cleaved through the substance effortlessly. It appeared the spider realized that its current tactics were futile against Chen Anmo. Thus, it propelled itself forward with its 8 elongated legs, lunging at him. The 2 front legs, sharp as daggers, aimed viciously towards Chen Anmo. What an opportune moment. Observing this scene, Chen Anmo felt a surge of exhilaration. With the might of the celestial blade chi, he unleashed a powerful swing. The blade's fiery energy sliced through the air, traversing the span of several meters in an instant. The spider was momentarily taken aback. Having believed it was on the brink of victory, it was utterly unprepared for Chen Anmo's formidable counterattack, unaware of the strength he possessed. There was no time to dodge. It crossed its forelimbs in a desperate attempt to shield itself. The white viscous substance erupted from its mouth relentlessly. Chen Anmo, having previously suffered from this very fluid, was not inclined to confront it head-on. He deftly sidestepped, evading the onslaught. However, the enormous spider was not as fortunate. With a tremendous crash, its colossal body was cleaved open, leaving a pool of the white liquid at its chest. The spider struggled, attempting to rise. Yet it seemed as though all its strength had been siphoned away, rendering it powerless to resist. Thus, the ordeal was concluded. Chen Anmo let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to be negligent. He rushed forward and struck down with great force. Only after he had completely cleaved it in two did he dare to touch the corpse. Ding! Upon touching the corpse, he was rewarded with a poison resistance increase of 3. Chen Anmo's eyes brightened. Once again, he had received a special reward. The poison resistance implied that in the future, when confronted with toxins, He would possess antibodies, perhaps. There was no time for further contemplation, as the beast tide continued to surge behind him. With a leap, he dashed forward. However, after running a kilometer, the pain in his previously injured arm persisted, a searing reminder of the evident venom. Fortunately, the poison resistance seemed to be taking effect, temporarily suppressing the spread of the toxin. As he descended from the area, Chen Anmo spotted the remaining 2 carriages. Mo Lingo had changed into a garment brought by Yao Wan, gazing intently at the mountain peak. Ever since her return, she had been watching the summit, hoping for Chen Anmo's swift appearance. He has returned. Brother Chen is back, Li Xiang exclaimed upon seeing a figure, bursting into laughter. At these words, the others were momentarily taken aback. He truly has returned. I told you, Chen Anmo would be fine, Li Xiang continued, while Yao Wan visibly breathed a sigh of relief. As Chen Anmo approached, a group gathered around him. Both Yao Wan and Li Xiang had bandages wrapped around their arms, indicating they were not in the best condition. The other junior disciple and Mo Linger appeared unscathed. Where is Duan Wenchao? One of them wondered. Chen Anmo inquired. He has returned to the city to seek his master. Mo Linger elaborated. How are you? I am fine, just... Chen Anmo rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. He had already dealt with a portion of the white viscous substance. Now, his arm was swollen and red, yet the pain was gradually subsiding, indicating that the injury was healing. It's good that you're all right, but you're still injured. Let us get on the carriage and leave this place as soon as possible, proposed Mo Linger. Thus, the group began their journey back. On the way, they unexpectedly encountered Duan Wenchao and Zhao Wu, the master of the Ling Tian martial arts school, whom he had summoned. In addition, Zhao Wu brought along several of his disciples. Master, Mo Linger and the others approached Zhao Wu. They appeared like children who had committed a misdeed, heads bowed, hesitant to speak. After all, Zhao Wu had previously admonished them not to venture out carelessly, especially Mo Linger. Zhao Wu's expression was stern. So now you are capable. Feeling emboldened and skilled, you no longer heed your master's words? Master, it was my suggestion to go out in search of the precious medicine. I take full responsibility for this matter, Mo Lingo quickly interjected, taking the blame upon herself. Indeed, it is your fault. Because of you. 2 of your junior brothers have perished, with not even their remains to be found. How am I to explain this to their parents? Zhao Wu sighed heavily. The group fell into a solemn silence. Enough, let us return. Linger, in a while, you should consider leaving this place, he continued. What? Senior sister, you intend to leave? Everything is fine. Why would you want to go? The others were perplexed. Chapter 58. Is the sister-in-law jealous? Chen Anmo found Mo Linger's departure rather unremarkable, as she had previously mentioned that she might leave after this journey. Xiao Mo, it's good to see you again. I'm relieved you are well. Had anything happened to you, I fear your master would never forgive me in this lifetime, Zhao Wu remarked half-jokingly. Master, Chen Anmo was injured by a substance secreted by a spider. Do you know what this could lead to? Mo Lingo inquired. Spider venom? It requires a special antidote. Without it, while it may not be fatal, the body will be weakened for several days, Zhao Wu replied, gazing incredulously at Chen Anmo, who appeared remarkably vigorous, showing no signs of weakness. This astonished him greatly. Xiao Mo, are you truly unscathed? My health has always been quite robust. Chen Anmo mused, suspecting it was due to his resistance to toxins. Well, as long as you're fine, that's what matters. However, upon returning, I will insist that you undergo a thorough medical examination, Zhao Wu remarked. Thank you, Master Zhao. 3 days later, the group finally returned to Sifang town. Zhao Wu first escorted Chen Anmo to consult with a physician. Upon learning that Chen Anmo had been exposed to spider venom, the physician was astonished. Typically, one would expect significant weakness in his condition, yet he appeared entirely unharmed. Ultimately, the physician prescribed some restorative medicine and sent him on his way. Before departing, they naturally divided the spoils of their journey. The belongings of the 2 deceased individuals were also apportioned, with plans to deliver them to their families. In the end, Chen Anmo received 25 precious herbs, among which were 2 specimens of the 20-year-old blue sea spirit herb. This herb, when crushed and brewed into a soup, offers tremendous nourishment for women. It enhances vitality, beautifies the complexion, and invigorates the spirit. Upon arriving home, before he could indulge in tender moments with his sister-in-law, a knock echoed at the door. It was Li Ba, who had just finished his shift. Upon hearing of Chen Anmo's return, he rushed over. Li Ba, you arrived just in time. Please bring back some meat later. Chen Anmo patted Li Ba on the shoulder, inviting him inside. Brother Mo, you are exceedingly gracious. Li Ba said, rubbing his hands together and smiling sheepishly. As long as I have a morsel to eat, Chen Anmo, will never neglect you. He handed Li Ba a generous piece of well-marinated meat that he had received from Shin Xian. But why have you come at this hour? Li Ba accepted the meat and replied earnestly, Brother Imo, upon learning of your return, I rushed here to report to you. In your absence these past few days, troubles have arisen. A band of mountain bandits has emerged in our region, proclaiming their intent to rebel under the guise of seeking sustenance and targeting landlords and officials. Oh, how many are there? Chen Anmo furrowed his brow slightly. He was aware that numerous instances of rebellion had arisen in various locations. However, this was the world of martial arts. A rebellion led by ordinary people would be akin to lighting a lamp in a cesspool, a fool's errand. Although the numbers were few, their actions were considerable. Many of our colleagues had been lured away and met their demise outside. Additionally, several talented disciples from martial arts schools had also fallen victim. It appeared that these individuals were specifically targeting the offspring of officials and the wealthy gentry. Chen Anmo stroked his chin and pondered, so, among those individuals, there are indeed experts? Indeed, he replied with a sigh. This leaves us, the subordinates, too fearful to venture into less populated areas, lest we be stabbed in the back. I understand. Take care of yourself, he cautioned. All right, Mo go. I shall take my leave now. By the way, as our esteemed genius on the 4th floor and a subordinate, you must exercise utmost caution. Understood. Once Li Bai departed, Shin Xian's previously joyous demeanor evaporated. The world outside is exceedingly chaotic, she remarked. Xiao Mo, it seems you should refrain from going out for the time being. Rest assured, big sister. Chen Anmo offered a few comforting words before producing the sea blue spirit herb. Upon hearing its benefits, Shin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It possessed the remarkable ability to enhance beauty. What woman does not cherish her appearance? Naturally, Shin Xian was no exception. You should go have your meal first. I will brew another soup, she instructed. Boil plenty of water. I need to take a bath later. After days spent outdoors, she felt perpetually sticky and uncomfortable. Once they had finished dining, in the confines of her room, Shin Xian began to unfasten the buttons of her clothing, one by one. Then, she maneuvered her hands to her neck, loosening the delicate ribbon that secured her undergarment. Setting it aside, she stepped into the wooden tub. With a deep sigh, she inhaled, feeling the warmth envelop her abdomen after consuming the sea blue spirit herb. Indeed, it was a comforting sensation. Following Chen Anmo's advice, she discarded the remaining herbal residue into the tub, believing that such a bath would be beneficial for her skin. Ah, my skin is already radiant. It will only improve from here, Shin Xian mused to herself. Just as she was savoring the moment, Chen Anmo announced his entrance at the door. Sister-in-law, I am coming in. Startled, Shin Xian exclaimed, ah. Before she could respond, Chen Anmo stepped inside, catching her completely off guard. Chen Anmo had already shed her garments and stepped directly into the wooden tub. Amidst the swirling mist, Shin Xian revealed her flawless skin, reminiscent of unblemished jade. She was simply breathtaking. Oh, Xiaoma, what are those bite marks on your shoulder? Suddenly, Shin Xian noticed the tooth impressions on Chen Anmo's shoulder, and her brows immediately furrowed. Was it a woman who bit you? Chen Anmo cast a glance and noticed that Shin Xian's complexion was rather off. He hurriedly embraced her, asking, Are you feeling jealous? Not at all, Shin Xian retorted, her words contradicting her true feelings. Chen Anmo was taken aback and chuckled softly. He never anticipated that his sister-in-law could experience jealousy. Throughout the years, he had always perceived her as possessing a gentle temperament and a mild disposition. To his surprise, she was indeed upset. Please do not be angry. The situation is actually as follows. Chen Anmo briefly mentioned that you saved Imo Linger, and that girl bit you? Yes. She was in so much pain at that moment that she bit me. Chen Anmo felt helpless. This girl, despite her attractive appearance, how could she behave like this? Shin Xian was somewhat irked. Fortunately, the bite wasn't too deep. Otherwise, what would have happened if she had bitten off a piece of flesh? Are you no longer angry now? Chen Anmo smiled softly and murmured, Sister-in-law, it seems you have grown a bit more plump. It appears that the supplements I have been providing you with are yielding positive results. Shin Xian's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, Not at all. Indeed. Let me examine you closely. In the following days, Chen Anmo found himself shuttling between the martial arts school and his home. Occasionally, he would visit the government office to gather information. Recently, 5 constables had perished, and 8 disciples from other martial arts schools had met the same fate. Despite multiple investigations conducted by the constables, they had found nothing. However, Rumors circulated that an organization known as the Kamakura Rebels was behind these assassinations. Currently, the bodies have been sent to the charity mortuary. Upon hearing this, Chen Anmo contemplated visiting the mortuary, knowing that a considerable number of corpses must have accumulated there in his absence. One early morning, as he stepped out of the martial arts school, he was surprised to see County Magistrate He Guang personally leading a group of people in a hurry. "Amo, you have arrived just in time. Come with me," He Guang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Chen Anmo. They were currently in need of additional manpower. "What has happened, my lord?" Chen Anmo glanced at the team. "Goodness, there are more than 20 people." He Guang spoke in a low voice. "An incident occurred at the Ding Tian martial arts school last night. Master Zhao and several of his disciples have perished." Boom. Upon hearing this, Chen Anmo and several disciples from the Zhongfei martial arts school were all taken aback, their eyes wide with shock. Zhao, the master of the martial arts school, was undoubtedly one of the most formidable experts in the city. Yet he had met his demise within his own establishment. Upon hearing the news, Lu Feng promptly informed Lu Zhongfei. Subsequently, a group made their way towards the Ling Tian martial arts school. Along the way, He Guang recounted the situation. The Ling Tian martial arts school had not opened its doors that day, leaving some disciples to wait at the entrance. However, after a prolonged wait, there was still no sign of the door opening, and they hesitated to intrude. Eventually, one of the disciples climbed atop the wall for a better view and was immediately struck by the sight of blood everywhere inside. Sensing something was amiss, he and a few others forcefully kicked the door open. To their horror, they discovered Master Zhao along with his wife and son, all lifeless in the backyard. 3 disciples had perished within the house, while a maid and a cook lay dead in the kitchen. It was a massacre. By the time Chen Anmo arrived at the entrance, Yuan, Li Xiang, and others were already inside, weeping inconsolably. Mo Lingo stumbled over, calling out for her master. The disciples of Ling Tian Martial Arts School were in deep mourning, tears streaming down their faces. If not for the group of officers restraining them, they would have rushed inside long ago. Chen Anmo first arrived at the side of several deceased disciples within the room. Ding. Touching the corpse grants a reward of 100 days of cultivation. Last wish 1. This group of savages has taken my life. I hope someone can avenge me. Reward. 1 year of cultivation. Last wish 2. There remains over 100 taels of silver. I wish for it to be left to my wife and children. Reward. 100 taels of silver. Upon seeing this, Chen Anmo furrowed his brows. Savages? Was it the savages who acted? Chen Anmo continued to observe the others. They frequently mentioned 2 terms, barbarians and the Great Lu dynasty. The barbarians from the borderlands were numerous, with over 10 distinct ethnic groups. However, due to the formidable strength of the Great Lu dynasty, most of them submitted in deference. He could not discern which particular barbarian group it was. Yet, upon noticing the wounds on these individuals, a thought struck Chen Anmo. They were inflicted by a blade. Moreover, it appeared to be a short and sleek knife. Could this be the work of the people from the grasslands? The Woku? Chen Anmo suddenly recalled that the weapon utilized by the Japanese was a type of ninja tool, short in length, lightweight, and proficient in swift assaults. However, at that moment, he could not guarantee the accuracy of his conjecture. He then proceeded to the backyard. The bodies of Zhao Wu's family lay rigidly on the ground, indicating that a fierce battle had transpired here. The ornamental rocks and stones in the courtyard were shattered into fragments. One of the houses had partially collapsed. The ground and walls bore countless scars from blades and swords. Zhao Wu was covered in numerous wounds, having fought valiantly until his demise. As for his son and wife, they had succumbed to death prior to him. Chen Anmo approached Zhao Wu, taking a deep breath. He held a profound respect for Zhao Wu, a fact evident from his amicable relationship with Lu Zhongfei. Master Zhao, I shall uncover who has perpetrated the crime against you. Chen Anmo nodded slightly. Ding. Touching the corpse rewards 200 days of cultivation. The deceased's last wishes are triggered. Wish 1. The group from Sanshang Jingbian, which includes Li Chun Yuan, must have a grand conspiracy. I hope to eliminate this Japanese individual. Reward. 5 years of cultivation. Chapter 59. This wish seems somewhat absurd. Wish 2. I have secretly discovered that the Kamakura rebels are led by this group of Japanese. Among these rebels, many are Japanese ninjas. I hope to eradicate the Kamakura rebels. Reward. 10 years of cultivation. Wish 3. Mo Linger is the daughter of me and Yun Fei. Unfortunately, I have passed away. I hope someone can escort Mo Linger to the capital, to her mother, and convey my regret for not taking her away when I had the chance. By the time I return, she has already entered the palace, and it is too late to remedy the situation. Reward: 20 years of cultivation. Wish for: I hope our family can be buried together with dignity. Reward: Crane Fist, minor achievement. As Chen Anmo gazed at Zhao Wu's last wishes, he felt somewhat bewildered. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. It was no surprise that the assailants of the Ding Tian Martial Arts Academy were Japanese. He had suspected as much before. However, he never anticipated that Zhao Wu had an affair with Mo Lingo's mother. Yunfei? Goodness, even the emperor has been deceived. Sigh. The murderer executed the deed with remarkable precision, seemingly the work of 2 or 3 individuals, all possessing considerable strength. Who in our city excels at wielding a blade? Higwa stroked his chin, pondering. Several constables joined in the speculation. Chen Anmo spoke candidly. My lord, recently many officials and disciples from martial arts schools have mysteriously met their demise. It seems to be the work of a rebellious organization known as Kamakura. I have received intelligence indicating that this organization is backed by the Japanese. Higuang squinted his eyes. Japanese? We are situated inland. How could they possibly arrive here? I cannot ascertain that, Chen Anmo replied. However, I am acquainted with several individuals from the martial world who might possess valuable clues. Might I be granted some time to conduct a discreet investigation? According to Zhao Wu's information, this group of Japanese is led by someone named Sanshang Jingbian. This individual is quite audacious, daring to conceal himself within the city's Lichuan courtyard. It is unclear how Zhao Wu managed to uncover this detail. Nonetheless, it is evident that this group is aware that their identities have been exposed. Thus, they have come here to erase all traces of their presence. Anmo, I entrust this matter to you. Higuang, sensing Chen Anmo's resolute demeanor, felt a glimmer of hope. Subsequently, Chen Anmo collected rewards pertaining to other corpses, as well as their last wishes. He then left a group behind to investigate while he pretended to venture out in search of information. This time, Zhao Wu had provided a considerable number of rewards tied to last wishes. The wishes of the others were quite similar, primarily revolving around the desire for vengeance. Around the afternoon, Higuang, looking weary, walked into the courtyard. He sat down and sighed heavily. His concubine, Lin Qiya, began to massage him while sweetly inquiring, My lord, are you still troubled? How could I not be? In the past, the deaths of ordinary people were merely unfortunate events, but now, it is Zhao Wu who has perished. The owner of the Zhao Pavilion has a good rapport with the lord of the city. To act against him is to challenge the authority of the city lord's residence. If I fail to uncover the truth this time, my official cap may be at stake. Higuang slumped helplessly in his chair. These days, it is quite challenging for the grassroots officials. Lin Qiya suggested. Perhaps I should pay a visit to the city lord's wife. Ah, that would indeed be arduous for her. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. My lord, the voice of Chen Anmo echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. Anmo has arrived. Do come in swiftly. Chen Anmo strode in with purpose. Casting a glance at the enchanting Lin Xiui, he inwardly mused that she resembled a vixen. He clasped his hands and addressed her. My lord, I have uncovered some clues. The deaths at the Ding Tian Martial Arts School are connected to the Kamakura Rebellion organization, which is orchestrated by the Japanese. The organizer of this Japanese faction is Mikami Ibe. What? The Japanese? Is it truly the Japanese? Higuang exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. The Japanese typically create disturbances along coastal regions. It is rare to hear of their incursion into the inland territories. This defies logic. It cannot be true. Before Higuang could finish his thought, Chen Anmo interjected, My lord, I understand your concerns. While the Japanese usually cause chaos along the coast, I suspect their appearance here suggests ulterior motives. He then turned to Lin Xiui and inquired, Madam, what is your perspective? Lin Xiui fixed her gaze intently on Chen Anmo and replied, I believe there is merit in what Chen Anmo has posited. Chen Anmo continued, My lord, I have discovered the whereabouts of Sanshang Jingbian. What? Higuang exclaimed in astonishment. The night had already descended into darkness. However, the heart of Silu town remained ablaze with lights and ceaseless activity. This was the most prosperous area of Silu town, where countless dignitaries and esteemed guests sought merriment each night. Along the streets, a myriad of entertainment establishments thrived, with women of all shapes and sizes flitting about within the buildings. Their attire was revealing, and they possessed diverse physiques, tall, short, plump, and slender, all were present. This was indeed a paradise for men. Even those with particular tastes could find alluring gentlemen here. At that moment, on the third floor of Li Chunyuan, A man sporting a sparse mustache and possessing a somewhat lewd appearance was reveling in the company of women in a private room. "Oh yes, splendid. Give it to me. Ha ha ha, flower girl, splendid." The lewd man was brimming with excitement, unaware that a group of plainclothes officers had surrounded the premises below, dressed in casual attire. Chen Amo arrived with 2 companions, both trusted aides of the city lord, each possessing peak 6th level strength. "Chen, the area is already surrounded. Where is that Sanshang Jingbian person you mentioned?" One of the taller men inquired, his expression filled with arrogance, as if questioning Chen Anmo's credibility in uncovering such secrets. "Let us wait a moment, my brothers. Perhaps Sanshang Jingbian has accomplices," Chen Anmo replied. "Time waits for no one," the tall man retorted, displeased. "Brother, I am in charge of this operation," Chen Anmo asserted. After Chen Anmo finished speaking, he made his way to the 3rd floor. "Madam, bring me 2 young ladies, and let my 2 companions each have one as well, along with a fine bottle of wine." Upon finishing his request, Chen Anmo tossed a pouch of coins. The madam accepted it with a smile and called out, "Ladies, why are you all dawdling? Hurry and attend to our esteemed guest." Instantly, a throng of enchanting women rushed towards Chen Anmo, surrounding him as they ascended to the 3rd floor. Chen Anmo moved gently. As a young lady passed by a house, she slipped and stumbled inside with a loud bang. Startled, Sanshang was embracing the girl by the well. "Are you seeking death?" he exclaimed. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. It was unintentional." The timid girl quickly apologized. Chen Anmo squinted his eyes and asked, "What is the matter? We accidentally bumped in here. What kind of attitude is this?" Sanshang Jingbian, feeling enraged, shoved the woman beside him and shouted, "What do you mean by this attitude? I have come here to conduct business with you. Is this how the great Le dynasty treats its guests? What happened to being a land of courtesy?" Initially, he had been concerned about whether his identity had been exposed. However, upon seeing Chen Anmo surrounded by company, he immediately felt at ease. He speculated that he was likely just another person here seeking pleasure. A land of courtesy? To hell with that. Chen Anmo hurled the wine flask directly towards Sanshang, who furrowed his brows. He tilted his head and narrowly dodged the incoming bottle. "Baka!" Sanshang exclaimed in anger, casting a cold glare at Chen Anmo. He scornfully declared, "There is an ancient saying in the great Luo dynasty, he who indulges in frivolity will meet his downfall. I advise you to leave at once, otherwise you shall come to understand the formidable nature of our great Yamato people." The 2 individuals behind Chen Anmo remained motionless. Prior to their arrival, the lord of the city had issued multiple directives, urging them to cooperate with Chen Anmo. At this moment, both felt a sense of perplexity. Since they had already located the target, why not simply apprehend him? What were they waiting for? Despite their confusion, they recalled Chen Anmo's earlier warning during their ascent. Should they fail to follow orders and the mission falter, the blame would rest squarely upon them. Consequently, they chose to remain silent, observing Chen Anmo's performance with keen interest. Chen Anmo approached Sanshang Jingbian with a smile. He advanced step by step, coldly stating, "I am eager to see how you intend to make me look." Sanshang Jingbian was enraged. He surmised that this young man was a reckless scion from one of the prominent families in the area, intoxicated and seeking trouble. How foolish. Did he not realize that just last night, he had brought 2 ninja subordinates and killed members of the Ding Tian martial arts school? How dare he provoke him? This man was asking for death. Just as Chen Anmo charged forward, suddenly, 2 figures emerged from behind the screen in the room. Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there were followers near the edge of the Sanshang well. The crucial point is that he had not detected the presence of these 2 individuals. They must have mastered a certain technique of concealment. Now that they have emerged, it is time to take action. Chen Anmo took a step back. He had deliberately staged this scene to draw out those lurking in the shadows. The act of exterminating the members of the Ding Tian martial arts school was not the work of a solitary individual. Now, upon discovering someone indeed hiding here, Chen Anmo felt reassured in his suspicions. Upon hearing this, Sanshang Jingbian began to react. "What do you mean by working? Are you intentionally seeking to trouble me? You despicable person, truly cunning and treacherous." Sanshang Jingbian exclaimed in exasperation. Chen Anmo refrained from unnecessary chatter. As he withdrew, the 2 6th-tier masters beside him swiftly drew their swords from behind. They intended to eliminate their foes. The 2 ninjas lurking in the shadows remained silent. Yet their actions spoke volumes. In a flash, they unsheathed their blades, confronting the 2 masters with determination. Ninjutsu, great fireball technique. Suddenly, Mikami Ikeda opened his mouth wide, aimed at Chen Anmo's position. With a surge from his abdomen, a torrent of fire erupted forth. The great fireball technique? Chen Amo furrowed his brow, astonished that in this lifetime he would encounter such a form of ninjutsu. Chen Amo executed a backflip, landing gracefully below. The Lord's mansion commanded all idle onlookers to disperse. As the words fell, a cacophony of screams erupted. Simultaneously, those who had been waiting outside surged in. On the third floor, several skilled fighters burst through the windows. Sanshang Jingbian's expression changed dramatically. Amidst the chaos, a ninja let out a piercing cry as a formidable sixth-tier martial artist pierced his abdomen. Gui Xiaojun hurried to aid the wounded ninja. Sanshang Jun, we must flee quickly. Gui Dajuan, we must escape. Gui Xiaojun and Gui Dajuan were evidently brothers. Witnessing his younger brother's dire condition, Gui Dajuan was overwhelmed with urgency. He sought to rush in to save him. But the fierce swordsmanship of the sixth-tier warrior swiftly obstructed his retreat. As more experts stormed through the windows, Sanshang Jingbian realized that remaining here would mean certain death. Sanshang Jun, you must go first, Gui Dajuan shouted. Upon hearing this, Sanshang Jingbian hesitated no longer. He swiftly darted towards the window. Gui Dajuan, Gui Xiaojun. I shall take my leave first. However, rest assured, I, Sanshang Jingbian, will never forget your sacrifices. I will avenge you and make them pay dearly. Boom. Having already made his escape, Chen Amo unleashed a powerful strike with his Tiangang blade Qi. The bravado of Sanshang Jingbian was abruptly shattered, causing him to lose his footing and tumble downwards. Crash. Sanshang Jingbian hit the ground hard, his mouth full of dirt. Panic surged as he scrambled to his feet, only to feel a weight of dread as two formidable opponents closed in on him. Sizzle. He had no time to defend himself, and his hands were immediately injured. The assault from Chen Anmo came swiftly, engulfing his upper body in flames, singeing his hair. Howling in agony, he staggered while desperately trying to extinguish the fiery tendrils that licked at him. Bang! At that moment, Wang Zhou personally intervened, instantly shattering both of Sanshang Jingbian's knees. Thud! Sanshang Jingbian collapsed to the ground, writhing in excruciating pain. With a stern expression, Wang Zhou commanded, extinguish the flames on him and throw him into the torture chamber. I intend to interrogate him thoroughly about how this rabble managed to invade my territory. Yes, my lord, came the reply. At that juncture, He Guang hurriedly approached, clasping his hands in respect, and reported, my lord, the two ninjas upstairs have been dealt with. Initially, we intended to capture them alive. However, after being subdued, they both ingested poison and have now taken their own lives. As he spoke, several officers carried the two lifeless bodies down. Chen Amo feigned the examination of the corpse and reached out to touch it. Ding. Touching the corpse. Reward of 150 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching the corpse. Reward of 150 days of cultivation. Two wishes of the deceased ninjas have been triggered. Wish 1. Infiltrate the great Lu dynasty. Long live the Dawei Empire. Reward. 20 years of cultivation. Wish 2. Collaborate with the Taiping sect to annihilate the city lord's mansion and seize 4 floors town. Reward. Ninjutsu, Grand Fireball Technique, Mastery. Upon reading this, Chen Anmo furrowed his brow. Goodness, these Japanese have actually colluded with the Taiping sect. Xiaomo, have you uncovered anything? Just then, He Guang approached and quietly inquired. It was evident that he too had begun to grasp the situation. Chen Anmo is not only exceptionally gifted but also possesses a remarkable acumen for investigating cases. However, he remains utterly clueless about these matters. Consequently, he can only seize the opportunity while examining the corpse to discreetly inquire about Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo recounted the information he had just discussed. My lord, it is highly probable that these Japanese individuals have colluded with the sorcerers of the Taiping sect, with two primary objectives in mind. First, they may pose a significant threat to you, my lord. In light of this, it is imperative that the lord's residence heightens its vigilance. No unauthorized individual should approach. Second, the intentions of both the Taiping sect and these Japanese are to overthrow our great Lu dynasty. He Guanglei's eyes widened in astonishment. What? How dare they? Chen Anmo remarked. My lord, this is the information I have gathered. It should be accurate. How did you manage to uncover this, young lad? He Guang inquired, perplexed. My associates in the outside world possess connections within the underworld. They are well informed about certain matters. Chen Anmo spoke mysteriously, striving to maintain an air of enigma. He Guang suddenly understood. No wonder, this explained why Chen Anmo was so well informed about certain matters. After conversing for a while, He Guang hurried over to report to Wang Zhou. Moments later, Wang Zhou approached. Chen Anmo, you have made a significant contribution this time. Well done on apprehending these intruders ahead of time. I will ensure that Guang delivers your reward to you soon. Chen Amo clasped his hands and said, My lord, it is my duty to undertake these tasks. Moreover, the county magistrate has rendered me considerable assistance. Otherwise, I would have been utterly incapable of achieving such commendable results. Chen Amo was well aware of the art of conversation. Thus, he granted Guang ample respect. As expected, Guang nodded in satisfaction, secretly acknowledging Chen Amo's potential. Such a talent must be utilized wisely in the future. After Chen Amo finished speaking, he stepped aside to examine the rewards. The wish, to eliminate the Japanese man by the well of Sanshang. Completed. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. Subsequently, Chen Anmo heard Wang Jiao instructing the people below to investigate the Kamakura rebellion organization. He prepared to personally lead a team to eradicate the traitors. However, these matters had little to do with him. He was merely a constable, typically responsible for maintaining order within the city. Yet, was there truly a distinction between ninjutsu and martial arts? Chen Anmo stroked his chin, intrigued by the ninjutsu before him. The techniques employed by these ninjas bore a striking resemblance to ancient sorcery. He speculated that they might be a branch of ancient magic, appropriated and merely renamed by these practitioners. Nevertheless, he could not deny the formidable nature of certain ninjutsu, particularly the method of concealing one's presence. After cultivating the seeking breath technique, he had acquired the ability to track and remain undetected. Yet, just moments ago, he had failed to perceive the two ninjas, Turtle and Little Turtle, lurking in the shadows. This underscored the extraordinary potency of the concealment abilities within ninjutsu. Could it be the legendary hidden techniques? Shaking his head, he found himself perplexed by these matters. At this moment, he made his way toward the Ding Tian Martial Arts Hall. He still had to fulfill the 2 last wishes of Master Zhao. The first was to ensure that his family received a dignified and proper burial. The second wish was to escort Mo Linger to the capital. With Zhao Wu's demise, there was no one left to protect Mo Linger. Should any adversaries emerge, it would spell trouble for her. Fulfilling this wish would reward him with 20 years of cultivation. Moreover, considering their past connection, one could say she was partly his woman. Thus, it seemed only natural to offer her assistance in her time of need. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Ding Tian Martial Arts Hall, he found himself amidst a sea of mourners. The gathering comprised various martial arts masters and members of different factions, but primarily, it consisted of Zhao Wu's friends and relatives. Zhao Wu, being more sociable than Lu Zhengfei, had attracted a multitude of friends. The spacious courtyard was filled to capacity, while the sounds of anguished weeping echoed from within the hall. As Chen Anmo approached, some people instinctively parted to make way for him. At present, Chen Anmo was widely recognized as the foremost genius of the 4th floor town, destined to excel in the martial examinations and to achieve great heights. Such a figure would eventually hold a status surpassing that of a county magistrate, earning the favor of the city lord. Who would dare show him any disrespect? Brother Chen, you have arrived, Duan Wenchao exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears as he wiped them away while approaching. Chen Anmo gently patted his shoulder and said, My condolences. Sighing, Duan Wenchao choked on his words. My master was so young. His death was truly tragic. Chen Anmo was at a loss for words. After offering a few words of comfort, he made his way to the Zhengfei Martial Arts Hall. His senior sister, Lu Feng, along with their master and senior brother Song Shuqing, had all come to pay their respects. Lu Feng was presently offering solace to Mo Linger. Miss Mo, she said, I have something to share with you. Just now, the perpetrator responsible for the heinous murder of the Zhao family has been apprehended. Chen Anmo approached directly and remarked, At times, the most effective means of comforting someone is to assure them that the perpetrator has been brought to justice. This is more valuable than anything else. Upon hearing these words, those around him were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a crowd gathered. Mo Linger looked up in astonishment and inquired, Who is the perpetrator? Brother Chen, where is the culprit being held? I want to make him pay. Li Xiang also rushed over, speaking with fierce intensity. Chen Anmo recounted the recent incident at the edge of the Sanshang well. He concluded by stating that, according to investigations, these Japanese individuals had colluded with the rebellious Kamakura faction and were also entangled with the Taiping sect. Their aim was to sow chaos in their midst. The recent murders of disciples from various martial arts schools, as well as some local officials, were all perpetrated by these individuals. The city lord has now issued a decree to mobilize all forces against the Kamakura organization, urging anyone with information to report it. What he shared was hardly a secret, as it would soon be known by all. How infuriating! It is those Japanese. Mo Ling and narrowed her eyes and declared in a low voice, One day, I shall lead an army to trample down the Japanese Isles. Although none of the people here had ever set foot in the land of the Japanese, they were aware that the Japanese resided on an island. Due to the scarcity of resources on the island, they frequently sailed to the mainland to pillage and commit heinous acts. The myriad crimes perpetrated by the Japanese were well known among the martial world. However, no one had anticipated that these audacious individuals would dare to infiltrate their inland territories, conspiring with the Taiping sect in the process. Chen Anmo elaborated on a few details and finally turned to Mo Linger, saying, "Miss Mo, may I have a word with you?" Moments later, they arrived beneath an orange tree in the courtyard of the martial arts hall. Chen Anmo glanced around to ensure no one was present and said to Mo Linger, "Miss Mo, what do you intend to do next?" He had come to realize her true identity as a royal princess, which explained her earlier enigmatic remarks. Mo Linger replied with curiosity, "What do you mean by next step? Did you not previously express a desire to leave this place? There may be dangers along the way." Her expression darkened at the thought. Her master had once promised to escort her back to the capital personally, but that now seemed like a distant hope. Unable to reach her mother at the moment, she resolved to return alone. "I shall go back by myself. It should be fine. If you do not mind, I can have my brother escort you," he suggested, considering that using Chun Hei's identity and wearing a mask would facilitate their entry into the capital, preventing them from drawing the attention of those with ill intentions. Mo Linger was taken aback. "Really?" "Absolutely." Nodding in gratitude, Mo Linger replied, "Thank you so much. With Chun Hei's protection, my journey home will undoubtedly be much safer." However, she was puzzled as to why he and his brother would choose to assist her. "I am curious, why do you and your brother wish to help me?" she inquired, wondering if Chun Hei had divulged their previous encounter to Chen Anmo, which would be quite embarrassing. The thought of their intimate moments in the cave lingered, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. Chapter 61. I shall marry you, we are all friends. It is only natural to lend assistance. Chen Anmo refrained from saying much more. "Thank you then. When do you plan to leave?" "I shall return to Beijing after the new year, but I need to find a place to stay first." Mo Linger suddenly furrowed her brow. Previously, she had the protection of her master and did not have to worry about safety. However, with her master's demise, she was concerned about the possibility of facing threats once again. The place she currently resided in was no longer secure. "If you do not mind, you may stay at my home for the time being. I have a cellar there." Chun Anmo proposed that in order to obtain the reward of 20 years of cultivation, the prerequisite was to ensure the safety of Mo Linger. Mo Linger cast a glance at Chen Anmo and ultimately nodded in agreement. "Thank you then," she replied, for she had no place to stay. Since Chun Anmo had made such an offer, it could not be more perfect. "Very well, in the evening, you shall leave through the back door. I will arrange for a carriage to be there. You simply need to board it when the time comes." After Chen Anmo finished speaking, he departed from the place. He first returned home and shared the matter with Shen Xin. He initially thought that Shen Xin would be somewhat disdainful of such a situation. To his surprise, she readily agreed and urged him to bring Mo Linger back soon. "Sister-in-law, are you not upset?" Chen Anmo inquired with a hint of surprise, for he had brought a woman back. What was there to be angry about? She had faced difficulties, and it was safer for her to stay here. Shen Xin shot him a glance of annoyance before she proceeded to tend to the carriage. In recent days, the horses had been well cared for under her attention, growing plump and healthy. Thus, he led the horses to the rear of the Ding Tian Martial Arts Academy. After dining in the evening, Mo Linger quietly climbed into the carriage. Chen Anmo drove the horse-drawn carriage back home. Mo Linger disembarked with a sense of trepidation, although she held a profound trust in Chen Anmo. Having been rescued by him on multiple occasions, her unease stemmed from the knowledge that there was a woman in Chen Anmo's household. Would his family be displeased? As soon as she alighted from the carriage, she noticed a strikingly beautiful woman approaching, who grasped her hand. Mo Linger was taken aback. She had never encountered this alluring lady before. During the previous martial examination, she had seen the woman who accompanied Chen Anmo, who bore a pallid complexion, was somewhat plump, and lacked conventional beauty. Yet the woman before her, in both features and figure, was her equal, if not superior. What could this mean? "Chen Anmo, who is this sister of yours?" Mo Linger inquired, her astonishment evident. With a light chuckle, Shen Xin replied, "Actually, we have met before." "Impossible. My memory is quite sharp. If I had encountered you, dear sister, with your exquisite beauty, I would certainly not have forgotten," Mo Linger asserted with utmost certainty. Chen Anmo's lips curled into a smile. He did not expect that Mo Linger possessed such a silver tongue. Chen Anmo did not keep them in suspense, explaining, This lady is my sister-in-law. Initially, she was pursued by thieves, and I concealed her within my home. To prevent her from being recognized, I even provided her with a mask. He recounted the sequence of events in a general manner. What Anmo said is indeed correct. When we previously met, I was wearing a mask, Xin Xin remarked softly. I see now, Mo Linga responded, her understanding dawning. Xin Anmo remarked, thus, you can rest assured here, there are no concerns regarding safety. Let us not dwell on this any longer. I have prepared the meal, and Miss Mo, I have also arranged the bedding. How about we reside together in the cellar from now on? That would be troublesome. Not at all, come and dine. The table was set with an array of 4 dishes and a soup, a veritable feast. During the meal, Mo Linga felt a surge of emotion. Realizing that it was Chen Anmo, a friend she had only recently made, who came to her aid. Although she had considered her fellow disciples, such as Yao Wan and Duan Wenchao, they were all from prominent families and lived in bustling environments filled with prying eyes. Thus, she accepted Chen Anmo's offer to stay at his home. As night fell, in the courtyard, Chen Anmo was instructing Xin Xian in the art of cultivation. Sitting on the steps, Mo Lingo gazed at the two with a peculiar expression. Sister-in-law and younger brother? A rather bashful thought inexplicably surfaced in her mind. However, she quickly shook her head. How could that be? Chen Anmo appears to be a man of integrity. As for Sister Xin Xian, she is genuinely kind. Although Chen Anmo had accidentally brushed against her hand last time, it was merely an accident. Ultimately, it was her own fault. And thus she bore no ill will towards him. After a brief wash, she proceeded to the cellar to rest. She had just visited the cellar, which was neither damp nor disheveled. It was exceptionally tidy, clean, and refreshing. The air was fragrant, undoubtedly a result of Xin Xian's diligent care. She felt immensely satisfied with this abode. She shed her outer robe and loosened her undergarment. With a soft thud, her 2 little mischief-makers wiggled a bit. Letting out a long sigh, she finally felt a wave of relief wash over her, as the tightness of the straps had caused her discomfort. As she lay down to rest, Chen Anmo exchanged a glance with Xin Xian. He then lifted her into his arms and carried her into the house. Shoo! Keep it down, Xin Xian whispered, for they had visitors, and she dared not raise her voice. If Mo Linger were to overhear, it would be utterly embarrassing. Seeing Xin Xian in such a state, Chen Anmo felt a rush of exhilaration. He turned her face towards him, gazing into her eyes with a smile. Sister-in-law, I never knew you could be so bashful. Xin Xian, with her watery almond eyes, glanced at the man who teased her. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms and legs around him like an octopus. I'm not shy. I just don't want Mo Lingo to hear us. Who knows what she would think? After all, she was no longer a child. What difference would it make if she knew? Chen Anmo deliberately remarked. Xin Xian felt even more embarrassed. Nonsense, in front of outsiders. I am after all your elder sister-in-law. Besides, your brother has only recently passed away. She was, after all, a rather conservative ordinary woman who did not wish to be the subject of gossip. Elder sister-in-law, you are overthinking it again. No, I just feel it's quite inappropriate. However, it could also be mere fanciful thinking. I find that Mo Lingo is rather admirable. You brought her home, yet have you not considered making her your own? She would surely be a better wife than I, Xin Xian said with a hint of melancholy. Nonsense. If I were to marry, it would certainly be you, elder sister-in-law. Chen Anmo gently kissed Xin Xian's forehead, urging her not to indulge in unfounded thoughts. Sometimes, when one is well fed, the mind tends to wander, leading to a state of inner turmoil and self-contradiction. Thus, it is essential to keep oneself occupied. But what shall they do now? Soon, the two began to frolic playfully beneath the covers. In the cellar, as Mo Linger pondered the late hour and shunned Xian's absence, the cellar door creaked open. Xin Xian entered quietly, holding a small candle. Mo girl, are you still awake? She inquired. Yes, it's my first night here, and I find it difficult to sleep. If you can't sleep, let us read some stories together, Xin Xian suggested. When I first arrived here, I often read tales to pass the time in solitude. Unbeknownst to Xin Xian, she had neglected her beloved stories recently due to her rigorous training. Now, having seen her master depart, she felt a pang of concern for Mo Linger, wishing to offer her companionship. Mo Linger's eyes lit up at the mention of stories. For she too was an avid reader. That sounds wonderful. I enjoy reading as well. Xin Xian retrieved a small wooden box from a nearby shelf, containing a dozen or so storybooks. Titles such as The Record of Hua Xiaolan Serving in the Army, The Adventures of Shao Chong in Cultivation, and The Tale of Jin Lian and Shi Min filled the box, presenting rather ordinary narratives about cultivation and chivalrous exploits. However, the latter titles bore a stark contrast. causing Mo Lingo to blush deeply. She was taken aback to discover that such a seemingly innocent person as Shin Xian would engage with such material. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Oh dear, Shin Xian exclaimed, startled by the inexplicable selections. Where did these come from? She expressed disbelief at their presence. Sister Shun, are these not yours? Mo Lingo observed with a peculiar expression, sensing Shin Xian's genuine surprise. Of course not. I would never read such things, Shin Xian replied awkwardly. In truth, these storybooks had been unearthed from Chen Anmo's belongings after he dealt with Zhang Fantian. Among the items were also some feminine garments, which he had discarded. But he deemed the books worthy enough to keep. They are certainly not yours. They must belong to Chen Anmo. But how could his possessions end up here? Has he stayed here before? Mo Linger, with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, was drawn into the intrigue. No, they must have been randomly discarded as clutter. She mused. Shun Xian gently brushed her hair, making a conscious effort to avoid meeting Mo Linger's gaze, fearing that her apprehension might reveal something amiss. Fortunately, Mo Lingo was rather carefree and did not dwell on it. She merely muttered, "This Chen Anmo, who would have thought? Seems so unassuming yet has an affinity for such things. TSK, the tales of Jin Lian and Shimin. I am quite curious to see what stories are deemed worthy of mention. Sizzling, this narrative is rather explosive." Before long, Mo Lingo found herself blushing with embarrassment. For the tales contained illustrations that were undeniably shocking to her wide-open eyes. Thus, under Mo Lingo's encouragement, Shin Xian joined her in perusing these narratives. In the days that followed, the two of them grew increasingly familiar, even exchanging thoughts on some rather peculiar postures depicted in the stories. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There is no way two people could achieve such positions, Mo Linger declared with utmost certainty. Shin Xian cast a glance and felt her cheeks flush, remembering that she had just engaged in such an act with Chun Anmo that very night. Perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible, she murmured softly. Chapter 62. A family gathered together, the peculiar paper bride. Mo Lingo shook her head once more, exclaiming, "How could that be possible?" Shin Xian chose not to elaborate further, aware that continuing the conversation might lead Mo Lingo to unfounded conclusions. She sighed inwardly, realizing that it was no wonder Chen Anmo had been acting so strangely lately. It seemed he had learned it all from these tales. Before she knew it, the day of Zhao Wu's family's 7th day of mourning had arrived. Chen Anmo hurriedly drove the carriage, discreetly escorting Mo Ling to the main street. After parting ways, they arrived at the Ling Tian Martial Arts Academy. One after the other. Today marks the day of interment for the Zhao Wu family. The chosen resting place is a grave site within the Zhao Wu family's ancestral burial grounds. Chen Anmo also assisted in carrying the coffin. As the burial concluded, the rewards were bestowed. The last wish, to hope that our family is buried together, in dignity. Reward, crane fist, minor achievement. In that moment, Chen Anmo felt a tingling sensation coursing through his bones, as if his meridians had been unblocked. The vital energy began to surge within him, akin to a fire igniting. A vibrant force circulated with his blood, traversing throughout his entire being. This transformation not only imbued him with enhanced strength but also rendered his body remarkably agile. Indeed, the profound changes brought about by the crane fist were undeniably formidable. Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow. The crane fist is, after all, a supreme technique of the Xian rank. It emphasizes speed and agility. Thus, practitioners of this art will experience a surge of energy coursing through their muscles, and a delightful lightness will erupt from within their bones. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Anmo embarked on his inaugural practice of crane fist. His heart raced with an intensity he had never experienced before. Suddenly, he felt a piercing and burning sensation in his eyes. In the next moment, his vision cleared remarkably. Clarity returned. Chen Anmo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With the advancement of crane fist, his cultivation naturally ascended. 6th grade. Chen Anmo smiled. He had finally reached the 6th rank. His cultivation now rivaled that of the masters of various martial arts schools. At this moment, he was a true expert. With such strength, he could traverse the land without fear. And how little time it had taken him. The thought alone was daunting, due to the presence of many people around him. He promptly concealed his aura. After the funeral concluded, and since it was near the mortuary, he decided to pay a visit. Recently, a number of disciples from martial arts schools and officers had passed away. He had long intended to seize this opportunity for some rewards. Today, Old Li was not holding his paper bride. Instead, he was busy crafting paper figures indoors. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Anmo rapped gently on the door before stepping into the room. The atmosphere within was thick with an unsettling chill. Yet Old Li remained at ease amidst the heap of lifeless bodies, calmly crafting paper offerings. Ah, Captain Qin, you have finally arrived. Recently, quite a number of individuals have perished, and they were all skilled martial artists, Old Li lamented. In these times, even the practitioners of martial arts have met their demise. One can only imagine how many ordinary souls have fallen. Qin Amo held in his hand a meat bun, accompanied by braised pork that he had brought back from a funeral. With a smile, he inquired, "Where are those people?" Old Li pointed inside and sighed. "Why didn't you bring the roast chicken today? Would you like some?" "Absolutely." Old Li eagerly snatched the items from Chun Anmo's grasp. The braised pork and buns had already cooled, but he paid it no mind, seizing a generous piece of the pork and savoring it. "Delicious. It's been ages since I've had braised pork." He chuckled heartily, embracing the paper figure beside him, and playfully kissed it. "My dear wife, I'm enjoying some braised pork. It's truly delightful." Qin Anmo shook his head. Old Li had always dealt with the deceased, and his mind had become somewhat unhinged. Take, for instance, the paper figure he cradled in his arms. Qin Anmo noticed that the paper figure in Old Li's arms seemed to have moved its eyes ever so slightly. Previously, it had remained completely still, but now it appeared to have changed its position. Qin Anmo's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Prior to mastering the crane fist, his vision was unrefined, resulting in a lack of keen observation. However, his eyesight had since transformed. Thus, he immediately discerned certain discrepancies. Could it be a mere misperception? Qin Anmo turned in surprise and approached the corpse within. Suddenly, he turned again. This time, the paper figure's eyes remained still. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it, and instead began to examine the body of Xiao Zhao. Chun Anmo gazed upon the lifeless body of an officer. They had patrolled together not long ago, and he was taken aback by the gruesome fate that had befallen his comrade. A deep gash marred his forehead and face. The weapon unmistakably a katana wielded by the Japanese. Ding. Touching the corpse grants a reward of 50 days of cultivation. The desires of the deceased are awakened. Desire 1. The Japanese have taken my life. Avenge me. Reward. 2 bottles of blood-strengthening pill. Desire 2. My elderly mother is gravely ill, my children endure hunger, and my wife is disabled. I hope for 30 taels of silver to help them through this hardship. Reward. 50 taels of silver. Upon reading this, Qin Anmo sighed. Brother, I shall visit your family. May you rest in peace. Desire. The Japanese have taken my life. Avenge me. Completed. Reward. 2 bottles of blood-strengthening pill. With the culprits by the well dealt with, vengeance had indeed been served, and thus the reward was granted. The subsequent desires of the officers echoed similar sentiments. Apart from the quest for revenge, they were burdened by the same trivial matters, all stemming from one root cause, poverty. After claiming the rewards from these souls, Qin Anmo turned his attention to the disciples of the martial arts school nearby. Their yearnings were likewise uniform, yearning for retribution, with the enemies now brought to justice. Their desires were fulfilled. Reward. 2 bottles of blood-strengthening pill. Reward. 2 years of cultivation. Reward. A piece of golden silk armor. Reward. A piece of golden silk armor. Reward. A bottle of vitality pill. Reward. Chun Anmo's eyes sparkled with delight as he realized the abundant rewards bestowed upon him by the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. He surmised that this generosity stemmed from the disciples' formidable prowess. The greater the cultivation level, the more substantial the rewards. He had managed to acquire 2 pieces of the golden silk armor in one go. As for the strengthening chi pill, this was his first encounter with such an item. However, he conjectured that it was akin to the blood fortification pill, which replenishes vitality. The strengthening chi pill, on the other hand, presumably enhances one's internal energy. Regardless, this journey had proven to be immensely worthwhile. He took another glance at his current attributes. Host, Qin Anmo. Realm, early stage of 6th rank. When chasing blade technique, Master, a dazzling display of sword light and shadow, with continuous blade aura and heavenly gang blade chi. Technique, Tiger Might Dominance Technique. Master, the strength of 9 bulls and 10 tigers, with an unyielding flow of dark energy. Technique, Dragon Claw Hand. Minor accomplishment. Technique, Chien Kuan Step. Master, leaving no trace in the snow, swift as the wind in clouds. Technique, Breath-Seeking Method. Perfection, tracing and concealing one's presence. Technique, Crane Fist. Minor accomplishment. Available cultivation time, 21 years. Available vitality points, 120. Beast Fire, 6 points. Poison Resistance, 3 points. With 21 years of cultivation time at his disposal, he resolved to first practice the qi-nourishing technique imparted by his master. Chen Amo whispered to himself. Previously, he had invested considerable time in practicing the qi-nourishing technique, although he had not yet fully grasped its fundamentals. He had certainly brushed against the threshold. He felt that he was nearing a breakthrough. After deducting a year of rigorous training, he immersed himself once more in the practice of the qi-nourishing technique, resulting in further advancement. After 5 years had passed, he expended a substantial 100 points of vitality and consumed a vitality pill, which finally set his qi-nourishing technique in motion. He sensed a distinct energy within him. Different from his internal qi, he had succeeded. Technique, qi-nourishing technique, beginner. In an instant, even his realm had ascended. He had previously been at the early stage of the 6th rank, but now he had reached the mid-stage of the 6th rank. However, this revelation did not bring Chen Amo much joy. The calculation was simple. He had dedicated several decades to mastering the foundational aspects of the qi-nourishing technique. If, after all these years of effort, he still failed to grasp its basics, it would be rather disheartening. Nevertheless, the benefits of having entered the realm of the qi-nourishing technique were indeed substantial. He not only felt his perception sharpened, as if he could keenly sense the energies within his body. This newfound awareness would allow him to discern the hidden cultivation of others. At that moment, he sensed a faint aura emanating from the paper doll wife in old Li's arms. This realization startled him. Could this paper doll be a living being? He recalled the moment when he had seen the eyes of the paper doll suddenly move. A shock coursed through him. Captain Chen, how are things? My wife told me that you've been staring intently, Old Li said with a cheerful demeanor. Huh, your wife is truly remarkable. She can even converse with you. Chen Amo wore a smile that belied his true feelings. Indeed, my wife has become quite eloquent. Chen Amo said, all right. Let your wife say a few words for me to listen. That won't do. My wife is shy when she speaks, came the reply. Oh, is that so? Chen Amo shrugged. In this world, where fairies and demons exist, the presence of ghosts would be entirely normal. His current cultivation technique was formidable, rendering him unafraid of spirits. He was merely intrigued, pondering whether what he encountered was indeed a ghost or something else entirely. Old Li, I must say, your paper crafting skills are quite impressive. Where did you acquire such talent? Chen Amo casually inquired. Since Old Li's paper bride had acquired a spirit, whether it be a demon or a ghost, one thing was certain, it must rely on Old Li's paper life for its existence. Therefore, this paper crafting skill might be quite extraordinary. Old Li wiped the grease from his lips and chuckled. What's the matter, Chen Inspector? Are you interested in learning the craft of this old man? Indeed. With the family struggling to make ends meet, acquiring a new skill would be beneficial. Ah, but I shan't teach you, for as the saying goes, to teach an apprentice is to starve the master. Old Li shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattle. Chen Amo chuckled and said, I assure you I won't be crafting paper here. Is that not sufficient? Moreover, considering your age, how many years do you have left? Once you pass away, who will inherit this skill of yours? Don't you find that rather lamentable? Upon hearing this, Old Li fell into a contemplative silence. It indeed seemed somewhat regretful. He replied with a sigh, I shall discuss it with my wife later. Take your time to deliberate. I shall take my leave now. Chen Amo approached Old Li, offering a respectful fist salute to him and the paper figure cradled in his arms. He then took his leave. My dear, it appears he has caught sight of you. Old Li remarked in astonishment after Chen Amo had departed. The paper figure he held shifted its black eyes ever so slightly. Chapter 63. After all, she's in her second marriage. Chen Amo never anticipated that the paper bride in Old Li's embrace was indeed alive. He had always thought him to be mad. Chen Amo's countenance was peculiar. The more powerful he became, the more he felt a profound disconnection from the world around him, which was steeped in an aura of strangeness. Subsequently, he made his way towards the residence of the deceased constable, Xiao Zhao. The home of Xiao Zhao was situated adjacent to a bustling vegetable market, where the conditions were far from ideal. Within the household resided only ailing mother and young children. As for his wife, though she was in good health, being a woman, she had little means of income. With Xiao Zhao's untimely demise, the family found themselves bereft of their livelihood. Upon entering the home, the atmosphere was thick with sorrow and despair, enveloping the family in a shroud of gloom. Chen Amo approached. This was not Chief Chen. Xiao Zhao's wife had a dark complexion and was not particularly attractive. However, one must admit that in this day and age, being unattractive might indeed be a stroke of fortune, as it could prevent one from becoming a target. The fate of a beautiful woman, often fraught with misfortune, would not befall her. Sister-in-law, Xiao Zhao has passed away. I understand that your family is facing difficulties. Please accept this money. Chen Anmo did not engage in any pleasantries. He directly handed over a bag of silver. As she accepted the heavy coins, tears cascaded down the face of Xiao Zhao's wife. Captain Chen, she sobbed. Oh. These silver coins should suffice for you for the next decade or so. Yes, indeed, it is more than enough, she nodded repeatedly, in a state of urgency. She quickly summoned her child to her side. With a thud, both mother and child knelt before Chen Anmo. Thank you, Captain Chen. Thank you. Final wish, may the family receive 30 taels to weather the storm. Completed. Reward, 50 taels of silver. Upon glancing at the reward, Chen Anmo promptly assisted them to their feet. To be candid, even without the reward, upon learning of their plight, he would have come to their aid. On the way here, I also sought out a physician. He should be arriving shortly to tend to your mother's ailments. Chen Anmo spoke again, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, I am truly grateful. Xiao Zhao's wife incessantly wiped away her tears. Before long, the physician arrived. After Chen Anmo paid the additional fees for the medical consultation and medicinal materials, he departed from that place. Subsequently, he visited several locations, fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased constables, which endowed him with approximately a year's worth of cultivation. Once he had completed his tasks, he emerged from the final household and realized that night had fallen. It was time to return, otherwise, his eldest sister-in-law would surely be worried. As he walked, he resolved to practice Crane Fist. With a cultivation period of 16 years at his disposal, he estimated that he could cultivate Crane Fist to a consummate level. Subtracting 6 years for the practice of Crane Fist, he found that the technique was relatively straightforward for him to master. Crane Fist, mastery achieved. Chen Anmo was momentarily taken aback. Logically speaking, the Crane Fist was distinct from other martial arts. Its level was significantly higher. To his astonishment, he found it remarkably easy to cultivate. What could possibly account for this? Wait a moment, could it be? His gaze fell upon the qi-nourishing technique. I see now. It must be the influence of this qi-nourishing technique. This technique has undoubtedly elevated my innate talent and physical constitution. How frightening. This is the true power of the qi-nourishing technique. Chen Anmo spread his fingers wide, the essence of the Crane Fist enveloping him. He stood on one leg, arms outstretched. With a swift whoosh, he transformed into a white crane, soaring forth. Above the fields, he resembled a majestic bird gliding through the sky. After a decade of dedicating himself to the practice of Crane Fist, his comprehension had deepened profoundly, crystallizing the ethereal energy of the white crane. Crane Fist, grand perfection. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. Sensing an inexplicable surge of energy within him, Chen Anmo could hardly believe it. This force enveloped his entire being, instantly amplifying his explosive power 2 or 3-fold. This is the secret of the Crane Fist. Chen Anmo exclaimed with immense excitement. In the early stages of Crane Fist, one excels in speed and agility. As one progresses to the later stages of Crane Fist, an ethereal essence akin to that of a white crane begins to manifest. This power, intertwined with internal energy, bestows upon him remarkable explosive strength. In the blink of an eye, the day of the little new year has arrived. Today, Chen Anmo visited Lu Cheng and others to extend his New Year greetings, bringing along a selection of food items. Most of these delicacies were gifts from the local gentry. Finding it impossible to consume them all, he deemed it more prudent to share rather than let them spoil at home. In addition to presenting offerings to Uncle Lu Cheng and his family, he also distributed some to the villagers. By the time he returned home, darkness had enveloped the sky. To his delight, his sister-in-law and were engaged in pleasant conversation, both busily working in the kitchen. Upon entering, he was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Such a delightful scent. Emerged from the kitchen carrying a dish. Tomorrow marks the new year, she exclaimed. Sister Shin suggested we prepare some egg dumplings. And we've also made a plethora of dumplings together today. Chen Anmo was taken aback. You can make dumplings too? Mo Linger placed the dishes on the table and turned around, hands on her hips, saying, What's the matter? Do you think I lack hands or feet? Do you truly believe I can't manage such a trivial task? Indeed, Linger might have done it, Shin Xinfeng remarked, casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Anmo as she stepped out. Very well, very capable. Chen Anmo casually settled into his seat, suddenly noticing a bottle of liquor resting on the table. Isn't this the snake bile wine I brought home last time? Chen Anmo remarked. Today is the eve of the little new year. Let us indulge in some delightful cuisine. Shin Xin responded with a smile. Such exquisite dishes certainly deserve a fine selection of wine. Chun Amo chuckled. Very well, let us indulge in a drink. He then poured wine for both Shin Xian and himself. This act displeased Mo Linger, who exclaimed, Am I not included? Shin Amo asked, Would you like to drink as well? Of course, came the reply. All right then, let me pour some for you. Shin Amo shook his head and said, But let me make it clear, this wine is strong. Once you finish it, make sure to rest early. Mo Linger nodded vigorously. In truth, she had a fondness for wine. After pouring her a glass, Shin Amo raised his cup and declared, All right, today is the eve of the little new year. May our future be ever brighter. Cheers. Cheers. The two women echoed in unison. With a single gulp, Shin Amo felt a surge of emotions. Today marked the first anniversary of his arrival in this world, and he had not anticipated such significant gains. Shin Xian was equally lost in thought. She could hardly have imagined that she would find herself entwined with Shin Amo. Furthermore, he had been professing his intention to marry her in recent days, a notion she had never dared to entertain before, especially as she was considered a second-time bride. At times, she had merely hoped to become a concubine to Shin Amo. That would have been quite satisfactory. Yet, unexpectedly, he spoke of marrying her. As the third round of drinks passed, affluent families outside began igniting fireworks, illuminating the sky in a splendid display. Watching the beautiful pyrotechnics, Mo Linger's thoughts began to drift. Surely, the capital must be even more vibrant at this moment? She pondered. After this New Year's celebration, she would return to the capital. Observing Shin Amo and Shin Xian together, she suddenly felt content with the prospect of an ordinary life, a modest home, a few acres of fertile land, and a loving man by her side, earning a little together while she managed the household. Such a life seemed exceedingly pleasant, akin to the existence of Chun Amo and Shun Xian. However, what appeared to be a mundane life to others was, for Mo Linger, a luxury beyond her reach. Upon her return, she intended to join a sect known as the Purple Light Gate. Her future ambition was to cultivate her abilities to the third tier, aspiring to become a terrestrial deity of the Great Li dynasty. This was a promise made between her and her mother. She, Princess Lingyu, possessed this potential. According to her mother, she might even ascend the throne as an empress. Yet, she had no desire to be an empress. Ambition was not in her nature. However, her mother had warned her that passivity could lead to demise. Within the royal court, factional strife was fierce. Throughout history, the spoils always went to the victors. Surrender was not an option.